Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a famous. Coast toe stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and gold, you know the aim is. Living leathers and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, takes like one thing for certain where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, bombs and slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play after the grids, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. What's good, Black family? I should play the second song. No, I should play a second song. Excuse the early part of the show, very beginning. My phone bugged out. But I got some dope stuff to go over today. And bullets is gonna be up today, y'all. Let y'all know that from now. You know, let's keep it respectful. Let's keep it positive. Let's keep it authentic. Keep it fact-based. But yeah, so it's definitely up, y'all. So why do I say it's up? Why do I say this up? Because the war that has been brewing, and I'm gonna say it's real. Like it's spewing past the internet. The internet is a part of the conversation, but there is a disconnect between Black people throughout the diaspora, Black people in the Caribbean, Black people in America, Black people in Africa. Like, you know, I don't think anybody watching will disagree that there's a, you know, obvious disconnect between the communities for many reasons. Now, the disconnect and the conversation on the disconnect culturally has nothing to do with some of the exacts that need to be focused on. And I'm going to say the exacts. So as someone who would be considered an FBA, what I understand is that Black Americans, the story and the realities that Black people in America have lived are not being respected as they should. And the expectations that we have of certain groups, specifically Black people from other parts of the world, to at least know and empathize with our story is the minimal we expect from you.
And so I'm going to be clear, that's a cultural issue right there. People coming from other countries talking about they don't respect black Americans and they dark skin as hell. Don't call me black. I know black, or I'm Nigerian. I want to be very clear that that's a sentiment and a reality that is being, shared and unfortunately experienced by many people. I'm not gonna act like we don't hear people saying that. You know, so I just want to be clear. I said it. I stated that. I'm gonna state that later on. That's a reality, and people do get triggered when we say it's anecdotal, because it is an anecdotal experience. Or information that's being presented to the argument. That's just. I know some of y'all don't like the fact that what y'all are being, the information that y'all are bringing is being labeled as, anecdotal. I could recognize that could be a trigger for y'all. Like, damn, every time I say something, y'all say it's anecdotal. It is, but I don't want you to feel like it's not being respected, because it is something. Your experience matters. So just getting these things as basics for the conversation. I'm gonna reiterate more as my bad. Y'all hit the wrong button. So yeah, we want to discuss these realities, these experiences that have been unfortunately occurring for many of our folks here and abroad. Caribbean people coming here and getting called names, getting made fun of. African people coming here and getting made fun of. So it's an unfortunate reality in the black world that we are dealing with. Leave the door open. It's an unfortunate reality that we experience, and so we're gonna put that there. And earlier I said explicit. I'm gonna keep repeating the explicit conversations. I think the cultural conversation has gotten in the way of the basic conversation, which I think was polarized by the grifting community. The YouTube community grifted on the ideas and pushed, and centered themselves around real, you know, real issues. For example, college scholarships, reparations, housing programs that are been set up for black people by a country to, deal with the issues that black people face, you know, and people coming here that are black and taking advantage of those programs and then talking shit about black people. Like that's what I'm saying? Now, I guess those 2 points, there's other ways we could look at that. There's also representation. Let me throw that representation in there. Right? Representation is a huge issue. Right? Um, Representation. People coming here from other countries, black as a motherfucker, but then talking white as a motherfucker. As soon as you get out here, you got out here being black. You got out here being black, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden your ass is now talking the most sambo shit you can say. We gotta be real. We gotta be real. You know what I'm saying? Gotta be real. Representation, man. Pan-African representation. A lot of people who got buzzes getting up there promoting that we need to go to Africa. You gotta buy some dashikis. You gotta get your if you ain't got a passport, dashikis and some sandals, and you don't say African 16 times, you a coon. You know what I'm saying? And so that's not cool. You know what I mean? So the cultural shit, definitely how culture has been allowed to be represented in the conversation is the conversation. That's the essence conversation. That's the the cultural conversation. Black people ain't got no culture. You know, people be saying that wild shit. You know, and so these conversations are important, and these talking points are important to make sure we understand what's going on in our world. You know, and how we understand the world that we're in and people that's part of the world that we in. We can't expect everybody to have the same perspective. And that's something I wanted to discuss as an American. You know, Americanism makes us think that the world sees everything like America does. And that's a bad habit we Americans have, thinking that the world revolves around America. You know, that's just something we gotta recognize. The world doesn't revolve around us, and the world largely doesn't, share our opinion or perception. There's way more of the world than it is America. So we gotta, get that in our little heads, because I think some of us really see the world through the, GI Joe, American hero, America hoorah, we the best of everything. I get it. I sound like that when I talk about cars. I fake sound like that. I fake sound like that. So representation, representation. Yeah, I took it back in the other. Let me get a butterfish. So representation, y'all. Yeah, it's back to addressing FBA's, the Pan Africans conversation. I'm getting my sandwich, and once I go inside, I'm gonna share the screen. I got plenty of videos for everybody. What's up, little man? Hi. Hey, the future little scientists. But yeah, we're gonna share the link. Please. I know it's gonna get mixy. There's only certain people who's gonna be able to do the back and forth. Outside of that, I ain't really trying to have the back and forth too early, man. Get up here, say why you mad at Pan Africans. You tell us what makes you a FBA. If you agree with the sentiments that you see people have in the video, you can agree with it. If you don't agree with it, say why you don't agree with it. All the extra name calling, all that other stuff. I'm a Pan African. And so for me, it's all about us working together and connecting. So I'm gonna keep that as the content or the context of the conversation. But we gotta be able to connect and build. I know a lot of y'all are just in a space where you don't want to build and connect. But that's because y'all are weirdos. You know what I mean? Now we can have debates and arguments. Y'all can square up when you hit the panel. No problem. But let's keep it respectful. Keep it respectful, all right? Because I fuck with everybody. I fuck with Nigerians, Jamaicans, Chicagoans, Canadians. I mess with everybody. As long as you black, I rock with you. So I'm not one of y'all. All right? So I was going to be clear on that. I'm connected with black folks all over. And I have no intentions on stopping that because they're just retarded not to. But I'm not forcing that on y'all. I ain't telling you got to work with nobody. You ain't got to connect with nobody. All I'm asked to do is be respectful when you hit the panel. You know what I'm saying? So let's hit the panel. Please don't write a million things in the chat neither and not be willing to hit the panel. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all chat rats is annoying. Y'all only gonna get like 100 comments. After 100 comments, you don't hit the panel. And if you got nothing to say that's positive or connecting with it, I'm gonna ask you to leave. I have no interest in interacting with people like that. That's on that type of who are under that pathological, behavior or mindset. Oh, you good? Or exhibit that pathology or that pathological thought behavior. However you want to word it, but I'm cool. I work with black folks and I love black people everywhere. And connecting with black people is an opportunity, and you don't know where that opportunity will take you. So shout out to everybody who's from everywhere and wherever you at. However we can work together, I'm trying to work with you. Now, a lot of these people that's on the internet, what I did realize is that They don't have nothing to offer the world, from Pan Africans to 5%ers to black. There's a shortage of quality offerings. So I'm gonna preface a lot of these videos with the fact that outside of fucking internet babble, many of the people we're gonna watch today and I discuss with don't have nothing to offer the world. And that's a reality that we want to talk about, you know what I mean? The Nigerian podcasters, the Caribbean, well, it's just a lot of people who are just valueless, whose impact on the world won't be anything but a minimal digital imprint, a couple of videos and views and stuff, but nothing tangible. And we have to keep that in the baseline of the conversation. What we want to have come out of these conversations over here is tangible things that we can actually bring about. And I know heard Tariq use that word tangible. We definitely go discuss Tariq, because Tariq is a centerpiece in the conversation. I know many of you don't want to have that conversation, but he is a centerpiece in the conversation. And so some of these people like Tariq, who have created these platforms and have allowed these platforms to develop into what they are pseudos. There's a lot of pseudos in the conversations, and pseudos do pseudo shit. And I know some of y'all believe that y'all are researchers, but y'all are closet researchers, and some of the public ones that we're gonna watch just have blatant comprehension issues. Like they have reading issues. Like, you clearly have a reading issue. There's nothing wrong with having a reading issue. There's something wrong with not acknowledging that you have a comprehension issue. And because you don't understand words in the rhetoric, that's just, the you don't understand rhetoric. You're confused. And that's okay. That's the reason why we have literacy classes and programs to help people develop their comprehensive understanding of text and content, because that's one of the most important parts of being an informed individuals, being able to comprehend the information being provided to you. And that's just something that we have a shortage of. Adults who can comprehend. Well, that's a nice blacked out bench. What year is this? That's nice. He put racing on a 300. That's crazy. My bad, my bougie ass. Who does that? Put a fucking racing tag on a fucking 300 bench. That's crazy. That's crazy. No matter how much you tune in, shit, it's a fucking 300. Whatever. Don't let me talk like that. Y'all know how I talk. If you ain't got an 8, you know what I'm saying? If you ain't got an 8 in there, fucking V6 too. I got a V6 and a turbo. Shut up. Shut up. Only women drive V6s. I said it. Only females drive V6s and talk about they turbo. Let me not, you know, lose track. My bad. I start talking about cars. I know I start talking about cars. All right, so I just got in the building, joined the StreamYard. I was supposed to hook up my other microphone. I want to make sure y'all can hear me loud and clear. Loud and clear. So yeah, family, I'm about building and connecting. You know what I'm saying? So let me see what's going on here. You FBA can't prove me wrong. All right, I'm gonna look because I can't. It's hard to read the chat on the phone.
Yep.
Just build with your people. I don't think you're black. I think some of y'all. I've also recognized that a lot of y'all are heavy biracial descendants of mulattoes, and y'all are like Puerto Ricans. So you got to
Mm-hmm.
click the link and really explain to me your people. You sound retarded. I'm a Negro. Are you a Negro? Let's start right there. Are you considered a Negro? Because I'm not talking to the Mazitos. That's supposed to be, I recognize there's a lot of Mazitos in the conversations. A lot of, when them niggas, and they grew up thinking they was black, and now they want to conform everybody to their Mazito ass. There's a dude that has a channel called Multi-Generational Biracial Mulatto. I think some of y'all need to join his wave
Mm-mm.
because y'all are not black. Y'all are not Negroes. If you're a Negro in the chat, let me get a one. Let's start there. You are considered a Negro. All right. If you're not a Negro, this conversation is not for you. This is for Negroes. All right.
All the one
Only,
droppers gonna fall out the closet.
yeah, only Negroes are allowed in this conversation, y'all. Everybody else, we're gonna start right there. We're gonna go back to the old definition. We're not even gonna say black. We're gonna go with Negroes. If nobody want to be black or African, are you a Negro? You know what I'm saying? If you are a Negro, please say one in the chat. Let's start there. All right. Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah, you good now?
Yo,
Yeah, can you hear me?
yep.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Are you a Negro? If you are a Negro in the chat, please, because somebody in the chat said focus on your own people, and it was an FBA person. So I want to start right there. I'm a Negro. All right. So are we a Negro? Somebody said American Negro.
American.
Okay, we have American. I don't know what American Negro like. Can you pull up the definition of an American Negro? I want to think that's new, sis. I like. You said an American Negro. Put some American on that bitch.
Mm-mm.
Sprinkle a little sauce American on that bitch, man. Negro sound like Africa, son.
Uh-oh. All the Patriots gonna come out the closet now.
Negro, you know what I'm saying? They like Negro. No, I'm a black American Negro. What? I'm sorry. You're a what? I'm a black American Negro. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's see. What my Negroes?
Yeah, they different.
Your peoples in the Virginia plantation 1700s. Them motherfuckers came from Barbados. Anybody from North Carolina, your family came by way of Barbados, then some other shit. What was the other island they would bring? I forgot. They were the other port island.
It's got a saint in front of it.
Yeah, St. Kitts and all the other ones. That's what they was there. You landed there first. Only recognizing your slave descendancy is insane. I guess, yeah. I don't. I'm listening to the convo, man. I got videos to play because sometimes getting the people to come up here to speak be a little challenging. You know what I mean? A little triggering. And so the link, did I put the link in the chat?
Yeah, you gonna play the videos first, or you just gonna kind of go with it? Because I know for sure at least two people. It ain't gonna be no 5 or 10 minutes.
Jumping right here is crazy. I'm a foundational Black American Negro. I'm traditional Black American. Negro is a Latin word. Yo, that's crazy, son. Yo, Brooklyn, hold on. Let me put the link in there. I want to hear y'all articulate this stuff. I don't. I'm saying, Chris, I'm lost in how y'all are, interpreting these words. That is. He said, I'm a foundational Black American.
It went all the way out.
I am. Yo, that was crazy. You know what I'm saying? Yo, son, Brooklyn G-Man, you gotta hit the link, son. I'm in Brownsville right now, bro. You gotta explain that. I'm a foundational Black American. Negro is a Latin word.
Yeah, there goes your only down south theory out the window.
Oh no, I know that's why I said in the beginning, this is not just an internet conversation. Because like Black Americans in New York, they tired of the fucking Caribbean Day Parade. And they like, yo, we want the American Day flag. I mean, but again, y'all can click the link. Tell us why you feel how you feel. That's all doable. You could do that. Just please, if you can be on a computer so you can share your screen and bring up some of the information that validates what you're saying so we can all learn from it. I don't want to hear anybody say, do your research. We're not allowed to say that over here. That's like, you get dropped from the panel if you tell us, do your research. All right? You have to present your information. All right?
Tell you to do your mother.
Oh, shit. All right, y'all. Is that a fair rule that you got to present your information? Yeah, I mean, I think that's clear. I think that's fair. You can present whatever source you want to have. It just has to be legible for us to read it. You know what I'm saying? This is for the new people. All the regular people like, yo, Q, who are you talking to? Bro, I'm expecting some different people to pull up. And I'm going to be actively hunting for a lot of different people in the combo. That's why I'm asking us to be a little nicer. Because I'm going to be going on different platforms. I'm like, yeah, I gotta get more people involved in the conversation with Zyx and everything. But when they end up over here, it's a different space. So just ask everybody be a little grace. Just a little grace, especially us Pan-Africans or anybody who considers to be a Pan-African. There's a real. If we are supposed to be, helping to make sure to maintain the fabric of cohesiveness throughout the diaspora, we can't embrace that goal while being the contrarian to. It's challenging being a contrarian in that same space. So we have to, find a way to represent that fabric and at the same time give voice to people who may not have reason, but still, listen to what they're saying, and let them get off their chest, and then find a way to navigate it. But sometimes it takes somebody punching them in the face, and somebody being nice, and somebody explaining them, and then you have to go through that a bunch of times. And then some people are just completely, that's why retarded, and that's why I use the word. This is not against anybody who has special. I'm an '80s baby, and the way we use the word retarded back in the days was a little bit more socially understood, that there are adults who are idiots and they don't possess the ability to learn, and their comprehension levels are very low, and it's self-induced. Now, if you were born with certain special, challenges and you are dealing with it, shout out to you. This is not about you. So when you hear me say the word retarded, we're talking about adults who actively choose to be stupid. They're willfully, purposely choosing to be dumb. That's what we consider to be retarded. And then because they're choosing that, they don't possess the ability to learn. And because of that, they are retarded.
Is that a war in the back?
All right. So yeah, I see. Why do they be popping up, son? What is the all right, hold up. Brooklyn. Yo, Brooklyn, what's good, G baby? Oh, you there? Yeah, I hear you coming in choppy. And what is this person? Aldi 1K? Why?
What do you mean? Why are you saying why? You said people could hit the link and join.
People?
Do you have any connection to the conversation?
Well, whenever I clicked on your link, you guys were talking about how black is an ethnicity and you were calling yourself black. You're not black, you're African American, bro.
Are you black or African American?
I'm African. I have African heritage. I'm African and I'm Mexican.
Would you be considered a Negro?
Shit, you could call me everything. I would consider myself a nigga, honestly.
My glasses aren't prescription, if for sure.
I'm not weird about that shit. I don't care if people use that shit. The weird thing that you're trying to justify using the word retarded is crazy to me.
That's cool. Your opinion doesn't matter. All right. I don't want to talk to you. I don't really want to have any conversation with you. Brooklyn G-Bay, what's good, fam?
Yeah, I'm right.
You coming in choppy?
I don't know what's wrong with my reception.
Yo,
I'm gonna try to fix it so I don't mess up the show.
Yeah, come back. You choppy as hell.
I'll come back.
Anybody in the chat would like to hear from? I don't know why Aldi is here for that conversation. I don't really have any. Anybody would like to have a conversation or hear what he has to say in the chat? If y'all in the chat want to hear from him, y'all could just say bring him up. But if not, I don't really have any reason to have a discussion with him. Yeah, he's cool with the word usage of the word nigga, but he had an issue with the word retarded. Hilarious. Hilarious. It's crazy. All right, so nobody in the chat, put a 1 in the chat. This is, can we get 5 people that want to hear from him? If not, all right, Psycho said fuck him. Yo, Charm, what's goody?
Man, that's what I was talking about yesterday. All these folk want to intrude to include. Man, I would rather hear Q Butter talk what he gonna talk about before you niggas try to intrude. That and include. Talking about what kind of African you are, and you know what I'm saying, and all that old stuff. That's what I was talking about. I ain't gonna go on too much of a rant because I ain't gonna start preaching. You know what I'm saying? I ain't Jesus, and you know what I'm saying. So I ain't gonna even get into go into all that. But I would rather hear you talk about this particular subject from your perspective, other than you know what I'm saying, a panel full of niggas hopping up here, you know what I'm saying, and then taking the conversation somewhere else, man. You know, I was talking about that. About I had went in on a little rant last week about about folk trying to include themselves into the reparation conversation because they intruding it and respectfully, I mean, what, like you and Psycho, y'all panels, you know what I'm saying, y'all be respectful to everybody, to the people that patronize the page and come listen and stuff like that, because they could be doing anything else and they choose to come listen. So I'm not disrespecting them for wanting to come listen, but my thing is, Q Butter, is when they want to include their perspective in on our situation. They know good and damn well our perspective of Pan-Africanism, our perspective on what a FBA is, you know what I'm saying, or what a FBA isn't. That's our stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't include, just sit back and listen. Sit back and watch. You know what I'm saying? If a conversation come up about a Mexican African or a Mexican white person, something like that, or everybody come from Africa, by default, then include yourself. But in this ain't that kind of conversation, man. It's not that kind of conversation. But I'm a year right there and let you get back to your shit, man.
Naga, who's Naga?
What's going on, bro?
See, even with saying that word right there, Naga, that's some kind of word meaning king. That ain't got nothing to do with being black.
No, that's his name, Naga. I wasn't sure who he was. That's somebody's name named Naga.
Oh, I thought that was somebody writing that in the chat.
Naga, what's good, family? Naga, you gonna talk?
Yeah, being weird, man.
I don't know about
being
that.
Weird.
What you said, Naga?
Yeah, I thought he cut his mic on earlier, but
he's unmuted.
Yeah, like we're gonna hold up the whole damn show. All right. He don't get no another chance.
He can want to be weird, man, and start all that fun ass shit. And you know what I'm saying? And then won't allow you to finish your bill. And then, and even with some of us who patronize this page every day, some of them come up here and they remove the whole goalpost and start talking about something else than what the title is talking about.
It happens. I blame me. Got to do better hosting. Naga, your mic working now?
Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, man, I'm up here, man, checking you out, I've been, listening to you, for a minute. You know what I'm saying? I think, I believe I had, two conversation with you, way back, but it was about a certain topic. And it wasn't too long though. It was, I just had to have a couple of quick questions. But long story short, like I said, I've been listening to you,
Where you from, son?
I'm Haitian.
Oh, because you had your accents. Hell yeah. You was born in
Yeah.
Haiti?
Nah, I was born in the Virgin Island.
Oh hell yeah, that's what's up. So you technically American?
Right.
Because if you born in the Virgin Islands, yeah, technically American. That's all right. So what's your thoughts on the conversation?
You see, what's my thought on what?
What do you so what are your thoughts on the sentiment that representation wise, black people who come from other countries have come to America, and not all, but there have been enough to have represented black Americans in a way that was not in connection to what black American plight is? Do you feel like there are people from the Caribbean who come here who are contrary to the plight of black people?
I would say yes and no, because I would say yes, because in a way, black foundational American, they tend to follow, after other black people. you know I'm not saying it's always been like that, but dealing with with the with with the Caucasians, so they always tend to move, after we make certain moves, after other people, other black people, melanated people make certain moves. But I say no, because we've never been interested, in what these people got going on. We've always, come here, and focus on where we come from. Like, the Africans, from the continent, will come over here, and they'll focus, back home on the continent. You got the Mexican come over here, they'll focus, back in Mexico, why, they get it, and do what they gotta do over here. You got the Haitians, and other people, they do the same thing.
Let me ask
So,
you, were you told by your parents to stay away from black Americans?
of course.
Why do you think your parents told you that?
Well, my parents, they was raised different, but my parents, my dad is Christian, so my parents, is coming from Christian, in the voodoo side, so my pops, me raising with grew up with him, so he's always trying to keep me away, not away from black American. Like, even when I, was in the Virgin Island, he was trying to keep me, from the native, people from, in the Virgin Island. So, it's like, a Christian thing, is a some type of prejudice thing. They're not like us. They're evil. They're doing whatever. So it was kind of like that. It wasn't no way, that had anything to do with political. Or how I know it to be now.
So do
So
you
your
think?
daddy didn't know that most black people in America are Christian.
Well,
But I don't know
Please
if you
answer
know
that.
that. I don't know if you know that.
But he told you to stay away from 'em.
Yeah,
Please answer that.
yeah, cause I just told you why he told me to stay away from, from that,
Yeah,
from.
because he Christian and he voodoo, and he, I guess he believed that most people in black Americans aren't Christian of into voodoo.
No, he don't. That's not why he believed that. Like I said, he believed because they nothing got, some type in the church, so they gonna get me out, other the way he want me to be. But on my other side of my family, they was dealing with the voodoo, so he was trying to keep me away from these people too.
So
and
he's
I
trying
get.
to keep you from people that's gonna take you away from church, and he's trying to
Well,
keep you away
what
from people that's
listen,
gonna take.
I think
That's
what he's
gonna
saying
bring me
is
into the
it's
street.
a sector like so you got like the religious groups within certain cultures, and so certain religious overtones is gonna be existent. So like Rastas within Jamaicans, Rastas don't mess with nobody unless you're a Rasta. So even if you're Jamaican, just being Jamaican ain't enough to be around a bunch of Rastas. You got to be a Rasta. So with certain Haitian groups, it's like if you're not inside of their church or attached to their church, even if you're Haitian, you're gonna see you as an issue. They're very religious. So I think that's the
Yeah, it's something like that.
in America we have like
Nah,
huh?
nah, I ain't buying it.
It's not about
I
buying
mean,
it.
you
What
don't
is that?
have to.
It's not about buying it. So that's the other part about it. some of y'all come to the conversation as if your opinion is the only way that something has to be understood through. It's just hearing it and saying like, all right, their family said this because of their religious views. They didn't know about that. And in America,
right. But see, this is what I'm saying. Why I ain't buying it? Because if his father is Christian, and it's Christians and black people are Christian and American, but he told them to stay away from the black Christians in America. That's what I ain't buying.
That don't mean nothing, Tom.
But the charm, the reason why that charm, Christianity is not linear. In Brooklyn, if you don't go to the Brooklyn Tabernacle Church, you can't get the resources. If you don't go to the CCC Church, you can't get the resources that they offer. You have
to. So ask him what kind of Christian your dad is.
Let me kind of give you a little bit of clarity right quick. The way my dad is looking at it, he wasn't born in America. My dad is pure Haitian, right? So he's not, despite of the the black American being Christian, he's not looking at it like that, right? He's looking at it, like black Americans, they all about the
I
street,
don't know.
Hold on, bro.
We
I'm
all
just
about the
giving you a little
streets.
clarity, bro. This is my pops I'm talking about. Why he kept me away, or I mean why he tried to keep me away. That doesn't mean that I stayed away, because I grew up, not the way he wanted me to be. But like I was saying, so he wanted me to stay away from these people because he looking at it like, man, they're gonna get me involved in the street, right? And he looking at my family, they're gonna get me involved, into that that voodoo that he got beef with, his spirituality got beef with. So that's why he's keeping me away from both. Like I said, he's very religious. I just told you I agree
I
with.
buy.
Go ahead.
Yeah, now that I buy. That's what I was getting at first. That's what I was talking about at first. Because of a person that's on the same way in the South, Tom. Hold on, devastating. Because if that's the spiritual path that your father is on, then yeah, he wants you to be around that same spiritual path. And likewise with the voodoo, if he's in a disagreement with voodoo, yeah, he wouldn't want you to be around that. But on the other side of that, what you just said was that he figures that most of us is into the street stuff.
Bro, that's a common perception, bro.
No, Charm, no, that's the same way in the South.
That's the same way in the North.
That's the same way in America, period.
Yeah, that's the perception that we got to understand. Like, I don't like hearing it from somebody who's a foreigner. It creates a space where like, oh, why would you say that? But we can't escape the fact that we have Pookie and Ray Ray as a statement in our own community.
Yeah, we ain't gotta go real far.
We ain't got to go down that rabbit hole. We ain't got to go down that rabbit hole because now it'll create a whole nother narrative.
No, we just cleared it up, man. That's all. Ain't no big deal.
Narrative is just, I think it's just understanding the perception that we have of each other. You know what I'm saying?
It's already there.
It's no different than most people have a very shallow understanding of Haitians. Your country is all poor, AIDS. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like this, it's perception is what you know and what you stay around. So it doesn't bother me hearing people's conceptions or misconceptions of people. I think just hearing it as what it is, and then meeting it straightforward. Like, all right, well, did you learn that that's not the case? Does your father still hold that perception? You know what I mean? Like those are the.
Direct. Yeah, being direct. That's how I am, Q Butter. I'm the straight down the middle ass dude. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said. That's why I later on said, okay, when he further went into it, I said, now that I buy. You know what I'm saying? But the first part of no, I ain't. You know what I'm saying? Let's get into it. Because that's how. Once you get into that part, then you know how a person, how their upbringing is, and how they target you as far as being able to link up with you and being able to collaborate with your different ideas on advancing, and why they do or why they don't.
You think I'm saying probably two different things because you're looking at it as two part, but he's not looking at it.
Nah, I understand exactly what you're saying. I understand exactly what you're saying because that's how most of us. That's how most of us are wired. Most of us are wired that way. Not just your parents. You know what I'm saying? Most of us are wired that way. You know what I'm
But
saying?
no,
Outside of our parents. Hell, when we come into our own understanding as adults, we start to be wired in a certain way that we want to move. So it wouldn't be just your parents.
no, but
Hell, after a
but there is
while,
a space.
you'll be wired a certain way.
There's a space though that the conversation is existing in, and is centered on hearing Caribbean and African people make that statement, and Black Americans acting as if we didn't live that statement. So I find it like, because I got a bunch of videos where people are responding to African people and Caribbean people saying that they were told to stay away from Black Americans. And the response to that, and I'm like, I get it, but I'm like, bro, I'm hood. Like, y'all don't fuck with me. Let's understand that I wear my hat to the back and gold teeth. Y'all niggas don't fuck with me because y'all see me as hood. Y'all see me as the perception of what.
And not giving you a chance. Yeah, being prejudiced towards you and not giving you a chance.
Yeah, you a hood nigga. You a ghetto baby. I'm in Brooklyn. How many times I dealt with that with Caribbean people? But I understand the language immediately removes that. Once they hear me bring up my business, I'm talking about it complete. I can smell like a bag of weed, gold teeth, hair, hat to the back, Jordans on. Once I open my mouth and discuss business, all of that changes. Everything goes from, oh shit, you're not like the rest of those black people. Where did you come from? How did you learn all of this stuff?
But that's
You
a
know why, Q
misconception
Butter?
about me, though.
That's because the prejudice is so widespread. Prejudice, not racism or all that. It's the prejudice, how people prejudge because of because of how the script is written.
But yeah, but that's a
And
that's a
once you start
misconception.
removing all kind,
Now go
go
ahead,
ahead.
finish.
Sorry,
Finish that speech.
I was
I
just
just
about to
wanted to
say
say.
once you remove all those prejudices, then like if advancing as a human being is at the tip of your fingertips once you remove a lot of your prejudices. you know. But
Yeah, but
that's gonna
I
be like,
never looked at it like that though. I never looked at it like the way my pops painted to be. Because
yeah,
and, I was always in the street. I was always around the Crips and the Bloods. When I was in the island, when I came in the state, I was always around them, even though I didn't join them. But I was basically doing the same thing they was doing. That's why they accepted me to be around them. So I
you was
didn't,
independent.
accept the perception the way my dad painted to be, because I was never, as religious as he is, So I developed, my own format, my own understanding,
Hmm.
just you know, me my awareness in society. So I didn't let my dad, his perception influence me. So I don't look at Black Americans like that. I as if they are thug. I look at myself like I used to be a thug. That's what I'm looking at. It. I'm not looking at it like as it is a certain kind of people, but I'm looking at it like it's a certain lifestyle. Like
Let moving forward.
thug
So
life is a
Right,
lifestyle.
and then now you've grown.
we're
Now
going forward.
you've grown and got your own understanding of being an adult. It's like when your kids, you're gonna guide them a certain way. I mean, so you can't really just. I don't know, man. I feel like on a lot of ways that I feel like I'm like my parents in a way that I got my kids too, because it's like certain people I wouldn't want them to be around. I don't give a damn what color they are. You know,
Well, I think
if
going
they are those type of people, but I don't want to train them to be prejudiced though. I train them to give everybody a chance, but believe them the first time.
Everybody.
Yo, I
Yeah,
gotta
give them a chance. Give,
stop.
give them a chance. Even a homeless person, devastating, give them a chance. But once they show you who they are the first time, believe who they are.
I think it's all about being informed.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
hear you. Go ahead, Q.
Is my mic low?
It was down a little bit.
This kind of.
Yeah, I gotta switch to my other shit. Um, I was gonna play the first video, but this is.
I'm gonna say something.
Oh, hold on. Before this way, homeboy left. Well, he's still there. Naga, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh my, it is low. All right, cool. Yeah. I gotta choke up. I don't burn my voice. I gotta get my microphone. So, what about reparations? Do you feel black people in America owe reparations?
When it comes to that, you see, if you're talking about black people in America, I can't speak on the condition of their slavery, right? I can't speak on that condition, because that in itself is a debate, right? So,
What's what's the
some of
debate?
them saying, they were enslaved, some of them saying the word slave, some of them saying the word of slave masters, you know. So that in itself is a debate. So I can't say whether they
Hold
deserve
on.
it
You
or
said
not.
some people are saying that there were no slaves,
Yeah, you got some, Americans, black Americans that's saying, they were never slaves. White people were the slaves.
and so that's confusing you on how to understand reparations for black people.
Right? Is in that's where reparation is coming from.
All right, so let me clear that part up. So slavery happened in America, and we need people from the Caribbean and African nations to support that and take their time to look up Black American experiences. It's 2025. You have the time to go on the internet and look up what Black people went through in America. And it is expected that if you know Crips and Bloods, but you don't know that Black people went through Jim Crow, civil rights, the removal of affirmative action, slavery, black freemen's mistreatment, you're doing yourself a disservice. So we
Nah,
need
I
you.
know, I know, I know about that. Q, come on,
Oh,
but you
then
have to understand.
that would
Hold
be,
on, hold
but
on, hold on, right quick. So
that's
you have to understand. So I have my own understanding, on these things. Like I said, I build with Black Americans all the time, right? So it's not that I don't know, when it comes to the civil right, Jim Crow. In fact, you will have Black Americans that will tell you Jim Crow was the best thing happened to them because they had their own shit. They was segregated. They
no,
will
no,
tell you that
them Negroes. That's what I'm saying. You talking to Cubana right now?
right.
I'm telling you from the Pan-African Black nationalist perspective, we need y'all on code. I don't know anybody else you talk about. No against them. I'm just making sure that me as a Pan-African Black nationalist, Cubana, I had to make sure I told you that. Because that's supposed to be understood. If they had that conversation with you and you got to me in this conversation and you didn't know what to say, they did a disservice. I will say there's people that benefited from Jim Crow, their proximity to white people. The realities of Jim Crow are widely recognized as some of the worst things done to people during the 1900s. Like Jim Crow is what, like the lynchings, the violations. This is the slavery itself, the mistreatment of free black people. This is the premise and reasons why black people owe reparations. The same reasons why Haiti would be owed reparations. We study Haiti as a hallmark study for black liberation. And so many people know the history of America.
But
And
I don't think it like that though. I don't think Haiti owed reparation. I think Haiti owed their money back because they was forced to pay reparation.
no, that's the whole
After.
point. No, that's the whole point. So Haiti would be owed
Yeah,
reparations.
because they pay, give us our money back. That's
No,
different.
I'm just saying. No. There's the difference there. One is that I know Haiti's history and I stand with Haiti getting reparations. It don't matter who asked me that. And you have had an experience with people that got you to a point where you don't know where to stand with reparations. So I'm fixing that right now. We need your black ass from today forward to play. I stand with reparations for black people. It's just that simple. I don't care
No,
how many
bro,
ways.
you got it wrong, bro. You got it twisted. I'm trying to. We got this thing. This is not an order. This gotta be a conversating thing, bro. Because at the end of the day, this is all political, right? If it's all political, right? First of all, you have to understand if Black American, right, is doing anything, right? Restitutional, constitutional, right? If they're coming together and doing anything, right? They need to invite the Caribbean. right? And to support them, right? Because we all marinated, right?
Oh, no.
Hold
We're
on,
not
right?
discussing we're not discussing the invites or nothing. This is the discussion on a specific topic of reparations. Should Haitians get reparations from France for being wrongfully made to pay for reparations? Yes.
Absolutely.
See how easy that is? Should Black Americans receive reparations for the mistreatments they received in America?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Not.
that I could agree with that.
It's just
Easy.
it's just
But
that simple.
hold on. That I could agree with that easy. But when you say, when you come to Haiti, you have to understand is a difference between reparation and restitution.
No, so again, you're talking about Haiti. In America, restitution and reparations are around atonement. So when you mistreat someone, you're going to have the damages. The damages are reparations because you have to repair and restitution. So reparations and restitution are part of the process of getting back or fixing the damages that you've done. So if you get sued, you might have punitive damages. You're going to have, that's a form of restitution. If you crash your car into a city building and go to jail, when you come out, you're going to have to
All right,
pay
I
restitution.
agree. We're not gonna have a semantic debate. I'm gonna agree with you on that. Like you said it, that right before I said what I said. Yeah, that we could agree on it. Yeah, if it's in that case, I definitely agree and I support it. Black American, 100%, for reparation.
Yeah, there's no other case.
Easy.
Yeah, and there's no other case that, and I recognize the internet, and we're gonna go through these Indians and people that say these things, but this is why they have the words like we want to be able to explain this and have an understanding. Like there's a Sambo, and I think we get misconstrued. So the Sambo in history is the person that you're talking about, people that benefited and enjoyed their colonial life. Just like in Africa, you have people in Nigeria who have benefited from the establishment of colonial empires in Nigeria. You have people in the Trinidad in the Caribbean who've benefited from their colonial relationship. And we should understand that from Haiti to Nigeria to across the boards. Didn't Dessalines that didn't have like what's his name? Dessalines had an issue with Toussaint because of his relationship with the in proximity to the colonial powers.
Yeah, but Haiti is not on none of that, bro. Haiti is not looking back in the past, bro. Haiti is moving a whole nother different way.
No,
The
the
thing
point I
is,
was no, it's not about talking about. We're not discussing where Haiti's trajectory is. We're discussing the proximity that people have had to white people in colonialism and the effect that it has, and it needs to be called it out.
And Key,
Hold on,
that's
stop you. Hold on, stop you. I want to be clear. That was the point. So we're not discussing Haiti's point. It's literally about Dessalines and the rulers of Haiti having issues with Toussaint Louverture's proximity and closeness to colonial people post their independence. That's what.
and all I wanted to do was ask him a question.
Hold on, before you go to the question, do you understand?
yeah. There was some,
He may ask.
a little tension. There was some words, around town, because of that, because Tucson was, he was kind of like a trader, like he trades, he was like a general. So he was, he would travel, around the whatever you want, but Jean-Jacques Dessalines was kind of limited, until Haiti, had the independence. So he
What?
was kind of limited to his travel.
Who was limited to their travel?
Jean-Jacques Dessalines.
That wasn't the point I'm making. Is that Tucson? You see how you brought up that there's black people in America who benefited from Jim Crow.
Who black people?
Remember you said that you heard black people benefited from Jim Crow.
No, I'm not. It's not that I heard they benefited. No, I heard that that was the best thing happening because they was segregated. They had their own shit. It's not that they was benefiting because what was going on, but because during this time, during this era, they had their own thing going on. So that was the best thing that happened to them.
That's the era and Jim Crow are two different things. So you got
What's
to.
the
That's
mean
why
that era and Jim Crow is two different things?
Jim Crow relates to policies and the
I
culture.
know.
Yeah, so the era, black people thriving and pushing black people forward, and then Jim Crow, those two things don't go together. Like Jim Crow is explicitly Any black, I don't know how, and you should be informed enough to even ask that question. This is why reading is important. Like, how could you have benefited from policies that were put in place to keep you from competing in an entrepreneurial perspective? And also from political perspectives, and they are extensions from black codes and slave codes. So there's no way that somebody, and we need people to be standing on those squares of understanding. So I want to make sure that's clear. I can show you the links to these things so you can see Jim Crow policies. So when you hear a black person say that, that shouldn't confuse you. That should just let you know that this person is more than likely a Sambo and not informed. And that should not have any bearing on the conversations of reparations in the future. Because we need the people from the Caribbean and Africa to
we got to understand it, bro. You're coming from a Pan-African perspective, right? Of of Jim Crow, or how you understand how you understand. Listen though, you're coming from a Pan-African, where of how you're looking at history and how you understand Black history. I'm not coming from that perspective though. I'm coming from a Caribbean and a Black American perspective. So
when you're saying that though, in order to make that premise, you have to be able to source that. So what I'm coming from is from a source-based, evidence-based approach. This is not Pan-African. The policies in Jim Crow were put in place to keep Black people from flourishing. That's a fact. That's not, you see, when you're saying you're coming from a Black.
This is all academical, bro.
This is all academic.
Yes.
So so it's not Pan-African, it's academic.
No, I'm saying you asking me, to prove all of that, trying to prove all of that, everything you're talking about is all academical, bro. So it's all it's all based on on the interpretation, of scholars.
No, right? No, it's not interpretation. It's
yes, fact. It is, bro.
All right, let me ask you something. So if you make a policy that says Black people cannot use a specific bathroom, Black people are not allowed to open up businesses of any similarity to white people within a county, what do you call that? Black people are not allowed to congregate with more than 5 people without white people's permission. What do you call that?
Did Black people have their own shit? Black people had their own shit.
Oh, no, Sabio. What did
one mic.
Their own city.
Sabio, what do you call that, Naga?
Did Black people have their own shit at that time?
You're not you're asking, you're not responding to the point. The point was, these are Jim Crow policies. Black people having a city and having Jim Crow is 2 different things. Black people have had cities in America before the United States was formed. St. Augustine is older than the United States. I don't understand what you're saying.
Facts.
So why are you referencing the time and city and regions? We're talking about policies, and you're being
all right. So these policies wasn't for Black people.
They
wasn't for Black people. They was for white people.
So why would you say that, Jim? So that I'm not. If you're
Black
saying
people had their own policy, bro.
No,
Black people had their own policy that that was anti-white. Why they don't speak on
what?
No,
what you mean what?
Hold on, man.
That is incorrect. You cannot. Black people did not create policies in America during Jim Crow.
Black people had Black HBCUs. That was only Black only HBCUs. No, that was only Black only at the time. White people couldn't go there.
No, first of all, majority
HBCU, most HBCUs are white people. Started by white people. What are you talking about?
That was a Black people thing.
No, it's not. No, it wasn't. So I don't. So you're moving.
I'm not coming here to debate, yo.
It's not about debating. It's about facts. So we can have clarity. So when you go talk to somebody else, you're representing the conversation so we can grow the Black family forward. So we have to be consistent with our facts. So when you're saying Jim Crow and HBCUs don't have anything to go with each other, there's 2 different conversations. We're talking about Jim Crow. HBCUs, it's a different conversation.
Yeah, bro, you can't talk about Jim Crow and exclude everything around Jim Crow at that and especially excluded the timeline, that time period. You can't do that. Because if you're gonna talk about Jim Crow, we also gotta be talking about what was taking place around that time. We gotta talking about what Black people was doing around that time. So we can't just talk about the policy. That's not a fair judge.
We're discussing. So this is where we have to get on point. Reparations is about the policies that were enacted by the state and other government agencies. So this is where you're convoluting the conversation. We are holding the states accountable for the enactment of policies that hindered Black people. So stay on topic. Reparations. Black people are owed reparations for Jim Crow. Who enacted Jim Crow policies? The state. This is why the states are now discussing reparations. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but that's not what I already agree with you that black. First of all, I agree with you with two things that you don't get. I agree with you that black people and Haitians should get reparation, but I don't agree with the reason that you think they should get the reparation, whether that's the premise or not. I don't agree with them. I have my own understanding on why I think they should get reparation, whether people agree with it or not, or whether they think that's my opinion. That's it, bro. But at the end of the day, I still support. We end up at the same conclusion that they both should get it. It's
Yeah, but
simple, bro. So it doesn't have to turn into a debate based on opinion.
this isn't a debate. This is a discussion. A debate
Or
we organize. You have a
or
premise,
we
you
don't
have
have
a
that
genre.
as
We don't have to have a discussion. We need to have a discussion because there's certain things that we would like to make sure that people are having, that they're going to carry on further.
all right. So understand that is my opinion.
Your
So,
opinion.
so
Again,
let me ask you one quick question.
when you state your opinion, just stating that it's your opinion. Wow, I don't. You're making that statement. If you don't know what basketball is, and if you don't know the depths of the history of basketball, your opinion should be kept quiet. Now, if you
No,
do,
that's not what it is. That's not what it is.
so then
That's not
okay.
that's not how you that's not how it is, because at the end of the day, reparation, you just break it down. Reparation is you just hold on right quick. You just break it down, bro.
Somebody got
Somebody
feedback.
Yeah, you just break it down. Reparation, is basically, giving, restitution, to something, that was damaged, that was, being, taken away, or whatever the case may be, being mistreated. You just break it down.
No,
So
you
it
think
doesn't
that,
have
hold
to
on,
be.
you think
Hold on, right
you,
quick. It doesn't have to be exactly because of Jim Crow. You or right, whoever is behind reparation based on Black American is probably coming from a Jim Crow perspective, but it doesn't mean that, that's the only way that Black Americans deserve reparation. It doesn't mean that.
nobody said that. So
All
verbiage.
right, that's why I have my opinion on why I think they deserve it
No, but
outside
your
of Jim
opinion,
Crow, and I may disagree with Jim Crow.
you're giving your opinion the conversations that weren't asked. Like I never made those statements to you. What I asked you was about reparations, and you said you wasn't sure. So the only reason I'm having this discussion is because you said you were unsure based off of what you heard other people say online. Is that not what you said?
Yeah.
So this is why I'm clarifying, to make sure that when you leave this conversation, you have very specifics that you can bring forward in the conversation. So nobody else you would meet, we would ask you the question. Because if you're a Haitian and somebody asks you right now on another platform, to Black Americans get reparations, and you say the same statement that you
Yeah,
gave.
it's still gonna be because of my opinion, despite, because I
No,
know Haitian history though. It's
you,
still gonna be because of my opinion,
it's
despite despite what
when you
Haitian believe,
no,
despite
no, you're
what
not.
Haitian believe or other people
I didn't.
believe they should
It
get it.
wasn't. You never gave an opinion. You said you wasn't sure.
That
Are you?
was at the that was at the beginning. That was from the perspective I understood that you was asking it from. Once I
Okay.
understood from the perspective that you was asking it from, I agree with you immediately, and then I give you the reason why I agree.
No, and now I was carrying
We
on.
only having this conversation on the reason why you think I should agree, on
No,
why
no,
you
I'm
think
not
it is,
discussing
and
that.
other
Nobody said
people
that. No,
on
you
why you
see,
think I should agree.
no, you see, you're discussing things in your head. I'm very clear on what I said. I never said why you should believe this. I was just explaining Jim Crow because you said that you heard that Black people were thriving in Jim Crow. And so I was clarifying that because maybe you had a misconception because you kept saying Black people in the era. So do you see, this is why I was clarifying that. It wasn't a debate. I'm going off of the things you said. So if you don't
Yeah,
want to
maybe this is happening because when I mentioned Jim Crow, I didn't mention it from a, from a reparation perspective, but you talking about Jim Crow right now, from a reparational perspective.
no, you
That's
said,
what's going on
but
right
no,
now.
what you said was that Black people told you that they were thriving during Jim Crow.
Facts.
And I'm explaining to you that if you hear somebody state that, that tells you that that person is either ignorant or they're a Sambo, because the Jim
No, I
Crow,
gotta believe you right now.
and the reason why I'm going to state that is reason why is because Jim Crow and black people thriving has nothing to do with each other. Jim Crow is about policies that white people enacted on black. And so when you said, what about black policies, HBUs, that's what I was saying, like that has nothing to do with it, because I need you to know this.
Oh, no, I see what's going on.
You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what I was saying. Like the policies of Jim Crow are explicit and connected to the history of policies in America and the way in which blacks have been disenfranchised and cut out of liberties in America. It's explicit to that, and it's attached to the running theme of atrocities in America. So that's why for the reparations conversation is needed, because unfortunately I feel like with Black Americans and FBAs and Caribbeans, there's been a lot of time arguing about other shit versus us getting to the point like, no, we need to be on point. I need all my Haitians who come here to all know why Black Americans deserve reparations. That's a power play. And we need all the Trinidadians to know. We need all the Nigerians to know. And we need to also know what's important about political objectives with Haiti. We be aligned in that, because that's power. Everything outside of that is just for what?
And you think it's something you could just do like how you're doing it right now?
Yes.
All right.
I don't know you from a hole in the wall. Do I?
No, I'm not saying you do. If you think is so serious to get is very serious to get reparation, and the way to get the Caribbean support is doing it the way you're doing it with me right now, I ain't got nothing to say against that.
Because the conversation, like I'm gonna play some videos, the conversation. So what I found, a lot of Pan Africans are angry, and the FAs are angry, and other people are angry, and you wind up not getting to a point of like, I need to have standing, objectives of Americans, and if you're representative of some Haiti, you understood from look.
I think you're breaking up. I don't know if it's
You're
me.
breaking up a little bit, Q. Just a little bit, man.
Any better now?
Come right back one more time.
Yo.
Okay, yeah, that's clear now.
The platform.
I think.
Damn.
Nah, it's still breaking
Oh
up.
yeah, it's going back out again. I don't know. Is it you using a separate amp for your mic?
No. Yo.
It's still going out. Damn, it was going good for all that time. Then it just started just now. I'm not sure how you got it set up. Hold on. Yeah, come back on what you call.
But why you trying to figure out how to combat? My thing is
No, he's not fighting you, man. He's not fighting you.
Yo, you hear me? Am I better?
You clear now. Yeah.
I ain't saying fighting me at all. That's not where I was going to. But what I was saying is, my thing is, if the Haitian need the Black American support for any reason, I think the Haitian gotta come to the American a certain way. It's not like it's not like, oh, the Haitian supposed to know, or it's like is a way you approach certain things, because like I said, that's why when I mentioned the environment, because at the end of the day we were just talking about on the gap that exists between the Caribbean people, or the Africa, people from the continent of Africa, and the people here. So if we were just talking about the gap, so we can't act like if we need anything, like we have to fill in the gap.
No, I definitely agree on that. I definitely agree. We got to make sure we focus on the gap. So just in case, so the people coming in, tag you in the chat. So yeah, I asked everybody to make this a calm day. I got mad videos that are gonna be very triggering for y'all. We didn't even get to the videos yet. I got some crazy, triggering videos. And that's for everybody. So literally, Andrew, I asked Dev, everybody from the beginning of the video, please let everybody points across to Pan-Africans, to everybody. So that clear in the chat, everybody today should be able to have a respectful voice and get their opinion across. This is me, because if not, then the representation of the Pan-Africans is just going to continue to go that way. So this is me.
Cool. Can I just ask you my question real quick?
Yes, Savio.
Right,
all right, because what up with it, Knock? I've been listening for a minute.
Right before you ask the question, bro. Right before you ask the question.
No. I don't need you to elaborate or go further or anything. I just need you to ask me one quick question. It's very simple.
Okay.
Yeah, just resolve that real quick, man. We got a whole bunch of videos to play. Go ahead.
Did Haiti get to the situation that they're in due to colonialism, slavery, and the situations that the Europeans, specifically the French, implemented on that island?
Yeah, that's a result. It's a result of that.
Can you repeat that?
I say, yeah, it's a result. You know what's going on in Haiti right now.
Okay. So everything else that you said just fell apart with that simple answer you just gave, bro. Everything else you've been talking about fell apart.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. What you mean? Go ahead into what you mean.
Because Haiti would not be considered it'll probably be a thriving country, be more politically astute, aware.
He agreed on the reparation point.
Yeah, I know. But it seems like there's a contention with the way that certain things happen and how Haiti is looked at or something. I've been listening. So the reason I asked that question is to make sure he sees a connection. Because what happened in America with African Americans is the same thing that happened on the island of Haiti.
Yeah, I was never, talking about, what happened and what didn't happen. My thing was, understand. It was about, what's my position, on how, on what happened, on reparation, and I agree. So now my reason, do I agree for the same reason, every Haitian agree, or do I agree for the same reason the Haitian government agree? Probably not, right? So I don't get, why, you saying, everything I say, fell apart, because, I don't know where's that coming from.
So the history of Haiti.
Yeah, he agreed with that. He agreed with that.
He say he don't agree with that.
You went in and out, bro. I didn't hear what you said.
If the politicians and things are stand on the history of Haiti, how can you say you don't agree with the history of Haiti?
We're not talking about history,
it sounds like
bro.
you're agreeing with it.
We're not talking about history, bro.
Out because we got past that part.
All right, I'll chill out for a second.
And even if I wanted to be argumentative, I will open that can of worms with you, but I don't want to be argumentative, man. I'm trying to build for real, I'm really trying to build. I really come up here, trying to, highlight you, trying to hopefully, set us, setting something up, down the line. You know what I'm talking about? But that's what it is, because I know, what you got. I know you working, I know you in the community for a long time, putting in work and shit like that. So hopefully, I could set something up with you, down the line, online, whatever the case may be. That's why, I'm trying to highlight you with you, I'm trying to make sure you see me around. But you know,
Oh
I'm
nah,
not
yeah,
trying
let's
to
connect.
really be combative.
Nah, it's not even. This is part of that real world side of it with the internet, trying to show that we can connect and we can have these conversations that are challenging. You know, especially if it's centered on building. You know what I mean? Like a lot of times, and I said that earlier, and I repeated, it's about building y'all in real life. You know what I mean? If not that, then I don't know what we discussing. I don't know what it's about. I can't get with it's difficult. And real quick, just to this person's comment, no cap for real. Y'all got to go on with the begging for reparations. They'll never give them out, but they'll continue to use it as a reason to keep voting Democrat. Yeah, I don't think anybody's begging. It's just being clear in what's being stated in the terms of reparations and so on and so forth. We understand how white people move. That doesn't mean that we still don't make our claim, respectfully. Now, this question, this video here, well, I'm gonna start with this one because I think there's an underlining tone of anti-blackness in many of the videos I play and the conversations. Hopefully, the internet plays. Where's my?
I'm gonna say something racist. Yesterday, I watched a really interesting documentary.
Damn, what happened?
I'm about to reset my internet. Hold on, y'all. I don't know. I'll be right back.
That's all good. He'll be right back. No, we're just trying to clear up the communication for once, just to show that it can be done. It's not always about how fast can you turn up and can he crash out better than this person every single time. At some point, there has to be some sort of determination on what is the purpose. So this is like the third stream in a row on the topic. Yeah, I don't recall.
I think you know we you know the thing is we need to be organized. We always talk about community, all coming together. But the thing is we need to be organized. We need to stop creating beefs amongst each other in groups, right? This is what stopping us from really getting what we want. Because anything we want is easy for us to support each other, and we get it. you know it's easy. But if we're going to spend time and beef with each other, and waste time with each other, why would we get it? Why would they give it to us? So at the end of the day, so I mean, it's crazy because the French, government, they're talking about,
That sounds good,
hold,
bro. But
hold on
if you
right quick. Let me
actually
just say this
think
right quick.
about it,
Let me just say this right quick. I heard, the French, government, president, talking about, what they did to Haiti was wrong. They gotta, do something about it. You know, so if the Haitian, focus on that, they could get something. But at the end of the day, Haitian, is not really going towards that though. Haitian really want, to be separated from these people. That's the thing. That was the goal. When Jean-Jacques Dessalines, and everybody else, when we took over the island, the goal was not to get shit from other people. The goal was to do our own thing and trade with other people because we know what we have and we know what we could do. So we ain't begging, we ain't, Haitian is not talking about like, yo, we want something, we want this, or we want them to make them pay. We not focus on greed. We not focus on, on revenge. We not focus on, on none of that. This is why you see Haiti in the state it is right now. You got a group of people focus on that, and you got a group of people, don't want to do that, right? And this group of people, they're going wild, right? They're going wild because just because they want money, it's all about money. It's all about greed. It's all about what they did to us. It's all about this. It's all about that, right? Bloodshed. But Haiti is not moving in that direction. Believe it or not.
cool.
Yo, Taz in the chat and everybody else. For 3 days straight, I literally said, let people talk. I don't know what kind of disingenuous position y'all niggas is in. Q has always been on that space. I'm going to treat this the same way I did and always have treated the community. So get with Taz, let's be real. Deity is new. Q has always been about building a community. You're not about building a community, Taz. You're about arguing and debating. I challenge you to take on a platform where you're about actually building with people and connecting. This is why I always treat the conversations this way. So we can play the last 3-4 live streams. And I said, come on. I literally left my live stream because it was so much upness. I'm like, yo, bro, I can't do the up shit. I can't. And I said it from the beginning of the video. I'm trying to connect. My life ain't like that. I got people all over the world that's black that fuck with me. But I recognize, like I said in the beginning of the video, that this conversation has to happen. But the platforms that have been having these conversations have been set on grifting and beefing. You know what I'm saying? So if that's too difficult for you, maybe try the next stream. I'm being clear. It's just that simple. Like, and that's why I said I know it's going to be triggering. But that's just what it is. It's just what it is, G's. It's just what it is. And so, a lot of the talking points is centered around hate.
I'm going to say something racist. Yesterday, I watched a really interesting documentary about the craft, the Trieste, which went down to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, the Challenger Deep, the deepest point in the ocean. And not only did it do this, which is incredible, it did it in 1960. In 1960, before computers, 2 very brave men went to the bottom of the ocean in a craft called the Trieste, which was designed by a hot air balloon designer, actually, from Italy. And the 2 men who went down there, one of them was in the U.S. Navy, Dawn, and the other one was a very brave Swissman called Picard. And these 2 men, with an unspeakable act of bravery, went to the bottom of the fucking ocean in 1960. What's so crazy is when they got to the bottom, their window cracked. And instead of immediately trying to return to the surface, they thought, well, we're here now. And they stayed 20 minutes down there with a cracked window to confirm there was life at the bottom of the ocean. Absolutely incredible. 1960. And I watched the whole thing, and at the end, I just thought black people could never do this. Black people can't even fucking put batteries in a fucking smoke alarm. I'm going to say something.
Black people couldn't even put batteries in a fucking smoke alarm. There's the world perception of black people from the Caribbean to Africa to America, that black people are not smart, black people are inferior, black people are the lesser of the species. And be clear, that's the perception a lot of people have. And it's embodied, we've embodied that conversation in many different ways. So this would be, that's why I wanted to start there with that part there, because it's like, I don't know how to move forward with some of these conversations. Next, before I go to the next video, I'm going to keep this definition on the screen for y'all. Right? And keep that right there on the screen for y'all. So we done got it as Black Laws Dictionary 18 something. The word Negro means a black man, one descended from the African race. So be clear. All right? Negro. The word wasn't invented in America. All right? Let's be clear with these things. All right? So, video time. Let's keep it clean. Nobody should be getting called a coon today. No Sambo shit. You know what I mean? Like, if FBAs will come up and say why they have issues, articulate.
Well, you said
Where you said the word Negro originated from?
The Spanish.
Oh, I thought you said Africa.
Well, they started. Well, they used it on Africans, anybody from Africa. So they called Negro land. The Portuguese also called it Negro land. Certain parts, you know. It's,
Yeah. You're right.
So nobody. It's just for today. I know it's challenging for people to be like, yo, the coon, the Sambo. Let's use it in context. No tether talk, all that extra shit. Trying to put all of that. Like, let's chill with all of that today.
So that was Andrew Tate, right?
That was Andrew Tate.
Yeah, that's what I figured that.
But I only played that because of the perception
I can't stand
that he had.
I really don't. If I was to see Andrew Tate, I'd spit in his face and knock him out.
Nah, that was thought provoking though. That's psychological. You know, psychological. You know, it's
Robbery. The issues are real. I said at the very beginning of the video, the issues are real. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and act like there isn't contention between different factions of the black community. I'm not gonna act like.
I agree with him to a certain degree. I ain't gonna lie.
Byron dumbass.
I ain't gonna. That's
to a certain degree, I agree with him. Like, not to the extent
that black
to the extent that black people can't do it, but to the extent where they act like they can't do it.
But that's not what he said.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. You know, I agree with him.
When we say we act like we can do it is because we've been involved in many facets of engineering. The submarines, we've been involved in many aspects of engineering. It wasn't like you can pick an industry where black people weren't involved in America. So that's why you see black people saying that. The reasons why we weren't able to flourish in those industries is because we were systematically held out of those industries. And then when we got into them, we was often robbed. Our ideas were stolen.
Well, I'm saying can't. I'm not saying can. I'm not saying black people acting like they can. I'm saying they acting like they can't, put a battery, in a motherfucking, remote TV. Kind of like he's saying. That's how black people is acting all over the world. All we really want to do is complain about, the thing instead of really actually do something. How many people that's that could be doing something right now? They ain't doing nothing but they complain. And you're putting real work. You got a school, you got this going on, you do music, you got other things going on, and other people that's probably older than you that got the knowledge, but they
allowing that sentiment. When we resonate with certain sentiments if we find the overtones for in white people's sentiments, it creates a space for like further white hate. Like, there's nothing in his sentiment that I agree with. Like, he literally said black people are stupid. We would never do this. There's nothing in his sentiment that I could agree with. And there's a lot of black folks who find the ability to, like I said, resonate with undertones and overtones of that white people have of black people because they themselves see black people in a negative way.
Yeah, but and I'm saying they acting like it, like it. Truth is truth. But you can't tell me.
Can I just say this is why we'll always have a problem trying to build a line between us and other groups. They are essentially white people. Haitians, what a lot of these people from different countries, they look at us the same way than white people do. Listen to what he's saying. He talking about that. That's really how it go. That's nigga. The fact that you're worried about whether or not your battery's changed is kind of wild. Because changing that battery or not don't make you stupid or not. it just means you just going with those things that you hear, bro. It kills the communication between us. Y'all don't want to understand us. Y'all just want to look at us like everybody. The other white people. Y'all steal our image and representation for y'all to be famous and cool. Y'all use our slang and then talk shit about us. It makes communication.
Why I say that's two different. I can his alignment in the conversation versus the alignment to black people generally to speech that denigrates black people's perspective. We see that too often on social media. Like, there's all types of platforms that are developed just around using speech that's adjacent to white people's talking points.
Yeah.
Like that's a reality that we see too often. I think that's just something that we gotta recognize that he not to say that he didn't do it, but to call it out like that happens. We see that, and that has to be it just
One
that's what it
thing,
is.
Yeah,
what
we're calling it weird
one
because he
thing I've
said if
been
it was a black.
championing for a long time is the anti-blackness, the anti-African rhetoric that a lot of these people that act like they stand with us, but they actually have the rhetoric and the ideology of white people. I've been saying it for a long time, and now we're hearing it more clearly. But it's something that is embedded in their thinking, in the way that they've been brought up. They can mask it and act like they're black, they support Pan-Africanism, blackness, and all that by blending in.
What are you
Their
talking about?
ability to blend in has given them the facade and the idea to them that they actually stand with Pan-Africanism and want to see the advancement of black people, African people here and on the diaspora when it's really they're only thinking about themselves.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about I'm talking about all the anti-black people.
You're breaking up.
I'm talking about all the anti-black people that had these anti-black talking points. If you have anti-black talking points, anti-African talking points, then the shoe fits.
Does the Haitian know that he's talking about him also?
Yeah, he said
Can I
he
ask
didn't
that?
he include all black people.
So if that's how the Haitian guy thinks, then that speaks to the level of self hate within this self.
I was just about to say that before the brother speak. I was just about to say if Andrew Tate was a black man,
No,
the
I'm talking to
conversation.
you. I'm talking about
Listen,
you.
listen,
Hold on,
listen. I know
hold
what
on.
you're saying. I know what you're
So
saying, but let me
do
just
you recognize
let,
the self hate that you have in yourself?
Let him respond.
let me just say this. I know what you said, so I'm responding that way. Right before you speak and the brother speak before you, I was just about to say if Andrew Tate was a black man, the conversation would have been he got self hate instead of him being racist, right? Or have been him being anti-black, he would have been, oh, he got self-hate. That was the only reason why he said that. Y'all wouldn't see the reality, right, or the psychological, right, aspect of why he said that, based on the reality of that black people living across the world, across the globe, right? Y'all don't see the reality they live in. Right? You're
But you
just
didn't.
gonna attack him just because he a black, just because he a white man, or if he was a black man, just because he was able to say that, y'all would attack him, but y'all wouldn't see the psychological, aspect of why he said that.
So here's what I'm saying. What I still said went over your head. The the fact that you believe that about yourself, you can't get around self hate. That means that you got a little self hateness about yourself. If you think white people are smarter than you don't see that.
I don't think no. I don't think the first of all, I don't think
That's
no
why I just
white or
said what I
black
said
people is
about
smarter than me.
anti-blackness.
I don't
You
think no white or black
so
people is smarter than me.
so this
You
white
just
when this white person said this to all black people, he didn't just say American blacks. When he's saying black, he's talking about you could put African, you can interchange that with African black. He's talking about your people too.
no. I'm talking about them too. What you saying? You say he's talking about them too, as if he do.
No,
I'm
no. What I'm
talking
saying
about them
is,
too, bro.
but what I'm saying is, if you believe that, I just heard you
Nigga,
earlier said,
I mean, my bad,
that
my bad.
I just
I
heard you
don't
say
believe
that
that.
you believe that.
I know these people acting like they can't put a battery in a remote. Like I said, I know they acting like that across the globe. You got black people acting like they forgot. They've been building pyramids. They've been creating civilization. They
Yeah, I
act
think
like
that
they
yeah,
act
I
like
think there's a
they ain't
nuance in
been
the
doing none of
statement.
these things.
Big Black, he said that he thinks that black people are acting like they can't do it. He didn't say that they can't. So that's why I said it. When he resonates with the on statements or finds it, it makes it seem as though you align with the original's talking points, and that's.
Hey, but I came up here to talk to you though, Q. Like what you on though, my nigga? Because what the fuck did I say in the chat that made you point me out? Because I don't get down like that, bro. In case you forgot, what the fuck did I say?
What you said? Let me pull it up. What you said? Oh, it's back here. This shit wild.
Because I ain't lie.
I'm gonna tell you what you said, nigga. You don't hear nobody shitting on him being Haitian. What you can't be is Black American. You can't be from anywhere else though. This shit is wild.
Right.
And I said,
where's the lie?
It's not even about a lie. I'm addressing the fact that that's not the tone of the conversation I'm having. The tone of the conversation I said from the beginning of the video.
Right. So,
that we're not
go back 2 comments before. The tone of the conversation is right because now you're talking about them. You don't want them called names. No, you said you don't mind calling niggas. Y'all been calling names for 3-4 days.
No, you literally go back and listen to the beginning of the video that I had on Friday. I asked everybody, let's just listen. I said, let everybody get their speaking. I said that. Let's go to the video on Thursday. And I said, you know that more than everybody because I did the same shit with the divestors. I said, let niggas get their speaking.
But you know more than anybody that playing with my name like that ain't cool. You don't, for example, why would you
playing with your name,
nigga? We talking, yeah, bro, we sitting here talking about some YouTube shit. My nigga, you talking over the panel. I'm in the chat. You sitting here telling people I don't do something. I don't even remember what you said. I couldn't believe you said it because you crossed over in the. You crossed over into something that didn't have nothing.
I'm focused
according to you.
You don't focus on
but you don't know what my wait. You can't tell me what my focus is though, bro.
Because you never
building
stated
how?
It.
Building with Pan Africans?
You never stated it.
Building with Pan Africans?
Anybody.
Anybody. I've never stated that.
Yes, I never heard you state that.
Oh, it's probably because you don't watch my content like that.
You said you provoke.
Maybe you don't watch my content like that.
Like you focus on informing people and creating content. You don't focus on networking. If you did, the way in which you have exchanges with people would be different to me, professionally speaking.
Professionally speaking, when I came in, no, slow down. Let's do this professionally speaking. Professionally speaking, when I came into this space,
you engage with people, and
I know, bro. Don't keep talking over me, bro. I'm not gonna go, fam. I'm listening.
I am not going.
Fam, you're not letting me respond. You're not letting me respond.
Okay.
Like if you think I just come here to debate and argue with niggas, my nigga, I won't come here. That's the only reason I come here. I thought this was more than that, bro. Like because you getting back to some old shit that I thought we cleared up. But if this what it is, my nigga. The fact is, the last 3 days, it's been open season on calling niggas whatever name you want to call them, as long as they FBA. Now you can't do that. Now it's we don't talk like this because we're talking about Africans.
That's not a fact.
That's a fact.
No, it's not. That's why I said go play back my video. I can pull it up right now. I said at the beginning of the video before you got here, let's keep it cool. I'm trying to build with people. I said a lot.
I ain't talking about this video today.
I'm not
talking about today.
Friday's video. That's the last time I was live. Thursday's video. Same shit. I always say, yo, let niggas talk. I don't call niggas Campbell's, Shambles, and
But what did I have to do with that, though, bro? I'm not even on the panel, Q. I'm just in the chat typing like everybody else who disagree.
You can get
but you chose to call my name out.
You can get shot from the panel.
Right, but now you got these, and I don't, fam, that's cool until you do it to me, and I ain't doing nothing. I ain't did shit.
You wrote in the chat that this is what niggas is on. So I gotta address that. Because that's not what niggas is on.
But everybody else,
there was other people. You're making a narrative as if. No, that's not what it is. That's not, because on Friday, I tried the same shit. And I said, you know what? Maybe I should have made it a nerd title. I said that.
Yeah, I didn't hear you say that, nor am I saying you didn't say it. What I am saying is when these conversations are going, they're going. I just simply made a comment in the chat, just like everybody else. You call my comment out, and then you go on to make after that.
Fuck out of here! You're not playing the everybody else game, nigga. Fuck out of here, nigga. You task.
I know. So what? So these bitch ass niggas in the chat should know that though. This creates more problems because I'm not everybody else. They think you're doing something to me. They think you're doing something to me. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to make sure. Yeah, I know you.
Focus on building.
Bro, I'm
You
telling
focus
you,
on building. I had to make that because it got to be fun. But at the
right.
end of the day,
So you corner me though. But you're cornering me with that though.
I have to, son. This
and
is
you know that.
son. I know this is basketball, bro. I know what I'm doing. This is basketball.
Man, fuck you, bro. Corny ass nigga. I can't even say none of that. That's bullshit. I got you, bro. You telling these fuck ass niggas that shit though, because they jumped on that shit quick. Like, yeah, he just debate. That's all they do. He don't build. He's just a debater. But don't do that, bro, because you know, goddamn, I'm gonna come up here and change the topic. Like, bro, what are you doing?
So we talking about buildings.
But I got you though.
Yo,
I got you, bro. You got me.
that shit was comical, Taz. I did not expect you to. I knew it was gonna go that route, but hey,
nah, there's like three people I gotta focus on to make this conversation.
I honestly think
I gotta do the same thing to Psycho. I gotta do the same thing to
you
Psycho.
don't.
And now I gotta do the same thing to Psycho because Psycho not gonna let Psycho, you know what I mean? Psycho be having the trigger ready, son. He see you say certain shit, bam! It's like, hold on, Psycho, chill. I'm trying to play some of my Christian shit out here, son. Psycho, it was the same thing. It was the same shit during the gender wars. Psycho wasn't here, none of that shit. Fuck out of here. I'm like, yo, bro, come on. Look, just let Cynthia G finish her words. It's not. You know what I'm saying? It's the same shit. I know how it go. You know what I'm saying? So, Psycho, I know you heard me. Because some of the people on the fence and they're in between the conversation with the FBA shit. And that's why I'm like, in the chat, y'all, chill with all the FBA, the insults. You know, I don't want to, the coach shit. And shit is mixy, man. I don't know how else to go about like, if we got to put all the guns, got to be down. At least over here. There's plenty of, Psycho say hello. Psycho, I ain't put my gun down for shit, nigga. I'm from New Jersey. Fuck is you talking about? I'm shooting niggas on sight. Oh shit. Radika, chill with all the address of the Taz, y'all. That's my brother right there, man. Fuck is y'all talking about?
I ain't fucking with that dude, bro.
That's a dude.
But nah, so what's yeah, that's that JJ, that's that gay nigga. Gay 7000. But anyway, bro, what's the point of today's topic?
So I got mad videos.
It's Jamaican.
It's gonna be triggering. So I be trying to write in the chat, but Dom will be talking spicy in the chat, and then Deity and him and be arguing and shit, and True Story and be talking his old, I don't know what True Story and be talking about in the fucking chat.
Troll.
Man, Truth trying to turn niggas over to the AI overlords. That's what he doing. He got the cult going.
But no, the topic. So let's be real about FBAs. And I just was, you know, Pan-Africanism isn't the issue. I put your haters. I definitely think that the hate conversation, and I put it on FBAs, but this is for everybody, you know. And I could have put, you know, everybody else in the title. But, you know, I wanted to be triggering with the title for the conversation because the content is FBA. And I think there's a lot of mixed groups within the FBAs and the conversations are mixed in. And it's really annoying. Like, I got this one dude's videos. This motherfucker going crazy on Pan-Africans and Africans. This motherfucker's like a Puerto Rican. He ain't even black. And of course, he's an abo. I'm like, see, another abo. I'm like, so some of these the content creators that got huge platforms, mad of them is abos. Mad of them is abos. And I'm like, yo, bro, this is.
But you know why, right? I mean, a lot of that is just because it's quote unquote new information. A lot of that quote unquote new information is what's more gravitating to. Oh, I never heard that. You know what I'm saying? So that's making people come to that shit. But it's the same way Dane Calloway got his little shine initially. Oh, I never heard that. The transatlantic slave trade happened backwards. Wow. People going to that shit for the sensationalism. It's the sensationalism, bro.
I can't disagree. Definitely. And I gotta blame the Pan-Africans. Y'all started this shit. Y'all started this black people were everywhere shit. You know what I'm saying? So Deity, you know, I know when you be saying it, I'm like, yo, bro, like, and the Ivan Van Sertima's, not even just the Ivan Van Sertima's, bro. There's so many, the entire community is we were here before. Like, just to be real, the entire conscious community is damn near we were here before, you know, Christopher Columbus. I just want to be clear. Like, that's not like just even the. I know we saying the other than so that's a regular talking point. Like, I just like throughout the community, y'all. From here, you go to Chicago, you go to Atlanta. Like, niggas really think that we was here before, and so that's part of the conversation, and that just is blended into I'm not African. I don't got nothing to do with Africa. Like, we've been here. There's a whole bunch of we been here niggas in the mix, and it's like you said, sensationalized. It's and on TikTok that shit is crazy. YouTube ain't. But this one right here, this is I forgot this brother Dave. I think G or what y'all was talking about him. This is the mayor, right? That was talking about reparations. But this is him talking about reparations for black people.
Father's Panamanian. You have a lot of black people in this country who are not descendants of the American slave trade. So I already know off top, there's a lot of black people in America who aren't going to be able to get that kind of benefit.
Support reparations for what Leonard just deemed as, quote, foundational black Americans?
No, I don't. No. But I want to explain that.
Now that's the crazy. She edited herself in as if she was talking to it. Yo, the internet is crazy. Niggas on that channel think she was talking to her. It's crazy. But yeah,
damn, for real?
Bro,
that wasn't part of the interview, bro. Oh, damn.
Man, you ain't never seen that woman on Breakfast Club. Hell nah.
Bro,
I wasn't looking at the screen, though. I wasn't looking at the screen. So you know, I didn't see what was played on the screen. I'm just listening. Damn, that sounded, but it sounded, you know what I'm saying, it sounded legit. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I thought it was part of the interview.
Hella legit, bro. This is
yes.
Now I'm gonna be fair. I do got both sides, y'all. So I try to be as fair as possible. So I got Africans and Caribbean people talking crazy, and I got African and Caribbean people talking in support. So, you know, just be mindful, all right, y'all? I know it's a little triggering. She's in support.
You guys don't like Black Americans at all. You guys just say bad things about them. They're criminals. They're from slavery. They are not from Africa. They don't know their home. Oh, you know, it's so sad. All the time, you look at a black man and you tell them that, oh, you are from America. You are not African. You are not from Africa. You are lost. You are from slavery. I'm not a slave. You are a slave. Shame on you. Shame on you to even open your mouth. Do you know how painful that is? Whether they look like you or they don't look like you, they are your people. And you say to their face that you are not one of me. You are a slave. Wow. Do you know the pain that our ancestors went through? Just because you were not colonized does not mean you should open your mouth to call somebody a slave. Yes, you guys don't like Black Americans at all. You guys just say bad things about them. They're criminals. They're from slavery. They are not from Africa. They don't know their home. Oh, you know, it's so sad. All the time, you look at a black man and you tell them that, oh, you are from America. You are not African. You are not from Africa. You are lost. You are from slavery. I'm not a slave. You are a slave. Shame on you. Shame on you to even open your mouth. Do you know how painful?
Damn.
The TikTok war, I didn't even understand how TikTok works. I didn't know you could do a video response. So there's a whole.
Hell yeah.
I didn't know that. So I was
it's built in the app.
I didn't know that. So there's a whole war going on in the responses. I was like, yo, this shit is entertaining. I was like, oh, let me get onto this fucking app, son. Oh, this shit is fucking hilarious. That app is.
I was lost in that motherfucker for about a week, bro. I made a TikTok and started looking at shit, and I was on that motherfucker for about a week straight. Like, damn. It's a different social media. It's still social media, but it's a different type of environment with the same topics, though. You know what I'm saying? So I haven't seen none of the FBA TikTok conversation, but I'm pretty sure they crazy.
Oh, they got mad of them. They got mad of them. But it's a weird undertone. So what I was doing, I looked at the videos and like who had the most vitriol, and I just would scroll down to see like where did it start. You know what I mean? You know how the YouTube and shit is. Just go back far enough, you're gonna see like when did they start this talking point and what was it before it? And I'm saying a lot of them are Abos or Israelites. There's a lot of Abos, a lot of Israelites that's hidden in the conversation. Yeah, the Israelites don't fuck with Africa. There's a lot of Israelites. I'm like, oh, I didn't even peep the Israelite connection to ADOS and FBA. Like our whole life, we ain't African. We ain't gotta say we African, nigga. Fuck these African niggas. Yeah, FBA, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? Fuck Africa. And it's like, wow, why are you so angry? Oh, you's an Israelite. I get it. That's why you were angry, FBA. I get it. Or you were Indian. That's why you were angry, FBA. I get it. And those two get a lot of support online. Is galvanized between those two types. And this dude knows that. Tariq Nasheed, he's like fucking Donald Trump with watching the algorithm, bro. Like he's reading the fuck out the algorithm. It's like, oh, this is what we on.
What's wrong with the Indians? What's wrong with the people that have Indian descent?
No, that's not even the conversation is saying that they never came from Africa. Like Africa is not even part of the story. We've been here. We never came from Africa. We originally from America, and then the Israelites got there's a whole sect. I didn't even know there's a whole sector of Israelites that this is crazy. I thought it was like weird before, but this is like somehow they went from Israel to the Caribbean to America. I don't know. There's a bunch of them that's like, and they're mad FBAs that's in between this group. I'm like, oh, this is weird, bro. Because I was trying to find the ones that's aligned with political conversations.
It's the lost tribe narrative. They are the lost tribe.
Yo, they got a whole bunch of that rabbit hole is different.
So this is where the book Canaan in a New World. You should look it up. I can send you the PDF if you want. I got a free copy of it, the whole book.
No, I get you because you got the Moorish group, you got the Moorish group, you got the Hebrews, and then you got the ones that want to be Indians. Those three are like they huge in there. This dude don't fuck with the Israelites.
So, but what they did is they combined. What they did is they combined the lost tribe narrative with the Native American, these discovered tribes, and the Moorish bullshit, and all. So the shit is weird.
Yep.
It's a combination of all the bullshit.
So this dude is on.
But it's
FBA society getting ready to start imposing real strict and tough penalties upon you tethers who think you're going to come to the USA, our homeland, with disrespect for our FBA lineage. We're going to make America a no-fly zone for you tethers, to where though we making it real uncomfortable for you. Either you willingly going to respect our FBA lineage, or respect for our FBA lineage will be directly imposed upon you. Just my thoughts on the matter. Peace.
What airport that Negro control?
He chatting as a mother.
Niggas said no fly zone, bro.
Hey man, hold on, man. No, I thought we wasn't doing that, bro.
He ain't call him a coon though.
Damn. Oh man, I was supposed to snap off that shit instead. I'm laughing, bro. No, god damn. Let's not do that, fam, because you know what that's gonna bring. It's gonna bring the negative response.
I mean, just keep the disrespect down.
Bro, that's opening up the door.
Some of these videos going. I already know some of these videos going to be like, what? Fucking coon, Sambo, Tether. I already know that's going to come out. I already know some of these videos going to happen.
Yo, Q, long time ago, I told you a lot of these people aren't valid or aren't useful for nothing but our disrespect, bro. That's all they're useful for. Our laughs and our disrespect.
That selfish hating ass motherfuckers want to conduct chaos amongst the Black American community. And when I say Black American community, I mean the Black Americans that don't have an immigrant background. And when I say that, you know exactly who the fuck I'm talking about. Okay. People are trying to paint the term FBA as a hate group and a cult. If you think the term FBA is a hate group and a cult, you don't know what the fuck a cult is. All right. Just because you don't like that's affiliated with Tariq Nasheed because he's been shedding light on xenophobic people online and shedding light on politicians who are basically nerfing our reparations movement and our reparations claim and basically calling out these politicians does not give you the right to slander an entire ethnic group because you don't like a terminology. Okay. Some people call us FBA. Some people call us Black Americans. Some people call us Afro-Americans. Some people call us Solon or Solani and so on and so forth. That does not give you the right to slander and criticize an entire ethnic group of people. Okay. If it wasn't for Tariq Nasheed, you would not have your black ass on his internet saying anything about FBA. He's the one that coined the term. Did he fall in the steps of Dr. Claude Anderson? Yes, but Dr. Claude Anderson did not coin the term FBA. You selfish sons of bitches need to give people credit where credit is due. I don't give a fuck if you like Tariq Nasheed. You give him his credit. He's the one that rejuvenated the reparations movement. He's the one that rejuvenated and spearheaded the delineation movement. And you need to give him his goddamn fucking credit. We're not going to fucking play games and act like we don't know where the fuck FBA comes from.
Whoa.
I don't like people like that. Tupac talks about shit like that. Just because you're not the person that is the star of the show doesn't mean that you can't speak life and spark the mind of the person that might change the fucking world.
What the fuck?
Huh? Yeah, it's a lot there, fam. It's a lot in that one, bro.
Yo, hey.
That nigga spoke on Pac like he's still alive, bro. He said Tupac said like bro, Pac been dead for 30 years, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yo. They wildin', man.
Wait, wow. That's what we
wow.
Yeah, so I mean, I think this is one of those videos that fit the whole.
I agree with you, True.
Wait. What was that name he gave us? Solana? He said, what the hell? He said we were Solani.
Solani. What the fuck is Solani?
I ain't
never been called Solani in my life. What the hell
that was
is
a scientific term.
or Solani? Taz, can you tell me what a Solani is?
I thought it was.
Bro, I thought that had something to do with. I thought it was either a scientific term or something to do with an African tribe. Bro, I swear to God, I thought y'all was gonna tell me. I thought y'all was gonna be the one to tell me. Like, nigga, you don't know your Solani people. Like,
whoa,
like you don't know your DNA. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
tell me what a Solani is.
Yo. Like, nigga, it's the same place that shit. I come in this motherfucker. Y'all talk about haplo groups and all type of shit. Nigga, ain't no. Hey, I thought y'all was gonna inform me.
Hold on, Lisa. I'm finna ask Young Deity. What is a Solani or a Solon?
I'm not privy to it. Never. Hold on, you don't know what that is? Hold it for real? I don't. Oh nah, I gotta show you.
Nobody knows what that shit is.
Oh nah, that's crazy.
Hey, that's a new one.
No. That shit is soul and African put together.
Hell no.
Y'all think I'm lying?
I figured it was something stupid like that.
What is
soul and African put together?
It's some soul. Solani is a combination of those words together, son.
Oh wow. Okay.
That's a fail.
But who refers to themselves as that though? Like, because he made it, I mean, he interchanged it with African American, bro.
Let me ask the super guy. Let me ask the man of the hour, true story. Have you ever called yourself or been called a Solani true story?
The term Sulan can be translated to means people of soul, referencing deep cultural significance of music. Some sources suggest the two A's in Solan also represent autonomous American.
Man.
Auto shots. That's one of them. That's one of them abo words.
It's like it's like a. It means original. It means like it's like.
Yeah, I only see abos use that word. Yeah, there's a dude that be coming on the planet.
Autochthonous.
Autochthonous means out the ground.
What he said.
Autochthonous.
Yeah, the word is autochthonous.
Yeah, what he said.
It's basically saying out the ground.
Yeah, what he
emphasizing the indigenous connection to the land. So yes, I would. So that term would be an abo term, then, right? Well, no, it said
this is. I told y'all this is. I told if we go, and I'm not trying to like. There's a. That's why I said there's a underlining groups that I just know. Like we just. I started. That's why I want to hear them talk. I'm like, all right, where did you like the dude that came on Friday? Some was like he was a Hebrew. There was a Hebrew that came on. There was another dude that was on some. I don't know. He was like, black people always been here, and he was. Yeah, I can't make this shit. I can't make this shit up.
So, yeah, that's interesting though. So wait, go back one moment, right quick. Let me look at that definition one more time, because I'm trying to see if this was a way to bring blackness into the Native Americans, or were they taking it out? What were they doing here?
Yo, it's a narrative.
Most Black American identity. Okay, so yeah, I see. No, it's right there. I was reading it when you took it off. So it says it promotes Black American identity. So it's a term that they would have incorporated into that language, right? Black, quote unquote, Indians is their language for the tribe or whatever. I ain't never heard of no goddamn Solon.
Me either, Taz. That's why I had to ask.
This is the website.
Autochthonous. Good God. A new word every day.
Yeah, for years, Solani or Sulani. It means greater, Soul American. Yeah, Solan meaning Soul American is 2 A's, which stand for autochthonous American Sulan nationality. It is not designated for Black melanated immigrants. It is not a black nomer. It is used to describe the autochthonous or formerly Black Americans or North American USA that could trace the lineage to the first census.
Formerly Black Americans. Formerly Black Americans.
How do you be formerly Black? What the fuck is going on?
It's a lot going on right now, bro. It's a lot going on right now. Formerly Black Americans. So what are we now?
That's the key word in that whole sentence. Formerly. But the abos will pass that and look at Black Americans and don't understand what the word formerly means, or act like the word formerly did not exist in that whole. But that's the key word. You cannot skip the key word. Formerly. How were they formerly known or formerly Black Americans? The fuck?
Yo, Dave.
What up?
What's good, bro?
Shit, slow motion. Hey, when did Solani group start?
I have no.
Or when did the term used? Because there ain't really no group. It sounds like a nuttin burger. It sounds like it's nothing. It's like it's just.
Yo, why they got him holding the flag? Oh my! Let me view. Who is
that? Wait a minute. Who is that holding the flag, yo?
A fucking Democrat.
Who?
Oh, I only said Democrat because the Dama was in the chat, but that's a fruitcake. That's an androgynous.
What's with the green jacket, yo?
Yo. Oh shit, that goes with the androgynous. He's an androgynous.
Gambino.
Androgynous Gambino androgynous.
Nah, you gonna have to clean that background up, man. You can't have no dead trees in the motherfucker. What's going on here?
The whole ride got to get cleaned.
Dead trees in the background. Dead trees in the background. What the?
Damn, that's funny, son. I got a video.
That's the FBA flag, right?
Nah.
It's like
barely can tell the difference.
It's like a
barely can tell the difference, huh?
I've seen that symbol though in one of Tariq's flags.
Yeah, it's like somebody took that and put it on the American flag.
You know, Tariq came out with about
That don't look like my FBA flag in the car.
He got a Moorish flag. He got another flag. I seen that symbol before. One Tariq flag.
It was designed by Morocco in 2024. with the creative approval of Wayne, McKnight, and T-Roy. Who the fuck is the Wayne?
Wait a minute, what's the name of the McKnight?
He said T-Roy.
Yo,
T-Roy approved it.
T-Roy. He said T-Roy approved this shit. The grift. And
Wait a minute, what's McKnight's first name?
Yo, son.
This came out last year?
Yeah.
This grip is amazing.
Black Americans are North American ethnogenesis with ancestral ties to 5 to 6 continents. What? Despite the trials of enslavement. Damn, son, this niggas don't want to be African, bro. That's crazy right there, bro.
Man, they doing everything they can to run away from any connection to Africa. Any connection. Why do you want to be associated with slaves? Huh? Y'all want to be slaves? What? Y'all still slaves. What are you niggas talking about?
I don't think it's about just. Nah, I'm gonna say for me, FBA and stuff don't mean it's about separating from Africa. Like, and I don't like this internet shit because what people do is take the lowest common denominator and act like that's the norm, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's be real. We could look at a whole group of white people, say for history, this is how they act, and then niggas will say like that ain't how all white people is. But we do the reverse with each other, right? But it does become a point where we have to stop saying like, oh, we just of African descent, because we obviously aren't those people anymore. You don't speak no Swahili. You know what I'm saying? We not the same group of people.
No one disagrees. No one disagrees with any of that. But the one thing that doesn't make any sense to the people that understands the life, L-I-F-E, is that we descend from a specific area, just as the Chinese people who may not speak Chinese, who've been living in America, whose family been raising them and breeding them in America, may not speak Mandarin or Cantonese, yet and still they know their way. Chinese fucking American. What is wrong with you niggas?
No, that's incorrect. I brought this up plenty of times. The difference, when we talk about any other nation, you don't have a native land. Like, those people have native land. So when you come over here and make a Chinese America, you still understand your culture and history because you can go back to Mandarin parts of China, right? When it comes to like Black Americans, it doesn't work the same.
So because our heritage may be mixed with Mende.
No, I mean, like, let's be honest. We've been through this. The Africans say we aren't Africans. It's not like we go home and they teach us.
No. I heard what you said.
Come on, bro. You've been up here yelling and screaming for a good minute. I just been parlaying.
That's not true, bro. Like, that's not true though. That's why I'm confused. Like,
Yeah, black people don't walk around saying they African, yo.
Or no, and I'm just saying when he said the black people. Hold on. All right. So do you feel black people come from Africa descent?
For sure. Yeah.
All right. So you're just saying that black people in America, after the experience, they're now their own group in the United States.
I'm saying after the time of separation, we're and I say going back to the African, hundreds of years we've been in America, and now we go back to the Africans, and they say y'all ain't us, and then they also come over here and say y'all niggas lazy because they also.
But not all of them. But not all of them.
That's what it is.
He's going off the reserve real quick.
Yeah, you can make the statement without adding the vitriol, or adding the extra content. Like, literally just saying that black people in America.
It's not adding the vitriol. That's being honest. We got a Haitian dude that was just up here talking about how, like, yeah, he white. So it's not, and most of the people who are not, they'll be seen as black by the other white people. Let's be honest. They'll say, "Don't call us niggas." That's not a.
That what you just said, that's not what he said. He had a person up here who said that he's black, and that he wants to work with black people, and that he feels black Americans and people in Haiti both deserve reparation. So, like, picking what you want to discuss, like, let's keep it in the states. That's
No, that's saying because that's something that'll benefit him. But when we talking about just being black, because now he's saying, "Oh, them niggas stupid." He was.
Your assumptions that your ability to make gross generalizations and add it to your point is unnecessary.
What's the generalization?
You stated all Africans have this view that black people don't come.
I didn't say all. I'll never say all because nothing is 100% absolute. I'll never say that. I said most. Like the Africans, there is a lot of Africans. We will go back home and they'll say you're not African. They won't teach us the ways or say
you're making this based off of what? Like, how are you basing this argument? There's no evidence to your statement.
Because how many black people have tried to go back to Africa? And I mean, you just showed a video of an African woman. Look, then you just show a video of an African woman herself with the literal. She can't even speak English correctly. I mean, all the way correct, and she's saying that's what happened.
No, she said there's Africans who have perceptions of black people that is wrong and that she doesn't like. That's what she said. But now stating that, but the entirety of it, like, no, because I know bad.
As I said, Q, I'll never say nothing is absolute.
Enough. Like you said, it's enough. Too many of them.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a large quantity, and I would say even the majority. And listen, 51% is the majority. So 49% of them could be like, yeah, we fuck with y'all. But I'm saying 51% of them, from what I've experienced, from what I believe any of us, most of us as Black Americans experience, they'll say y'all lazy niggas and we don't fuck with y'all.
Let's stay right there. Let's stay right there.
Hold on, watch this.
Let's stay right
Hold
there.
on, watch this.
No, Sabio, have you been told that you were a lazy nigga? Have you ever been told that you were a lazy nigga from somebody?
Yeah, for sure. For them Africans, I got a whole 99-cent store on my kids. I got a whole 99-cent store. I've been born.
I'm asking the panel. Hold on. I'm asking the panel if let's verify what you said. All right, Vayasa, have you went through that?
No.
Big Black, have you went through that?
Nope.
Still, your deity, have you went through that?
I have. Yeah. I have.
Taz, have you went through that? Dave, you went through that?
What's the question again? I don't even know what the question.
Did you say my name, bro? Did you just say you just called me?
Yeah, I'm asking you, have you ever experienced a person from the continent of Africa calling you lazy?
I mean, I heard them call black people lazy, not me directly, but somebody else, maybe, yeah.
Disrespect.
No, I used to work directly with a Nigerian, bro, for 2.5 years, bro.
All right,
And
hold on. My fault. Go ahead, Taz.
Damn, that was wild, Savion. But no, so he never directly like disrespected me or Black Americans and no shit like that. But in conversation, what he did say was, we're not brothers, we're cousins. And I kind of took that as a slight, having, you know what I'm saying, always thought, yeah, we brothers, you know what I'm saying, Africans and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? And he wasn't saying it as a slight, but I took it that way as, damn, okay, I actually probably care more about them than they care about me. You know what I'm saying? Because I would have never said you my cousin. I would have said you my brother. So that was my experience. But as far as being called lazy or a cot or any of that shit, no. But my experience was being told we cousins, not brothers. Being corrected in that.
Amen. You there?
So what I was gonna do? I had a friend of mine from Sierra Leone, and I was going to ask him, had he ever looked at us as lazy? Because I just asked him, had he ever looked at me as being lazy, and his answer was no. But I was going to ask him as Black people, had he ever looked at us as being lazy?
Listen, I just want y'all to understand. I don't want y'all to hyper focus on.
Hold on, no. Chill out. Let me.
Nigga, you been interrupting everybody left and right, Sabio. Come on.
Let Sabio finish. Let Sabio finish.
Because when I interrupted Taz, I stopped. And I apologize, so chill. So what I was going to do was I was going to ask him to elaborate further on his experience. But he laying down, he's sick. So, you know, he said he couldn't hold on. That's
All
just
right.
somebody I do work with.
But we got
All I'm
full
going to
panel. Did
say,
everybody go?
Yeah, Dev, you went through
yeah.
that?
Yeah, I'm around Nigerians and people from Ghana every day, and no, now one of them told me I was lazy.
Now, I will say it's weird the perceptions. I don't want to say like I'm biased, but I've heard it, and I'm not gonna say I didn't hear it, and I've heard it in mad ways. But New York is kind of mixy, so it's kind of weird. Because I've heard it in mad ways from everybody. So that's why it's kind of, I don't like like going to like Strava's Row in Harlem. That shit made me sick. Like that shit was like the cream of the crop Black Americans. They ain't fuck with nobody. Like they like, no, we don't mess with. That's I'm like, nigga, it's the same block. It's just the other fucking side. Like that's, you know what I mean. So I feel like a little biased, but I definitely acknowledge that I've heard that from different groups.
And I just do want to point out, I'm really not trying to hyper focus on just the we lazy part. It's the fact that they do separate themselves from us. Like they'll say like we not y'all niggas. That's all I'm pointing out. And like I'm okay with that. That's the one thing I want people to understand. Like I don't really give a fuck about that. To be honest with you, if anything, it'd be more or less about like we can't keep trying to kumbaya with niggas forever when we've been trying to kumbaya with niggas for 100 years. Marcus Garvey been here, niggas been talking about Africa, the promised land. All right, well let's just focus on us. Like that's all I'm saying, because at this point I think we should, I don't know how long it take other people to realize like, okay, this plan don't work. This may be just me as a person, right? I'm not going to keep trying to put the fucking the nail somewhere where a screw should be at. That's what we've been doing for a long time. Like you see, a screw should be in there, but we keep trying to push this nail in that motherfucker. It's not gonna work. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm okay with that.
What FBA is doing, trying to push a nail into where screws already been fit into place. So FBA is trying to replace the screw that's been holding our community down for the last 100 years. So again, I'm going to ask a question that I asked on another panel. What does FBA really represent?
Well, we're FBA, and again, I guess because technically, no, go ahead.
Go ahead, break it down.
Go.
It's like they just dumbfounded when it comes to
FBA represents fighting white supremacy. That's what FBA represents.
Self-advocacy is simple. It's time for us to it's a way for us to self-advocacy. It ain't we ain't gotta add no more words, and it ain't gotta be extensively long. Self-advocacy, simple as.
All right, so deity. When you say
I'm with deity.
All right, so
and I was trying to. No, go ahead.
I'm not with deity. I think it's just specifically about, like they say, the lineage and being able to specifically, explicitly discuss the certain group in America, which is foundational Black Americans, because of servicing, because of the history of the ability for people from other countries to come to America and be Black.
Mm-hmm.
And not
Can I ask a question?
And not be a part of the experience of Blackness and still be able to receive the rewards that were supposed to be explicitly for Black people. So that goes with the oldest one I found was the college argument, where you had people from Africa coming here and they were receiving college grants, and white people were actively recruiting these people. Now I will put in that the caveat is really also the white recruitment that we find, and where you have this view that there's a Black replacement going on with people from in America.
My next question, because he said advocacy, it was advocacy for what? Because we've been advocating for ourselves.
Self-advocacy.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can you say what's the purpose?
I know what self-advocacy means.
But that's why I said that.
Brother, you said what's the purpose of FBA? That's like asking what's the purpose of Jamaicans. That's like asking what's the purpose of Haitians. What you mean? What's the purpose of FBA? It's a lineage. That's
okay.
Yeah, that's a lineage. You know what a lineage is?
Hold up, because you talk about lineage. It's
a lineage. So
listen. Does FBA's lineage connect back to Africa?
Bro, I answer your
No,
question. You said, what's the purpose?
no,
You said, what's the purpose of FBA? The purpose of FBA is
no,
it's a
no,
lineage. Just
no,
like
because you're
Jamaica is
not
a
talking
lineage.
about overall human lineage. That's like saying, oh, does a Irish man's, where
Hold on,
does
one
his
mic,
lineage go to, right?
hold on, one mic. So we won't go.
Yeah,
We won't
he
go.
asking crazy
No,
questions. Talking about what's the purpose of a lineage? Like that's our purpose. It's our lineage. That was a crazy question to even ask.
So I think why hearing the conversation and to help it make sense, because I think this is where the two groups, ADOS and FBAs, one stay on top. Like it's literally started a conversation about reparations and representation, like explicit representation, so that way the political agenda is always aligned and can be held accountable. So when you have people that come from other countries who are black but holding positions of office, holding positions where they're notable in society, and they're received as if they're part of the black community, but speaking in not in alignment to it, is a huge issue. And it's just that simple. You know what I mean? It's education. So we can educate other people. So when they come here, they know, like, look, you're not supposed to be sounding like that, like, bro. And if you didn't know, let me inform you. Like, this is the history of black people. Why would you say we don't have no culture? Are you informed? Let me inform you. So that way you don't say that type of shit.
I think FBA is kind of past that part. I think FBA has kind of accepted accepted them that they know who we are. They're not ignorant. They just feel that way about us. So I think we're kind of just going into our corner. There's no more re-education.
Yeah, that corner that y'all are being led into by the leadership is part of the grip. That's typically what people like to do, is isolate their group so that way they can be grifted on. And that's what I see.
Well, I mean that doesn't make sense. I mean, if you see what's going on in Ghana right now, Ghana is taking care of the Nigerian, immigration issue. So I mean, every country is going to take care of themselves. That's just how it works.
I'm speaking about the leadership of it.
What's
We're
interesting?
lineage, bro. What you talking about leadership?
Let's talk
lineage,
about
bro.
the lineage, though. Let's talk about the
It's a
lineage.
lineage. You keep talking about leadership. It's a lineage, bro.
No. We
Hold
gotta be real with the fact that there is a leadership component to the existence of FBA as a group. Like that, I think, like, I know y'all have a sentiment that you resonate with. You have a sentiment that you resonate with, but the reality is that there is a group that was started by Tariq Nasheed, and the movement was pushed by him. That's a fact. Like, I don't know why y'all separate from that. That's a reality.
Well,
I mean, because that don't make him a leader of the whole movement. Yeah,
right before he did that, Yvette Carnell was on the same thing. So it's a wave. It's not a leadership. It's just a wave, bro. It's something that's going to happen. People are just going to accept their lineage. You know what I'm saying?
I broke it down up here one time, like the civil rights movement. It's many, like people could say Martin Luther King was a leader, but it may be many leaders, because that's just people who resonate with the biggest groups, right? But that don't mean it's one specific leader. We can't say who's the specific leader of the civil rights movement. We could say it was Manny. It'll be the same for FBA because it's new. Like, as time goes on, there'll become more Martin Luther Kings or Malcolm X's for FBA or whatever, as you would say.
But Yvette Carnell doesn't agree with the term FBA. She does agree it's a lineage.
Well, it came after her term, so of course she's not going to agree with it. She came up with a term before that, so she's not going to switch over and be FBA, brother.
She said that ADOS is a group. She said it was a group.
Okay, and that's why Tariq Nasheed made FBA, because he wanted to make sure that we're not going to be boxed into a group. We're going to be a lineage, and that's just a blind spot that ADOS had, and she missed out on it.
That sounds good, but the fact is he initiated the movement.
So the interesting
thing, bro, he was ADOS before FBA.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, white folks got a history of taking our intellectual property and putting their name on it. African American. That term has been patented by white men. So
exactly.
I ain't got no problem with it. Why not? Why not protect what's ours? Why not? White folks got
Jamaican has a patent on it.
So why not? Why not copyright something?
Nobody's discussing the copyright.
Holds to his African lineage. Tariq Nasheed holds to his African lineage. I've listened to Tariq Nasheed, and he does not deny his African lineage at all. So the statement that was made by the dude with the golf picture down here, with the Masters picture down here, It's very,
No, I'm the
very
one who said.
telling.
Nah, that's KC. I'm the one who said that we not African because you got to
Oh,
understand. You're
okay.
talking about what's our full
Okay.
lineage, right? Okay.
Well, again, Tariq Nasheed, and I've watched a few of his videos.
No. I agree. Listen, Sabio, I'm just saying. Do we listen? Irishman is European, right? They lineage leads back to the Caucasus Mountains. However, you still say you're Irishman. You're a different type of Caucasus Mountain. That's all we saying. We're not saying we're not from Africa because all black people are from Africa. We saying that in that diaspora where we establish ourselves as we the black people that of America. It's not running from it. That's pause. First of all, that's gay.
Because you interrupted me and you tried to speak for me. So that means you're running. Don't try to speak for me. Allow me to finish my thought.
Nah, that mean I'm leading you. You already repeated. You about to repeat what you just said because you already said it. I'm just getting to the conclusion for you.
You know
Let
where
Sabio talk, man. Let
I'm
him
going,
talk.
and you don't. So again, the statement that was made by you, thank you for correcting me because I thought it was dude down here. It's very telling because you said we do not connect back to Africa. So this
I did not say that.
Hold on, I'm not done.
I could just clarify you as you're speaking, so you won't argue the wrong thing.
No,
All right, waste our time.
no. I want to finish making my statement.
I know.
Come on. Just make your statement.
And you won't let me because you know what I'm about to do. I'm about to body you niggas.
Bro, say your statement.
The whole shit of you FBA grifters is to run from Africa and denying Africa. Tariq Nasheed, as you just eloquently said, connects back to Africa. Nigga, you're dead. You hate being African. You want to dance and hide under the banner of blackness and connect everybody with melanin to the term blackness because people of color has been what? Oppressed by white people. You niggas are full of doo-doo. Fuck
We're
you
getting
niggas.
away from the people of color term.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah.
So black American advocacy.
We're black. That's it, bro.
Yeah.
We're not African. We're black, bro. We're just black.
All I gotta read is one sentence. I can formulate my sentence based off what I've read. So you ain't gonna body me. I might need to.
Okay, so what about the other part? Hold on. What about the other part?
Now listen, if I can, y'all, because he was talking to me. If he's talking to me, let me respond. The thing that, all right, I agree. My bad, Q. But if I can I respond? Is that okay with you?
Yeah, man.
All right. So all I'm saying is, when we talking about where we came from, everybody knows where we came from, Sabio. This is why I said from the beginning, when you talking about an Irishman, we know they all from the Caucasus Mountains, just like all black people. We know we all from Africa. We're establishing where we are on that line because we're no longer African. That's just the plain simple truth. You don't look at a Jamaican and say you're an African Jamaican. You say you're Jamaican. You don't look at a Haitian and say you're African Haitian. They're Haitian. And we're just saying we're not African Americans. We're foundational Black Americans. We're still connected to Africa because we're all from Africa.
Yeah, genetically, we are.
Yeah, but we saying on that timeline, we've been far away from the motherland hundreds of years at this point. Do those people say and then I'm not saying those people. I say us ourselves. We all know it's a difference between us and them. It's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, an Irish man getting insulted when you call them a white man, and they white as fuck. But they say, nah, I'm not just a white man. I'm an Irish white man. So what's wrong with us saying that?
Okay, let me say this real quick. Go ahead. You want me to go, Sabio, or you go?
Hold on. Let me go because no one disagrees with anything about us not being in Africa, us not having a connection to Africa, us being our own people because of the traumas, the situations, and the lives that we have built here in the Americas. Nobody disagrees with any of that. The thing that stands out to me, I'm going to reiterate it for all the haters in the chat and for all the slow people on the panel who want to keep
Come on,
missing
Sabi.
the
No
point
insults.
that
No
I
insults,
made.
bro. No insults, bro. Come on.
My fault. My fault. Is the disconnect from Africa. So even if you say in everything that you said that we are African, yada yada yada. When I hear these abos talk, when I hear these abo Moors talk, when I hear these Hebrew Moor abos talk, it's all about running from Africa. We're not from Africa. We're from everywhere else. If you don't get that, you're part of the grift too. Because you want to try to say, we understand that people come from Africa and we all African, but yet and still, we FBA.
Let me piggyback off that. There's also an element of the lineage.
Bullshit.
That's also part of the lineage argument that Tariq has that says that we are pretty much half Indian. We have Indian lineage, and we are the real Indians. So there is, in that respect, there is a delineation from Africa, and basically saying that we're half African and we're half Indian. So what do you think about that?
You don't think there's no truth to that?
No.
I'll say greater than that. The thing is, the people who made things, they have a different mindset than how things have been taken. I think we could look at the Bible, for instance, right? We can agree if we want to say nothing else, the Council of Nasir. They made the book, they had a whole goal in mind, but that ain't what people took it as after, right? So when somebody creates something, when people identify with it, it becomes bigger than what they created. So that's why most 99%, let's be very honest, y'all. Most niggas y'all here screaming FBA, when y'all bring up Tariq, what they say? We don't fuck with Tariq. Because it's a bigger thing than Tariq. He just created a name for the movie. He made a car. That's what it was. We trying to build a role. He the first person that made a car. He the Ford in this case. But there will become a Chevy.
But
there will come, you know what I'm saying?
Here's my thing. If you're the creator,
Well, yeah, he ain't the first,
of the
but
name,
maybe.
he's the creator of the acronym, and then you give it a false history, the root is fucked up from the start.
That's just not true. African American came from Jesse Jackson, nigga. Do you think you know what I'm saying? We ain't on that same time. Like, niggas don't even like Jesse Jackson today, right now. That nigga's still alive. We don't even talk about him. But he made African American. He's the one who pushed that term for us to even change it today. From Negroes and Afro Americans and all that shit to African American. Do you think we as black people today align with Jesse Jackson? No.
This is the first time a name really came from the streets. This is the first time. Most of the time, it really came from the top, and they gave us a name. But this time, FBA really came from the streets, and that's why it's shaking everything up.
African American came from the street.
No, it didn't. It came from Jesse Jackson, the Democrat Party, brother.
What?
Yeah, yeah.
Y'all really think?
He pushed it. I ain't say he made it up, but he pushed it.
So that I'm not. You see, at some point, you have to want to learn your own history, bro. And I don't know how old you are.
What grassroots movements can you name to change our name to African American?
Actually, FBA didn't come from the streets, though.
It was black and proud, not African American and proud.
1780 something. The Free African Society.
Bruh.
Look it up. Look it up. The Free
we weren't calling ourselves Negroes, bro.
Hey, bro, you wanted to know? I'm teaching you. I'm not going to pull the source up for you. You can do this.
But it resonates with the streets, though.
Hey,
FBA resonates with the streets.
No, it doesn't.
It might not emanate it. It might not derive directly from the streets, but it resonates with the streets. Yeah,
it
does. What are you talking about?
The streets adopted it, bro.
Why are you trying to teach? Because I'm teaching you?
No.
Go again. You can go.
Most people in the streets don't even know that name, man. Most people in Chicago, most people in New York don't know that name.
Big Black. Can I finish?
All right, well, it's a root. It's from the root, baby.
Hey, bro. All you have to do, you're on a computer. All you have to do is Google the Free African Society, and this conversation will be done.
We know New York City, brother. We know about that. But we're not denying
Don't
that.
know. You know now, and you can learn.
No.
You wouldn't be spewing this Jesse Jackson shit if you knew.
But I mean, is a person wrong to say? I mean, didn't Jesse Jackson? I mean,
all Jesse Jackson did.
Hold
right.
The mainstay, but he definitely did. He definitely did put some his impetus,
honestly,
that political impetus of Jesse Jackson.
The name, honestly, from seeing it, the name isn't the issue, y'all. Like calling yourself FBA, whatever. That's whatever.
Not the issue.
It shouldn't be. I'm saying it shouldn't be an issue. What creates the space for the contention is how it's disassociated with how certain groups disassociate from Africa or include other types of, altered histories into the reasons why they call themselves FBAs. If it's just, you know what I mean? If it's just about, and again, I'll keep focusing on servicing. So if it's explicit nature and servicing, right? If you're saying like, look, this is for people who are what? Black Americans, specifically what? Black Americans who've been here for this period of time, which you could call them Black Foundation or whatever name you want to call it. That makes perfect sense in terms of servicing. Cool. Arguing about it outside of that context is really like, I don't know. As a parent, I don't see it. It only comes a conversation when it's like, and I think that's what Sabio is, kind of like leaning towards, like, is this anti-African tone? But Sabio, I think that's just because some of the people within the group are part of that anti-African group. But the conversation could just be left simply on like, whatever you want to call yourself that. All right, cool. If you're going for financial aid, you want them to make financial aid and you want to make sure it's representative of Black Americans who've been here. I don't think there's anybody. I don't think anybody disagrees with that.
I could agree with you if the rhetoric that they use leaned more towards actually building and not towards what they say is delineating. Because as old boy, I don't even know who he is up here, said, Tariq Nasheed connects back to Africa. He doesn't deny this. So for other FBAers to just say, I'm not African, I have no African ancestry, I'm this, I'm that, I'm Native American, we always been here, yada, yada, yada. We all these people. It's bananas.
Brother, do you know that there's different facets, brother? Some people may feel that way, others people may know that.
You see?
What's that?
Denialism.
So that
No, there's a spectrum, brother. There's a spectrum.
You niggas want to be
No, Sabio.
African.
If I can, this go back to what I just explained to you. White people, listen, white people are whole, but you still call them Brits. You can call them Brits or Ireland, people from Ireland. There's different groups on the white spectrum. It's the same thing for Black people.
I call them white. I call Irish people.
No, I'm just giving you a comparison. So in the group of Black people, is there not Black people like Jamaicans?
We just like he know what's up, bro. He acting slow.
Yo, you guys are delineating from other African Americans. You guys are not delineating from Africans or from Caribbean people. We already had our separate communities from back then. No one ever mistaken a Jamaican party for a Black American party or a Jamaican sport game for a Black American sport game.
I know, until recently. Like Busta Rhymes for years and years and years, what Busta Rhymes was doing, I'm gonna give you an example. Wasn't Busta Rhymes playing the average New York nigga for his whole career, and then all of a sudden now later he like, well, Jamaicans was there making rap. I'm Jamaican. But for the whole time he dressing like a Black American. He not out here doing Jamaican heritage shit. He doing nigga shit.
All those hip hop entertainers told you from the beginning that they're Jamaican, whether they have Jamaican parents or they themselves.
But if I bring up scholars from different Caribbean countries or African countries who are building programs in America, does that count?
I think that would count because that's a whole different thing, because it's the best way that, like Malcolm X said it, because Malcolm X, whether his peoples is not from here, he is second. I think he's like a second generation. So he said he identified.
This is his mom's side, brother. His mom's side. His mama's side. His daddy.
Okay.
from the
No,
South.
yeah, I agree, but I mean, I'm guessing. I'm just comparing it on that scale of how people would say. But Malcolm spoke about it. He identifies as one of us. So if you
lineage, another point, it has to do with your mindset. So
I agree with that.
Y'all just cherry pick who the hell you want to be FBA.
Exactly.
Even
You
if
got an
they're
FBA
not, even
mindset.
if they have
And you half and half.
ancestry, even if their
It don't
lineage
matter.
lead them
Now
to
it's a mindset. You see,
you're gonna
now
say
it's a
the
mindset.
Yeah, if you half and half, say you got a Nigerian father and you got a FBA mother, and say you lean towards your father's side of being a Nigerian, you can't speak for
FBA
you can't speak
pseudo.
for
That is
FBA.
why you can't
You just
get it
can't.
together. It's
No,
pseudo.
so when you say FBA mindset, and this is what I'm saying for clarity. When I'm saying for clarity, let's get it back to the conversation.
Okay.
Right.
You understand why we're
Meaning
disassociated?
they're not gonna go undermine the black community. That's what it means.
You know, you have to understand the backstory to know the present story.
What's the backstory?
As far as why
What's the
we're
backstory?
You talking about as far as why we're disassociating ourselves from other groups and focusing on us?
Sabio just explained it. Black, it's people who came from everywhere else. Listen, it's
like he said, when black women seen white women at the conference in Texas, they wanted their plight to be seen. They wanted their plight to be heard. But that right there, that ultimately, what he say, it decenters. It decenters. When we mail to other groups, it decenters our plight and it puts their plight at the goddamn forefront. So that's
right.
why. That's why.
That's right.
So
just like a Jamaican, he ain't gonna put a Jamaican ain't gonna put their plight over our plight over there. Come on, man.
We're done.
Can you state
What?
it? Like it is
Ideological pack mule.
All over the world, Black Americans are known as African American. And African American, no one would call a Jamaican an African American or a Nigerian an African American. That was specifically for Black Americans. So this FBA thing is Black American separating themselves from other Black Americans.
Let me reopen the door for everybody. If y'all just in a space where y'all just want to like be angry, please exit the panel. Please exit the video. I said in the beginning, I'm in a space of building. I work with people all over the world. I don't understand the vitriol and that energy. So, you know what I'm saying? I'll just be clear with niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like, I work with Black people all over. And I want to work with Black people over. You know, so the angry vitriol, this isn't a platform for that. You know what I'm saying? It's really centered on how can we build together Black people? Like the opportunities is right. Like we will be retarded not to look at the exponential opportunities in networking.
For sure. Right.
You know what I mean? So speaking to Black folks who come from different areas and having them be a vehicle to help other people understand what's needed and how it should be navigated is the direction that over here I would like to have. You know what I mean? And I said, when I say leadership from the other spaces, I understand that there's a sentiment that people resonate with that FBA represents. I completely understand that. But there's also the side of there's been a leadership association with it that is based off of certain things. And it's just that's just the reality inside of the way it's been it developed. And so, yes, there's ways to have what y'all are talking about, but there's other parts of the conversation that's inside of it that go against the scholastic of principles that we need to have in the community. You know what I mean? And that's where you get the Moors coming in, you get the Aboriginals coming in, you got the Israelites jumping in, and it convolutes the conversation. And that's why I think some of us Pan-Africans and other people that we stuck into that conversation. We're like, all right, are you saying this? Are you saying that? Like, if you just talk about grants, you know what I mean, financial aid and reparations, nobody disagrees that Black Americans who've been through Black American history deserve Black American shit.
Right.
Does anybody disagree with it?
You want to know what's crazy? So
not crazy. Do you disagree with that?
No, but
Black American
y'all want to.
deserves
All right,
reparation.
you want to know what's interesting?
And also in servicing, like
no.
Yeah,
I'm finna add on to what you said because I'm finna give an example of me because through my whole college career, 4 years, I went on a grant that was specifically for African American students, and I helped somebody else get that grant. I helped a few people get that grant. There's a grant that is written into law for our people. You have to look for it, but yeah, and you don't have to pay for. I didn't have to pay for the registration fee, my books, anything. And this wasn't Pell. This wasn't a Pell grant. This was a grant that is written specifically for African Americans.
You got the name?
There's a bunch of grants that Black people in America could be associated to around this topic if organized right. And that's what I'm saying. The leadership is letting it go for the views. And that's across the board. There's mad platforms that are just looking at the algorithm like, look, if I talk about this, I don't give a fuck about building with niggas. I need views. I get paid off of YouTube. I get paid off of Instagram. I'm like, I already hate Black people. I already hate Africa. We got to see through that shit. Y'all don't got to see. On this side, certain side of towns, we got to see through that.
Here's the difference between FBA and the other names that we had, right? So the other names that we had, even though after a while we disagree with them, maybe, right? But the history never changed, right? The history of Black people coming from Africa never changed. When we went from color, from Negro to color to Black to African American and Black, you know, it never changed. The difference between this particular name is that Tariq Nasheed gave this name a different history. How can people in the FBA group be mad at African Americans or Black Americans that do not accept that name?
We're not mad at you.
But when we say things, the first thing, when we have disagreements, the first thing you call us is tethers. It's like if we disagree with you, we are tethered. We automatically are tethered.
That's a straw man argument. That's not true. I haven't called nobody a tether on here.
Well,
it does happen.
It does happen, and Q laid the groundwork. So we're not disrespecting each other for the most part. But yeah, it has been. It has been a lot of times.
Okay.
I got videos with like Black people online complaining about that. Like this, I got like 3 videos with that. Like literally, they start off with like saying like, "Look, you going to tell me I'm a tether? You going to say I'm not a Black American, all because I don't agree with you." And that's where people start to feel like it's a cult, because the way in which people are responding immediately in the conversation is not. It's an upfront bias versus an approach to like scholastic understanding.
Yes, I get that, and people need to be careful with that, calling people out their names for no reason. But the name was made for a reason. It just was. Just like anybody, just like they made the name Yankee Boy and Akata and all that. We just took the liberty to make our own. It's no issue. We ain't gonna hurt. We're not a violent people over here. I protect Black people, any Black person who get hurt by a white person or a non-Black person. Everybody know that about Black Americans. So it's kind of like gaslighting us, saying that we're doing something wrong. We're really doing the right thing.
Well, y'all also got within y'all group, when y'all just say that lineage shit, that's abo talk, bro. Like y'all gotta be this is the internet, bro. This is a conscious community. That's abo talk.
I mean, the word lineage, the word lineage can be said by anybody. We kind of turn it on abo.
I'm saying in this generation,
you got people celebrating the fact that other Black people getting deported right now. That ICE police officer manhandling innocent Black people. You got people celebrating that online, and there is no Black community outside of America was celebrating when police was brutalizing Black American. In fact, we were crying and demonstrating and marching and boycotting for Black Americans. But no, we have to sit back and watch Black Americans laugh and celebrate when other non-Black American Black people get manhandled by police.
I didn't see.
I mean, you got manhandled. We get killed. We get shot in the face.
That didn't happen.
Hold up. I have to say though, like
you talking about manhandling? Come on now.
Now, even beyond that, it's a really small ass group of Black people, and I don't even know if you can say those are strictly FBA. I say it's more MAGA Black people than FBA Black people celebrating ICE shit, because we don't give a fuck about no ICE shit. We trying to focus on black people. And beyond that, let's not lie like, oh, niggas, when niggas was fucked up, we was caring about y'all. That Jim Crow existed. Y'all niggas is free as fuck. Fuck are you talking about? Like, no, that's not. Let's not just act like, when black people be fucked up, the people outside of black America.
Left Jamaica, come to America, and most of his career happened in America. He wasn't even American, but he chose to serve the American.
Who you talking about, Marcus Garvey?
Yes.
And listen, so can you explain why most of his career thrived in America?
No, niggas the black Americans. No, slow down. Y'all going down the road. I'm in. Slow down. I got to slow down, bro. Y'all going down. Y'all about to argue about Marcus Garvey and all this shit. Ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
I'm not even arguing about. I'm saying the thing is, at the end of the day, this why it will be arguments, because for some reason it's like with black Americans, it's like y'all play some position, and then everybody else is, well, nah, just get him the credit. Marcus, what I try, and I was only agreeing with his Marcus Garvey statement because Jamaican niggas ain't fuck with him. We the niggas who embraced him. It wasn't y'all, it was us. We said, yeah, we fuck with what you talking about, fam.
Ignorant shit you're gonna say, because he's actually a national hero in his homeland.
No, I understand that. And now, yeah.
Jamaica have a Marcus Garvey face would have been up there. So shut.
He did.
No, but let's keep it. Y'all kicked him out of there. Y'all kicked him out of there, bro.
No, they didn't.
So why he died in Britain?
He died in Britain, dog.
He was banned from America and Britain, and he got banned from America not because the black people, because the white government started saying like, yeah, nah, them niggas fucking with you too heavy, because
the perceptions of history of why Garvey got buried where he was, and that's one conversation. You know what I mean? Like that's a rabbit hole conversation. That's it has nothing to do with the.
Didn't he come to America looking for Booker T? I mean, I'm just saying.
But you understand the Pan-African perspective at that time, and the connectivity that was happening amongst black people was part of the foundation of black nationalism and thought, like that whole era. So to unwrite that era with just the realities that happen today on YouTube in certain conversations, I'm not gonna let that happen.
Nah, it ain't unwriting no errors. For facts, what we can prove is what country supported Marcus Garvey the most. Was it Africa? Was it Jamaica? Was it America? It's America.
Bro, that's not even. Where was he located? Where was he asking that type of question? Like, the purpose of asking that question is to build up the confidence in Black America? Like, why are you asking that question?
No, that's you just because you said like we rewriting history by saying that's a fact. That's not rewriting history. That's what history was, and that brings the further point to the FBA shit. Everybody else keep rewriting history like we play some insignificant roles, or I don't really know. Like we acting like saying what actually happened shouldn't be said or something.
The only reason why you feel like that is that context yourself from Black American history. Black American history is a very rich and pure history. You're talking about inventors, talking about great people, Black Americans. This FBA thing, nobody knows it. Nobody knows y'all. Y'all didn't do nothing. Y'all separate yourself from Black American, then try
no, we're not.
Black American history.
No, we're not. We're those people you talking about. You're trying to separate us from them.
The worst part is Black American.
Slow down. This is what I'm trying to explain the boat. I'm trying to explain the boat.
Y'all only attribute all your Black American origin.
Hey,
brother,
I got first. We got to slow it all the way down. FBA for some people is synonymous for them as saying Black American. They just want to make sure that they understood that it's foundational Black American. Like, just for the conversation, Fate, like, let's just recognize that's the underlining premise that's supposed to be there.
Q, do you know why we do that though, Q?
Because of explicit need for servicing. Now, if you listen to all these other people that you've been led by in these organizations who want views, they're going to say others dumb shit. But y'all need to grow. We need to grow the conversation up and understand it comes down to servicing. If you want to grant, it should explicitly say for Black Americans of said history. It's just that simple. If you want to get filing for certain things, it should be for the benefit of Black Americans explicitly. Unfortunately, in the past, it wasn't written that way. This is where the historical context of the conversation comes from. From 1990s, it's been this conversation in college arenas.
Right. Like, just imagine if a whole bunch of, let's say, Liberia.
This is honestly not to trigger anyone or to be cliche, but does the government of America recognize FBA? Does the government recognize
No,
that?
no, it's not that. No, it doesn't. It
Do they recognize the term
I mean,
African American?
it's not to contextualize it like that. Like, it's really for the need for in America, because it's so mixed. You have so many people that can walk in and be a straight coon from another country and get notoriety and represent for Black Americans, like Obama. That's the reason why having a conversation where you understand what a person's, why they're saying lineage, is because it's supposed to be prefacing the fact that you have a historical connection to the challenges that Black people faced, and you will represent that in conversation. But if you have people who don't understand the challenges Black people have faced, and they ask political agenda questions for the community, and they get up there and speak without that historical component in their rhetoric, then it's not representative of us. And that needs to be understood on both sides. Like, I need my Caribbean people to understand that that's where it's coming from. There's people that
Obama wouldn't even fit that category though, because Obama was born in America. Obama only knows American culture. Even if he have lineage outside of America, Obama knows nothing about Africa. He didn't grow up in Kenya.
The reason
nigga
why
is an American.
The reason why he does, for me, right, before ADOS and all of this stuff was came up with, Obama spoke against reparations, and that was like, who the fuck is this dude? Y'all let this fucking first generational biracial speak for Black Americans? Like, that's crazy. Like, that was that before I didn't even, before ADOS ever got stated, that was a reality there. Like, that he being in the country a half a generation and then being able to represent for a people as if you've been here multiple generations is crazy. And then people respecting you as if you are them same people is crazy. And being able to, like they say, cosplay, you know what I mean? That's a disrespect. Like, he should have asked the Black community, before you ask me about reparations, let me ask somebody who's been here in this country, whose family's been here for the last 400 years. That's who you should be asking. That would have been a respectful response from him. Outside of, and that would have been, I still would never respect that. He should have been like, yeah, they deserve reparations. But he didn't stand. And so those type of responses created a space for the need of these things. When you have Black actors who have been received in America through Hollywood, through the lens of being Black and supported from that lens of being Black, and then turning around and getting on platforms and saying, I'm not Black, I'm Brazilian. I'm not Black. And it creates a space of resentment. Like, damn, bro, like, we were supporting you because we thought you was, we thought we was all together. You know, these are honest conversations that should be handled honestly. You know what I mean? It shouldn't just be like, it's not real. Like, no, that's, and it creates a space for resentment if we don't acknowledge that.
But that FBA ain't solving those issues though. Black Americans should have take their priority, like leadership, politics, and stuff.
We're solving those issues, man.
The same issues is happening right now in FBA, something that only started 6 months ago. You have people who are imposters leading FBA. Many of them got called out online over the past few weeks, over the past few months, where when they get called out, you realize that this nigga lineage goes back to Barbados. This nigga lineage goes back to Jamaica. But they were the champions for FBA, spreading the hate and the BS. So this FBA thing doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't solve the imposter problem.
Yes, it does.
It does, because even what you're saying, them being called out, we could call them out because they didn't fit that criteria of lineage. And also going back to what you said earlier about, like, are we noticed by the government? Let me finish. How you saying, like, we're acknowledged by the government? Well, before we were African Americans, right? We were called Negroes, and then they came up with the word, and then that group of people got it pushed through, right? That wasn't first notified and accepted by the government. It took time. And then when they started saying, well, y'all not Negroes, y'all African Americans, that didn't change, like, our history was now, oh, y'all ain't got the same history as Negroes because y'all African Americans. We are distinguishing. That's why I said I don't like the word delineate. It's just distinguishing ourselves amongst the group, like what we exactly the parameters. Because like Cuban said, a couple other people said, bro, it's nothing wrong with us saying, okay, how can you come over here and say, like, you listen, you personally, you got your accent and everything, you seem to carry the lineage, but you lied when you said earlier it's not nobody across the world that they'll see and think that they're Jamaican and say that's an African American or something of that nature. There's plenty of Jamaicans who've been in America a lot, and they don't speak with your tone. They speak like me. They speak like a Southern American. Like, we just making sure that can be called
that's
out.
not a black thing. That's an American thing. They're freaking Lebanese come to America and within a month or two picked up the American language and speak with the American accent. When they go back home, they switch it off. It's called code switching.
Yeah,
so when a black person picked up the American language, they're really not trying to mimic you. They're really not trying to take your FBA identity. All they're trying to do is adopt to the American culture.
But you have.
Black.
But
you know,
it don't matter if you wasn't trying to do that. Is that not what you did?
For a second, so you learn. They just happen to be black and they happen to be speaking the American accent, just like you, who happen to be black and happen to be speaking the American accent.
No, you don't, because I don't talk like a New York man.
Like an Indian.
I'm from the South. I talk like somebody from the South. We have different levels. But what another person like yourself would do would come outside and just see you, like you said, you're gonna group it all as no, that's just black American talk. No, it's even levels to our black American talk that y'all won't get.
Does that? Every immigrant does that. Every immigrant.
That's not true. I ain't never seen no Russian come over here and all the same talking about some what's good, my nigga.
These are
some Russian will speak with an American accent, and unless they tell you that they're Russian, they're not gonna be like, "Hey, I'm Russian," you know. No, not every Russian speak with that deep, coarse voice. You're stereotyping people. That is why.
We'll still pick it up, though.
That is why you think all white people are American.
I don't.
I don't. I know they not. That's why I just said a Russian and not an American.
Accent, they're trying to mimic you. No, you're mimicking the Americans. That is why you speak with that accent.
I'm American. How am I? Like, what are you talking about? Ebonics is listen. Black language could be considered under Ebonics, bro. That is a whole different.
You're gonna have Kenyan and Nigerian that speak with the American accent too. Doesn't mean they're trying to be
you got blatant. So you got Caribbean people that'll come here and sound like this. They won't associate themselves with language that's typically found in the hood, you know, and they're gonna stay around the proximity of whites. And that's like when they see Chaotic Truth. You hear how Chaotic Truth talks? He talks like that. That is a reality in the black community. We have black people who come here straight from yard. But they don't want to be associated with none of the gangster them who come here from Jamaica. They want to be associated with the upper class Jamaicans. Like that reality and how people associate themselves in this.
Wasn't Chaotic born in America though and grew up in America? You just happen to have
That's the first generation. So the first generation mix is really crazy because you have black people coming here from other countries.
Yep. You gotta put a timeline on that, Q.
Right? Like with the goal of like being whatever goals, and then their children are part of the American dream. And there's a book called The American Dream from Japanese people. And so the black pursuit of the American dream, while being amongst black people living the American nightmare, is a real challenge. Because it's like, you'll hear people say like, I made it. Yo, what's your excuse? Yo, there's a huge space of conversations where a lot of foreigners find themselves in with black Americans based off of that. I made it with the American dream. Why didn't you? What's your excuse? And then the reiteration of black, inferiority conversations comes up. And so these pockets of information and how they're exchanged is part of the conversation. So if you come to the hood and you're speaking, black lingo, and then you turn around and say, I'm not black, it's going to look crazy. If you grew up in the LA and all of a sudden you get rich and now all of a sudden I'm not black, I'm Jamaican. And it's like, how did that happen? These are the disassociations.
So how did the Puerto Rican and the Dominican get away with it? Because the Puerto Rican and the Dominican will slang like they're from the hood.
Yeah.
No, but they claim their heritage from day one though. They never tried to front on where they was from and their heritage. They claim their shit
Shit,
from
that's
day
a
one.
lot.
They different. They
That's a
don't hold
lot
the
of
same.
first thing them
I'm not gonna.
Dominicans
They
They
say
don't.
first
They
thing
Puerto
don't
them
hold the
Rican.
same.
Dominicans
They're
will
Puerto
tell you is
Rican.
me no black.
I don't. And
Me
you
no
know what?
black.
Honestly, I don't even.
That's what I'm saying though. That they claim that Dominican shit from day one. A lot of them
But
they
there's
do
also.
deny their African heritage. Yeah, they deny that part, but they
But you got.
claim
Hold on. But
their Spanish side and all that from the gate. Can't say they don't.
but there's a separation between because a lot
They're
of
nationalists.
unfortunately, a lot of people in America are not experienced with the different variations of people in the Caribbean. So it's just summarized as Caribbean immigrants.
Right.
So
And
like
they don't experience it like we experience it in New York. We get everything.
so
We
it's different.
experience the whole thing.
Like being honest, like out of the Caribbean, like it's association Jamaicans is heavy black pride. Now you'll find
Yes,
Trinidadian,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll throw some Trinis in the box, but knowing the colonial history, like black Guyanese people, they don't play that shit. Black Guyanese are like they upfront.
Mother skunt.
They gonna tell you they black. You know what I mean? Because they go
Right.
through it. And it's like Bajans, like there's certain islands you hit. Now the Dominicans, you're gonna hear that, but it's also part of the cultural history or the colonial history of Dominican Republic. That is a white country. It's outed as
It's like everybody get to have an excuse but us. It's crazy.
it's not an
excuse for what?
See, well, you're on a Pan-African platform. So for me,
The
it's
Uncle Toms and Coon.
you say for me again, when you say excuse, right? Black people understanding the realities of black people in a world of globalization and colonialism isn't an excuse. That's a necessity.
Like why are you a
It's a
black man
conversation that has to be
that
had.
lives on a you're a black man that lives on the beach in warm weather on the island, but you moved to New York, and then you want to talk about Babylon. You know what I'm saying? It's like come on, man.
When we try to
I mean, in
relate,
reality, most
when
of
we
them
try
move
to
to
relate,
America
y'all say we
to
try.
get their
When we
bag
try to
up
relate,
and go
y'all
buy
call
a
it stealing.
compound back at home.
You know,
Like a lot of them when they
Why
retire,
you move
they
your
go
ass to
back
New
home.
York if you want to talk about Babylon? Stay your ass in Jamaica and talk about Babylon. Don't come up here talking about Babylon.
Who's doing like the reality is that if you them talking about Babylon,
They're
they
talking
would
about white people.
let's understand something, right? The Jamaicans who would discuss Babylon would be more aligned
Right.
They
with
riding.
understand with the black ideology.
They riding. Yeah.
With the black ideology, that's where you like you're
I
confusing.
grew up with niggas that talk like that. Them be the riders.
Yeah, the Jamaicans who come here and don't call it Babylon, those are
Them
the
is
ones.
you gotta worry
coon.
about.
Those
Those
are
the coon.
those are the ones that you would have that y'all would call tethered. That's what
Yeah, exactly.
So clarify the timeline. Clarify the timeline on the first generation. Are you saying first generation is what? Civil rights or the 1989?
No, if the parents came over here last year and they
I was
had the
talking to Q.
baby,
My bad, Wall Street. My
and the
bad.
baby grows up,
My bad.
that's a
My
first
bad, Wall Street.
generation American.
My bad. Go ahead, Q.
However
You understand?
however your parents came here and you had a baby, you're the first generation. The first
Right.
generation.
First generation born in America.
If they
And
not,
a lot
if
of
you,
them,
But
even
a
if
lot
their
of time
parents,
they're calling people tethered that are not first generation. Those are second, third, sometimes even fourth generation.
which is crazy. Like
I
I
want
go
to
to
talk about.
Barbados. I go to
That is why
Barbados.
it get even more crazy, because if a lot of these FBA should go beyond grandma, they'll realize that they have Caribbean ancestry or Brazilian ancestry.
but there's middle group, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, there's different groups for the FBAs. Like we gotta be on this side. We gotta recognize that there's different groups in FBAs and start putting them in their categories. Because the ones that you talking about, those are the ABOs FBAs.
Yeah, I would like for y'all to do that. That would be cool if y'all did that, because that's another thing that gets frustrating when we trying to build and we really trying to connect and let everybody know, like, this is not how we think. Y'all lump everybody all together and say we all do the shit because of what you've seen, the videos you've seen, and the people you talking to. But we don't all think like that.
No,
You know what I
this
mean?
is what they try to do.
Some of us
They try
really grew
to
up.
tie us with the abos
That's
as
going to
hard as
be
they
an
can.
internal issue
No,
that at
hold
some
on,
point
wait.
FBA is going to have
You
to
said we're
address.
trying to tie a y'all to the no. The ABOs are already embedded in y'all movement.
FBA, right?
Like that's where y'all got to take account of. Like, literally, let's go to the video. He is an ABO. Like Tariq Nasheed is promoting ABO shit. So the people that are getting introduced to this conversation are hearing shit like this.
But see, this is what I'm saying though. Y'all gotta, if you say he promoting abo shit, you gotta go address that man.
Because that's another thing we're gonna touch on in the damn museum. Who in the hell were the real Aboriginal Americans? Y'all only think that it was the Mongoloid looking natives that were the real Native Americans. And we have to understand the Aboriginal people here were also the Negroid people, which are us. There were black people looking just like, get off there. Black people looking just like us, who were the Aboriginal people in the Americas.
Okay. Well, he
Many
said
of us
wrong.
were not brought on slave ships. Let's keep this thing above.
He said
Only
many.
6% of black people, there were black people looking just like, get off there. Black people looking just like us, who were the Aboriginal people in the Americas. Many of us were not brought on slave ships. Let's keep this thing above. Only 6%.
Well, is it true that only 2% of us was brought here to the U.S.? Is that true?
Only 6%. No. But most of us are from Africa. That's not true. Only 6% of the people enslaved in Africa were brought to North America. Most of them were brought to the Caribbean, in South America, Central America, Brazil. Only 6% came to North America. This is documented. Let's talk truth. See, we're going to get this shit out here and just talk the truth. When many of the white explorers came here, they themselves said, hey, these are the same. They look like the same people from Africa. These look like the Ethiopians. There's a reason why they called them Indians. Why did they call them Indians? Because of the skin color. They were black, just like the people in India. Just the hair was woolly. Understand history. A lot of us were already here, black ass people sitting already up in here, and they just said, okay, we're going to take you from your tribe and we're going to get your kids and we're going to raise your kids up and have them thinking he's a Negro. What's a Negro? There's no real definition of what a Negro is. It's just somebody who's black. You understand? We better understand real history. That's why they were called them Blackfoot Indians. Look at that. Again, I lived in Alabama as a child. They had something called Tuscaloosa. Look up what Tuscaloosa means. You understand? That's why we're doing this movie, talking about the Black Seminoles and the Yamasee, man. The Yamasee Wars out there in the Carolinas, the Melungeons. We're going to talk about the real history of the Aboriginal. You got to get off there, man.
I just love how they could tap into tether history because no American was ever called West Indians. That was strictly Caribbean people. And I know it's not us. It's not the black Caribbean people. It was the Native American.
It's not even whether the point is
that he would even bring that up and try to associate it with FBA. FBA is a tether. FBA is a damn tether, trying to tether to my country's history. My country's original people was called by Christopher Columbus people West Indians.
He didn't even say West Indians. He just said Indians.
Hold on. Man, we ain't got to argue the fact that
Christopher Columbus did not see any native man in America. We only see Caribbean people.
We ain't got to debate that. Just the fact is, he's a leader in the group, and he's promoting this alternative history shit.
That's not the leader, bro. That's what I want. He's not the leader. He don't lead nobody. He don't tell nobody what to do.
However you want to say it, however you want to look at it.
You could say he's an influencer, but when you say he's a leader, that's incorrect because he's not a leader. A leader would be somebody like Elijah Muhammad. He say the NOI got to do this. They doing this. Tariq say, yo, all y'all do this. We not all doing this. So that's not factual. He's not a leader, bro. I understand if he said something incorrect. If he said something incorrect, then he said something incorrect. I'm not gonna sit here and
came up with another name.
I said he is a leader.
I'm glad.
Not the leader. He is a leader.
Okay, he's a leader. He said he's a leader.
I said he's a leader. Hello, y'all, man. Hold on. You said I said he's a leader. If y'all want to, I'm a leader within they was considering me a leader within the Pan-African community.
Yeah, Q Butter is a real leader.
No, I'm not. Forget the real. I'm just saying.
Don't see a crazy ass leader.
Amen. Hold on.
That nigga ain't no leader.
I'm just. And you see, this is when somebody said they're not promoting abo shit. That's abo shit he's talking about. Let's just be clear. That's part of y'all community.
See, I'm not into the abo shit, so I really wouldn't know. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not into that that Indian shit. That shit, I ain't never try to claim no Indian shit. That shit never.
But that's not most people who claim FBA though. Just understand the context.
That shit ain't never enticed me.
They're trying to bring an abo.
Hold on, man.
Just a YouTube leader.
Hold on. That's another thing I wanted to address because that type of shit never enticed me because when niggas said the Hebrews and shit, is a lot of them in the FBA. Maybe they are, but I'm a nigga that was going at the Hebrews necks for years, and you know why? That's because the niggas used to be getting at Africans and shit, talking about they not African, and these niggas can't eat if they let a fucking Puerto Rican eat or somebody else eat before they let an African eat. I was banging on them niggas for that type shit and getting at them on their Bible and all that bullshit. So that's why I say you can't lump us all together. We not all the same.
But you
FBA,
can't
the movement
separate that.
FBA is the home team. Niggas is repping the home team. That's why niggas is on that wave right now, because it make like you with the home team. Like you're not gonna go against the grain.
Hold on, bro.
That don't mean you hate everybody
Obviously,
else.
most people that's carrying the FBA flag don't feel like you. Most people
That's
that
not
carry the
most, but
FBA
you can't
flag
say
that's
most because
online,
we haven't met most people. Most people that's
yeah,
really in there that
most
really came
people
up
that carry
here
the
and fight.
FBA flag. That's what I said. They follow. They're following a line with what you just saw in the video, dude. What else do you expect?
I mean, not everybody following with that,
I
man.
didn't
You
say
can't say
everybody.
most.
I said most.
Can't say most. You ain't met most.
Yes, we can, because he's the maker of the name. He made the name, and he's giving you what FBA is. How can you split that?
Listen,
You can't split that from the maker of the name. He's still making videos right now saying the same thing. We go down this timeline. We go on his channel right now. He has these videos and he's attacking Africans and Caribbeans with these
It's not him
cartoons.
attacking. It's not him attacking nobody.
No.
What y'all
He
only
has.
hearing one
Wait.
side of the
Hold on,
conversation?
brother. Let me finish. Brother, let me finish. You can go on his page right now. He has cartoon images, messed up cartoon images, the same way a KKK person would give a cartoon image of a black person eating watermelon. He has cartoon images, derogatory cartoon images of Africans and Caribbeans on his on his YouTube page.
Are you the same brother?
With that? I'm supposed to align with that as African American? No, I'm not aligning with that. Hey, Q, I'm gonna step down so Psycho can get up.
All right, Black. Are you the same person that said most Africans talk down on Black Americans?
Nah, that was me.
All right.
I'm just like, let's be clear.
And
Tariq Nasheed.
And no, go ahead. My bad.
Tariq Nasheed has a huge following, and he's one of the people that help push and foundate the movement of FBA. Whether people have a sentiment that aligns with it and they don't associate with him, we get that. But the fact is, there are many people who do, and he's promoting this Indian shit, this Aboriginal shit. Now, y'all may not fuck with that, but we just being clear, that's part of the groups that's there. So when you hear Aboriginal shit within the conversation, don't be surprised when you hear us going at it, because that we know the Aboriginals don't fuck with the African. They did revisionists of history. Let's just be clear on that.
Right. We know that. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, we know that. That's a lot of Hebrews be on that bullshit, and that's why I don't fuck with a lot of them. They don't like Africans and all that shit. They deny their African heritage and all that weird shit. I don't rock with that, man. That shit's weird.
So that's
the thing is that I understand that. Now I understand that point, but another point is Tariq don't hate Africans and black and Caribbeans though. I think people be getting that twisted with the videos they watch. It's like it's not one-sided arguments. This shit be responses. Like there's the same way, like how you say you got videos of them getting at us. There's plenty of videos all over TikTok. They've been getting at us for the longest. We've been responding to them. And the thing is, we respond. You know how Black Americans do. We respond, and when we get on you, we get on you, and we joke on your ass so hard, niggas start crying. And when you start crying, when you get ready to fight, you lost. So I think that's what a lot of this shit be, because niggas don't hate Africans and Caribbeans, bro. And I know Tariq don't hate them niggas for sure. He say that all the time. He always try to get that point across, but I guess the clapbacks be so brutal. Only thing niggas be hearing is the clapbacks. Niggas don't pay attention to nothing else.
Well, it's also because the internet. We got this. The internet. You have hate profit. The platforms make money off of hate speech. Like the more people are enraged, the more they're gonna interact with the platform, and that's just like I can show us the data analytics for that. These whole platforms are built off of that. That's why you flat earthers and the anti-black and the divester arguments and the relationship shit. That shit keeps people there because they're engaged, because it's just like they have contention with the topics, and it's going to keep them going, and they thrive off of that hate profit and connection to the fact that people have issues. You know what I mean? So it's like I can show y'all that over here. We got to recognize that and put that into the variable. Like that's a reality for that. So that's part of the platforms. They make money off of that type of content. Truth, I know you want me to source up on that because you're a nerd. You know I would definitely source up, and we'll be talking about AI, the algorithmic biologies and all the biographies and how AI computes it and forces the algorithm. Y'all go ahead and like 3 videos and comment in 3 shit. You're going to be force fed that shit for months. So it's part of the algorithm. So, you know, being prudent with it, you know, we got to promote contrary shit that's, you know, contrary to it. Let's see. Why is there no speech on this one? Is this playing? Well, why there ain't no sound? What? I fucked the sound up on that one.
Black Americans, listen, please stop referring to yourself as African American. That Pan-Africanism, that whole movement to unify Black Americans with Africans, listen, that's a hoax. They want a destiny swap with us. They want to take our culture and our dollars and take it back to Africa. You see what they did with the Essence Festival. If y'all keep feeding into this narrative that we are all the same, they are brothers and sisters, what's going to end up happening is when it comes time for reparation for what our ancestors went through, not theirs, the ones that they sold, not theirs, what's going to happen is they're going to send Black Americans reparations over to Africa. And they are not our friends. They are not our allies. And I hope y'all can realize this and wake up. Black Americans, listen.
See, that nigga's a clown. See, that's clown shit.
No, this is what I'm saying. You gotta we have to. This is Tariq Nasheed's other talking point. That right now, and the other ones are saying that.
You don't be saying that.
No, the African Union wants to include Black Americans into, which has been a conversation point for the last 30, 40 years. But now that they're discussing it, they're like, the only reason they're discussing it because they will know that Black Americans about to get reparations. So they're saying that that's the only. I'm like, hold on. So first y'all was mad that we wasn't involved. Now the only reason we getting involved is because we're supposed to get reparations.
I mean, I'm saying you can involve us, but you can't bring up our reparations. No, but you can involve us for sure.
No, and this is where the conversation gets muddy. The African
it gets money because the Africans tried to pull a fast one on us.
No,
yeah, we can be part of it.
No, the reason why I say it gets muddy is because when Malcolm X was pushing the Pan-African movement and the discussions begin with reparations and restorative justices and arguments for damages, the movements for the international African perspective was still under colonial imperialistic regiments. The Caribbean was still inside of imperial regiments. So the creation of that reality took years to get to a point of development, and plus the hindrance of its development by white people's playing on the government's development. So you have Jamaica still being ran by the English Parliament. You have Nigeria in these places still being ran by the Parliament. The France still having their military and hands all inside of these places. So like these statements have to be added to the context of the conversation to make sense of why certain countries haven't been able to work together, or why there have been struggles in developing an African Union in which Black Americans with Malcolm X type figures are invigorating people around the world to fight for liberation. So that is an anti-colonial movement, which is not something to be supported. So Black people's introduction or connection with the African Union is largely something that's not to be supported by whites. So having that happen as a goal is something that we should look at as like, no, this is something that should happen. And it's not about reparations. It's about being able to connect us from an economic and political standpoint.
Right. But we understand when they had the different zones in the AU, all of them are basically very poor. The only rich zone was the zone they added that included us. And then they throw the reparations fight, and it's like, why would you be in charge of our reparations fight? That makes no sense.
The zones of America where Black people mostly populate are largely economically distant.
Well, I'm saying I'm talking about the zone that they included us, the North American zone, or whatever zone that was, the sixth zone, the last zone. That's the richest zone out of all of them.
Of course, because that zone is colonially developed it's colonial development.
Be that as it may, it's the richest zone, and they're trying to usurp our. You're trying to ignore the fact that they're trying to usurp our reparations, and they have no place to do reparations. No place.
Let's examine that. Reparations is a court proceedings. It's a specific damages that's given. It relates to the damages given to a specific people. How can they usurp something that goes through American courts that's specific to the people that have been afflicted?
I'm meaning that they can't be our representative. They're not our lawyers. Nobody told them to take that position or that place. And
nobody asked for them to be lawyers. It's about
nobody asked for them to do any of that, especially some of those countries who, I mean, you can name some of the countries.
We have asked for the African Union to stand with Black Americans for reparations.
No, but you're not going to put yourself in charge of it. That's the thing.
No, understand. This is why I said the political environment, right? The African countries, right, that got empowered, that we call Nigeria, Senegal, we go to Jamaica and Trinidad, right? Part of the reason why they were not able to get involved in the Black American political arena is because they were fiat governments. Jamaica is still underneath the British Empire. It still has a prime minister as their head. Trinidad just got this is what we have to contextualize. So when we're saying get involved in speech, where you're going to have speech that is revolutionary in sense of you're speaking for the justices. You want injustice to be addressed. We're looking for the governments to stand with that. This is a space that hasn't been, we just got to this space. These countries that you're talking about are just getting to the space where they can speak for independence, truly. And so when we're discussing in America, where we're in a space where we're just now getting to where we're like, no, we really in our shit. We in our bag right now. We on our independent shit. This is more of a time to get together and recognize at the same time that the colonial infrastructure has been something that has hindered the development of our connections, not Black people.
Man, they got a video clip of the Ethiopian president talking real down about African Americans. He was very specific when he said African Americans, and then it's just very rich that he's in that reparations, that AU reparations push, and it just that's crazy to me.
He said Q is talking about tapping into the African American spending power. Yeah, if they're talking about tapping into the African American spending power, that is, I don't see. So from an investment side, and again, I'm a Pan-African. When we saying spending Black, yes, Black people should be thinking about spending Black through the Black world. I agree with that. So I think Black countries should be investing into Black countries. We should be investing into science. They should be investing into Black Americans. That we should all be investing into each other so we can develop and have an economic system.
They're going to reserve the spending power for the Jews and the Chinese.
I'll just be clear, like I don't have an issue with that. Like the Black world needs to organize and have, and especially Black America should be leading the conversation in terms of how to have this economic connection between these areas. Like that's business.
Right.
Like that's we're talking about resources. Everybody's in Africa and the Caribbean taking resources. Why would Black Americans not want to be connected with a place where Black people are being taken advantage of?
And the best thing to happen for Africa is all the immigrants in Africa to return to their African countries. That would be an economic boom actually for them. Instead of
like telling Arabs to go back to their country. Like that isn't
So
America's developed.
Huh?
America was made for people to make money.
I'm talking about Europe, brother. I was talking about Europe.
Nobody going back to anywhere. We should be thinking it's since the 1980s. After Fordism, we went into globalization. Globalization has been, we're past that now. The third industrial revolution was centered on the networking capabilities of the internet. We have to catch up. The world is networked together, and these communities are organized in economic goal with economic objectives as the centerpiece.
That's a whole fact.
Right. So they should go to their place where of their origin, where they know best, and invest there and live there.
That's not the. Are you hearing the term globalized market? Like globalization is worldwide now.
Right, but you still need land. You still need real estate.
Everybody.
Exactly. So it doesn't make sense that the Chinese own your land on your island. Maybe you should go in the real world and actually get those deals done and move those Chinese out of your beaches.
The same conversation we could be saying, right? Right. Saying that conversation, right? When we have so there's people that got bread in these countries that we're supposed to be looking at. This is America's a place to make money. You know what
you can make money in the island too.
You can make
plenty of money.
Let's understand there's no place in the world that you can make money in like America.
And that's cool. That's great. That's because of FBA. But I'm saying if we want to make global, if you want to make global blackness, if we want to strengthen global,
that's not because of FBA.
Okay. Anyways, so if you want to strengthen global blackness, I'm saying
not in any ways. Like y'all say these things. Which black economist was involved in the development of the economic system we're in?
All right. So it should be at least 10 to 12 different cruise lines that are owned by Caribbean black people, because you guys own a chain of islands, right? So it should be about 10 cruise lines, Jamaican cruise line, Trinidadian cruise line. It should be all these industries that you guys should make, because you guys got all these beaches.
You could say the exact same thing for blacks though. We're buying
well, I mean, you guys are like what, 80% black nations, 90% black nations, some of you. So I mean, you can't really say the same thing about us, can you? Because it's a different arena.
Again, you saying that versus would you invest in a cruise line to the Caribbean?
Ran by blacks, yeah, for sure.
This is what we should be focused on in 2020.
That's what I'm talking about. So what's the resistance to going back home?
That's not what you say. When you say go back home, like you're telling people that they were invited to this country by white folks.
Okay. So what does that mean?
It's not our country. We're part of the country, but we're not the ones that's running the policies. We're not the ones recruiting people. If
my cousin invites you to if me and my cousin got an apartment, or me and my wife got an apartment, and say she invites you and you're disrespectful, I have the authority to kick you out. I have the authority to tell you, hey, no,
I think your ass should go home if you're disrespectful.
Hold on.
If you're disrespectful, I think you should go home. But if you're trying to really build, I think it's all good.
Yeah, if you're trying to build, it's all good. But if you're disrespectful, I got the authority to tell you to go home. You telling me white people invited you, like that means something to me as a black person.
If you really have that authority, utilize it.
Where is this authority?
You're talking about the authority that you really don't have. It's
right
in your head.
They getting upset because I told them to invest in their island, and they getting offended. Look at this.
Getting offended, bro. We're just trying to have a conversation.
We could tell you the same thing in America. Why are you not doing it in the island?
The majority.
It's cool. I'm not even dealing with. I don't even know who that is.
Who do you think invest in the Caribbean?
I literally.
So y'all think that's not a legit point, though. That's not a legitimate point.
Now this is good.
That's not a legitimate point.
He ain't been disrespectful or nothing, like, so we could build on it.
Because I don't think that's crazy to say. Like, okay, so.
But yeah, you could definitely say the same thing about blacks in America. Like, we invest globally. We invest in companies that are all over the world. So the argument can be made.
It's the ability to argue without creating narratives. That's the problem. I don't want to deal with the narratives. I want to deal with the facts. Like, I'm not dealing with it. He keeps presenting these narratives about what people want to do and protect and different stuff. And it's like, that shit is annoying.
But I mean,
but wait, though, man. But wait, hold on a second.
You feel like you have this authority and you have.
Can you hear me?
Then kick them out. Utilize this authority that you claim you have. Niggas don't really have that authority.
I hear you.
Okay, so look, so this is what I'm questioning though. So in terms of what I heard him saying, because those are primarily black nations, and because they're celebrated as such, why isn't there more of a demand for them to be that as the black nation that they are? Because we are Americans, right? And you know, that you take it, celebrate it, take it, hate it, whatever. But when it comes to like somewhere like Haiti, there is no, they get to celebrate having their own landmass. They get to celebrate this and that.
Yo, Chad,
but there's no
talking about that. We wasn't even talking about that. That's the reason we was.
I thought that's what he was. I thought
that's what he was talking about. That's what I'm saying. But that's what he was talking about. That's we ran down that rabbit hole because that's what that's where he wants to be at. He wants to focus on telling black people, Caribbean people to leave the country, go back home. That's where his head is at.
Now you said how we can help each other and build. I said the best way for us to build as black people is people from go back to their homelands and build there. That's all I said, bro.
But
that's all I
something
said.
I brought up early though.
Then if I heard,
like,
if I
a
read
lot
it
of them
wrong, I
come to
apologize.
America.
If I read it wrong, I apologize.
A lot of them come to America, they work, they retire, and take that money back to their country and build a compound. So they are utilizing this opportunity to build things in their own homes.
But once again, everyone does, not only black people. Every nation, every
a lot of them, but not enough of them.
When you come here to America, work for 50 years, and then go back home and build your dream, I got you. That's the Jamaican plan. Got it.
I'm saying there's nothing wrong with that.
Well,
if
you
you're
want to do
buying
that
a
extreme,
compound and
because I
land, you're
don't
going to
know
leave to
Jamaican
your
coming
family.
here,
Nothing
staying
wrong
here
with
for
that.
50 years.
Motherfuckers work in America 50 years and die in a rented apartment. Black
I
Americans.
mean, if they're American, that's their right to.
Yeah, I'm saying everyone has their rights, right? But I'm saying
But we're talking about
if they are taking the assets they make here, right, and going and building something in their country, that's literally what you're saying they should do.
This is America, bro.
yeah.
This is how it
We're
was.
trying to
they're
build.
doing it.
We're trying to build blackness. We're trying to build global blackness because,
what
like
you're
you
doing
said, it's a
I
global.
think what he's
global.
saying is not enough of them go back and do that shit. I think that's what he's saying. Sure.
Again, America is a tax-based country. Immigration is part of its colonial policy. They got it from the British. It's just what it is. They make money. America makes money off of taxes.
Okay.
That's not our argument. That we don't have nothing to do with them recruiting. We should get involved in the recruiting process. We should be actively saying, look, man, we're looking for these type of black people to come for these are the questions they're gonna ask y'all. Look, answer these questions, because when y'all get here, we need y'all on our side. Because these Spanish motherfuckers is piling up everybody on the vote. We need y'all on our side. But no, we saying, forget it, fuck it. Let the white man keep recruiting these niggas and they get mad when they get here.
Here would be your place in what we're trying to build. Here's what would be expected of you. And yeah, we need to recruit them.
It just look like y'all running and other people taking y'all island. I guess that's what it looks like, man.
What is
y'all running?
That's the
y'all
world.
running from something.
That's the world they're running to in economic money. The American dream is being sold around the world. That's a fact.
Right. I'm saying Chinese are running to Jamaica and making money. So I mean, I'm getting the disconnect. Is America the only place that can make money?
Why is the black man not doing that?
Black man is everywhere.
So let's talk about us making
See how
money.
they play this? So all the responsibility is on black. When you say the black man, so you're not talking about Jamaicans no more, right?
When did I say anything that was associated with the word?
I'm saying you said why can't the black man do that? So you're not talking about Jamaicans no more, right?
Listen,
bro, I wasn't talking about Jamaicans in the first place.
Jamaica alone. Jamaica alone.
That's what I was talking about.
Jamaica alone make up to $4 billion per year. And that's only from immigrants living overseas that send back money to Jamaica. Over $4 billion per year, US dollars. And majority of that is coming from the USA. Jamaican living in the USA that send their hard-earned money back to Jamaica. Okay? And that goes back in the Jamaican economy. So we are doing things for our country.
Same thing for
Barbados. So basically it's a parasitic relationship.
We are doing things for our country. We ain't just coming here and sitting down and playing as if we're going to be tethered to the FBA.
Would y'all ever seen that money to the black
That's part of the problem too, though. Like that, see, that's what I'm saying. Though, it's like we just be honest, right? So what you're telling me is you come here and siphon money from this country, that money that let's be honest, black people in America need to be making themselves. They need to try to get that money themselves. You're sending that money to another place.
Yeah, we didn't have to step on no black person's head to get that money.
And then at the same time, tell us
let's have a conversation.
Start a business. That's it.
So I think that's the conversation though is that you are stepping on other black people's heads.
Yeah, that's kind of the conversation.
That's the topic. I think you just kind of nailing it in.
I guarantee you right now, if all the African and Caribbean should leave America, it wouldn't make black American $1 richer. I guarantee you that.
I mean, I don't know why. because
because
you're using
it would have put black people in a worse position because they would have lost a lot of job opportunities and a lot of people that comes and be a part of their community and spend with them. So they would have lost.
You're adding to that same old trope that Black Americans are lazy. So when you say
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
that's what you're saying.
The more we work together, the reason why.
So let me say, ain't no working together, bro. Like that shit is out. Let's be honest about what's happening. You just downplayed the impact of people coming here. You downplayed that instead of acknowledging, yeah, we all people, we got to work together, blah, blah, blah. No, you're saying it don't bother Black Americans, or it's nothing from them, that money that's made here under the Black hand. Black people made that money, but then you shift it to another country. Like, come on, fam.
You don't even invest the money into the community. You send it to a whole other country. You don't invest into the community.
The amount that Jews make is nothing compared to the tiny little meagerly $4 billion that Jamaican make. Jews are making hundreds of billions,
and they do the exact same thing
out of the Black
community. What got to do with us?
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
What does got to do with us?
If other people setting up shops in your community have nothing to do with you, then why are you hating on immigrants who are actually working hard for theirs?
That just basically proves that y'all see yourselves different, though. That basically proves that y'all see yourselves as different.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding your point, because if you're a Jew making money in the Black community, send it out. Yes, that's a problem. But I'm saying it's the same thing when you're Haitian, when you're Dominican. If you're spending the money somewhere else and it ain't going back into the Black community in America, it's not going into the Black community in America, no matter who's sending it out.
How's that?
But a large portion of their revenue doesn't come from Black America. Like, they're working in the hospitals, they're working in the hotels, right?
But you're living in the Black community, or you represent the Black community.
Building up the community here. How's that Pan-Africanism?
Hold on.
They don't live in the Black community.
Yeah, hold on. Y'all mixing like multiple things.
So you're saying a Jamaican nurse ain't living in the Black community? She living in the white community, in the gated community.
She may live in a Black community, but that's not where her revenue's coming from, right?
She's living in the Black community.
If she's living in the Black community, she's part of that community.
Number one, her revenue is coming from Crown Heights, right?
Again, this is getting all over the place, y'all. This is America. People pay taxes. That's how people understand investing in community. Unless you got a nonprofit, what are we talking about? Unless you're a developer, what are we talking about? Let's challenge the game. Are there any developers that have issues with getting investors from foreign countries? Are there any people who own CBOs or founders of CBOs that have challenges getting people from other nationalities within the Black community to support? Like, if we're talking about investing, how else are we talking about the community?
And if you ain't doing that, these people aren't your problem.
Just be very clear.
So Q, say you got a school, Q. Say you got a school, Q, and I want my child to enroll in your school, because I'm part of the community. I want to support what you got going on. But say if I'm somebody from a different land who ain't rocking with you, he may look like you, but he ain't rocking with you. He's sending that money somewhere else to a different country. So basically, that money's not going into the community, going into their school, going into you and whatever you got going on. You get what I'm saying? So that's what we're saying.
If you have a grocery store in the community, if he's a tenant in your community, he's paying who? One of the landowners, the landlords. The landlord, if they're Black, that's money in the community. If they go to a Black store, money in the challenge is that our communities are being siphoned by other people. That's the issue.
That's the real issue.
So in areas when we do have
to they're the other people.
Chinese.
Some of them are the other people.
But I'm saying, if the Jamaican if he's gonna do the same thing with the money, the Chinese guy.
Let's be clear. When we say,
I mean, they all make their money off of
big developers, and local stores, corporations. The big corporations have taken over our local districts. In most Black neighborhoods, big corporations are definitely taking. If you're in the hood, then you still got local stores and shit that's named after somebody in the hood. But most of the hoods now got corporations that's taking over the Black hoods.
Okay.
You got whatever Foot Locker, you got Blimpie, what is it, old Navy,
Whole Foods on
Whole
Fifth.
Exactly. A little jerk chicken shop can't compare to those big corporations.
Right. So you should open up a jerk shop down in Jamaica and take off.
But one of the I think, you know what though, because in the business model, right? And I think that's something we got to get in control with, honestly, because even Tad, you told the Black economic wealth gap can only be attacked. They really said that entrepreneurship, and so the entrepreneurship, when Black Caribbeans people come here, they can't work the same jobs we work. So the way it looks economically, in like in our little ecosystem, you got Black Caribbean people who have businesses, and the money they make from their businesses is profit. They pay their taxes on it. Then they choose to send it to their country. And that's that ecosystem versus our ecosystem, where many of us work federal jobs, state jobs, military jobs. We get paid from these spaces, and then we take our money back, and then we bring it to the community. But our community is not organized financially. The ecosystem economically in our community is already a siphon pool. So
that needs to be the focus.
And so that's a challenge that's not a Caribbean. That's also part of the original redlining and zoning issues.
Yeah, I mean, we do have a history that we got to attach to. You know, things did go down to hinder us. It's not like we were just.
I'm not going. I can't. No. Hold on, bro. I can't do that because those people don't come here and attach themselves to that history. So it's almost a slap in the face. It's a total insult to bring that history up in a conversation with them. They're not coming here acknowledging our history. They're coming here trying to move forward.
I'm just saying, when you look at the problems on the table for Black America, right, on a revenue level, the pennies that they're siphoning out of the community don't compare to the Jews owning all of the property and renting to our grandmothers until the day they die. To Whole Foods coming into the community, and then white people come along with Whole Foods, and now you don't have no more Black people in Harlem. Like, that's the bigger issue.
Nothing compares to that, brother.
Even like right now, the housing
and that need to be the focus. Is what I'm saying.
There's a huge housing issue. The rent crisis. There's a mix. There's a mixture in that conversation. But like G-Styles, you in New York, but I don't know the New York perspective on the whole country. You know what I mean? I'm saying it up front. I'm not trying to put the New York perspective on the whole country.
We have to, though, in this conversation, though, because we're the only place that these people have an impact. You're not going to find a bunch of them. You're not going to find...
Listen, that's not true, because you can go to certain spots in Ethiopia.
Taz will be the first one to tell you. He never grew up around those people.
No,
right?
But in certain areas, you got pockets of immigrants who go to certain towns.
Correct.
And then they just do their thing, and it falls into the area of siphoning. Like, you open up a restaurant, you got a bodega, you got a corner store, and then you just take your money, you go over there, y'all don't fuck with us, y'all don't show up at the rallies, and you send your money back to Ethiopia.
But this is why I'm saying you can't take...
You got a bunch of those.
You can't take Miami out the argument, because this is the places where these people are. So
it's not the only places where they are, because that's
the main places. It's the only places they really have strongholds.
When you get on the internet, you got people like this platform. We got 3 people from New York. Everybody else is from around the country.
But listen to what I'm saying, Q. You're not gonna find a bunch of West Indian restaurants, right, in Ohio, right? You'll find them all up and down Miami, all up and down
where
New York.
Caribbean people locate.
They in Minneapolis. You got a lot of them.
African immigrant.
Really, it's not. It's the ecosystem where you got a Jamaican dude who got a restaurant. Then you got an Ethiopian group who has their own little community. Then you got a Nigerian dude who drives cab. That's how Black Americans are experiencing people that's foreigners. They're not. It's not like and that experience looks like in the ecosystem. Y'all are just making money and then leaving with it. Like,
but this what I'm stressing is that's a handful of cities.
And you know how we look at it, though? We look at it as we're coming here and we're gonna find a little hustle and we're gonna do our little hustle. Why ain't other people trying to find their little hustle and do their little hustle? You think it was easy to open up the cook shop or get the license to drive the car?
This is the point I'm making, right?
I believe it was.
You can come outside, Q.
It's acknowledging that this is
no, it wasn't.
No, I mean it's
Give
not about
back to the community that's
Hold on,
supporting
but
you,
here's
though.
the
That's the thing,
conversation I'm
though.
talking about
Give
in
back,
terms of location,
give
right?
back to that community that's supporting you.
Here's the conversation
Willie,
with
hold on, Willie, hold on,
location.
Willie,
They
hold on,
do though.
Willie.
I know a lot of Jamaicans that would put on sport events and support any community event.
Hell
When
yeah.
it comes to Jamaicans do give back and support.
Willie, but
Like,
you're
let
not.
me explain something to you, bro.
I
Let me
mean, but
explain something to you, but
it's
some of
not
this stuff,
just that.
y'all not
I
being.
don't know about that part.
Oh man. So
But
look, man,
we
let me
know what's
explain
up.
something to you, bro. And there's nobody going to deny it. It just is what it is, man. When you have to up in this country, black as a young black man, that is going to be a lot different than someone who arrives here and get to play off the radar. Some of us were never even in the running for any of that quote unquote positive shit due to the environment we came from. While you may come from somewhere else and have better opportunity because of that fact. So you have to acknowledge that. There are people here who won't get the opportunities that a foreigner coming from someone else will. It's just a fact. And
Now,
we're
Taz,
not honest about that. Those people.
this is why I'm saying though location is important part of this conversation. Because Q can walk out his house right now, right? And walk a couple blocks, he can find a Caribbean restaurant, right? They're concentrated in Brooklyn in particular, but all through New York, right? If I want oxtails right now, I might have to drive 12 miles, right? They don't have the impact here in North Carolina that they do in other cities. So that's why I'm saying a lot of this argument don't even apply, because when you're dealing with the South in particular, when I hear these dudes make this argument, they're not taking from your community because they're not there, right? When you look at the places where they are more assimilated into the community, right? And we all live right up the block from each other. I live on Gates. Molly live on, I don't know what's after Gates. I don't be in Brooklyn like that. But I'm saying we are all, this is where the conversation lies in communities where we actually are in the same vicinity. I would say 95% of American cities don't have that issue. So a lot of people making this argument, they don't even have a place to make that argument because they're not taking nothing from your community. You don't even know them people. It's a very select argument. If you're
He's right.
coming from
He's
Brooklyn
right
and you
in a
got
way,
this
but
issue,
it's from a very shallow perspective. He's right, but it's from a very shallow perspective because you can't compare the entire Black American population to a selective few immigrants that is coming to America. You got to remember when they're selecting people to come to America, criminal record and background check is a thing.
plays
So
into
they're
it.
not going to select the worst of the worst from
Oh,
Jamaica,
we know that.
Trinidad,
Correct.
to come
That's
to
We
why
know
they
America.
get into
that. They
universities.
select a certain type of people. We know that.
If you're not coming from a war-torn country as
You're
a
not just
refugee,
getting a green light
then
to come
no,
in.
you're not.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Even if your money ain't up, your educational status gotta be up. You either gotta be rich or educated.
And so
That's why
I'm
it's real
in.
funny when the
People
Africans
come
try to
here.
compare themselves to
People
Black
come here
Americans when they
and
know they're
they're not
top tier
getting an
people are coming.
unfair advantage from the system or from the government. They're getting that advantage from their family, from their background. That's the only advantage they're getting. And if they fuck that up once, that's it.
Yeah.
That is why Africans and Caribbean gotta be so careful. Because we know
Y'all
if you
get
you get that
y'all
Because
get
they
advantage
lose that
USA.
once, and
support,
if
they're
you fuck
done.
it up, you're
Yeah.
in the street.
Yeah, I agree.
Y'all get USA.
Yeah, but
Told
I
you.
think
No, we
Shit,
don't get
I
that.
mean that
I mean
you say that, but
Barbados
they
don't
be
get
into a
no
lot of
USA,
bullshit up
I
fam.
mean
here.
no, but I mean what happens a lot of times like
Y'all get all kind of USA, man.
I need my Caribbean folks to not like I don't need y'all to hear it in a different, from a different part of the spectrum. You know what I mean? Because the
Oh,
response part creates a response and it just keeps going back and forth where it's like,
Yeah, that's
you know what I
true.
mean? It's like, it's like, nah, it's like, hold on, bro. Like it's just there is this reality where there's different groups and Black Americans need to understand it too. Where like if immigrants come here, they have to do business. So working regular jobs and then when
If you don't know, check out what
The
a
immigrants
brain
what?
drain. It's called pause. It sounds
I don't
yucky, but
agree with
pause.
that.
It's called brain drain. It happens in the
Yeah.
Caribbean and it happens in Africa where they select a few people that they took every year, and those people have to have certain qualities.
They cherry pick.
Right.
They get the best
Pretty
foreigners
much.
they can
So
find.
when you
But
see
not
people
always.
coming
They got
over here from Africa, from the
they
Caribbean,
got
and
bad
they're
drug dealers.
doing good in business, they're doing good in school,
So wait,
they're doing good in society. It's not because
I can't
it's
believe
not
no
because they have
freedom
their
fighters, no
advantage.
freedom fighters,
They would
no
have
freedom
been doing
fighters.
good in their own country. It's actually a disadvantage in some cases for the country that they're coming from, because we're leaving the criminals in the country to destroy the country, while we're taking out the smart ones to go build up America and to go build up Canada.
Nah, the criminals stay back and back and scam the Pan Africans. That's what the criminals do. They stay back and scam you Pan Africans.
Okay, so, all right, so can you prove that? All right, that's crazy.
That was wild.
I know they got them Nigerians. They going crazy over there right now.
Taz, do you see why? Come on, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, I don't even know, dude. Yeah, I don't I understand completely.
unless it was you, I guess that's a joke. Haha.
Yeah.
So we clear on where the Caribbean's at. We can assess and validate where New York City is not the only place that Caribbeans go.
Miami.
I wouldn't say that. Yeah, I wouldn't say that's the only place they go, but I do think there's a.
So you gonna leave the whole Midwest out, Will?
So give me a city in the Midwest where you have a large West Indian population.
Chicago.
Minneapolis,
Chicago.
Minnesota.
It's a major city.
Kansas City, Missouri.
Minneapolis is crazy.
So even when we present this, though, that goes to my point of we're talking about a handful.
Indianapolis, Indiana. Let me know when you get ready for me to stop, because I got a long motherfucking list.
Go ahead, keep going.
But I before we get too far away though, I'm trying to understand though. So are y'all telling me that people that come from other countries and they're not here to undermine or fight white supremacy? They're just here to benefit. You tell me they're not part of the problem?
What problem
that
are you
they're not
talking about?
joining in the problem of quote unquote white supremacy?
No,
because I mean,
it's why Sambo culture is literally part of the Sambo culture. Like we have to deal with the Sambo shit.
Taz, I'm saying you got to prioritize. And when we look at the real issue, right? I do agree. As Black America, if you look around, we're getting it from every angle, right? We're getting attacked from every angle. But when it comes to this conversation, this is probably the lowest level on the totem pole of issues that we need to deal with, or people siphoning shit out the community. Like this is the lowest level. Like there's way more.
So how somebody giving money to their family back in their country?
That's what I was saying. Taz, they come like being same way we understand America right now with the Sambos and black people being involved in different parts of the government and that shit and integration. We got to recognize that Caribbean people, African people that come here, they're coming here with an integrated mindset. So either we get in front of the conversation or we just going to complain about it, because America's not going to stop recruiting people. It's not going to stop that. It wants money.
Right, but they're so that's what I'm saying. They're recruiting replacement black people, and we know that. So why pretend like they're not doing that?
I wouldn't say replacement. I just say they're recruiting tax base. Like,
It ain't. I can't point back into history where that has never been the case.
No, it's never been the case up until now. So the people who have smoke for that white man, who he can't just guarantee gonna come in and do what the fuck he say, nigga, that's us. They shipping in motherfuckers who gonna do exactly what he say and go buy down to every fucking word and ain't gonna have no fucking pushback. It's some shit niggas ain't going for. No, bruh, no, don't cut me off. It's some shit Black Americans ain't going for that a fucking immigrant gonna turn his head to. Some of that shit that they call microaggressions. Nigga, you can do that to them. You can't do that to these niggas. And you know it. So at some point, you will go and get that foreigner because you don't want to hire that black man that's got smoke for these white motherfuckers. You're not gonna go hire that nigga that got smoke for these crackers.
I think
that's an actual fact.
No,
that's not no fact because the same
Come on, let Q go now.
The same Sambo passive nigga, you will find them in America too as foundational.
Okay, go ahead, Q.
That's their only talking point.
The average Caribbean person is much more 10
Will.
than Jason Whitlock.
Okay, Will. Okay, all right.
Than the blacks that voted for Trump. You know what I mean? The
All
average
right.
Caribbean person,
when you
they're
look in
more
the
in
MAGA
line with our
parade
goals.
and you see black niggas dressing up in full-blown KKK outfit, those niggas ain't from the Caribbean.
Those are coons. We call them out. We call their ass
foundational Uncle Ruckus. Those are foundational coons.
So now you gotta understand something too. West Indians call out their coons
I
as
might
well,
be too late.
right? They'll say the term "you're yanking," right? Yeah, you're speaking like a Yankee. You're cooning, right? There's levels of cooning in the West Indian community as well.
The Yankee been a big that all you from New York, you know that been a big thing. That Yankee shit.
Everywhere. You're gonna have coons everywhere. That's not up to the system. That's up to a person and their character.
I mean, they'll tell you why you talk like that, boy. You're yanking.
So Yankee is cool in Jamaica.
They call you Yankey boy.
I don't know how y'all just tried to explain that away.
Like, does that mean coon in Jamaica?
It's yes. Like when you're yanking, you're trying to be Jason Whitlock.
Will. He was trying to make a point,
he asked
man.
me a fucking question, Dev. Damn.
That's because you overtalked everybody and you was the only one that he heard talking.
All right, I'm
nigga.
back on mute, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yankee means
cool. What?
So they been had that Yankee shit for us. They been had that.
I didn't know it meant cool though. That's crazy.
So wait,
that's
so
a
here's
long
what I'm saying.
It just means that you're American. That's all it means. You're not Jamaican.
No, but it's not saying you're American. It's kind of a derogatory thing. You know that. You know that. Amongst that culture, you know that. Don't sit there in front. Amongst that culture, when they want to kind of talk down on you, when they kind of want to talk down on you, they be like, "You're that Yankee boy." You know what I'm saying? That's to make sure they distinguish you.
Hold on, it depends.
They didn't have that disdain for us.
So when I went to Barbados as a child, and I would go as a child. When I
So
went to
everybody
Barbados
just started talking at the same time. We supposed to hear all this.
They would call me Yankee boy, right?
Well, why you still talking though, dog? Nobody even know what you was talking about.
Yo, can you about face, man? Talk
You about face and just chill out for a second, man.
All right, the rest of us was having a conversation.
I mean, no, everybody was talking at the same time. Nobody was having a conversation.
That's happened a few times. We'll figure it out.
Okay, then. So, are you speaking for everybody on the panel, Will?
Jesus Christ.
What was this guy?
Yeah, this is devastating for you, man.
You done?
No, I'm not done. Do I have to go through you to talk? Let me know.
You man be wildin', miss.
You got something to say, bro? After the conversation.
So again, you again though, fam, just you know what I'm saying, y'all kind of just skated over what I'm saying here. And I'm just trying to figure out, you don't realize the difference between a black American, because like it's easy to get up here and call niggas coons every fucking day for not having smoke for America. But then now when we talking about shipping in these fucking tethers, they don't have to have smoke for America. They're not going to be called coons. They're going to go in there and take positions and literally benefit from cooning, but not be called coons because they Jamaicans and foreigners. That's happening, man. I'm trying to understand why y'all skipping over that.
Taz, that's a portion.
Jealousy,
man.
Okay.
Community. That's not all West
All right. Will, let me know. Can you let me know when I can talk?
Yes, sir, I will. I'm gonna be 2 sentences. That's not like the entire West Indian population, right? The most of the population is more in line with Babylon for dead, right? Like, but yes, you do have some coons,
like he
right?
said,
The same way we have coons in the black community.
Yeah, they had the green card office talking about Babylon for dead, man. Come on, man.
But like he said, that's not who they send over here.
So I thought we were having a building session before. I don't know how I got this division. Because if somebody is from Jamaica or the Caribbean and they're working and they paying taxes, Black Americans are doing, and they're sending money to their families in the diaspora, that's still considered the Black community. So I understand that the division is still evident.
Yeah, but what about
I'm not naive to the fact.
How does that help us?
No, that's
out
not
of
the
the
Black
Black
community, bro.
How that help the home team?
If someone knows how to navigate themselves.
If the city is not in the United States of America, it's not considered the Black
Not the
community.
Black community.
No, I won't consider Johannesburg the Black
No.
community. No.
Because
And they don't
here's the
consider
problem
black.
with doing that. Here's the problem with doing that, bro. And again, when I called it out, this is what happened earlier. You can sit your ass up here and praise Haiti and all these other places. You don't have to call them no fucking Black community because they're considered Black communities. So when we say Black community, we are specifically talking about America. Niggas don't call Haiti the Black community. Come on, bro. That's extending that shit further than it's ever been used in this context, bro. Niggas
It's
ain't
tethering.
never
That's all
talking
it
about
is.
the other places.
It's a tether tactic,
Black
bro.
people
That's all it
ain't
is.
just from
And
America.
that was perfect that you brung up motherfucking South Africa.
So this
Them
goes
niggas be
back
saying some
to
crazy
not
shit.
having a land to call your own, like
No,
you were
America's
trying to
our
allude
land,
to
brother.
earlier.
You don't
I
got
was
no
talking to
land.
It's not a
Taz.
land conversation.
It is a
I
land
would,
conversation because you have to
but
put Black
that's
in
where you
front of the
get,
word American. Yeah, you have to
yeah.
separate it.
Yeah, because it's white Americans too. It's Asian and all kind of other Americans. We Black Americans. Yeah. They got Caribbean Americans too.
Taz, you associate that term black specifically with Black Americans? Because I do. Like, my argument is always Africans aren't black. They're not even African. They're Igbo, they're Hausa, they're Fulani, right? Like, they all identify as something, even on the
So
continent.
aren't you guys Bloods and Crips? What the hell are you talking
I
about?
don't
Aren't you guys
Are we
GDs
Bloods
and
and Crips?
BDs?
No, I'm asking a
Are
question,
we
Amen.
GDs and BDs? Okay.
That's crazy. GDs and
That's what I'm
BDs.
saying, bro.
That's crazy. Hold on. In South
Are you in a
Africa,
posse?
Did
y'all
you
don't
understand the
even,
question,
in South
Taz?
Africa, they don't even
Are you part
identify
of the
as
South
black. They
Africans?
say they
that
colored.
though, bro.
They say they colored in South Africa. They don't even say they black.
Nah, somebody made a reference
Exactly.
to
That's why I can't get
Southern
down with the term
America
African.
earlier.
Like everywhere you find people, there's gonna be tribalism. Everywhere.
Nah, because a lot of Crips and Bloods
It
understand
doesn't
that they
matter.
black.
It
Man.
doesn't matter how many
Exactly.
languages speak in Ghana. It doesn't matter how many tribes is
That's
there.
why you think
When
all
they
them
come
Cali
over here,
wars be happening
we
between the
call them
Mexicans and them
Ghanaians
blacks, man.
or
Them Crips and Bloods
Nigerians.
understand that they
I'm
black.
in. I'll bounce the question to you, right?
They out
Like,
there
when
fighting Mexicans.
you go to these other areas, right? These people typically don't define themselves as black. It
Come
seems
on,
like
Rikers Island.
everyone defines themselves
Rikers
as
Island.
black when they
Come
come
on,
to
man.
America because it's a major part of our construct, right? But outside of
Nah,
America,
we
they're
made it cool to be
Trini,
black.
they're Bayesian, they're Igbo, they're Hausa. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, we
The
made it
reason
cool to be black. That's why they jumping on it now, because it's benefit to be black now.
what
At
so
first it
what's
wasn't.
so
We had to
so
we had to
where
kick the door down for
so
them.
hold on. So where lies the benefit? So I
I wouldn't
believe
agree with
that the
that.
benefit is only in America, right? I do believe this is a conversation that's very unique
The benefit is the
for
civil
So
Black
rights
somebody
that we
somebody
fought
Americans.
so you saying there's
for.
no
That's
If
what
no
the
benefit
one
benefit
else
is.
in
The
came,
somebody said
civil
there's no
hold
rights
on,
that
hear
benefit
we
in
me
got.
out.
being black?
Yeah, he done.
Now I wasn't
I
done.
think it's crazy to say
Somebody
they
said there's no
not black
benefit in
people
being
though, bro.
black. I don't know this one.
They black people, but I wouldn't extend the black community to them because they have their own community, but they're black people. Bro. That's
Yeah, they're
crazy.
black.
Black community is a reach though. I just don't think they're part of what we talking about when we say the black community. No,
See, and
we
that's
don't
the thing,
extend that
Taz.
to other nations.
I feel like black was defined here, right? Black was very much an identification we created for ourselves. I don't think if the entire world wasn't coming here and taking advantage of the benefit of being able to sign that application and say, I'm black, right? People wouldn't be identifying with that. So that's why I was asking you, because for me, right, black is an American term. It literally defines our people here, right, who were lost in the diaspora. But you're never gonna hear a Bayesian say I'm black. They're gonna say I'm Bayesian.
And there
You know what I
lies the
mean? Or
problem.
somebody from Trinidad is gonna say I'm Trinidadian. Somebody from Nigeria. So that's where that question was coming from. Because as a
Especially
Black
somebody from
American,
South
I do
Africa.
covet that term. That's ours.
But what I'm saying is I'm not gonna argue with them about that though, dog, is all I'm saying. I'm saying when they get here, they're able to flip the script and play the game with that same understanding. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's where it starts to cross over to where it matters is, okay, but you'll be it if you can benefit from it here in America. I think that's a problem.
Yeah. I get that.
Yeah, and people tend to like to dump all the negative stuff on black and then elevate their whatever national.
Damn it! Shit! Shit! Shit all over the fucking place here. I think these fucking angry Negroes, man. Damn. Where the Christians at, man?
Let us pray.
Damn. Shit. Oh my goodness, man. Damn, son.
I do think we got to understand where the angst is coming from, no Q.
Yeah, bro, but y'all, the listening skills is the first part of communication breakdowns.
True.
I need to repeat each other's talking point before y'all start. All right, this is what we talking about. Damn. Oh my goodness. Come on, y'all. Oh my goodness. It's crazy. Whatever. Definitions. Or we can just pull up definitions, y'all.
Of the United States. I used to share the same sentiment that Africans share about African Americans because I had a hard time when I first moved here. People used to always tell me, you're not black enough, you're an Oreo, you're secretly white on the inside, as if I wasn't literally from Africa. But I now understand after living here for 8 years that black in the United States is a very specific criteria and anything outside of that just doesn't fit. But I want to help African Americans understand that Africans coming to the United States are immigrants, first and foremost. Then they are Nigerian or Senegalese or whatever country they're from. And then at some point, they are black. Mm-hmm. But Africans don't put black.
That's what I was saying.
Their identity well, as much as African Americans do. And that is for legitimate reasons on both ends. And so when an African is coming to the United States, they're thinking to themselves, okay, I'm an immigrant here. I have to do my best for myself and my family back home. The sacrifices that took for me to get here were no light work. Okay, so I need to really align myself with what's going to make me successful in this country. And because it's the United States, it's the dominant culture, which is white American culture. And so Africans are going to instinctively ally themselves with the culture that's going to give them the most success. I mean, African Americans even admit that they have to code switch to be successful here because that's what brings success. And so Africans are like, all right, we'll do that. And it also doesn't help that for a long time, Africans are fed a very negative view of Black American culture, and that's its own propaganda. But because Africans are so conservative and they're coming to a country where Black Americans have been labeled as the antithesis to this conservative traditional family values, they have, if anything, more in common with Southern Baptist white racist people. But that aside, going back to identity markers, Black Americans put Black first and foremost, and then everything else goes below it. And so they're thinking when another Black people come to our country, they're going to want to integrate with us, the other Black people, because Black comes first. And they get quickly disappointed in realizing that for Africans, Black and the identity and that coming is not first. Their immigrant identity is first, and then their country. And if anything, for us as Africans to feel like that's my brother, that's my brethren, or whatever, you have to come from the same tribe as us, because we have so many Black people around, we don't automatically pre-select for Black. But Black Americans don't have so many Black people around, have had to defend and protect their culture amidst a dominant white culture. And so they already pre-select and are overprotective for Black. And so that's why I think at the core of it, there's like a deep misunderstanding because of not realizing that we put where we put our identity markers and what we put first and what we prioritize are so different culturally because of our differences in trauma, realistically. And so it does make sense that Black Americans will be like, oh, my people, my brethrens come here, and African Americans or Africans, sorry, coming to the United States are like, I'm just trying to make it here. Like, it's a lot of work to immigrate to the United States. And so y'all can stay over there, and I can see why it's hurtful, and I can see why it's taken personally, and I can see the deep misunderstanding and the betrayal that African Americans feel.
She even said it was betrayal. Dang.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. That's just one video. It's thousands of those. It's thousands of those out there.
And I think many of them do understand, right? Like the issue that many Black Americans have.
They understand. They just don't care. They don't see themselves as us.
They don't care.
We been said that. We don't need to teach them. They know.
I think the
They don't see
reality is
themselves as us, man. Like, I mean, she said it right there.
So the question is, what is us? Right? That's why I asked the
No,
question
that's
about
not the
Black.
question, man. That's not the question. That's not the question.
Well, when he says they don't see
She identified
themselves,
us, bro.
Nice try.
Yes, I mean, she said that. Like, why run from that, bro? She's literally telling you right there. And that's why I don't want to go off of one video. I'm not saying we need to go off of one video. But if we dealing with what she just said right there, she made a direct distinction on who's who. She's not confused on any of that.
Correct.
And she's young, so she's heard it all her life.
Right? Like, we identify Black, I've always felt like was ours. So if I look at
Black
the FBA
culture, Black culture, basically.
It comes from the fact that they come here and are able to benefit off of what we've created in the construct of America as Blackness. When you look at it on that job application and whatnot, right? They don't identify with that in particular until it benefits them. So I can understand like the Black American argument that like she's echoing my sentiment on how I feel about it. Like, Black is ours, but somehow it got diluted to including everyone. And that's gonna always be a unique problem.
Bro? Black?
Because no one was claiming
Black
Black.
ain't just ours, bro.
No one was claiming Black before the Panthers, Taz. No one was claiming Black before the things we did.
You don't think I can show you the questionably honorable Marcus Garvey saying Black and referring to his people?
That's in America, though.
That's a fact.
That's in America.
He's a Jamaican.
He was talking Pan-Africanism.
Hold on. What I'm saying is he was a Jamaican Black American.
So I can take you back further.
Hold on.
I can take you back further. I can take you back further. I can take you back further, bro.
Hold on,
chill, Taz. What I'm saying is, if you're looking for
I can show
immigrant or West Indian,
I can show him Black people calling themselves Black in Africa in the 1590s.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I just put a source in the back.
So that's not what I'm debating, right? What I'm saying is, no, I didn't. You just didn't understand my point. What I'm saying is, when it's a label and a moniker for a whole group of people, I'm telling you, you can't find in the 1519s or nothing a group of people identifying with one term. You're not going to find that. Yes, you may find some people who make that connection saying we're Black all over the world, right? But Black culture, Black America, that is something very specific to here.
Yes, you got the Black culture and you got the Black race. It's two different things.
Y'all be going way outside of like what the original point was.
Don't they, bro?
I mean, that's literally what Sis was saying, though. She's telling y'all that they get to Blackness after a few different levels, but it starts with them identifying as who they are.
The Blackness, what she was saying is the Blackness is not, no, she was saying the Blackness is not the most important thing to them. That's what she was saying.
Which means her race.
That's what I
Her
was
race
saying.
is not
I
important.
agree.
And that's a problem.
I was gonna say, she is displaying.
The thing you gotta understand is, for you, you identify blackness as your culture and your race. Other people don't. We know that black is our race, but the culture is different. Her culture might be Igbo or Yoruba or something else, but she still knows she's a black woman. Your culture is African American culture, but your race.
It's black culture.
But before that, we were black.
The thing is,
Right.
you don't want to be associated.
Before that, we
with
were we were pretty
African-American
much
part.
the only people on record in a country identifying as black. I'm saying, don't take that away from me as a black American, right? We created that term. I'm saying this is only going to be a conversation
We
here in
created
America.
it.
Because if you,
But that's a reach, bro. You good like you did. Like, bro, what are you doing? Like, you leaving the conversation, bro, going somewhere else again, bro. Let's just stay where we at, man.
they're going to tell you I'm Senegalese,
Still talking.
Ghanaian, right?
The girl understands that she's a black woman by race. That's the whole point.
I'm
It's just
saying
that
I
she
don't
don't
even
care.
agree with her. But
Yeah, right. I would agree with that. Like, she acknowledged being black, but she literally said in the pecking order, she's not black first. And like I say, that I mean, if that, and I'm saying this as again, we in these conversations often. If you don't have to be black first as the immigrant that just came here, how are you calling black people in America coons then, fam? Like, why don't they have to be black first coming here? Not like there got to be a standard for them too, don't it?
Again, this is where we have to be real with the context of what's going on. America actively recruits immigrants. We have to just deal with that. So we got to recognize that this recruiting immigrants from countries that have black people in it. So it should be in our interest in today's time, because we realize without us being involved, white folks is going to invite black folks that fit their narrative. We should all understand that. And then coming here as an immigrant from certain countries, like she said, if you come from a place that's all black, you're not going to understand the racial context of how we understand the hierarchy and the conversation of race in America. So those are two things that we have to make sure that we tell people actively, and that's something that we should have put on the Jesse Jacksons. Like, yo, y'all should have been telling motherfuckers like what it means. Y'all should have thought about that shit. Like, what? So if we're African Americans, what the fuck is that that comes here from America, from Africa? Like, they should have thought about that shit. Like, they should have been publicly having the conversation. Like, when y'all get here, don't be cooning.
They were. They were.
No, I'm just saying,
it's a public dialogue on that shit.
Yeah, they had.
I mean, it was split. It was split 50-50. Q. It wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was split even then. There was a public dialogue on it. I still got some more videos to do on it, but I found 9 different conversations from doctors on TV, all this whole different back and forth of that time in 88, 89. But this was being thrown around both ways. America's always been 50-50 on the topic. It's never really changed.
Well, I might have said a topic, but more about what it means outside to the world. Like, we should have, and it's from Pan-Africans to regular black people that's been political in the conversation, because they're not the same, y'all. So we got black folks that are interested in international conversations with black. The Pan-African is black history, so it's weird to have that. So it's weird how the context is mixed. But you have hardcore Pan-Africans, and you got people who just internationally with black people. Nonetheless, the promotion of the goal sets, politically speaking, for black people needs to be something that's on purposely done. Like, no, when y'all come here, don't be cooning. Don't be, but it's we got to put, motherfucking Obama in the conversation. Like, we had a whole Obama who publicly showed the world you ain't got to do shit for black America.
We can't tell them don't come here cooning, because like y'all said, they came here for the white man. So us saying like that,
right? We got to figure out. So we got to figure out other ways to educate them, because they're gonna come here. So we have to be prudent in that, and also know that this type of mindset is not in accordance with. And in the past, it's been very, very much revolutionary. So these type of conversations was amongst people that was talking about fucking up the government, shooting shit up, blowing shit up. And they like, yeah, we got to connect with other black revolutionaries in other countries. White folks are not actively allowing that to happen. You know what I'm saying? Let's just be clear what we talking about. So we're talking about Sambos connecting to talk about Sambo politics between America and there. Because just being saying I'm a black revolutionary and I want to connect with black revolutionaries in Ghana, let's just be real about where we live. So these goals, we got to be, you know, and reflective of like what the past looked like. That wasn't something that was easily objectifiably gainable. That makes sense? Because people are looking for these revolutionary black-minded African people to come here and not recognizing that there's an entire colonial structure that's against black revolutionary thought. They don't want Taz's from Ghana meeting with Taz's in America. That would not be in their interest.
And that's the part I understand and agree with. The part I don't understand and agree with is the next layer of it is a Taz in America has to deal with black Americans. Or even worse, let's deal with somebody who's not a Taz in America. Let's say you're a fucking coon, a cornball, a lame, and don't give a fuck about your race and all of that. Those people are not being treated the same way as the immigrant who comes here and feels the same way as them. I'm saying if you come here with a revolutionary spirit, any acknowledgement of white supremacy, that's fine. But what about those who come here and they just outright coons? That's it. And the conversation goes, I'm saying that's most of them. And I'm saying most of them don't give a fuck.
So I'm going to state, so this is where I always go back to the 5% of shit. I understand that 85% of the black world is underneath that you know, prognosis. Like that's where they're mentally at in the world. Like especially underneath colonialism. Yeah, they not walking around talking about fuck the white man and let's get black power now. Like, and that's why I was trying to tell son earlier in the context of the independence movements, when we think about why these governments wasn't supporting our black movements, which government you talking about? These governments been underneath colonial pressure even after their independence movements. They don't represent black revolutionary thought in many of these countries in terms of the government. And France ain't allowing that. Belgium ain't allowing that. America ain't allowing that. Britain ain't allowing. They're like, oh yeah, you gonna take over control? Well, you better be one of my bitches, because if not, we're gonna have somebody.
So
what's the
point?
Given
that fact, though, it should be understood there's going to be smoke for them then, because now there's an acknowledgement that it's a bunch of coons. And so if they just a bunch of coons and it's a whole bunch of them coming over here, and we all know that they don't give a fuck, and even why. So why isn't it okay to give them the smoke they getting?
Because
why protect them?
Why give them the smoke? Because historically, right, we've been able to build together. Historically, as black people throughout the diaspora, we have connected with each other. Black people in the North did not know black people in the South when they was helping with, you know, the Underground Railroad. These were people who were just invested in the idea of blackness and supporting black people throughout the diaspora. And this is a tradition that we need to keep on because the colonial pressure is still there.
We're just trying to keep water and vinegar, oil and vinegar, man.
What you said, Taz?
I can't believe. I said that was an amazing point. I just don't. I can't believe you went all the way back to Queen Mother Harriet Tubman on. But I can't really push back on the point. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not really the goal. I'm just looking for ways to push back. I'm just trying to understand, bro, because there's no requirement of them to have the same energy for white folks as we would require a black American. We do have a more of a standard for somebody that's from here, know the system. Nigga, you 50 years old. How you don't know what white supremacy is? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we have a standard for our people, but we don't have no standard for them. But then we'll tell people that those are our people.
The standard, though, let's be clear, the standard is messy, bro. Like,
no standard.
No standard. Let's be clear. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be clear, bro. Like, did he help Obama get it off? You know what I'm saying? Like, the standard, just sit back and watch the picture. This shit look crazy, bro. Medea, You know what I'm saying? Tyler Perry.
Those are the poems. Those are the poems.
Bro, imagine Bill Cosby, nigga,
That's
is in
below standard.
Bill Cosby is in
You're
fucking
right.
nigga. This shit look crazy, son. I wouldn't know what the fuck to do.
Below.
Just being real, bro. Like,
yeah, below standard. But Cuba, that's what I'm saying. But we gonna call out, or not everybody, but some of us will call out the below standards in our community. All I'm saying is there's no call out for what we see that's below standard in immigrant communities. And I do think some of the FBA call out is about the below standard. If y'all black, if y'all want to bust, well, why y'all don't have to? Why have to support us? Why do y'all get to act like this? Some of y'all.
I think a good space for that conversation, what I've learned from my anecdotal, is business. Like align ourselves with business and very specific politics that are centered on empowerment. Like that's a space that I think immigrants, not to say it like that, I find that it's a very, business is business. You know what I mean? Immigrants understand business in America. Like that's just the way America, like once you start talking business and it's like, oh, I only hire black people, they're going to look at you like, oh, why would you only hire black people? Then they're going to test you on that square to say like, damn, is he really trying to make money? Because they're going to look at you like, yo, if you're trying to make money, you need to be around white people.
When they asked me that question, I told them, crackers, I don't know why I hired all black people. Why did you hire all white people?
This isn't the white folks. This is spaces where the conversation and accountability could be easily understood versus it being on the internet platform and just arguing over talking points of like, you know what I mean? Like, I think there's good, like, personally, I think that's like the space to have the conversation, like business and investments and political objectives. Like, look,
but Q, hearing what Taz said, right? I understand where I feel like he's going. He feels like more of them are with the Yankin, right? As the West Indians will say, that's like West Indian cooning, right? Like more so than more so than Babylon for Dead, right?
We're not talking about Babylon. We're like literally, if we want to have spaces for accountability, we have to have conversations that are centered on productivity.
Hear what I'm saying, though?
No, but I'm not hearing what you're saying because I want to make sure.
Listen, Q, we can't, because to address this issue, we can't get stuck on productivity. We have to deal with the people.
Hold on. A direct question, bro, and I want to hear his response to my direct question. You always have a tendency of interrupting people in the middle of you know what I mean? Taz.
I'm gonna wait.
Like the space for accountability, we got to be able to objectify it very clearly. Like these are our political goals, and then we can canvas to be able to say who and how you haven't supported, and then from there attach the accountability to it. If y'all community is Ethiopians and y'all supposed to be a part of us and y'all don't support this basketball court, now we're gonna find ways to politically put pressure on. You know what I mean? Like that's like the conversations where in the real world, how we have it in businesses. This is the businesses we want y'all to invest in. All right? Why should you invest into it? Then they should come back with the same. These are the businesses we think y'all should, Black Americans should invest into it. Why should we invest into it? And everything should be based off of Black people profiting. That creates a space for accountability on paper. It should be very clear. Political, you know what I mean? That would be nice. That would be nice. That way, so the conversation get clear. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how can we set up? Like, you got Uber. These niggas is killing Uber. We supposed to be figuring out how we get them loans for the Uber. Can you get us the loan? How y'all getting these loans when y'all come to the country? They're gonna tell you, yo, when they see that name and it don't look like Jones, Williams, Jackson, Rondell, and they see Umboga, blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, get this nigga alone. He not one of them niggas.
That's a bad argument though. That's not real.
That's literally, I got the video. That's literally
you're liable to get that loan. You're liable to get that loan with the last name Williams before you get that loan for Mamadou.
Nah, they do come here and get grants and all types of crazy shit, man.
This is the.
I mean, I'm around niggas that buy hospitals, Dev.
But I'm around niggas that have the motherfucking last names and they getting the loans, dude. What are you talking about?
You understand what I'm saying, right? I'm around Black American men who qualify for those loans even faster.
Everybody, they can come to the country and get it without this bare minimums. They attest to this. And so if they take it, when they attest to it and they be really like, no, they recognize that when they came to America, they can get loans faster than their cohort Blacks in America. And when they acknowledge it versus take advantage of it and just take the money and send it back to their country, then we get angry. Versus acknowledging that white folks have a system of looking for those type of Negroes.
Correct.
They're giving them scholarships. They're giving them jobs. They're giving them.
Okay, Los Angeles. I get it. You're obsessed with me.
But the reality is, though, they're looking for the same type of Negroes in America.
Nah, that goes back to Taz's point earlier. They don't trust the Negroes in America because they know the Negroes in America got a chip on their shoulder.
And I'm saying that's not true.
Might be cool one day, Willie. That's when they hope for somebody, not to say like that, who's gonna be a
corporate. But wait, hold on now. Because if Willie goes into your Ben Carsons and all of them type niggas, they are here too.
I'm not even going there, Taz.
Niggas here.
Taz, I'm going to Ohio.
No, bro,
I'm going to Ohio regional. Ohio regional, right?
You also went to a white corporation. You moved to an HOA. So you took the money from there and you moved to a white neighborhood. Yes, correct. You didn't invest it to the black community. Immigrants are looking at you and saying these niggas don't even want to invest in their community. I'm going where this niggas at. They're looking at you and saying that shit. And are they wrong?
They are wrong.
Then why are you not investing in their community?
My nigga, I am investing in my community now.
I
didn't.
Now,
so you got to live in the community to invest in.
When I was in Harlem,
at the end of the day,
there was no money to invest.
Make it make sense. Listen to what you just said. You got to live in your community, make money from it. Then why are you telling immigrants to go back to their country?
I'm not telling them that.
Hold on, Willie. Listen to what you just said. You understand that. So you can't. So you're caping for black people to go live into a white neighborhood and allegedly invest in their country. But you got an issue with immigrants coming here, making money in a white country, and allegedly investing in the country. It's the same shit.
I made the point.
I want to be clear. It's the same shit. Unless we talking about building.
No, it's not.
Unless you're talking about building up your home, your community, then what are we talking about? We're not talking. You're talking about semi-investing. More than likely, your money is going to be siphoned. Your money going to the HOA. It's going to a huge development corp that's not black owned. You're going to an area where they're going to have nothing but Fortune 500 corporations that you're going to shop from every day. You're going to go to Kroger's, then you're going to go to fucking Foot Locker, then you're going to go to Dick's, then you're going to go to motherfucking whatever the big food store. Then you're going to go to your gas station. Pause. That's where your money's going. You're not going to stay in your black neighborhood and build up those mom and pop stores. You're not going to say, look, I'm making $200,000 a year. I'm staying here. I know you're not doing that like that. I'm going to invest into this black business, this black. They're not seeing that. So when you're telling them to do the same shit as immigrants, you're telling them to go back to their country, which you consider to be a shithole, which they left because it's a shithole. You want them to take their money, take the jobs, do the same shit, and you're not willing to do it in your own home. Let's be real. This is what it looks like to the world. And I'm not trying to judge you. This is what the world is seeing, bro. They're seeing black people in New York go down south and say, fuck Brownsville. They seeing niggas in Ohio, in New Jersey say, fuck New Jersey. I'm going to North Carolina. They seeing niggas in North Carolina get rich and say, fuck North Carolina. I'm going to New York. Nobody's saying the black manosphere proved that. Niggas is like, I'm not saving the hood. Save yourself.
No, that's a strong point, though. That's a strong point. That I mean, we're going off of what they see. They don't see "quote unquote" FBA, loving each other and being a community. So I mean, that's another conversation in itself, I guess. But it's not like they are getting the blueprint on how to treat Black Americans either. So it's a strong point.
And that's why I'm saying we should set that premise up off of areas where we can have accountability. Like invest in this. This should be the specifics. Like, yo, we need y'all to invest into this. We building this. This is what y'all need to be on. It should be laid out. The same way they tell me, look, have this shit, metal in the chat, 5-year plan, 2-year plan, 3-year plan. This is the goal set. This is the objectification. This is what's going to be the output. And you didn't, and now you still didn't want to invest into it? Oh, nah, son. And you wonder why your store on fire. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Right. But now we have a reason, a way to hold them accountable versus just internet conversations that centered on, like, nah, bro, what are you talking? Like, and I guarantee you go into the business area, the conversations is different with immigrants. Like, and I think that's one of the reasons why Black Americans have been sold the job arena. So we've been delved and focused on being job niggas. Nothing wrong with having a job, but the data shows We got to be in business. That's the best way to attack the economic wealth gap. So when Caribbean people and foreigners come in and you see them move up quickly, it's because they're focused on business. We're focused on jobs. It's two different profit margins in that conversation.
And I think people are trying to make the conversation as if we're against Jamaicans or anybody immigrant moving up the ladder and being successful. That's not the case. That is not the case. The point is we're just better off working with each other versus trying to go out of our way working with somebody from a different background. And that's just the real.
I would say
it's better off working with each other.
Let's listen to what I would suggest. Let your business endeavor determine what type of black people you're.
Thank you.
Because you might sit here and say you want to get into selling freaking medical supplies, and you're gonna not work with a Nigerian who has the plug already. Like let your business determine how you're gonna interact with the world.
I agree.
Because that makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? You might be into selling fabrics. You might be into selling freaking sheetrock. You might get a plug. You might just have a conversation.
And what I'm saying to highlight our people is when you focus on the things that we do get access to, right? Even if you're talking about whatever's offered to an immigrant coming in, that shit is the level of welfare. Like, there are Black Americans who are getting $7 million bridge loans to buy hospitals. These are things we can accomplish. These are things we are currently doing, is my argument, right? So whatever little change they get when they come over here, that doesn't outweigh our capability to be successful.
Right, because it's 40 million of us. So I always find it's funny when somebody say, "Why we ain't doing it?" And I'll be like, "Man, so many of us, we probably are doing it. We just don't know."
My nigga, like they're not giving no immigrant a $7 million bridge loan to fucking buy a hospital. Like
I mean, they probably would. I mean, I don't know.
Whoever got the,
I would challenge someone to just show that. I can show a foundational Black American, right, that was able to accomplish this. If you can show me an African that's doing this, you would have to show me two, right?
Cool. They got
to say that they have an advantage.
Nobody's talking about advantages, bro.
That is the conversation, Q. When you
No,
talk
it's
about
not
what
the conversation.
when you talk about what they're offered when they come here, I'm saying that shit is
like
welfare.
hating a competition. I don't think it's a competition right now.
It's not no competition.
That might be a little more.
I don't know.
That might be a little more healthy, to be honest. It's like there's just a spirit of hatred, if anything. But if it was competitive, it might be better. It's not even competitive right now. It's just,
and that's my argument with this FBA shit, Taz. Niggas don't want to be competitive. Niggas is defeated. Niggas is making
you're going down. You're going down another lane that don't need to be going down.
The competitiveness, we're in two different arenas. When we enter the same arena, that's when we start to hear the conversations. So when Black dudes are trying to become construction workers, that's when you hear these conversations. Uber drivers, conversations. High levels of corporate, conversations. But this is why I said business.
I'm down here in Atlanta, so I don't know what's going down there in New York. So, you know, construction. I mean, what you mean construction? There's black guys all over the road. I don't know.
I said in the area of competition, when we say in competition versus when I said that earlier to him, let the business determine the relationship. So if you're in construction, you know what I'm saying, like, and you meet somebody who's a Nigerian, and you're just gonna say, I'm only doing business with Nigeria. That, you know what I'm saying? This makes absolutely no sense in the economic frame.
No, absolutely. In the marketplace, you work with who you can work with. But I know people, like especially immigrants, they're gonna exhaust all options. They're gonna exhaust all options to work with their own people.
They have their preferences. They have their preferences of who they'll try to work with first before they work with
preferences. We got the world. Well, we should all know that the world don't fuck with Black. So nobody's gonna prefer Black, you know, except Black people first, barely. So that's the shit we got to deal with. You know what I'm saying? Niggas still tell me to put white kids and light-skinned kids on the website today. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen,
I ain't never said no shit like that.
Not y'all.
I'm just letting you know, nigga. I'm just letting you know.
He get it. He get it, man. He get it. And it's not from white people either.
It's just that this is part of surviving in colonialism. You know what I mean? That's the reality of the conversation.
Right. And we understand that these guys come with a certain mindset where they, you know, they're desperate. They come to a new country and they're trying to make it count. So it's best for us not to be on no kumbaya with them. We gotta get out. We kind of gotta get out their way. You know what I'm saying? Let them just do what they do, or they gonna harm us probably. We just need to do our own thing, huh?
Is that G style?
Said they gonna harm us.
I'm like,
they gonna harm us, bro. Like, wait.
I ain't say nothing about nobody gonna harm us. Ain't nobody gonna harm nobody. I didn't say that.
Wait, what did you just say it again? I thought you said they gonna harm us.
Yeah, you did. You said they're gonna harm.
Nah, I didn't say that. I didn't say that, my boy. I didn't say that.
You said you need to get them away from us, but they try to harm us.
I said, oh yeah, I'm saying like it may do more harm than good if they on that mentality.
Harm to who?
And we're trying to join with them. If they on that me first survival mentality, that's gonna be harmful to the black community. So
what is he supposed to do if he comes to the black community and the black community don't have what he need?
Let me show this to this person here. He in the chat, he said, stop putting FBA in the title of your videos and focus on immigrants. Go build with the immigrants. So you're mad that I've been able to build more as a Pan-African.
Shut your bitch ass up. Don't
Ever
even
will in your life. Ever will in your life. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I happily am putting FBAs in the title and taking this project. This is why I'm taking this angle. Because I don't want to create resentment, and I want at least people can look back and say at least Q's side and how they did Pan-African over there, they wasn't on no fuck shit, and I guarantee
chaotic truth.
We gonna walk through this in the future. You know what I mean? Because they're not gonna.
There you go. That's the way you got to do it. I think that's the way you got to do it because you know how the youth is. When you try to tell the youth, yo, nah, you got to do this way. This is the way you got to go. You know how the youth is. They're gonna be like, oh, nah, fuck that. Who you think you talking to? Man, I'm going with this. You know what I'm saying? So it's a certain approach you got to go at it with, especially when it comes to the youth.
FBA sound like some hoes, man. They just don't want to compete.
I ain't gonna.
Niggas is making excuses.
Niggas is making excuses. People that's trying to represent the home team. That's bullshit.
Where you from, man?
Nah, Q, I'm about to crash.
And I know we got used to saying that.
That was crazy.
But it's if y'all don't have to, but I gotta handle that over here specifically. We can't because this is gonna bring further shit up. That's what with the pseudo shit. You know what I'm saying? Like at certain times we can do that shit, but if we really trying to connect, there's mad black folks that's underneath this conversation, bro. The shit is like,
and that type of shit creates the disconnect.
Yeah, this shit is going on in best style.
My argument is if black Americans really believe in their potential, right? Then, like me, you would realize ain't no West Indian gonna stop me from doing nothing.
That's not the argument.
They're not even going for the revenue stream.
They keep trying to do
Who's saying that? Nobody's saying that.
So then what's the issue if that's
what
not
the
the
hell?
issue?
Where did that even come from? Nobody's saying
Let's
that.
slow walk it. So if that's not the
Nobody's saying that. Where did that even come from?
So what's the issue?
So you don't even know what's going on, all right?
No, I do. I think y'all capping saying that's not the issue.
You been here mad long and you don't know what the fuck going on?
Yo, Willie, that's why I try to explain it, not to say from a Pan-African perspective, but just from like, it's about representation. And that should be something that's understood through all the areas of the diaspora. Regional representation is important. The experiences that we went through regionally should be reflected in our conversation without trying to impede on somebody else and forcing them into one big blanket situation. Even though that's the conversation, it should be restricted. And then also with that statement, people taking the time to respect the experiences and understand that there are experiences that we all went through. Just don't walk into a room like, oh, nah, you ain't go through shit. No, bro, we all went through colonialism, bro. We all went through some fucked up shit.
But Q, I can say that to my side of the team, right? Like it's very clear for me when I go back to Barbados, the handful of times I went, I'm not them, right? I'm Black American. The other three grandparents, right? That's what defines me. And so I'm speaking to my constituency. You niggas sound like some hoes. These niggas aren't impeding us, right? From accomplishing
I don't be
anything.
paying enough
My
attention.
niggas is accomplishing.
I didn't even know this nigga was a tether. I didn't know that. You a tether?
Yeah, I didn't even know. I mean, you just kind of out of yourself.
Ayo, Taz, when my grandmother take me from house to house, she say, this my grandson from a foreign, right? Like, I'm not one of them. This is my grandson from a foreign. That's one grandparent. I'm more
Yeah, but
comfortable
you been
at the
saying you
family
Black
reunion.
American and this and that and the third. That's kind of.
Yeah, now my Black American lineage, you can look it up, right? It's called Michael C. Rowley
We ain't doing
Elementary
that. We were
School.
doing too much. We doing too much. Long
Yeah.
story short, the motherfucker.
But you know I'd be ready to big up my lineage, Q. I ain't got no problem with that conversation.
Right. Let him talk about his lineage, man. Rep
Nah,
that shit.
that lineage shit is unnecessary because at the end of the day, niggas all talk about photo albums and shit.
It plays into the argument though.
And this nigga cannot help himself, man. This nigga will take us down a rabbit hole every day.
Trivialize that now.
You gotta go down the rabbit holes, Taz. All these arguments is rabbit hole arguments. These arguments ain't arguments about getting. These arguments ain't arguments about getting to a bag right now.
Now I'm trivializing
These are all
lineage.
rabbit
Now I'm
hole
trivializing lineage. I'm staying on topic, man. This nigga Willie is dangerous with the topics, bro.
All right, yo, I'm
Y'all
back
gonna
on
recognize
mute,
the
Lord.
rabbit holes?
Yeah, I'm going on mute, Lord.
All over the place.
Are you gonna how long you
That's
gonna
all
stay
I'm
on
saying.
mute?
I'm just like, man, listen, whatever, DT. You talking about don't trivialize DT. Man, whatever, man. This nigga Willie is a rabbit hole maker. This nigga got like 20 shovels with him, son.
It's a whole ass argument, Q.
Looney Tunes.
These motherfuckers ain't stopping us from doing
I
nothing.
thought you said you was gonna go back on mute, dude.
Yeah, the achieving nothing. Those are the internet conversations, bro. It's not about that, bro. That shit literally should be stuck on. If we adults, just explicit representation, bro. When explicit servicing and proper representation, but we got to make sure proper representation starts at home, bro. We got.
I'm saying, as a black man in America, if I want to start a school,
there's no way you heard what I said.
No, I did. I did. I'm telling you,
repeat
as a
what he
black man in
said then.
America, if I want to
Repeat
start a
what he
school,
said then, Will.
He ain't even get to finish what he was saying. Whatever the dude name is, just let him say it because he gonna keep saying the same point no
Nah, he
matter
can't
how many
just
times
keep
people
popping
keep
up
saying.
and saying shit when he feel like it. You
No
gotta let
matter
people
how
get
many
their
times
point
people
out.
tell him.
I mean, damn, if
But
we
no
can't let
matter
the owner of the channel get his point out, I mean, what the hell we doing up here?
but check it out though.
nah, you ain't
No
gotta
matter how
explain
many
it.
times, no
This
matter
is
how
when
many
I go
times we
back in
say
my
that
black
nobody's talking
boule
about
hole.
that.
Look, nigga,
He
I ain't
gonna
gotta
have to
pay no
keep going back
goddamn
to the
money.
same point.
Why
He
am
gonna
I?
keep making the same point no matter how many times we say we're not talking about that. That's not what we. Nobody saying that. He gonna keep making the same point. So just let him get it out, so we can move
Okay, he
past
done.
the
He
shit.
done now. He done. He done. He got it out.
That's that first words, D-Ray. D-Ray, what up, son?
Shit, Kool-Aid, man. What's going down, man? Shit, what it do, baby? Shit. Nah, man. Shit. I just been listening, man. I just been listening over the crank up laughing.
Yeah, trying to have a place to, be peace, man. Yo, Willie, you gotta have some etiquette, Willie. You went to Bronx Science, man. How you come on, bro? Robert's rule of the order of the sun. Shit. Willie be like, yo, you just hitting the buzzer. One of them game shows you gotta hit the buzzer. Willie, every answer, Willie hitting the buzzer. He don't even know the answer.
Talking about your 3-4
He
times.
typing in the chat, tell your mans to chill. He talking to you, telling you to chill, nigga. So what's gonna happen first?
They say, yo, so you gave me the buzzer. You gave me the buzzer.
But I'm wrong though. It's something wrong with me. I'm the one that's doing wrong. My bad, yo. Go ahead with the video. Which one is this?
This was this dude. Yeah, he had I just played it.
I go from America to Africa today, but they want us to believe that sailboats with no engines went all the way to Africa and back multiple times in the 1600s. You got to be a fool to believe that. Black Americans are indigenous to this land. Navy ships don't even do that today. I want you to try to find a cruise going from America to Africa today. Let me know if you find one. They brought people halfway across the world to till land that they've never seen before. Why not get the people that were already here to till the land that they've been on for centuries? Doesn't that make more sense? Doesn't it make more sense to enslave the indigenous population? We don't come from Africa, never been there. There are no cruise.
Now that's an eyeball.
As African Americans, then make sure you call the Haitians African Haitians. Make sure you call the Jamaicans African Jamaicans. Because why are we the only members of the diaspora associated with Africa? Let's talk about it. Prior to Jesse Jackson in the 1980s, Black Americans had no association with Africa. In fact, no Black American wanted to be called African American. There was a huge pushback against that because there was no association with Africa prior to that. And that's only 40 years ago. It's not a long time ago. Prior to that, we were Negroes and we were Black. Africans don't care about Caribbeans not being called African because Caribbeans aren't popping like us. We are Africans and Caribbeans' only claim to fame. We were never African. Get over it. So,
see, now he's just a fucking hater.
So okay, so these the motherfuckers I was telling Psycho yesterday I ain't never seen though, right? I ain't never seen these type motherfuckers. This is ridiculous, bro. And this is a stupid motherfucker. And the problem is these are the people who are being heard now. They all over these social media apps, motherfuckers believe in them. And he's using simple logic, I guess, no history. It's like, yeah, they didn't have engines back then. Okay, what the like does that take away from the ability to sail the waters or what?
Right.
Like, what do you mean? How does not having an engine change anything? Like,
yeah,
that's crazy.
That was hella crazy. I mean, no trade in the world was getting done before then. That's just crazy.
I ain't gonna lie, this dude right here was triggering, bro. He a whole like, I don't, yo, so he's out, yeah, he triggering.
That looks like Chris Brown right there. What is that? Brown and Aaliyah? That is Chris Brown and Aaliyah, ain't it?
Chris Brown in the fucking Indian chief outfit, man. That's crazy.
That's insane.
Unbothered indigenous Black people, unbothered indigenous Black Americans, American Indians. It has come to my attention that there are a lot of people devastated by your existence, and they are saying that what you're doing is a federal crime. Now, you guys know I have a bachelor's degree in journalism, minor in psychology, master's degree in communication media with a specialization in public relations. So I just love communicating and get into the issues. We need some answers. So, I got to consult with you know who. You know what time it is. Hello, Cerebro?
Dude, moist.
Yeah, hella moist.
Mm-hmm. Talk to who? What? Like what? I missed something. That's the end.
Yeah, I was waiting for something.
That's the end of the video, bro. Like.
Now I gotta find the other because I once I started realizing that like if you go once you type in FBA, you know what I'm saying, and then you start following the history of it, like there's like I'm like, why are these people so angry with Africans, bro? I'm like, what the fuck did a nigga like? Damn, bro, you might have met one person from Jamaica in your life. Like, you don't got no videos against white people, and you got mad videos against Africans. I'm like, nah, bro, there gotta be something else here, son. So a lot of these dudes, either Abos, Israelites, or motherfucking Moors or some of them other shits, and they already got a pre-existing hate for Africa. So like,
yeah, it gotta be something like that because that shit don't make no sense right there. That shit's weird. Like, cause you couldn't have grown up in the culture and feel like that. I just don't feel like you could feel that type of hatred if you grown up in the, you know what I'm saying, having any type of consciousness with the diaspora. I don't see how you could feel like that at all, bro.
Makes no
sense. That's just weird.
It's not an African.
That's the most vocal part though of
bro. He going listen to this shit.
I gotta look at
them South Africans.
Look at them South
Black
Africans.
Americans, the Black blueprint. Listen, a lot of Black immigrants are crying. They are devastated and they are begging to be Black American. They can't cosplay anymore. A lot of Black immigrants have abandoned their destiny and their culture to code switch and to destiny swap with Black Americans. Listen, listen. You guys are just going to have to continue to be devastated. I want you to get a bucket. And I want you to carry this bucket with you everywhere you go. I want you to cry into the bucket. When you go to sleep at night, I want it by your bedside. I want you to cry into the bucket. I want you to fill the bucket up with your tears. And I want you to bottle your tears. Take the bucket, pour it into a bottle, pour the tears into a bottle. And the next time you go home to your homeland, to your country of origin, when you touch ground, when you get off the plane, I want you to pour those tears onto the ground. Pour those tears onto the ground. And I want you to say, Ashe, because that's where your tears belong, in your homeland. Yes, indeed. Pour your tears onto the ground in your homeland and honor your ancestors. Have gratitude for your lineage, where you came from.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. You know what the fuck is wrong with this thing?
Y'all hear it? This is crazy. Like, I'm like,
yeah, bro. I can't support that type shit, but that's pathetic. Bro. Just another dumbass nigga, bro. That shit is embarrassing as fuck.
Bro, that nigga, I don't know where he come from.
Son, can't make shit up, son.
See, a nigga like that always had hatred in his heart. There's no way he grew up like learning any type of shit about, you know, the black experience, really, because you wouldn't have that type of hate in your heart. You wouldn't.
Yeah, it's.
We are not African American for us to be identified as Native American. My driver's license says Native American, American Indian. I'm asking you all this real quick, simple question. Peace and blessings, everybody coming in. Chientamo, hitoklo, yate. Chientamo. Why don't?
Hey, was that Mexican or Haitian?
That nigga native, nigga.
Go Choctaw.
Native.
Choctaw. Okay. Aboriginal. Okay.
That nigga look like, well.
It sound like
hey, watch your mouth, Molly.
So when homeboy earlier said, Taz, when he said earlier that he's confused about the reparations conversation, as much as I was trying to hold him to the fire, I understood what he was saying. Because, bro, if you just go through the streets of the internet, bro, it would be like, all right, so did slavery, so if y'all want reparations for black people, but all of the famous black people are saying that slavery didn't really happen, he's like, and I'm like, damn, bro, like I understood. I'm like, yo, bro, this is being real. The internet is, look.
Do you think white politicians give a fuck about their argument? You think they don't know these niggas goofy?
It's not about that. It's about
they
us
recognize slavery.
It's about us having us on the code, but also recognizing what's been displayed as the conversation to be aligned with. And this is what a lot of people are seeing. Y'all can go on TikTok and just type in FBA.
Why be concerned with talking to us about reparations if us ain't gonna pay our reparations?
We not
like the people that we're going to fighting for this.
White folks, you're talking about white. We're talking about black.
Yeah,
we're talking about black people who are FBAs right now, and how they are aligned with being Abos, Moors, Hebrews, and other shit. And then you have the ones who are genuinely just like, no, I'm a foundational black American.
Right.
Like, and that little small sector is being overshadowed by the rest of them. Everybody else is the conversation. So that's why I'm like, look, y'all, like, so when y'all see Psycho be like, yo, the engines, I want y'all to understand there's mad people who are FBAs who are talking this Indian shit. I didn't know
that nigga said he got Indian on his birth certificate, bro. That's that's super over the top.
Driving license, yeah.
Like on the drive, yeah, but that's cap, bro. I have to see it.
He might have filled that out.
That's cap.
He might have filled that out, and that would make him a goofy.
You see the hair? He might have got away with it if he live in the middle of wherever the fuck.
Nigga, I'm about to start doing job applications as a white man. Nigga, like you could play the paperwork game,
bro.
Creek.
Hold on, bro. Y'all want to go there? Hold on.
Colonial. Yes, the term Creek is a colonial exonym, a name imposed by English settlers, not a name the people originally used for themselves. The origins of the name Creek is English. The English colonists began using the term Creek or Creek Indians in the 17th and 18th centuries. The name came from the fact that many of the towns or villages they encountered were located near streams or creeks. Matter of fact, my people have the big creek and the little creek that we use for recreation, or we fished in, or we had to cross over when we went hunting. The British used it as a catch-all term for the many towns and tribal groups in the Muskogee Confederacy. So what did the people call themselves? They actually call themselves Muskogee. Muskogee is what the people call themselves in their own language, and it meant our people or our nation. The Muskogee Confederacy was a large network of allied towns called Tower, and included a diversity of dialects, clans, and subgroups. The related tribal names often lumped into Creek by colonizers are the Hittite.
Music is driving me crazy, so I was about to walk out. Yeah, we got you. You see the book he's holding? You see the book he's holding?
Pack him up and pack the book up too.
Great. I can't make this up, y'all. We Indian.
My thing with the FBA Aboriginals is make that argument with the Native Americans that have benefited from America and being the Aboriginal people here, as they've profited from that claim. Make that argument with them.
What's the point of making an argument with them?
Oh, hold on. Oh, yo, Psycho, you in the chat. So I almost sent this to y'all yesterday. Son, Tad, be ready, bro. Remember we talking about grandma? Yo, son, the internet is ruthless, man. Hold on.
Told me I'm indigenous, period. Said don't ask questions, baby. Just feel it in your spirit. She had no tribe, no clan, no proof, but swore up and down she had indigenous roots. She lit a candle and showed me a dream. Said don't worry about science, baby. That ain't what it means. I asked her for records. She gave me a shrug.
That's a real track.
Then pulled out a bonnet and a fake tribal mug. My grandmama told me I'm indigenous, period. Didn't give no source, just vibe. I was serious.
I would be more curious.
Hey, yo, Q, after your song come on, right? Like,
That's a
you
real.
gotta start
That's a
playing
real
this one next
song.
for the intro.
Oh, son. The internet was crazy. Yo, the internet was that shit sound good in the motherfucker.
Hey,
too,
yo,
man.
after I don't play with my line, you gotta start playing this joint as the intro.
Yo, son, yeah. Son.
Homie Cook.
Yo, son. I saw this last night. I was like, oh, this shit had me crying, son.
That was some crazy bitch you was laid up with.
That's crazy.
Yo, son, I forgot about that one. Whew.
That's wild right there. I ain't gonna lie.
AI
crazy.
Right here.
That looked like the headdress True Historian had on, like when we was at the Nawapian festival. Yeah,
Nah,
True
son that made this shit, he had a full war with Abos online. I got to get son to come over here, son. I'm gonna get his name a few. Son is in a full blown war with Abos, bro. It is hilarious, and he
did it well with art. He cooked in that song.
He is in full blown war with Abos, and it's hilarious. And AI information response. I'm like, oh, this shit is a whole world. I'm like, damn, son, whole world.
Nigga said he asked her for records. She lit a candle. Hey, yo, he cooked.
I ain't gonna lie to you. We making some moves. We making headway, and people thought that this delineation thing was just an internet thing. Nah, this went past the internet. You got people right now saying that they are foundational African Americans. Real shit. And I know y'all heard of the FAA. Yeah, y'all heard of the FAA. When I first heard it like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I'm like, man, what the fuck is this? What is the FAA? What is the FAA? I never heard of it.
ABA.
Then I'm starting to see more and more like like Black Americans that don't like FBAs or the Black natives to this land or the Solanis or all the other stuff. Now they saying they FAA.
But you said
what's the
FBA was
Solani?
making progress.
Yeah,
Now I
that's
would
Solani
agree on a
word.
social level.
The federal
like when it comes to
agent.
the
Y'all gotta let
internet
the video finish, bro. Let the video finish.
Thank you.
What the fuck are y'all doing?
Taz want to hear that song, B. All right, play the song.
The other stuff. Now they saying they FAA. I'm like, what's the foundation of African American? How can an African be foundational to this land? How can you be a foundational African in America? Like, that don't make no sense. Then they trying to remix FBA, foundational Black African. I'm just learning that last night. Somebody just told me about that last night. Our foundational Black African.
Damn.
Boy, let me tell y'all something. These tethers are crashing out. Some of these immigrants are crashing out. The Democrats are crashing out. All these people are crashing out now because Black Americans are delineated. We're delineated, and people don't know how to react to it. And there are lots of people get online. A lot of people say, "Oh, FBA or the Black Indian movement or all this other stuff, you know, it's just on the internet." No, it's not not on the internet. I can walk up to a stranger Black person, a Black person that's a stranger to me in the mall, Walmart, Target. I prefer Target, but let's say I go to Target and I meet a Black person. I say, "Hey, have you heard of FBA?" He like, "Yeah, I heard of FBA, da 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 da." Hey, is your family Black natives to this land? Yeah, man, my grandma's a Black. They know this is outside of the internet. I'm telling you, this is outside the internet. Listen, fools out here, y'all.
Nah, he got jokes.
You know what's crazy though? He chose Target. I thought that was off code. I'm like, shit, I can't even say Target around wifey. I'm like, that's not. Aren't we boycotting Target? But whatever.
That's what they said. But it's still crazy Black people going up in there. Niggas ain't boycotting shit.
Delusional that as soon as you don't agree with them and you're dark skinned as an African American, you're a tether. Now I'm cosplaying. Now I'm forcing my Chicago accent. Can you tell that to my ancestors that was enslaved in Mississippi? Or can you tell that to my great granddaddy who fled Tennessee with all of his siblings to Chicago because he unalived the white G-man that was trying to dangle them from trees? Or what about my grandparents that were Black Panthers? I'm not a tether, and I wasn't born on the continent of Africa. I just don't agree with your xenophobic bullshit, because the same people calling African people tethers and calling them African booty scratchers called me the same shit in 3rd grade because of my skin tone and my facial features. I'm sorry my great-great-grandmother did not get SA'd by the slave masters, I guess. I'm sorry that when you look at me, you're reminded of your West African roots. But I can't help that. I'm still African American, and I still disagree. And the
Pop.
Damn,
Right.
so she shot it down.
Bullets for that one. Where's the bombs? Drop a bomb.
I gotta extend my sound.
Oh
effects.
no! Wait. So after all that was said before that, that's all it takes is one tether to come up here. Do y'all see it now? I mean, no, let's not play dumb.
You're
All
gonna
one
call
tether
her
got
a
to do is about
tether.
the woodwork, and you
After
got
she's done
niggas.
till your
I'm talking about
American
you,
roots, you're still gonna
nigga.
call her a tether.
I'm talking about you. She just said where she
I
from.
ain't tether to nothing.
She's
I
from
ain't tether
America.
to nothing, and I ain't trying to tether to nothing. So
Yeah,
reassign
she said where she from. What
labels.
she referring to is niggas who run their mouth and don't even know what they talking about. They confuse her with you.
She's definitely talking about them stupid ass FBA niggas who
But he's not-
even
I-
label
I-
her as
hold on, but
African
let's-
booty scratcher, not knowing
Hold on,
that
but let's
she
see. Hold on. No, let's
is
hold
a
on.
real foundational Black
Hold on,
American.
no. Let's get it clear. Just throwing around the word tether. Our men is not even in the country, and he would help Black people in the country, so he would not be defined as a tether. He helps promote Black
Yeah,
empowerment.
I don't care about that shit, but I just say the word. I don't care about the fucking definition.
Nah, because it means. I mean, in the context of it,
It don't
does-
mean nothing.
It
means insult.
It's supposed to mean like
Like-
a old coon. It's supposed to be like a foreigner who comes to America and who don't do nothing for Black people and it was a Sambo, but specifically just taking shit and bringing it to their community. You know what I mean? And you tethering the black folks. Like that's, you know what I mean? Like an idea.
Yeah, bro. That ain't what it mean to me. It mean a nigga with an accent.
Yeah,
I ain't got no whole deep understanding. Bro, I ain't chasing that tether shit like
you
that.
call everyone a tether. Most of them you call tether don't
because you're gonna spark all the other ones in the chat because they gonna think the same shit every time they hear accent. They're gonna think that, and that's not cool. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna create the xenophobic shit because it really is an insult that's being thrown around to insult Caribbean or Africans who have a certain type of pathological behavior. And
so then I'll get thrown in that conversation, and like I have Black American roots. Like I identify as a Black American more so than I identify with that one Bayesian grandparent. But I'll be a tether too.
You tethered up though. Tether wheel.
I'm saying all the shit that
It's not just the exterior. The exterior.
All the shit that my Black grandparents did
don't make
for the
a tether.
struggle, right?
Let's get this shit laid out, okay? Where you come from and how you look like as blackness does not define the tether. It's when you get over here, it's what you embody, your action, your talking points, your rhetoric.
That should be the conversation.
I don't attach all of that to it, bro.
That should be the conversation. I agree.
I don't attach all
ever
of
disagree
that
with someone,
that's not the
conversation.
conversation.
That's what it means.
No.
I disagree with you. That's all it means. I disagree with you. Doesn't mean nothing else. All of that, who comes first and who comes last, no. It means I disagree with you.
Nah,
if I agree with you, if I agree with everything you said, I would be considered an FBA.
Deity is right in what he says.
That's all that is.
And let's keep it in context. That way we can understand. That way we can answer this.
I know from a fellow FBA to another FBA, Deity is right about the meaning of tether. That's exactly how it was meant to be. You know what I'm saying?
Not how it's used.
Yeah, it be used.
That's not how it's used.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's how that is. That I mean, most of the time that's how it was meant to be used.
Yo, this is why I was just telling Taz the way he was using it's going to create that space of the conversation. Wait,
hold on, you blaming me?
No,
wait, see, that's what I'm saying. Hold on, wait, because now I gotta clear it up. Hold on, wait, bro, wait, because again, that's all I'm saying. I only heard the word thrown around at quote unquote immigrants or the family of. So I just use it in that context. Nigga, I don't have a deeper attachment to it. It's surface level as fuck when it's me saying it. Don't attach no definitions of shit to me, nigga. It's just the insult.
I've done point the definition.
Nah, people respect they respect you and they hear Caribbean people over here. And some people don't have no interactions with it, so they automatically just gonna be like, he's Caribbean, tether. And it's like, hold on, y'all. Like, if you're gonna at least use the shit, call a coon it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a Caribbean.
Wait, but that's what they do it anyway. I got it from them. That's what they do.
I know that's why y'all trying to throw the convo. I'm like, yo, I'm trying to give the FBA some space to have the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to be as unbiased.
That's what they ass do anyway. Shit, I got it from them FBA ass niggas. Shit. What you say? You disagree? Oh yeah, you a tether fan.
That's why you Caribbean. Yeah, I really want to get mad and pissed off. Go check out my video on bias review. That's really gonna trigger a lot of FBA.
See, that's the problem. Why are you trying to trigger FBAs though?
I'm not trying to trigger FBA. I just spit my truth. I can't spit my truth. Everyone been spitting their truth.
And that's what I'm saying. We speak our truth and y'all get triggered. See, the thing is,
does not mean it's the truth.
Right. And the thing with FBA, we not even trying to get at y'all. We be responding to most of y'all. That's what most of the thing be about. And then when we respond, like I said earlier, the clap back be so hard, everybody just start getting in their feelings.
That's not true though, bro. Like
It's true because when you see all them TikTok videos we were just playing, but hold on, you see all them TikTok videos we were just playing? If you look on the other side of that shit though, what they be saying about us, you understand why a lot of them come at them with that sentiment. Me personally, I don't be on that same shit, but I understand it. I understand it because when you go looking for this shit, look at the other side. Look at what them South Africans say about us. Look at how they talk about us. They say we diluted. They say we diluted. We polluted. All types of shit.
Hold on, you're not lying, right?
Something crazy though.
Diluted.
You're not
They
lying.
say we diluted, my G. They say we are diluted. We're not real Africans. So you understand why a lot of the sentiments come from that point
Taz, they
because
do say
we
that
see
shit.
that other side of TikTok where they be blacking out on us, bro.
They
the
do.
UK and South Africa, they be going hard on us, bro.
But here's what I'm
Y'all gotta
saying,
look at
bro.
that
Man,
shit.
all that
Here's what
shit,
I'm saying,
Cap.
bro.
Don't nobody be
That's not
saying that.
what's problematic. What's
Well, bro,
Go ahead and
problematic,
play
bro,
the
you can look it
video,
up right
man.
now. You can
Play
look it up right now and show it on the
play
I'm
screen,
not
bro. It's
the
denying
video.
that what
evidence.
you're saying isn't
Play the
true. I'm
video.
not denying that. What I'm saying to you is
We waiting on the
where it
video.
becomes problematic is them niggas that say the same shit about me who has a problem with immigration, right? Like I identify more as a black American than anything else in my lineage, right? But the FBA argument will get so goofy that while I still have issues with these things, niggas will say you had one Bayesian grandparent. Fuck your other three grandparents. Fuck them niggas. You a
No, because if
tether.
you got
That's a
other
goofy
grandparents
argument.
that's black American, you know, you still with the home team.
That's not
That's not
true. That's not
how you gonna
true.
tell me? How you gonna tell me? Is your other grandparents is black American?
Three of my other, like I have one Bayesian
Tethered
grandparent.
itself to
Okay,
Now
wall.
we're not
instantly,
gonna have to do the
when I'm
tether
having
contest.
those, hold on. Instantly when I'm having
No, you
those
hold on, nigga. We
conversations,
waiting on the video.
instantly when I'm
I
having
just
those
call it tether
conversations,
because of
Look,
one grandparents is very
play the
disrespectful.
video, man.
Very disrespectful.
Yeah, bro, it's over. Tethered up, bro.
Because
Real tether.
they
So-called
were
African
actually doing
Americans or
real South
so-called black
African
people.
shit when they
So-called black people. Black is the color of my hair. Black is the color of this watch band. Black is the color of the hoodie you got on. So of course we're not those colors. We are brown. We're copper. We're bronze. We're brown people. That's our pigmentation. That's the color of our melanin. So that's why I say so-called black, because black is the color of our Crayola. Black is the color of our crown. We're not the color of a crown. We're copper skinned people. The reason why I say so-called African Americans, because not all, but 98% of the so-called Africans that's in America are not African at all. We actually are indigenous to this land and we come from this land. So we have to quit acting like that all life started in Africa. No, all life stimulated everywhere. There have been black people on every inch of this planet since the beginning of this earth. You know, so we have to understand it and really do the research. And when you really do that research and you travel the world, you will see that. When you
What research? This dude he's an idiot.
since the beginning of the earth.
He said since the beginning of the planet, bro. What kind of that's that Bible shit.
That's that FBA shit.
Nah, that's
Indian and
that
black. What's an
Bible
Indian?
type bullshit.
What's an Indian? Let's get into that.
Knowledge.
Who are the Native Americans? Let's get into it. Because that's another thing we're gonna touch on in the damn museum. Who in the hell were the real Aboriginal Americans? Y'all only think that it was the Mongoloids looking
right there, but he ain't
native
saying
that were
this
real
since
Native
the
Americans.
beginning of the
And we have
planet.
to
That was
understand
crazy.
the Aboriginal people here were
Start
also
the
the
video
Negroid
over, bro.
people, which are us.
Start the
There were black
video
people
over.
looking just like get off there. You say Indian and black. What's an Indian? What's an Indian? Let's get into that. Who are the Native Americans? Let's get into it. Because that's another thing we're gonna touch on in the damn museum. Who in the hell were the real Aboriginal Americans? Y'all only think that it was the Mongoloid looking natives that were the real Native Americans. And we have to understand the Aboriginal people here were also the Negroid people, which are us. There were black people looking just like, get off there. Black people looking just like us, who were the Aboriginal people in the Americas. Many of us were not brought on slave ships. Let's keep this thing a buck. Only 6% of black people enslaved in Africa came to North America. I'm gonna say it again. This has been documented facts. Only 6%, no, but most of us are from Africa. That's not true. Only 6% of the people enslaved in Africa were brought to North America. Most of them were brought to the Caribbean and South America, Central America, Brazil. Only 6% came to North America. This is documented. Let's talk truth. See, we're going to get this shit out here and just talk the truth. When many of the white explorers came here, they themselves said, hey, these are the same, they look like the same people from Africa. These look like the Ethiopians. There's a reason why they called them Indians. Why did they call them Indians? Because of the skin color. They were black just like the people in India. Just the hair was woolly. Understand history. A lot of us were already here, black ass people sitting already up in here, and they just said, okay, we're gonna take you from your tribe and we're gonna get your kids and we're gonna raise your kids up and have them thinking he's a Negro. What's a Negro? There's no real definition of what a Negro is. It's just somebody who's black. You understand?
Those Indians.
We better understand real history.
Columbus,
that's why they call them Blackfoot Indians. Look at that. Again, I lived in Alabama as a child. They had something called Tuscaloosa. Look at what Tuscaloosa means. You understand? That's why we're doing this movie, talking about the Black Seminoles and the Yamasee, man. The Yamasee Wars out there in the Carolinas, the Melungeons. We're going to talk about the real history of the Aboriginal. You got to get off there, man. Go in the house.
Oh, okay, before anybody responds. So if people that are rocking with the FBA flag do not agree with what he just said, then I don't see how you can use the same flag and expect other people from the outside to recognize what your differences is. And I think the confusion is going to get worse. You coming up with another name, that's possible, but I mean, I don't know if that was even an option.
This FBA shit is really an embarrassment. It just started and they can't even get it together.
Come on,
the leader,
bro.
No one agrees with the leader. They start to debunk their own leader. They start to denounce their own leader. It started to sound just like the Bible, the Hebrew Israelite, the Moors, and every other grifter that we come across.
So for me, it's embarrassing on another level. Right? It's embarrassing for our need to connect ourselves to something. That if most people knew this Aboriginal argument, they wouldn't even align with that. That's the embarrassing part for me. I think the overwhelming majority of people that hear FBA and identify with it, they don't identify with being Aboriginals.
Big embarrassment. They don't want to be Africans because they weren't slaves.
I'm saying
what
I don't
the
think
hell
that's
you
the
think
case
these
for
Native
most
Americans
FBA.
were? Who were the first slaves before Africans were brought over here? Who were actually slaves to death? The Indians, the real Native Americans were also slaves. So you're jumping away from Africa and saying you want to be Indian because you weren't slave. They were also slaves. Just read a little more into history. So you're saying that you were the weaker slave, the one that couldn't withstand the harshness, the one that died, the one that didn't have good immune system. You were some weak ass slave. You really weren't the real Michael Jordans.
Hey, yo, I'm in as well.
You're some Jose Henriquez ass niggas.
Copper skin tone said, why do Africans and other immigrants care what Black Americans call yourselves? If you're calling yourself copper skin tone, you ain't Black, bro. You're Indian. Black is for Negroes.
I wanted to disagree with you, but yeah, nah.
That's why I started that from the very
You
beginning.
got a point.
Black is for Negroes.
Copper skin is for
colors.
Mongols, whatever you want to call them.
Shogun said, see how I didn't address Amin? There was nothing to address what Amin just said.
Wash them motherfucking hands, man.
No, it was something to address. I just chose to address it. It was something to address. Niggas just get tired of the same old shit.
I would say, like I said from the beginning, like I think it's just recognizing the overarching conversation. So like recognizing that from the outside, it can seem like it's trivial, but it's best not to even comment because it's only adding to the fight. Unless you're gonna recognize that like it is a sensitive conversation. So because there's people who are in the conversation who consider themselves to be FBAs, who are not attached to the other shit, and all they hear is somebody who's Caribbean saying that they don't fuck with FBA.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's the context where I'm like, you know, because there are people, like, if you go through the comments, yo, there's real people that's vested into this shit. Like, no cap. Like,
I mean, but I don't know if it's like it's different though when I hear somebody who has the same background say embarrassed versus someone who doesn't. Like, who gives a fuck if you're foreign ass embarrassed? So the fuck what? Shouldn't you be embarrassed of your ran down ass country that gets aid from the United States? Should we begin the years of embarrassment from your own native homeland? Because again, it's easy to just sit back and shit on us. But if the conversation flip and niggas start cooking their homeland, then it's gonna become, oh, you're anti-Jamaican. Oh, why you doing that? Oh, why you know what I'm saying? Fam, it's just not equal. It never is.
I mean,
That is
the crux of the issue.
You're just being a parrot for white supremacy, like echoing American talking points. Jamaica is not a rundown country. Nothing in Jamaica to be embarrassed about. Jamaica is a progressing, developing country.
Because
they won't call it a first world country.
When the insults are, my insults are better.
In America, they won't
My
refer to
insults
it
are
as
better.
a first world country. Yet
you do know that though,
in
right?
Jamaica look better than America.
See, I mean, when
People
you
ain't
say that,
flocking to
Taz
go to
gonna
America
crash.
for vacation.
Come on, we don't need to add harm, man. Let him go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna crash.
Jamaicans
I'm
are
trying to
biased the
understand.
West.
It would
So
be
Jamaica
warranted, though, if that's the argument.
Jamaica's a better place than the United States, you're saying? Because I'm trying to figure out why you ain't there. Why you in white ass Canada if Jamaica's the Dubai?
I told you.
But this becomes a space for conversation.
Right, I know, bro. So don't let the motherfucker talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, you could have cut his dumb ass off.
Why the Jews
No, but
are
he
in
wasn't.
America.
He wasn't
I'm
talking
here
to you,
in Canada. The
though.
same
Hold on,
reason
he
why the
wasn't
Jews are
talking
in
to you,
America.
Taz.
Ayo, Taz is
All
a
right,
two-way
bro.
street.
Will, there's no need for the ad homs, okay? He said he was embarrassed, and then you made a comment.
But bro, I'm borderline FBA. I'm not with these niggas. I don't follow Tariq.
I'm saying though, if you don't attach with the movement, though, it's in tricking you.
No, bro, because a lot of what's being said is true. All this Indian shit is what everybody else attaching to. But if we start talking about this tether, this African, this back and forth shit, no, some of that shit is true. That's why niggas gotta hinge on this Indian shit. Fuck that Indian shit, nigga. I don't give a fuck about that Indian shit. What about this motherfucking foreign shit? This diaspora shit, nigga. Because it's easier to keep saying, yeah, them Indians, yeah, they dumb. Yeah, them no, but what about you?
No, but that's not what he started off with. Like, literally, like you.
But that is what he started off with. He said FBA is embarrassing. I know exactly what it started. He said FBA is embarrassing. Nigga, Jamaica embarrassing. Nigga, Jamaica embarrassing.
He said Tariq Nasheed.
No, he said FBA. He said FBA.
Who did that include, Taz? When he said FBA, who did that include?
Why we act like that's not Black Americans?
I mean, what's wrong with Black Americans though? Y'all act like Black Americans was something that motherfuckers just decided to disown and drop.
Well, it wouldn't have made no difference if he said Black American or FBA right there. You basically just getting that Black
Americans
American.
are trying to do that. It's a
He's
reality.
not one of us.
He is one of us.
Like that's an outsider.
That's for you.
I'm an American, bro.
I'm a Pan-African American.
So which is and I understand that. So when he's talking to the inside of Black America and you don't respond, I don't have a problem with that. I didn't say, why didn't you respond? Nigga, I'm responding. Because what he said matters to me.
I would say the things that he said, though.
Will, let him go, Will.
Consider yourself.
God damn, Dev. Every time I talk to Will.
Dude, I ain't gonna ask you no more, nigga. I don't have to motherfucking get permission from you to do shit on this panel.
If Taz is an FBA, you should just let it be known so I could stop talking about FBA. Cause I don't want to be disrespecting the brother.
Yeah, it's not about this gang, bro. I'm not part of a gang. Yeah, because what you talking about is the gang FBA. I'm not part of the gang. Some of us were Black Americans before Tariq started this shit. Some of us had smoke for some of these conversations before Tariq.
It's not about building though, bro, and it's leading the conversation to a whole nother space.
It's not about destroying.
It's not about
destroying. It is about
building. It's about destroying.
So it's wait. So how was it? So wait. No. Now, Q, you listen, bro.
Like
the man took a shot. He took a shot at Black people, and then now you want to talk about building.
A shot at FBA.
Now you want to talk about building.
No,
right? Those are Black people.
Taz, keep it direct on FBA. He took a shot at FBA.
Those are Black.
Me and Will was talking about FBA
FBA
and
ain't
how
Black people.
embarrassing FBA is because of their leadership. That's what me and Will was saying, yo. So if you are under Tariq Nasheed leadership, let me know so I don't address your general, your leader. I will respect your leader in your presence.
And you
But that's another thing we've been saying. Ain't no leader. Tariq ain't no leader.
It's the listening part. I literally said to him, yo, you got to be mindful of how you word that shit because you got people who believe in this shit and they don't got nothing to do with those groups. I said that.
Right, but he's not listening.
You know,
so somebody else has to say it again. Right. So then when I say it, it becomes now trolling.
No,
right. So I get it, right? You know what I'm saying? This is what
you said was you disrespect the entire country, his entire country, in the sense of doing this shit. And this man, different people out that's associated to Jamaica that could be in the chat. I'm not trying to have that conversation.
But you can disrespect mine.
I addressed what he said. Again, the context of FBA has to be understood that it's also associated to somebody that people have issues with. That's what people keep separating that part. That's the reality of joining that, of taking on that moniker.
But here's where the problem comes in. He just finished off a statement that I ignored, and if Tariq Nasheed your brother and all this dumb shit, I just ignored the motherfucker to see if somebody was gonna say, yeah, but that was a little uncalled for, bruh. Ain't nobody say that. So I'm just trying to understand why is it always cool to try to check? You can't check me, nigga. This shit is ridiculous. The nigga literally just said that shit. Nobody cares. Nobody cares when they throw their little shit out there. When they throw their little sneak this
narrative, you can't make an argument without
now it's a narrative.
It is because now it's nobody cares.
He created a narrative, bro. Nobody spoke on it. He did it right in front of us all, and I ignored it.
So nobody cared. Nobody on the panel cared. That's why everybody didn't respond. Or maybe we just was tired and just let him finish what he's saying so we go to another topic. But no, it's because nobody cared.
Nigga, that mean you don't care, nigga. Let's move on. That mean you don't care. It don't mean you don't care.
Don't nobody agree with that shit. He didn't say. Amin didn't say nothing out of line. The FBA flag, motherfuckers was carrying that shit. Is embarrassing to the Black community, nigga. What's wrong with you?
I'm trying to look at it from a lineage perspective, but
I'm saying though, Amin didn't say shit about America as a whole though. He was just only talking about motherfuckers carrying the FBA flag.
See, that's where the disconnect comes in, man.
Black America.
How would he know?
Here's why I'm not making that connection, because in the lineage, there are iconic figures in America, in Black America.
No, he can only hear the truth if it comes.
That wouldn't fit the FBA criteria.
Now you doing it, Q.
So
what do people ADOS? That's how I'm gonna play her video. So if you want to you can only hear it if it's coming from an American. So I'm gonna play some Americans saying the same thing.
Colt, you can do more with your time than having genealogical pissing contests. Y'all are right-wing Black folks who have nothing because your history is actively being stripped from you. And your identity is wrapped into who your ancestors used to be, but not who you are. What do you have? What do you own? Please point me to the nearest FBA or ADOS hospital. Please point me to the nearest ADOS or FBA chain of grocery stores. Don't have that, huh? Are you housing our folks? Do y'all have ADOS, FBA farmland, condominium, apartment complex, a tent, something? Your divisiveness is your short-sightedness, because this Black American understands that Pan-Africanism is what's going to get us liberated and free. Knowing that Malcolm X had Caribbean roots, Marcus Garvey had immigrant roots, W.E.B. Du Bois was buried in Ghana, and whether from Kwame Ture to Assata Shakur, the Black radical tradition always stood behind the Black diaspora diaspora as a whole. And oh, that red and black flag that a lot of y'all like to wear in your profile, not you, because you're probably a bot. My great uncle, Robert Bobby Stewart from Elizabeth, New Jersey, made the prototype for that. Genealogy, if you're in an FBA.
Oh no. Pop, pop, pop. Q, you need to get some sound bites, some good sound effects. You're dropping bombs.
Back to the other side, though.
Yeah. Okay. Another one I'll let slide.
Hell.
Like I say again, when it comes down to it, bro, like I see the understanding here is that if you are a Black American and you just cool with being American, you are cool. Anywhere else in the motherfucking world you can be from, and it's okay. But if you say you American, you are fucking cool. Shit is amazing, bro.
Nobody made that statement, so I don't know.
Don't nobody say that shit, man. Where you getting that shit from?
It's an assessment.
That assessment is.
But it's not an accurate assessment.
What statement was made that summarized that?
That is at the core of this whole argument.
That fucking foreigner sitting up here, pop, 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 pop. Oh, the cute blood on your head talking. Like I understand why you think that shit.
So
you know what I'm saying? But like, bro, no, fam. Like, no, that wasn't it, my nigga. But I hear you.
How the hell you get offended by soundbites?
Like me responding don't always signify offense. But I understand why you feel like that. But no, I'm just telling you what I see.
Because
bro.
she's cooking, she's dropping jewels.
What was the jewels she dropped, man?
So Taz, I agree that she didn't encompass.
No, bro, be quiet for a second, man. What was the? Can he tell me the jewels she dropped?
She's telling you that Pan-Africanism is better off for the diaspora and for Black Americans. For us to
I don't know if I agree with that though.
Than for us to be fighting against each other, having this genealogy war that ain't getting us nowhere. We both have a common enemy. Let's focus on the enemy for once and stop pointing guns at each other. That's pretty much what she's saying. It might have fly over your head because you're looking at her head wrap thinking she's a immigrant, she's from Nigeria or something.
Wow. I didn't pay no attention to that woman head wrap.
They want you to play it again, Q. They want run it. You gotta run it back because somebody was talking.
Bro, I did not pay no attention to her head.
No, ignore the last part. Ignore the last part.
All right, we're gonna play the video, Will. You gotta be quiet on this one.
Or ADOS cult, you can do more with your time than having genealogical pissing contests. Y'all are right-wing Black folks who have nothing because your history is actively being stripped from you. And your identity is wrapped into who your ancestors used to be, but not who you are. What do you have? What do you own? Please point me to the nearest FBA or ADOS hospital. Please point me to the nearest ADOS or FBA chain of grocery stores. Don't have that, huh? Are you housing our folk? Do y'all have ADOS, FBA farmland, condominium, apartment complex, a tent, something? Your divisiveness is your short-sightedness because this Black American understands that Pan-Africanism is what's going to get us liberated and free. Knowing that Malcolm X had Caribbean root, Marcus Garvey had immigrant root, W.E.B. Du Bois was buried in Ghana, and whether from Kwame Ture to Assata Shakur, the Black radical tradition always stood behind the Black diaspora as a whole. And oh, that red and black flag that a lot of y'all like to wear in your profile, not you because you're probably a bot. My great uncle, Robert Bobby Stewart from Elizabeth, New Jersey, made the prototype for that. Genealogy, if you're in an FBA.
Yeah. She
so again, like
I wouldn't say all that she said. I wouldn't go that far, but she cooked. I like the barbecue.
So
she really cooked.
It's good.
So yeah, kind of like the point I'm still kind of there, but it's like, again, you can come to America and say, where's your FBA this? Where's your ADOS that? Right? But a motherfucker be wrong to go to some of them countries and say, where's your hospital for this country? Why are your fucking children starving? Why are your fucking children starving?
Black American.
Do you realize that she was in America though?
Bro, this is crazy. She's Black American.
But she's wrong.
This is crazy. She's Black
American.
I can give you a hospital that FBA, quote unquote, Black Americans own.
I got you, fam, but I'm not talking about her personally not being American. If we're saying where's the ADOS this, where's the ADOS that, I got you. But if we switch the argument around and start going across places across the Caribbean or in Africa and saying where's your this and where's your that,
a Black American, why would you say that's a Black
this is
American?
crazy, bro.
Why would you
That's what
say
I'm
it's
saying,
a Black
bro.
American? I'm confused.
Because she's making the argument.
No, she's making the argument against Tariq Nasheed's group. That's what y'all are missing. Y'all are part of a Tariq Nasheed group. That's the part that y'all are missing.
She's making. Okay, bro.
I get
what I'm not missing is that rhetoric ain't new. That rhetoric was around before the Tariq Nasheed group.
No,
you know what I'm saying? And I don't think y'all want to be honest about it. So it's like we got to revert back to Tariq Nasheed and not deal with what she said.
You see how you saying not be honest? The fact is,
yeah, bro, because that ain't got nothing to do with what Tariq said. I'm dealing with what she said.
Yvette Cornell and Tariq, she's responding online to them saying Pan-Africanism is dead. Yvette Cornell has a whole hashtag across all social media. You just type Yvette Cornell, Pan-Africanism. You're going to see everything come up. Pan-African dead, Pan-African dead, Pan-African dead. That's the response going on. So let me preface it with that. So this is where she's saying, what has Pan-Africanism, what has FBA's done? And the response is specifically to the FBA group that's under Tariq Nasheed. That's why I keep saying, yes, there's a group that says I just fuck with the name and I don't fuck with Tariq Nasheed, but the larger group is with Tariq Nasheed. And I need y'all to recognize that.
I mean, let's talk about what they've done.
But can we acknowledge, though, that she is talking about Black Americans when she said
Hold
that,
on, no. Because to be clear, right? Like y'all, because what's happening is y'all trying to say FBA equates to Black, and that's not the case.
Correct.
Right? It's not.
Some of us
right?
did do it, bro.
Because it's not because we know what Black is. Like when we talk about who, that's why this shit is attempting to reinvent the wheel on something that's already been established. Now, here's the problem. With the defensive nature when asking about FBA, right? About like, oh, but what about all this other stuff? The reason why asking that question about schools, hospitals, and everything else with the FBA label is important is because when you're saying that we need to prioritize Black people, what does that prioritization look like? If that prioritization only looks like TikTok videos, if the prioritization of Black people only looks like going off on YouTube, then the way that you prioritize Black people is inconsequential. Because if your priority is more about quote unquote delineating and establishing a lineage instead of establishing institutions, then your focus, your priority is counterproductive. It's not.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, Domo. When she said that, she was referring to Black institutions.
No, she was
what I fundamentally
telling you,
that wasn't what she said.
I'm telling you, I can show y'all. Literally,
I get your argument.
It's not an argument. It's not an argument. It's literally
she's specifically talking about the banner
online in a specific thread. There's a whole war going on different threads between different arguments. In the Pan-African FBA and ADOS is one thread. You got I'm not African is a whole nother one.
Correct. But I'm saying in this conversation,
when you're carrying the banner of FBA, right? Are you only carrying the banner in the context of delineation and this is Pan-Africanism, or can you give examples of this banner, not Black people, but the banner of FBA standing up and saying this is the institution that we're developing? Again, not talking about delineation, not talking about
it's a little disingenuous, Domo.
How is that disingenuous?
Because there's a nuance to this conversation. There's one point with those of us who are ingrained in this shit that we're strictly associating FBA with what we know of it. But hold on. But there's the other side. Hold on. But there's the other side of the conversation that associates. Hold on, Domo.
No, I'm asking a very simple question, and we're going off into all this other nonsense. The very simple question is: can you show somebody carrying the banner of FBA,
No,
not being a black?
no.
The museum
So
in
I can
California.
very easily say that, right? But I'm
Okay,
saying we
but
aren't
that's the point.
speaking. Hold on, hear my point. We're not speaking to the nuance of the conversation. A lot of times when that FBA moniker is applied, people are strictly talking about Black Americans as a whole. They're not
Right, but
making
all
that.
black
Hold
people
on, hear what I'm
acknowledge
saying.
that. All
Hold on,
black
hear
people
what.
acknowledge.
This nigga Willie is
Just
not
let me
listening.
land. Let me land,
Okay,
and I'm gonna wrap it up, right?
yeah,
I'm saying even in our space, right? A lot of people who make these arguments are associating FBA with drawing a line. You're either an immigrant tether or you're an FBA, right? I get your argument to say, because I make the same argument. FBA can't claim Malcolm if Malcolm claimed Pan-African, right? But I'm saying in terms of the nuance of the conversation, we can't run away from when people are speaking about Black America. Now, my issue with what she said was, yes, Black Americans are doing things here right now. Now,
no,
I
no.
understand your point of it's not under the banner of FBA. I get
But
that.
that's what you keep doing,
I
right?
get
Is
that.
like black people, like as a black person, as a black American, born in the heartland of the country,
Right?
Kansas. I'm telling you, I don't adhere to this FBA rhetoric. So
I
you
don't
can't
either.
just right. So you can't just equate things that black people do and say, well, FBA means black people, so that means that black people are doing it. And it's
What
like,
I'm
no,
saying is, though, in the nuance of the
That's
conversation,
called
right?
misappropriation.
Sometimes you do have to address that.
That's called
Because even
misappropriation, bro. That's
we're
called
addressing it. Like,
that's called
We gonna force the issue now.
that's called
Shit.
misappropriation, bro. It's literally just like that's just what it is. Like
what does Yeah, but what does FDA prioritize? If we just go based off of their actions and what they choose to focus on, the conversation is always about delineation, lineage,
I
integrity.
agree. I
It's not
agree.
about institution building. It's not about
So now I'm making the goofy side of the argument, right? When they focus on that delineation, they're talking about Black people in general. So when you say, where's the FBA hospitals, they'll argue any Black person that has created anything in America, right? It'll get to the point where they'll argue that Ziax is FBA, regardless of whether Q is a
that's why it's
diehard
called
Pan-African or not.
misappropriation. That's called
I agree.
misappropriation. That's
I
all it is.
agree. I agree.
That's it.
But I'm saying
but my criticism specifically is about the priorities. Right? When guys hit these panels, they're focused on the conversation. What is Africa doing for you? What about what Africa is? What Africa at? They're not saying like, listen, a FBA focused pedagogy creates schools that focus on this.
now let's put a pin in it right there though. Hold on, I want to ask you. Is there anything wrong with Black Americans saying what will we benefit from investing in this? Is there something wrong with that?
Again, I think you're missing. You brought up like you said, nuance matters. You can say whatever you want.
Rabbit hole.
I'm asking what is the priority? Is the
Because
priority focus?
I'm
If the,
saying
if the priority is delineation, if the
I'm
priority is
saying when
delineation,
someone challenges Pan-Africanism, right? And
bro,
they
here
challenge it. Hold on.
So Willie, what's with you in the rabbit holes, bro?
the challenge to Pan
Because
Africanism is
Q, the
in.
rabbit holes are where the conversation lies.
Let's
These
be clear.
conversations don't lie at the halls of Congress,
But
right?
that don't benefit Black people
FBA
though.
isn't.
That's not benefit nobody but you.
Let's be clear though.
I think it would
Challenging
benefit the community,
challenge.
Dev.
Watch this. Watch
These
this.
are the things we actually
But you
have to
gotta
tackle.
respect everybody else though, yo. It's not
I
your
do
your
respect
show.
everyone else.
But you're not respecting them though.
But here's the
No,
question.
you're not respecting me.
What
Everyone
does
else is willing to have the
You gotta
conversation.
earn respect, nigga.
Well, okay, hold on. Let me
I
just
don't
ask
need
this
to
question.
earn respect
Now,
from
do
a
you want to go
former
one on
nigga.
one?
I'm good in Baltimore. I would love to go
But
one
I'm
on one.
saying though, do you want to go
I
one
would
on one
love
on
to
the
go
panel?
one on one. What you want to talk about?
Okay, then. Well, listen. Try to listen to what somebody else is talking about. Then
You said one on
So,
one. We ain't talking about nobody else. Me and you.
here's the question. Here's the question.
Right.
How
Go ahead,
does
Domo.
how does tearing down Pan Africanism benefit the black community?
So if I had to answer that question, I would immediately say it doesn't. I am in line with you in that
Okay,
view. Hold on,
okay.
slow down. Hold on. Give me two more sentences, Domo.
Okay, go ahead.
Two more sentences. I am completely in line with you, right? I think the goal should be to get us all on the same track. But if we're not willing to recognize the real issues that Black Americans have with certain things, that's where you have to go down the rabbit hole.
Okay, is the real issue Pan-Africanism? Is the real issue with black communities Pan-Africanism?
I think the real issue is, in my opinion, right? Black Americans have a lot of angst about certain things that we've seen created around us.
Yes, no, Will. Yes or no? Is Pan-Africanism the issue facing the black community?
It's not a yes or no answer.
Willie,
Yes, it
And it
is.
wouldn't take me long to
Damo,
answer.
how you falling for this shit, bro? This shit ain't got nothing to do with the fucking video, bro.
Chill, Q, because you know the
No,
type of time I'm on. Like,
Damo, son, I don't.
I'm not FBA, Q. You know
So
the type
why
of
you
time
have
I'm
So
on.
you want to wait till late at night when ain't nobody in the fucking chat to say all you got to say? Because they trying to get through the video, man. They got other shit to do.
My fault.
I just
Not
prefer
you.
not to talk
Will
to
know
you.
who the fuck I'm talking about.
You always talking to Will.
Okay,
Everybody
then.
knows
So we'll stop always doing the shit that you doing then. You
that.
heard Q
Speaking,
address you like more than once, nigga.
and him and I were having a conversation. He didn't need you to
Okay,
interrupt me.
then. Well, why are you allowing him to keep repeating himself on his own fucking channel, Will?
I apologize. It's all my fault. I'm going back on mute.
Yeah, right.
You feel better, Dev? Shout out to Oklahoma.
Do you?
Who don't have no West Indians damn near in the whole state. Shout out to Oklahoma. You take over the conversation.
Yeah, I don't think it matters if a real discussion, because I don't think a real discussion can come from the problems that Pan-Africanism presents. I don't think it presents the major or serious problems, but if we're talking about fundamental issues, okay, we're looking at it. There are
I
some
would
issues
challenge
that
you
are
on that.
created by
I would challenge you on that,
Pan-Africanism.
Taz.
You would
We're
challenge
not with
anybody on anything.
Nah, I'm saying I would challenge you on that. Like when you're talking about the fundamental issues.
Well, hold on. Let me ask Taz a question though. So, Taz, what issues does Pan-Africanism create for black communities?
What is that got to do with
again? I don't know.
Let it happen.
I don't want to be the one to take us down the rabbit hole.
Nah, go ahead,
Like,
Taz.
what video are we talking about, bro?
This Willie for, man. We don't know what highway we on, bro. This is Willie, bro. Like, I'm like, I'm just like, bring it back to the
this is nothing like Chaotic Truth Channel. What the fuck? Man, take that bullshit off the screen, bro.
Nah,
Put my
this ain't
name on
nothing
there,
like
bro.
over
What
there.
the fuck? Like, I ain't see this video though. You talking about this video or another video?
Nah, the one we just played. Because shorty and I want because some people like, and I know some of y'all have the sentiment that FBA is just representative of your history in the country, but it is part of another group, or it is an extension of a group that has a history that people got smoked for, and I think that's also part of the kind of the contention, because you got people that are just shooting and saying fuck that FBA shit, and you got people who are like, yo, hold on, bro. Well, I'm a foundational Black American. Fuck you too. Say, hold on, bro. I'm shooting at Tariq. Well, but you said FBA. I'm like, nah, nigga, the FBA is Tariq shit. And like, no, but I'm an FBA. It's like, hold on. This shit just creates a whole space where everybody can keep shooting.
I mean, if
but
we
just to answer
leave the
Damo's
conversation
question,
on
though,
that
bro,
level, you're
let me
always
answer
going to
his
be right,
question, though,
Q.
bro.
You're going to be right if we leave the conversation on that level. But what I'm saying is the nuance to this whole FBA conversation is a lot of times it's just applied to Black Americans. So I don't think that's a conversation that I feel a need to even run from.
No, it's
I
not.
would tell
We're
sis,
not even
you're
talking
wrong.
about that, bro. It's not. Like, telling sis she's wrong, she's talking about Tariq Nasheed. You're talking about Black Americans. You're not hearing that.
But look,
you're right.
But
that's the whole.
Now, at some point,
because that's what's
but
driving.
at some point, though, there's no there's no delineation from who she's talking about to say she's just talking about the Tariq Nasheed. Because again, some people just identified as ADOS, because let's just forget FBA. Some people identified as ADOS just on the strength. They didn't even know nothing about Yvette Carnell's plans and reparation, none of just the strength of descendants of slavery, black people. It's a movement. I'm a descendant of slavery.
I think
I'm on
FBA
board.
is
People didn't
very
get
much the same
all
thing.
deep. You know what I'm saying? So you have the surface level followers that I would say Q is the majority. I don't think the majority is the people like that Bobo nigga who would get up here and try to go bar for bar with you all day on this shit. That's not the majority, bro. The majority is surface, but Black American, oh yeah, I'm one of them. Foundational, just the word they added to it. I'm saying most of the people that saying that shit are at this, bro, shut the fuck up. We ain't never made the same point.
That's the point I was trying to make, though. I agree with you. I don't think that the overwhelming majority of people that identify when they hear that term,
but just please let me finish, bro. So tie it back to the video, bro. So back to the video. So when she's saying, "Where's the ADOS hospital? Where's the FBA hospital?" Yes, bro, you're gonna have people run in the room and say, "No, I know a black person who did this and that," because the typical conversation around ADOS was, "Oh yeah, nah, we black, we'll fuck with that," and she throwing them both in there together now. So FBA, yeah, I get what y'all saying, but in this video y'all referring to, she used both, and I would argue ADOS didn't get all deep into the ABO shit, although some of the elements were there. For the most part, that stayed super surface level in terms of that conversation of where you were from.
But they both aligned with the attack on Pan-Africanism. Yvette Cornell has been at war with Pan-Africans for like 5, 7, 8 years straight. And she's literally started nobody knew ADOS or Yvette Cornell existed. She got on the platform and was like, yeah, Pan-Africanism is dead. What has that done for us? Like, what? What the fuck? And then
I don't support that statement, bro. Like I got issues with, because I just don't think it's wise for it. Like back to answering Domo question, going back to what I was originally gonna say. I don't think it's wise to tell Americans that these are your people if they're not gonna honor that, fam. I'm saying, like it's not fair to tell my son, hey man, these your people, only for them to mistreat him later on, or even make him feel like he's not their people later on. And I don't think we being honest about that side of it.
But what does that got to do with Yvette Cornell saying Pan-Africanism hasn't done anything for us?
Bro, fuck Yvette Cornell, bro. I don't give a fuck about her. I'm talking about specifically what we're talking about, bro. Because these people that are just attacking it for Pan-Africanism purposes, they on bullshit. There are legitimate conversations within, bro, that don't require you to use that bullshit.
I would easily
use bullshit talking points.
You go to any bookstore, black bookstore in your hood is more than likely Pan-African. You go to any community after-school programs in the weekends, you're gonna find Pan-Africans. You find cultural centers, you're gonna find Pan-Africans. You're gonna find Democrats.
What are we doing?
I'm saying that you said. I thought you said.
I'm not.
I thought you said.
Yes, like.
No, but that's
no, bro. I'm trying to specifically answer Damo's question.
No, I get it. I don't know if Domo did. Domo, you still there?
Yeah, y'all kind of went way off topic. That's why I said I just was gonna go back to answer his question, because y'all went way away from the question he directly asked me. I segued back. Nah, I don't give a fuck about no goddamn Yvette. I'm saying when they threw all of this together, though, the understanding was, yeah, I'm black. I'ma just fuck with it. I support it because I'm black. You know what I'm saying? So with that, I don't think there's an understanding that when you throwing all this together as one group, yeah, bro, like everybody here ain't for the Indian shit. And she threw everybody together and said, "Where's your hospital?" That's what keeps the shit going, bro. It's not the criticism of it. It's questioning why she did that.
No, it's both. Like literally, the other side is the same thing she would say to Yvette Cornell. Why are they attacking Pan-Africans? Like every time we go live, literally the dude in the chat, what have Pan-African done for Black Americans? Look, yo, bro, I don't know if y'all see the trolls. Every day I go live, There's a dude named 100 Racks that says, "Go back to Africa, you Pan Africans." I could be talking about he literally wrote it during the science fair. Like, bro, I can't make this up. I don't know these people. It's weird. They have an issue with anybody.
No, very weird.
Anybody who says Pan-African, I could be talking about just straight in. Yo, why you ain't going back to Africa? Why you? I'm like, yo, bro, I'm not even bothering y'all. Yo, what you doing? What to go take your school to Africa, Q? Wow, that's crazy. Like, it's crazy. So that's where some of that comes from, and all of these people have tied together underneath the banner of FBA. So it's hard to figure out who niggas. Some people are just like, I'm shooting. When you see when Psycho hit the panel, he's shooting. Some people on TikTok, it's up. They're like, yo, look, let the bullets figure out. Now I'm gonna let the bullets figure it out. Get out the way. It's up, like it's all the way up on TikTok.
Yeah, but think about it though, Q. How good is, like I said before, the empathy always seems to go one way, and all it ends up doing is fueling the shit. Because then it makes it seem like, see, Pan-Africanism, like I said, I've been in Twitter spaces with this shit all over this motherfucker. And what they say is, them Pan-Africanism has turned our own people against us. So it makes them even more adamant about the shit because they feel like it's destroying. You see what I'm saying? So you're not helping with the because if you know they think trolls, why are you responding to trolls? That's stupid. You see what I'm saying? So it gets to a point. It gets to a point, man, where it's like you're not helping the situation by doing it. You're exacerbating it and throwing gas on the situation by doing that. You see what I'm saying? And it's like.
But again,
because again, I've been listening this whole time. When old boy was shooting, it was niggas start you see what I'm saying? But the niggas Taz say something. You know what I'm saying? When Buddha was shooting, you know what I'm saying? Doing a little jazz and little slick under shit. Y'all start trying to cop please and this, that, and the third. But as soon as Taz started talking, everybody come off the mic. But Taz, no, see what the.
So when you say he was
y'all
shooting,
defending that shit bullshit.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
If that's how you perceived it.
Yeah.
So what I also perceive is that y'all have a biasness for disrespect of people from other spaces. When Taz came on, he initiated his conversation with Dan. They're saying, fuck you, fuck these tethers. And he continued to call him a tether. He said, I'm going to call you a tether just because I don't like your voice and you disagree. You said, I call you a tether because you disagree. You said, we could play it back. You walked in saying, what about these niggas? Fuck Jamaica. Like the disrespect.
He said that, but he said, first of all, he said when he came off the mic and said that though, Q, he said he was just joking. He's I'm just bullshit. So to even try to use that,
started. That's crazy.
but go ahead, explain it. I ain't got to explain for you right here, Taz. You can explain it for yourself.
That there was no malice, bro, coming on. Like I take issue again with some of this representation, bro. Like he's saying things that I disagree with. I disagree with them. I didn't call him a name or disrespect him, though, bro. It didn't start there. It's easy to put my hands. It's easy to make me the bad guy, though.
Not even a big deal. But it's just the respect behind it because I'm not the only, like, I'm representing for a culture, for the Caribbean people who is not on the
But you
panel.
don't live here. So you wouldn't even qualify under any of those definitions, bruh. Now, like, that was kind of my point in saying it's like, it's just
I'm an immigrant just like any other immigrant. You see, that's it. You're not even trying to understand another people's culture. I'm in North America.
No,
an immigrant. Immigrants from Jamaica, we don't separate ourselves based on which country we go. We're still Jamaican immigrants. So you trying to say I'm not there because I'm not in America physically, it doesn't really make a difference. I'm talking about my people. I have cousins, I have family, uncles and aunts that lives in America, that lives in Brooklyn, in Delaware, in Jersey, in Florida. I have a cousin in Texas. So what are you talking about? So when you're on this tether xenophobic rant, someone has to step in and put you aside sometimes.
And to be fair, I don't think Buddha meant nothing by it.
So
Hold on.
I just let that slide too, right? When you say a xenophobic race, it's the ability to talk shit your way, right, Q Butter? Because I don't want to play them type games. I ain't gonna call it a xenophobic rant. I'm gonna call it a fucking Jamaican tether rant, and then I'm gonna keep going and going and going.
Yeah.
And then some fuck nigga in the chat gonna say something. Right? It's gonna be different when I respond to his continued attempts to take shots. And niggas act like they don't hear the continued attempts to take shots. And well, yeah, at some point it gets annoying. So when any other fucking dumb ass fake wannabe tethered Pan-African try to shit, yes, nigga, I go there. And we'll continue to go there. Cause niggas be play with somebody else. Don't play with me because I'm not going. I'm not going, fam. I'm not Pan-African. So I'm not going to pretend like it's okay what you fake tether wannabe tied to Americans say to me. Play that shit with these niggas. Play that shit with these niggas who play diaspora games with you. Nigga, I'm from here. Fuck you niggas.
So this applies to the motherfuckers that be carrying the FBA flag, because you're not gonna be able to separate those people that carry the FBA moniker or claim it, even if they don't agree with the abo or anti Caribbean or African hate. They're not going to be able to be separated from being associated with that group.
But I don't carry that hate. I don't carry that hate for none of them. They start the conversation. They get up here and start. I was sitting in the chat listening earlier, watching the chat. No smoke. Nobody had nothing to say as a foreign dude up here talking crazy. So like I say, it's okay when they do it to Black Americans, but when Black Americans do it, it's a problem, bruh. And I'm just saying, maybe stop all of that shit. Maybe stop the one-sided approach to this shit, because if you didn't hear the multiple insults the nigga just tried to slide in, well, yeah, fam, he did. You know what I'm saying? I'll take them out and clip them for you and turn it into a video.
I was literally saying FBA. FBA is an embarrassment.
Bro, you can't even finish a sentence without taking a shot.
Because I even gave you the reason why I said it. Because before it even started, they start to denounce their own leader. They can't even get it together. FBA, not Black Americans.
Hold on, not Buddha. I mean, hold on. How many times have we crashed out on Buddha for saying dumb tether shit? So it's like
Very
to say
rarely.
that. What?
Very rarely.
Oh, Buddha get into it with at least two niggas on the panel every. Come on, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, we gotta start being honest about it.
There don't be enough motherfuckers from other countries that come over to this panel, so I don't even know how you can quantify that. And so to make it appear that on a Pan-African platform that he don't consider Black people Black, and when referring to a specific group, that has a negative connotation to it. I mean, ain't no way of getting around. FBA is carrying something that is going to be negative to the overall Black community. I mean, that's just it. So somebody gonna have to make a decision. Either just be cool with Black Americans, or the FBA moniker flag is gonna have to accomplish something to worship.
And look, hold on, we crashed out on the nigga.
Decision's already been made.
Remember, we crashed out on the nigga from Kansas. Where he was up there like,
Each
oh, I
other's
know
in
about
division.
Black people from movies. I know about we crashed out on him. That's what I'm saying. Like, no, Africans don't get up here and just start talking wild about Black people and we just sit around and listen. Like, that's completely made up.
There are panels where they do though.
Made
Bro,
up. Wow.
Prove it. Click it up right now.
Yeah, if you go on Dinah's platform, those Africans do
I
talk crazy.
have to. I don't even be clipping shit like that no more. Psychopathia says somebody talking about FBA is not talking about Black Americans. He's talking about them engines, not me. Oh yeah, and send Willie back down here with us.
Who is that?
So
Will?
look, what I'm saying, yeah, he said send Willie back down for 10. So when I'm talking about it though, I'm not talking about the Indians or they're part of it. I just, like I say, I think There has to, like, if you want to have two separate conversations, that's fine. But like, this ain't part of the Tariq shit. Like it's about what Tariq taps into to continue conversation that benefits him. He's tapping into something that ain't got nothing even to do with Indians, bro. It's got a lot to do with how people feel already about how they're viewed in America. It's an identity crisis. And we ain't dealing with that. Because niggas just want to say you're African or you're Indian or you're this or you're that.
No, I agree. I think different groups or organizations or even individuals as Black Americans were already, doing similar work or at least making an attempt to try to get some sort of a larger movement. Like I said, it's not a all you got to do is do this and then this will happen. But I mean, it's kind of hard for me to make an assessment because, like I said, those 3 letters have been attached to not associating or looking at people from other countries as opposition while trying to attach to an entire another group. I mean, so that's like a double felony, whatever. There was not, for me, I don't see anything wrong with continuing to work as a Black American to whatever you want. If you want to fuck with motherfuckers from other countries, cool. If you don't, cool. If you have an issue with individuals, cool. But trying to make it a blanket and say, hey, your entire country, your entire continent. I mean, that's just, I don't know.
But you don't think that happens to Black Americans every day? Because like I say, we're not.
Yeah. When people say fuck the United States, they including way more people than just Black Americans. They really hate everybody in the entire government, in the whole ideology. They include everybody in the United States.
I'm not even talking about the government. I'm talking about Black people are hypercritical of other Black people.
The inter has always been a thing. Yes, I don't think that's in dispute.
Hypercritical of each other, and so it's okay to be hypercritical of each other. But like I say, it stands out when you're critical of another nation and whatnot. And like I don't know, bro. I'm trying to get to the bottom of that understanding, and I don't know if you can. Like some of this stuff is just it's ingrained. Like I don't know if there is an answer to it.
Let me say this. The whole thing is it's just disdain on the whole name FBA. Let's say for instance, Taz, like if you came up with the name FBA, right? You don't have that whole, we was Indian thing, to it, right? And as far as this anti-immigrant rhetoric, you don't nearly say as much, not even close as Tariq. So it would be a lot more accepting. You know what I'm saying? If you had a big following and you said, hey, we call ourselves foundational Black Americans, because on paper, okay, it's just putting foundational on Black American. The problem that a lot of us has is, first of all, again, Tariq tethered a whole different identity to Black American. And to me, that's a slippery slope. Let's say if we just kept following the name African American, we all call us, well, foundational Black Americans, you have more and more, let's say, of those engines telling themselves to the name and basically saying we were always here. And next thing you know, our whole history is erased. And now we were the original Indians. We were Indians. That's one of my main disgrunts about that name FBA. I think in that video also, she could have maybe worded it better, right? If she said, okay, we have Black American hospitals, we don't have FBA hospitals. You see what I'm saying? But I could see where you're coming from. It's like you could have, worded it better to let people know exactly what you're saying. But at the same time, a lot of us knew that she was talking about FBA, the group.
Yeah, let's be clear. If you're not on social media, you have no clue what an FBA is. And majority of Black people are not on social media interacting in this conversation. So saying FBA is largely a social media hashtag and group. Like I don't.
Yeah, we're
Right.
not
I
gonna
just
use no
again,
celebrity examples either.
I mean, I like the point you just made. I'm not even against it, but like, again, it's just I've been around social media long enough to know that most of these people ain't as deep into this conversation as y'all are. You know what I'm saying? So I think if you go too far into it, you're going to be beyond where most people are. The fact is that most people are at the surface, and they'll just say ADOS or FBA to join the larger group, to see black people somehow working together where Africa isn't involved. Now it's black people in America involved. I don't think that has any negative connotation on Pan-Africanism. I think your local experience is going to lead you to FBA at times, regardless of this Indian shit that keeps popping up. That's not what people are chasing for him. It's not.
No, I totally, and this is why I'm trying to keep that part of the conversation where it's supposed to be at from this side over here. It's like, no, it should be centered on servicing and representation and connectivity. Like if you got black people coming over here and they inside of the group and we expect them to be able to say certain shit and nobody trained them or gave them any pamphlets with the shit they supposed to say, how are we gonna hold them accountable?
You know, same way black Americans hold each other accountable every day. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's no
I don't think we can even hold up in. I don't think we can hold black people. That's not proper organization. Like we have to have, structured ways in which we interact with each other, so that way we can have means of accountability. Like it has to come down to that. There's no getting around structures. You know what I mean? Like if we really want to have a means of accountability, it's gonna take systems. It's gonna take, huh?
I don't think they're pushing for any accountability though. This ain't about accountability for most of the people in the conversation.
That's the reason why it's not centered on it's the empowerment conversation, and that's where the grift comes in. It's a safe space for the grift. It's like the manosphere. Like a lot of dudes.
No, I agree.
You don't have to be manosphere to be manosphere. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of dudes that was like, I'm not really manosphere, but I still went to the convention. You know what I mean? So it's like FBA falls into that kind of space in the conversation where it's like, you don't gotta be with O'Shea in them. Not O'Shea is not my leader. No, come on, how many dudes used to say that? We used to say the same shit, Taz. Like, yo, bro, you can't say you're manosphere. And dudes used to say what, Taz? I'm manosphere. That the term is bigger than the group. Is that not what they said?
Yes.
And we used to tell.
I mean, but that's what I'm saying. Even like the FBA thing, the term is bigger than the group. ADOS, the term is bigger than the group. People are attaching themselves to history.
But what did you used to tell them? You can't disassociate yourself from the people who made the shit. So if these niggas got pedos, weirdos, that's part of your shit. And niggas start putting manosphere in their title. They start putting certain shit in their title. Because when them associations started coming in, they was like, oh, nah, no, I'm not that. Is very similar. And at the same point, I understand what you're saying. You're not wrong. Like it does have a component to it that is centered on realities that black people are experiencing with. And I think it's centered on representation and servicing. But it's not, the conversations don't get centered there. It gets talked about everything else. And then it goes into which country is richer, who's poorer. Then you got immigrants that's coming over that's completely tone deaf. My Jamaican cousins, y'all gotta start working on your tone deafness. Y'all just be like, fuck the conversation. But and it was like, damn, bro, this ain't gonna work. Come on, y'all, we gotta listen to our space for moving forward. Because if not, it's just gonna be more fuck yous and fuck yous and fuck yous. And I personally don't want that. You know what I mean? I want us to be able to move forward with the conversation. And not just the conversation towards building. Because accountability can only be held when you're doing something productive. Niggas who ain't doing shit ain't got nothing to be accountable for. You ain't got no responsibilities. Yo, Psycho, yo, GQ.
Yo, what up? What up, Q? What's going on?
You're
I just got a question. Like, if a homosexual came up here and started talking crazy and saying cisgender men this and cisgender men that, cisgender, is people gonna get upset?
Hell yeah, I'm gonna say I don't acknowledge that cis shit. That's some new shit.
Oh, that's how I feel when I hear people talk shit about FBA. Y'all ain't talking about me because I don't acknowledge that shit. Even though I fall under the category of what an FBA is, you ain't talking about me because I'm not part of that online engine hate cult. That's not me. Right? Even in regards to what I fall under, because I fall under the categories of cis man too, but I don't subscribe to that shit. Don't call me that. I don't care if I fall under the definition. Don't call me that shit. And that's how I feel about the FBA shit.
But you recognize the attacks on cis men, let's say, when that community uses the attacks on men. Now, what you won't do is call out your response a cis male response, but to them what it would be. So because you're not acknowledging it don't mean it ain't there.
Yeah, but people, when they say FBA, they are talking about a group of people that are online trolling. That's what they're talking about. They're not talking about Black Americans. Because they would talk about Black Americans, they would say Black Americans. They wouldn't say FBA specifically. They're saying that because that's the group's name that they're talking about. See, I went through this same thing with the Fat Joe thing. Fat Joe wasn't talking about Black Americans. He was talking about the online cult. That's what he's talking about. People was like, how come you ain't mad if Fat Joe said everything else? Because he's not talking about me. I'm not no FBA motherfucker. I don't anybody talk anything crazy about FBA. I might agree with them. I probably agree with them because they nutty. They nutty.
He kind of was talking about you though.
With that got emotional problems and inside hate. So whatever they saying about him is probably true.
Fat Joe was talking about the militant Black men, and
Fat Joe said FBA specifically. That's what he said. They either asked him to say who you talking about. He said FBA. Let's not do that.
He also said
he didn't say Black Americans. He said
he
FBA.
also said these militant blacks. That's you.
Said FBA. He said, go back and read. I'm not going to argue with you about it. Go back and play. Go back and listen to the interview. I'm not going to argue with you about it. Go back and listen to the interview.
You talking about the Math Hoffa interview.
Yes. He asked him, who are you talking about specifically? He said, name names. He said, these FBA broke motherfuckers. That's who he said.
Yes, he did. And he also
said,
so
he wasn't talking about me.
He
wasn't talking about me. He talking about them broke niggas. He talking about them broke niggas. He wasn't talking about me.
Now, hold on, Psycho. He also said, those militant blacks. You can't leave that out.
No, he didn't say. No, he's talking about them niggas. He was talking about. That's what he's talking about. What are you talking about? He said specifically who he's talking about.
When he says
why
FBA,
y'all gaslighting? Why do y'all always gaslight? I keep getting gaslight with this FBA conversation. Y'all niggas are turning around and tell me Tariq ain't y'all Lord and Savior. Like he ain't give y'all identity because y'all was unidentified before 6 years ago. He gave y'all a whole identity. He gave y'all something to look up to. Because y'all ain't have nothing to look up to before that, apparently. Because y'all was waving this shit like there's something new that y'all ain't, like it's a shiny new toy or something. So apparently y'all had nothing before Tariq. So y'all sit up here and play these little silly games about he's not your Lord and Savior. Y'all had this going on before him. Cap. None of this stuff was going on before him. None of y'all could prove it. None of y'all could lay this shit down.
Shit, I could prove it. I could prove it. Wait, I could prove it, nigga. I could. Whoa.
It was. So,
I could prove it, nigga. Wait, slow down. I could prove it with you. That I'm having this conversation.
Going be an anti-Africa before FBA.
I ain't talking about no nigga. I ain't talking about no motherfucking movement of no.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a movement. It was no movement.
No, nigga. But look what I'm saying. But I'm talking about the conversation.
Like you personally having issues with. I'm talking about a movement. I'm talking about a group of niggas. FBA is more than just one person. I'm talking about a group of niggas.
Right, but
it was not a group of niggas running around here talking this anti-African shit until Tariq threw a battery in their motherfucking back.
I would actually
that
agree with that, but I would say we're here
the
now.
purpose of the conversation, bro. Like, but niggas was having the conversation without the Indian shit, without the forcing the Indian shit. And that's what I'm saying. You're not giving credence to that. And you were there. You were on the panels. You were in the discussions. Nigga, I had
I
them.
remember when this shit started. Yes,
So
I
we
remember
talking
when all
about
this
the
FBA
label
shit first started. Yes,
the label
that's why
is
they can't
bad.
gaslight me.
The label.
No,
So
I'm
I'm
not
saying
talking
before
about no
niggas knew about
FBA
the
shit though.
trolls, though.
We are talking
Leaving,
about
leaving
the FBA.
FBA.
Just
Oh
the
my
3
God.
letters. Just the 3
I can't
letters.
hear because
Right,
Willie keep talking. What you say?
but there's a context to that conversation that's outside of those 3 letters. And you were there for those conversations. So when you got a bitch ass nigga in the chat, like by any means, saying watch Tax Creator Strawman, these niggas was there. These ain't these
reparations
conversations.
you talking about? Are you wait? Okay, so you talking about the reparations conversation that
From
everybody was complaining
reparations
about?
to the
When everybody was
Indians
complaining-
to
one second.
to-
Are you talking about the?
Right.
Are you talking about the reparations conversation when everybody was complaining about who was eligible and who wasn't eligible to get reparations, and that turned into a whole big silly ass sideshow? Is that what you talking about?
Well, yes, but that's one instance. But I'm saying there are many other instances of just the conversation of questioning some of the ideologies around how we're looked at as Americans with Africans coming. Without the look at what they said. Oh, they called us Akatas. Just the actual conversation of look, this is how we're viewed. Why don't we view ourselves differently? And is there an issue with Africa? Because Africa don't attach themselves to us culturally. That's the conversation that was happening before FBA.
The only people I heard talking about that shit pre-2018 was Indians.
FBA
That's
is
the only people I heard talking about that shit before that.
I don't like what point like Tariq made FBA like
2020
together.
I'm not talking about no goddamn fucking FBA. Fuck FBA.
Then what are we talking about? That's
we're
what
talking about the ideologies within that people attach themselves to.
No, that's you moving the goalposts. We talking about FBA.
I'm not, bro. There are people.
No, that's what you're not understanding.
Everybody that's attaching the FBA and attaching for the reasons y'all saying.
But some of the shots that y'all are getting is because of the people who are part of the organization. You got to recognize that as well. The same way you want us to recognize.
I do. I recognize that, but I'm not. I'm making
Shorty was not Shorty was not talking to all Black Americans. She's talking to these niggas on TikTok. That's FBA warriors for Tariq, like son on the screen. You ain't see this video.
Slander an entire ethnic term FBA as a hate group.
Yeah, let this video play. This video is telling. Let this video play.
That selfish, hating ass motherfuckers want to conduct chaos amongst the Black American community. And when I say Black American community, I mean the Black Americans that don't have an immigrant background. And when I say that, you know exactly who the fuck I'm talking about. Okay. People are trying to paint the term FBA as a hate group and a cult. If you think the term FBA is a hate group and a cult, you don't know what the fuck a cult is. All right. Just because you don't like that's affiliated with Tariq Nasheed because he's been shedding light on xenophobic people online and shedding light on politicians who are basically nerfing our reparations movement and our reparations claim and basically calling out these politicians does not give you the right to slander an entire ethnic group because you don't like a terminology. Okay. Some people call us FBA. Some people call us Black Americans. Some people call us Afro-Americans. Some people call us Solon or Solani and so on and so forth. That does not give you the right to slander and criticize an entire ethnic group of people. Okay. If it wasn't for Tariq Nasheed, you would not have your black ass on his internet saying anything about FBA. He's the one that coined the term. Did he follow in the steps of Dr. Claude Anderson? Yes, but Dr. Claude Anderson did not coin the term FBA. You selfish sons of bitches need to give people credit where credit is due. I don't give a fuck if you like Tariq Nasheed, you give him his credit. He's the one that rejuvenated the reparations movement. He's the one that rejuvenated and spearheaded the delineation movement. And you need to give him his goddamn fucking credit. Damn. We're not going to fucking play games and act like we don't know where the fuck FBA comes from. I don't like people like that. Tupac talks about shit like that. Just because you're not the person that is the star of the show doesn't mean that you can't speak life and spark the mind of the person that might change the fucking world.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
Tariq started it. This is shit. This is shit. He started it, and you can't separate Tariq from it.
See what I'm saying?
That's bullshit. I think Dr. Claude Anderson
Yeah.
was saying that before that.
And
this
can definitely.
It's crazy though that's the go-to. Like I said, like, as opposed to the 15% of the video I would actually agree with.
Nah, what I'm saying is
there's a sentence in there, there's a few statements in there that allows for that video to be made, and I think it's easier to ignore that.
What are we talking about? Easier to ignore. We're talking about the woman's video in response to FBA as a group. There's nothing to ignore except for accepting the context that both content creators stated in the video. Before we interpret, let's just see if we can reiterate their stated purpose. This is to go against FBAs. This person is saying this is who FBAs are. I told you I'm recording their war. They are at war on TikTok. So you got different groups at war in different spots. You got the Pan-Africans at war with the Abos. You got the Pan-Africans at war with the label group. So you got the label group, and those two are different. Then in between, there's just random war going on. But that's where you see the back and forth viral going on between these shits. Like, it's just a viral, that's the context of the videos.
Right, before he started excessively cheerleading, he said it's not cool to attack black people just because you don't like what they're saying. Do you disagree with that?
Bro, of course I don't. That's why I've been asking everybody.
But ain't that what that's all? But is that what FBA do? I mean, ain't everybody a tether that they don't agree with? I mean, I literally be having like about 6 or 8 people. I already done had about 3 or 4 people pop in the chat call me a tether just now. Like ain't that what FBA?
I'm not disagreeing with that, but we analyzing the videos though. I'm saying in that video, there's a small part of that video where I disagree, where I agree with it. But I did disagree with all the fanboy shit. There's a lot of fanning right there. But yeah, there's a part in there where he specifically said that though, and that, you know what I'm saying, that is true. Motherfuckers should not be able to attack either side. But I see one side where the attacks are highlighted, and the other side where it's like, you know, you got to be careful when you're talking about them. You got to sugarcoat the other side. It's crazy.
I actually disagree. I think both sides should be
full-blown war going on. What are we talking about on either side? They are on both sides going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I say, I'm specifically talking about right now.
Right now, I asked
right now in this conversation
to chill with the cursing.
With people, and we gotta stop being disingenuous and making it seem like people are defending all these immigrants and all this other stuff and everything else. And no, we defending Pan-Africanism, dog. Y'all are clapping at our ideology. Like my motherfuckers, like Pan-Africanism is under attack like a motherfucker, and we just supposed to sit back and just let everybody clap on Pan-Africanism and not say nothing. And if we say something, then we're a tether. If we say something, then we cape it for immigrants. If we say something, then we're traitors. But we just got to sit back and just either let y'all motherfuckers talk all this crazy shit and be mute, or we can just drop in Pan-African altogether. So basically, it's y'all trying to hold us up with something. No, fuck that, dog. We clapping back. Like fuck that. Dog. What's going on? I'm clapping at these engines. Every last one.
I'm saying, even me that identifies as a Pan-African, fundamentally how I was raised, right? I can't.
Are you a Pan-African now? Are you a Pan-African now?
This nigga gotta talk to me.
I'm just answering the question.
I don't want to talk to you,
because you jump in and out. First you're a Pan-African, then you're FBA. Can you pick a side and stick with it?
Oh, that's Big Black. So I'll be real with you, Big Black. I am someone that was raised to be Pan-African, but I respect the issues that my people, me identifying as a Black American, I do understand the issues, the grievances that they're putting on the table. And I'm saying to avoid those grievances is what creates the problem we can't get past. We got to address that shit. I'm not saying I go as far as subscribing to being anti-tether, all this FBA shit. Nah, I don't subscribe to none of that. But I'm saying in that argument, there is a portion of it that is valid. And that's the feelings of Black Americans that are in a land where a ton of immigrants are. That's what I'm saying. But at my
June
core,
23rd,
yes, I think
2020.
Again,
that's the date on this video. June 23rd, 2020. How Marcus Garvey and Pan-Africanism failed Black Americans. You're on the panel, Psycho. So I'm just letting you know. My point is, you can make sound for these new niggas. Niggas been saying, right, it ain't FBA. Niggas been saying some of this shit. Niggas don't need to read.
That's not
Niggas don't need to say shit.
You're moving
but
the
no,
goal.
but it needs to be said as I am not moving the goalposts, bro. Niggas,
The video has nothing to do.
Can I say what I'm saying, bro?
It has nothing to do with the TikTok videos.
It has everything to do with painting this narrative. Painting this narrative like niggas can't have an opinion without this shit, without Tariq Nasheed. That's the narrative right now.
I'm saying though, when it comes to Marcus Garvey, what he did keep a lot of Black Americans anchored in their
Bro, I
black.
don't care about
Gave
that
them
right now,
pride.
bro. That's a video from 5 years ago, bro. That's irrelevant. That's a video from 5 years ago. I'm just saying niggas was talking about this topic specifically before Tariq Nasheed made it into a popular FBA thing. Niggas was there.
Inches existed before FBA.
Hold on.
Yes, Inches is the one that made FBA pop.
No,
yeah,
that's not the
but the conversation can happen.
These Moors, these indigenous motherfuckers,
You would
these
agree, though,
Abos,
Taz,
the Indians, the
Tariq
Native
put it on
Americans,
Willie.
the freedmen, all these little fake ass Indians, all these culture vultures that
Right,
steal
but
everything.
right,
These
but
motherfuckers steal everything. They're a bunch of thieves. When y'all gonna stop stealing something? Can I get on this too? You showed a picture that triggered me earlier, Q. You showed a picture that triggered me, and that sister just spoke on it. They got a black heritage, Black American heritage flag that these motherfuckers desecrated. They took that Black American heritage flag that's black and motherfucking maroon and motherfucking laced that shit with all this red, white, and motherfucking blue Uncle Sambo crap. When they created that flag out here in Jersey, they purposely didn't make it no red, white, and blue Uncle Sambo crap because it wasn't about kissing this country's ass. It was about actually talking about ethnicity, the culture, the things y'all claim y'all care about. Well, y'all really don't care about that shit. Y'all just want to clap at other black people. Let's keep it a buck. And then you're going to desecrate that flag. I'm glad that sister spoke up and told them stop motherfucking desecrating the flag and what that motherfucking thing actually meant. Ain't nobody repping that FBA crap. Ain't nobody repping that weirdo stuff y'all motherfuckers on. What are we talking about? Stop misrepresenting that flag and rep that bullshit ass Tariq flag. Get on his website, take that flag and rep that coon ass shit. Rep that motherfucking Uncle Sambo shit and stop desecrating that Black American heritage flag. That ain't got shit to do with y'all Uncle Sambos. All you engines. Stop.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't claim none of those flags. But again, like I'm saying though,
bring it to Jersey.
Why wouldn't you claim the Black American heritage flag? It's about Black Americans. You ain't Black American?
I don't claim them flags. I don't claim no flag.
But you'll claim the American flag though.
I don't. Look, nigga, you ain't never seen me, bro. You done been on this motherfucker 6 years with me and ain't seen me with no American flag. Not nan day.
But you speak on it.
You have identified as American.
I'm not gonna say you show it, but you speak
Yes,
on it.
I speak on it, nigga. I speak on it. You will never see me with a flag, nor will you see me representing the flag.
That's a fact.
No, bruh. I speak on it. This is history we talking about. And some of our people died in wars for that flag. So you might find me on either side of the conversation
that
about
Black American heritage flag, it represents those people.
I wouldn't argue that. I'd probably argue against that.
That's the flag everybody need to be waving if they worried about culture and ethnicity. That flag been around for decades. But everybody want to jump on this FBA thing because it's the new hot thing. It's the new flavor in town. I guess it sounds. I don't know. Whatever.
No, it's gaining traction. It's traction. It's traction. It's a movement getting traction, and people want to be part of the movement. That's not a new concept.
That's a fact.
Yeah, but it's a waste of time. And then
Embracing Black American culture is not a new concept. Attacking immigrants just because they're immigrants is a new concept.
But Big Black, whether it's a waste of time or not, it is.
Yeah, I agree.
Traction.
I agree.
Actually, it's losing traction. You look at his videos; they get lesser and lesser views. He's chopping them up. He has to put like 3 or 4 a day. You know, it's gonna die out, and I'm gonna be, you know, I'm gonna help it die out. I want to help it die out. I really want the motherfucking FBA movement to die.
Well, you'll be goddamn waiting until the day you die for that, bro. That's
well, ain't nobody in Chicago repping FBA. Stop it, GA. Ain't nobody repping
GQ and you crazy little motherfucker.
GQ ain't nobody in Chicago repping FBA.
Crazy motherfucker, bro. They repping the fuck out of FBA.
I would argue that a lot of this shit is being permeated to the baby.
You bullshit. Stop bullshit.
Nah, Big Black. I would argue that a lot of these arguments are being permeated.
You in Chicago, Black?
I'm not in Chicago. I know they ain't repping. I'm from Degrees. They ain't repping in the Degrees. They ain't repping in the south suburbs. Nobody know about FBA.
But see, look, this y'all problem. Y'all talking about repping some shit like a game. Niggas just talking repping. Fuck repping. Building. What are niggas building?
Fuck up, Domo. God damn.
Nigga, you shut the fuck up, you old motherfucker. You ain't doing nothing but running your mouth anyway.
Right, boss.
You ain't doing nothing but running your mouth anyway.
What degrees you at, big
See now, motherfucker.
Shit, right by Chicago Heights.
GQ Cook, Domo.
Okay,
used to be called East Chicago Heights.
Okay, cool. So you be, I know you be in those spaces because you pay close attention to Tariq Nasheed and FBA and everything. So you be on them channels and everything, right, Big Black?
I skim it.
No, just keep it 100. You be on there.
I ain't listened to read the Nasheed video in a long time.
Big Black also be on those panels where he be banging on them Africans. That's my man. I know where he stands. So
like I say, I'm a Pan-African. Listen, I'm a Pan-African. I'll go to continental African channels. I don't let them slide with that bullshit either.
That's my point, though. So
right,
when
Taz
makes,
so hold on.
When that argument is made,
channel banging ass niggas.
Your ass crazy, though.
No, what I'm telling you is, what I'm telling you is, when you be on those channels watching, even if you watch it to critique or whatever reason you be on it, you know, you see the people that's on that motherfucker that's telling you what city they in, right?
Agreed.
No,
like if you go to Jason Black channel on a Saturday or Sunday and you see all the motherfuckers that say, hey, this from Chicago. This
okay,
yeah.
Okay,
motherfucker, then this motherfucker from Chicago represents
it's not what you talking about, 1%, 0.5%.
Come on, man. I ain't gonna go through that with you, bro. You say everybody in Chicago
was crazy.
Shit, and I'm telling you that it's plenty of motherfuckers in Chicago that's representing the FBA shit, bro. It's neither here nor there for me. I don't give a fuck. But I'm just telling you they doing.
Hey, what does that look like though? What does repping FBA look like?
Representing FBA. You said that, Big Black. I wasn't.
Not your Domino. It looks like so in New York, it is happening the conversation. And one of my mans is on somebody else's TikTok. Is crazy. They went viral sharing my man video. I'm like, oh shit, that's my son. But it looks like a disconnect between communities and one disenfranchisement with the business organization and political orientation. So that's why, like, for me, I recognize that and like that needs to be the playing field for the conversation. Like, what is the political objectives? And what are the business game plans that we focus on? And
you gotta get to that conversation, though, Q.
Hey, cause we gotta keep it a stack, though, Q. I'm like, somebody just gotta be honest with niggas. Hold on, somebody just gotta be honest with niggas. Who gives a fuck what niggas think about Pan-Africanism? Honestly, who gives a fuck if you consider yourself a Pan-African? Who gives a fuck if you connect yourself back to the continent of Africa? At the end of the day, who cares? Because you prove your point. Like, okay, so you feel a way, you have an opinion about continental Africans and you think you're different. So the fuck what? In what way is that consequential to black communities? In what way is that consequential to blac kids? So you don't know. You don't know. Hold on. I mean, you can.
But the same thing apply to the other side?
No, hold on, but no, it doesn't. Because niggas, hold on, because here's why. Here's why. Because like, for example, niggas over here aren't going to FBA channels and saying, hey, we disagree with what you believe. Niggas are looking at an interaction of somebody of people who are actively being like, hey, we want to delineate. We got this. Y'all need to stop fucking with this. Y'all need to stop fucking with that. Nigga, because at the end of the day, if I put your name in the title, if I put FBA in the title, I'm giving my perspective on FBA. And then niggas get triggered and be like, all right, I'm going to hit the panel and I'm going to argue and ask you about Pan-Africanism. Because niggas can say, who gives a fuck what y'all think about FBA? You can say that. But they don't say that. You want to know why they don't say that? Because what's more important is arguing with Pan-African niggas. How niggas feel about Pan-Africanism matters to niggas to the FBA niggas that's trying to delineate. But when it comes to Pan-Africanism, niggas is just like, all right, whatever. Nigga, what are you building? What are you creating? There's a history of people with Pan-African beliefs building institutions. And niggas can try to ignore that and not pay no attention to that all they want. But there's a history of Pan-African institutions benefiting black communities. So when niggas be like, oh, y'all need to go back to Africa and all that other shit, that ignores the Pan-African work that's been done in the United States. Pan-African work that focuses on black communities. That's why this shit, it's not a genuine conversation, because it cherry picks and it attempts to create a straw man of what Pan-Africanism is, and not have a real conversation about black institution building in the United States at the end of the day. So even if you feel like, all right, I'm not an African, okay, cool. How does that help black communities? Even if you feel like, oh, them Africans don't give a fuck about us, okay, cool. What is that doing for black kids? The fact that your opinion and the fact that you think that, what is that doing for black people? I mean, it's crazy because it's not doing shit. At the end of the day, it's not doing shit. It's not.
I mean, that's
Pan-Africanism has a legacy of building in the United States for black people.
I think for some reason, like, you want to create a competition that's not there. Like, it's like somebody who come up and
hold on. How am I creating a competition? How am I creating a competition?
Who's talking about what you talking about? Who's talking about that?
Nigga, the entire, that's all y'all been talking about all fucking day. What are you talking about? The entire conversation. Hold on, nigga, your main thing is, I ain't no fucking Pan-African. I ain't no fucking African. I'm American. Okay, so what?
When I start, niggas gonna say stop, chill. Somebody like,
no, bro, nigga, you remember who the fuck you talking to, nigga? Remember who the fuck you talking about? Fuck about you getting wild, nigga. Bro. I don't give a fuck about you cussing, nigga.
Right, but I give a fuck about me doing it since I was asked not to.
Yeah,
I keep trying to. Like, this shit is crazy, bro. Like, this shit is unreal, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Nigga, hold on. What's unreal? Before you start getting super, what is unreal? Because I said how random niggas feel about Pan-Africanism does nothing to benefit the black community. How is that unreal? What is unreal about that?
What's unreal is how you hoe ass niggas think you can talk to me, bro, and niggas don't step in and talk to you all the way that they talk to me, bro. Like, I have to sit back and let
I don't give a fuck, nigga. Hold on, but remember who the fuck you talking to, nigga? I talk to everybody like this. What are you talking about?
As soon as I made one comment in the chat, nigga told me, hey, this ain't that type of day, Taz. You got to make sure you this. Like, I got checked, nigga, coming through the door. You popping this motherfucker talking crazy and shit, bro. Wipe your motherfucking feet at the door.
What did I say? What did I say that was crazy? Hold on, what did I say that was crazy?
I forgot, nigga. I'm still here trying to process. Like, ain't nobody gonna stop me.
Okay, but what did I say that was crazy? What did I say was crazy?
Dabo, you got the calico out. You came in with the calico.
I forgot, nigga. I forgot. I'll sit back like, damn, when they gonna stop me?
Hold on, is it the tone? Okay, let me change the tone. Let me change the tone. If it's the tone, let me change the tone. My fault. If niggas is saying it's not that kind of day, my apologies.
Crash.
My apologies. Okay, my fault. My fault. My fault.
I'm trying not to respond that way.
No, okay, my bad. Okay, let me say it like this. Let me say it like this.
According to Q, I came on like that. So you know what I'm saying? If I came on like that, then I gotta take the L. Cool. So now you doing it though, nigga.
Yeah. Okay, my bad. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that right now. My fault. Okay, so let me rephrase.
That is a portion
of the
conversation.
Goddammit, but it's all good. But
that's a portion of the conversation. While there can be, the crash out is only respected from one side.
Okay, whatever. Let me rephrase it. So while there is a legitimate conversation that should be had amongst black people over the benefit of the different ideologies that we have, like Pan-Africanism, one thing we have to recognize is that if stopping our conversation or centering our conversation on a critique of an ideology doesn't actually produce institutional benefits that black people need. And so in order for the conversation of FBA to rise above being just regular internet shit, then the conversation cannot just center on a specific criticism. That criticism has to lead to larger institutional and structural change. And then from that position, then FBA may then become a more viable conversation for black people. But when it's only centered on delineation and solely focused on delineation, then that's counterintuitive for black networking building.
So it sounds like like what you're really saying,
paper, bro.
Taz. Hold on, what it sounds like what he's saying is
what you preparing? What you prepping for, motherfucker?
What the lady was saying.
Prepping for, nigga. I know that language, nigga.
They're saying what's the next step?
Check it out, though. Check it out, Taz. Hold on. Let me respond to that. Because what it sounds like, what he said and what the lady said on the screen was once they really become a group or organization and start doing something as a group or an organization, then they'll be viable. Because he said once they start building shit, because they don't consider themselves a group or organization. But if they become a group, an actual FBA group, and start building shit under the FBA banner or whatever, then okay, motherfucker, pay attention to you. Right. You know what I'm saying? Because they not,
I agree with that.
They don't consider themselves an organization or a group. And for Tariq Nasheed, as far as Tariq Nasheed is concerned, it's FBA Limited Liability Corporation.
I wouldn't have no problem with the FBA shit if it wasn't if it didn't have the divisive aspect to it. If it was just Black people in America are unique, we had this ethnogenesis, right? We're our own people, right? We have our circumstances have more to do with what's happening in America than anything else. It's like, cool, yeah, all of that I can agree with. Right. All of that I can agree with. But then once it becomes, we need to delineate and we need to separate ourselves and we need to stop fucking with these tethers, and that's when it's like, all right,
all that whole hate.
Domo, I'm saying the need for the divisive part of the conversation does need to be addressed. Those are legitimate issues that a group of Black Americans have.
No, but it takes two to tango. Once you start promoting that shit and keeping that propaganda going, then at a point it becomes you on the offensive.
I agree with you.
Yeah, but the dancing is coming from the Abos, the Indians. You know what I'm saying? That's the ones that's doing the run up with the numbers. And then you got the anecdotal experiences that are real, but the anecdotal experiences are being hyper focused on and exponentially like
it's an FBA issue though, Q. I do really believe that
it's not an FBA issue if you got people who already don't like being Black getting in the conversation just to say fuck Black, fuck Africa.
Nah, but what I'm saying though, Q, is, and I kind of feel like Taz was alluding to this, right? Most people that are willing to identify with it, they don't buy into the Abo argument. Like, that's not even where their allegiance or alliance with this
y'all are
comes
saying
from.
Most people, I'm gonna disagree with you because
I will say the most vocal.
The most vocal, the canvas, the people,
they're the problematic ones.
The ones that resonate. I resonate with FBA. I haven't said nothing against FBA this time. I literally been sitting up here trying to connect with FBA. Technically, by definition, I'm an FBA, Taz an FBA, Psycho's an FBA. Most of us
are the middle ground.
Yeah, all of us would be like under the FBA definition. We would all be considered FBA, except you, Will. You got that Bayesian shit in you, so we don't know. Go ahead.
Watch your mouth.
Like having a conversation, that's the only. I try to preface the video. I try to preface the videos with saying that these videos are in certain categories, you know what I'm saying? So there's people that's literally just on the Pan-African response, because you got Tariq Nasheed and Ados, Yvette Cornell, every other week shooting at Pan-Africans.
But here's my point though, Q. Like, even if you deal with just Taz and Domo, right? One thing about both of them, they want the best for Black Americans.
How you make
right?
You're not just you always make
hear what I'm saying though. I'm saying in our community, right? Where there is the division, one thing that is aligned is we both want the best for Black people. I think we do have to address certain topics and issues directly. And until we can get past that.
That's what I was just talking about. But the issues have to be communicated.
We can't get back to the Pan-African.
Yo, bro, when you say we can't get back, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, y'all niggas need to go to college. Every single college in America has damn near African studies and a chair who's a fucking $100,000 paid professor of African studies and Pan-Africanism. Every community, you got community centers around the country creating.
Hey, thanks to the Cornell takeover. That's why we have that. The first one came out of Cornell.
Like, what are we? Like, this is crazy. Like, where are we? What country y'all live in?
So when we're talking about the FBA conversation, we're not talking about academics. We clearly know that, right? We're not talking about academia. A lot of them are the most vocal, who are the ones that I believe all of us have some issues with. Them niggas be flat earthers. So we're not talking about academia in this conversation.
And that's why we said we talking about which ones. I said we talking about the ones who think they Indians, the ones who think they motherfucking Aboriginals or Moors or Israelites and shit like that. Those are the ones that get into the space. Like, that's why I said I understand what Taz is talking about, but I also want Taz to recognize there's way more of the people in the group is these niggas, and that's because the leader of this shit that if nobody wants to call a leader, okay, one of y'all leaders or whatever, however you want to word it, is a fucking abo.
But my argument has always been that's something FBAs are gonna have to deal with, right? Like every FBA doesn't subscribe to the Aboriginal model. So that at some point is going to become an issue for them.
The lead, that's the whole conversation that they would from the Pan-African space to have the conversation with FBAs. We need them to understand, we recognize that there's multiple groups. We can talk to the ones that's really just talking about we want explicit representation. That's what you would call it in a professional. You want explicit representation and servicing. We get that. Everybody else, y'all niggas is talking about shit that we don't understand. Y'all just mad about shit that because technically, if you're talking about jobs, those are white people that is picking Africans. If you're talking about loans, those are white people giving those loans to Africans. If we're talking about property investments, those are white people. Where's the black people that's saying I'm picking black Africans over black Americans?
Man, the boule fall back from all this shit. We just point and be like, see, this y'all problem.
It ain't even the boule. These are white programs. That's why I'm like,
nah, Willie just wanted a chance to represent. That's all.
The boule, like, look, we ain't got these issues. If you African and you're about the bag and you're about empowerment, political representation, things like that, come on in. You know what I mean? We don't make that separation.
Like
but
I don't
that's because a big part of the Black Boule is infused with Pan-Africanism, whether niggas would agree or not.
What are you talking about? The boule? What? See, these talking boys really put it down.
I can break it down, Q. I swear I can break it down. But I don't want Dev to drop.
That's the I don't know where you going. Like this should be.
I'm saying it's a portion of Black America where this conversation isn't an issue. We're gonna work with people from outside of America or our own, right? But I'm saying with this whole viral portion, yeah, there are certain things that we can't sidestep by just saying we're talking about Tariq Nasheed.
Yo, bro, it does not affect an after-school program. You go create a basketball program in any hood, show me where the FBA is an issue. Show me where it's even a conversation if you want to create a free lunch program.
I'd agree with that. I'd go even further and say FBAs who are creating these programs and have a Jamaican kid in the program don't even have a problem with him being in the program. This is why I feel like it's a bullshit argument on both sides.
You see how that's confusing though, because you for one side you say it as a group. I'm not trying to attack you, Willie.
Nah, I'm with you.
And then the other side you'll use it as Black Americans total. My thing is, y'all say, well, there's some FBAs that don't espouse to the Indian thing. Then maybe they need to break off FBA, create their whole.
Y'all need to clean house then. Then go clean house and stop crying to us about talking about y'all engines. Go clean house. Clean house. You clearly see them. We're not making this shit up. It ain't a boogie. We ain't got an engine boogeyman. It's not an engine boogeyman going on with a headdress that we talking about. These engines is real. They real and they there. And they controlling that fucking space. They control that space. So I don't know why we playing games. Y'all make it seem like y'all make it seem like they know that's what the fuck is going on.
Psycho, I'm saying take the engine part out of it, right?
That's basically what y'all doing though right now is kind of like cleaning up the house. Like, look, motherfucker.
If you take the engine
we all
part,
FBA, but look, motherfucker, we ain't rolling with with that FBA. We not rolling with that FBA LLC, and we not rolling with the Indian shit. We not rolling with none of the. We ain't rolling with that African hate shit. But motherfucker, we have.
But niggas do have genuine
Why can't y'all
issues.
just be Black Americans?
Because
why do y'all need the F? What's the F about?
Because Black American is encompassing of everyone.
The motherfuckers then mutated the shit now.
Yeah, the engines did. The engines did. That's a way to get people to turn into engines.
Nah, that's bullshit, Psycho. That's bullshit.
Yes. Like I said,
Psycho.
they sold water to a whale. They sold water to a whale, bro.
Hear me out,
y'all
Psycho.
had an identity already. Y'all had a flag already.
Hold on, I want to respond to what
y'all
you
had the
just
culture
said.
already. What did he give you besides 3 motherfucking letters? They called it. It just gave it named it something.
But
and
hold on, Psycho. I want to respond to what you just said.
It's like crypto. It's like he made up a bullshit ass crypto coin and put his own value on it, and y'all motherfuckers solidified it. They ran that shit up. This is a pump and dump scheme. And y'all falling for it.
Yeah, Willie, get in respond. We know this is what you're about to do.
Hey, yo, chill out, Q. I'm just saying, right? If you take the engine argument out, there are Black Americans that do have an issue, right, with the immigrant population. I don't think we can sidestep that argument.
Yo, can you hear me? I just said that shit like 17 fucking times, bro.
I know you did.
So why do you keep repeating the same shit?
Because we need to get to that.
That's what we're trying to get to, but you keep repeating the same shit.
But what I'm saying, Q, is we're sidestepping the portion of the conversation that
nobody's sidestepping the shit. It's literally, it's just.
If you're dealing with engines, you're sidestepping.
No, that's the largest group.
I don't think the FBA is if you
literally outside of representation. What is the discussion in servicing? What's the discussion? How niggas talk to each other?
The discussion is bigger than just servicing.
What is the discussion?
The discussion is that these people come in our communities, right, and they say they're better than Black Americans.
So now you want to talk about talking points. So you want to have a communication. So this is what we're doing right now.
That's a part of the conversation, yes.
So communicating. This is what we're doing right now, but you got to let
And understand my overall position on that. I think these niggas is suckers because you should be out competing these same people you complaining about. So I'm not even making their argument. But I'm saying I am willing to acknowledge it.
New York, take that.
Hey, I hear you, Will. I hear you. But
You get what I'm saying, Domo?
No, I do hear you. I just think that when we focus it on they say, it's like, okay, that's everybody, like, that happens. Right, like that. Yes, like there are Africans who say that. There's Black people who say that. Right, like so. There's Mexicans that say that. You know what I mean? Like that is the experience of Black people in the United States. Is other groups come into where we are, and then they use us as the litmus test in order for them to establish their own level of success. Right, but that isn't a dynamic that was created through the diaspora. That's a dynamic created through exporting anti-Black messaging and anti-Black understanding.
And so you're gonna have this conversation everywhere, even with the Mexicans, right?
No, but that means that the issue isn't those people who are receiving the message. The issue is the people who are exporting
that
message.
The issue? Nah,
that are exporting.
I can't agree with that.
Okay, I mean, okay.
Because for me to agree with that, I would have to, ignore.
To be honest, you have to be honest.
Saying, no, not be honest. I would have to ignore the legitimate issues that Black Americans feel like they have.
Bro, but that's not just because if an African thinks that they're better than you because you're Black and they're African, that's not a legitimate issue. Who gives a fuck?
I give a fuck.
Who cares? Okay, right. Okay, and I forgot. We being respectful. So
I'm saying when I look at Black history in America, right, I know there was a point where we fought for other nations of Blacks. Hold on.
Bro, build a fucking museum or something, bro. Like you calling niggas pussy, you spend all your money to go live with white bitches and shit. And
but you're not understanding the point.
Build a
My point
museum.
is we need these niggas. We need these niggas, Q.
Crazy, son. Like we need them to build a museum to celebrate Black history.
No, I'm saying we can't alienate them. If the goal is true Pan-Africanism, we do have to respect their issues and get past it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they're right. I'm saying, though, we do have to respect and address the issues
that's why I'm playing the video.
Created this whole wave.
The issue that
Well, hold
created
on, but
Tariq Nasheed.
yeah, because I was about to say, what do you think? What do you think created the issue of like the diaspora wars? What do you think is the basis of the diaspora wars?
This
I
nigga.
think the basis of it is our interactions with these groups in
Oh
communities.
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Hold
You know
on,
what
let
I'm
me
talking about.
finish.
You
Let
know
me
what I'm
finish.
talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
I think the basis of the argument, right? Because when you add Tariq and say he created this argument, that does the whole conversation a disservice. I think he grifted the argument. I think he found a way to capitalize on it. But the issue was already there. I'm not willing to deny that. The issue was there. It's a lot of black Americans that feel like Africans come into our communities, build their own shit, look down on us, and don't recognize the effort we put into even creating
That's a
a space
Will.
and a
That's a
playing field where
narrative,
they could be
bro.
successful.
That's not a real. That's not a real social issue. That is a narrative.
Yeah, this is all
You're
cap.
not talking.
These Africans come over here and they build African supermarkets where they sell African food to other Africans who moved out here as well. I
You
don't
think
see
they could
that.
have
When
done
you
that in
go
the
to these
60s?
African supermarkets, you do not see quote unquote FBAs up in there buying that
You
stuff.
think they could have done
They
that
are
in the
not going to
60s?
African supermarkets buying this stuff, dog. It's other Africans going in there because they're selling African specific
I
things.
agree with that,
So, so,
Psycho,
so,
but I'm
so, if
asking you,
Africans are making money off of
do
other
you think they could
Africans,
have
what
done
the
that in the
fuck are y'all
60s?
crying about? If it's Africans only making money off other Africans, what the fuck are y'all crying about? Y'all not spending money there.
Do you think they could have done that
This
in
is
the
fake arguments,
60s?
dog. It's fake outrage. All this shit is fake.
Stay with me, Psycho.
He
The
gonna open
Fake.
argument is this. Listen, Psycho, the argument is, do you think
I'm
before
gonna go walk to an African supermarket
Let me
tomorrow and
get
record that shit and show you who's in that motherfucker. And I promise you, ain't no FBAs up in there. They're not
and
up
my
in there.
argument
And,
would be
the
the
reason why they
same,
not up in
Psycho?
there ain't got shit to do with
Nah,
Tariq
nah.
Nasheed either. It ain't got shit to do with Tariq Nasheed either.
But
That's
Niggas
work
Psycho,
ain't
my
never
tomorrow.
been going
argument
up in
would be
there.
the
Nothing but
same.
Africans is gonna be up in there when I go up walking up in there. That's all you
But
gonna fucking see.
Psycho,
Other Africans. That's all
Psycho,
it's supposed
my
to go on.
argument,
But Africans can't make money off other Africans. What the hell's going? That's a
no, the
problem too.
argument is they couldn't
If
do
they
that in
make
the
money off
60s.
black Americans, they grifting off of it. If they make money off other Africans, they freezing us out. No, it's for other shit. Like y'all make up your minds, motherfuckers. This
Hear
shit
Nobody
is
me
fake.
out,
responded.
Psycho. The
Nobody responded to
argument is
Willie.
they
Willie,
couldn't do that in the 60s, right?
Willie,
There
no.
was a certain
This,
element of the
this why
things that
Dad, I
black
call him Dad.
Americans, my fault. I was just saying, there is an argument that black Americans did create a space where they could come be successful. So to disassociate yourself from us, yeah, that is problematic. So
But that's
there
what I'm
is an
saying. That's
argument
not
that
the.
needs to be
But
directed
that's
that way.
my fault. Was you trying to say something, Q? Before I even respond to this nigga. You trying to say
Y'all gotta stop responding. Willie going in the Madonna box, bro.
Don't let him do you like that, Will.
My argument is they couldn't do that in the 60s.
He
I'm not
responds to my
arguing
argument.
with what
It's
Psycho
crazy.
says that Africans support
7:30.
African business. I'm not arguing with that.
It's
What I'm
7:30
saying
twice.
is there was no
Yeah.
African business before the things we did in the civil rights movement, right? So we are tied to it. We
What this
created
nigga
that
talking about?
Now,
launch
Willie,
pad for them to
Willie,
be successful.
Willie, I would say
And
the
then
way you
him
come
too.
at it
No,
though.
Yeah.
this
Okay,
early.
my fault.
Yes,
Don't
please.
respond to this nigga.
I know. I don't need a bag.
Fuck is Dev at when you need him?
Chill out, GQ.
This nigga just be opening doors. Don't bring this nigga on no haunted house, man. You gonna get killed, man.
Q, I'm saying that's the issue, my nigga. Like the issue is blacks in America feel like our history.
You just said that shit 4 times, bro.
God damn.
I ain't gonna say it again.
What the
But ain't nobody respond to it. Because that's a legitimate gripe.
Bro, but it's not a legitimate grape. That's what I'm trying to
How
explain to
so?
you.
Oh my, hold up.
Because
Vyasa
have a good one.
$10 in the chat, man. He said, Q, ask how many FBAs literally break backs out of prison, then ask what Africans
Hey
kind of
Q,
hate. Huh?
that was supposed to be blacks. Whenever you do a super chat on my phone, the typing is horrible. But it's to this argument of how come they didn't come and save us?
That's
Show
not
me
the argument though,
FBA's
Vyasa.
breaking blacks out of prison right now.
Vyasa, the argument is we saved them.
Not
And if I say it like that as a
we
black
saved
American,
us. And
They
that's
went,
why I
they went
jumped
and
up
got
here.
us out of
We act as
Vyasa.
if they wasn't going through colonization. We
They
act
went
as
and
if
got
we
us out
wasn't
of
getting wiped
Vyasa.
out.
Don't do that, man.
Like
Vyasa,
damn,
my
like
argument isn't that they didn't come
30 years
save us.
ago,
My
30 years
argument is
ago,
that
30 years ago, we was empathizing in what it said. Look at what King Leopold said. Now we act like they didn't go through anything. Like they just sitting over there riding
great
elephants,
point.
eating bananas.
Great point. Hey, Vyasa, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
What's up, bro?
If I was how would you describe what causes the divide amongst continental Africans and Black Americans? What do you think is at the root of that?
Eurocentrism?
Thank you. Thank you.
Nothing else.
White people.
White people,
Right.
and white people chasing white people money. And we act as if we get white people's money, we're gonna be equal to them, and that's never gonna happen. Hate to bust people's
It's
bubbles,
crazy.
but that's not gonna happen.
Yo, what? Where's all the smoke for the motherfucking Chinaman who got a goddamn restaurant every fucking corner of the goddamn hood?
Yeah.
Sucking up real funds out the fucking community while y'all crying about Haitians and Jamaicans with the stores that y'all don't even go to. But every last one of you General Toss
A-Rams with all the goddamn liquor stores.
every one of y'all General Toss chicken eating ass niggas go up in that Chinaman's motherfucking store and spend up all y'all motherfucking money. And y'all, but y'all ain't playing about them motherfuckers sucking out the money. Y'all ain't trying to get them out the community. Y'all ain't delineating from that goddamn General Toss chicken, are you? You ain't delineating from that beef and broccoli, are you? Y'all motherfuckers delineating from Jamaicans and Haitians and all that. When y'all motherfuckers gonna delineate from them goddamn small hats that own up all the motherfucking property in the fucking community? When you motherfuckers gonna start delineating from that? When you motherfuckers gonna stop giving them motherfuckers money? When did they become public enemy number one? When did we turn up on those motherfuckers? Because I don't know about y'all. Ain't no Africans running shit over here. Ain't no motherfucking Jamaicans running shit over here. I got small hats in my community, Asians in my community, Italians, all types, like different type of ethnicities of white people.
A-Rams. Don't forget about the goddamn
What are we talking
A-Rams.
about? But we sit up here complaining about motherfuckers who's the bottom of the fucking ladder. What are we doing? What are we doing for what? Because Tariq said so.
All the fucking liquor stores in the community giving us all the liquor, sending their kids to college to be engineers and every motherfucking thing else.
Yeah, so when we going to stop doing that? When we going to start doing that? That's the power move. Power move ain't delineating from other black people. That's weak sauce. The power move is going against the competition for real. Motherfuckers don't really want to go against the competition. Yo, y'all, that's right. Yo, they are competition, right? Right. Y'all rather play down. Y'all rather punch down. Y'all don't want to punch up. Right? Y'all want to step up. Y'all don't want to face that number one seed. Y'all don't want to face that number one seed. Y'all want to face the motherfuckers in last places fighting for a motherfucking number one spot in the draft. Y'all rather play them. Y'all rather play them because y'all motherfuckers scared. Y'all scared. Punch up.
that I agree with.
So
That
am
is
I
my
the only
criticism of the
American
FBA
person
community.
who is starting
I
to feel
agree
like
with it.
this FBA stuff is kind of divisive? Like these FBA niggas really be coming on this app and they will come out the box swinging at people who are from other ethnic groups. It's particularly towards people who are African and Caribbean. Like they be coming out the box swinging with the hatred, bro. I'm talking like motherfuckers don't even be coming at us. Then it's crazy too, because like they be spreading a lot of false history facts about Black Americans to distance themselves from other groups who are immigrants but are also Black. Americans get a lot of hatred and people come for us a lot, and I understand that we are the most hated. So I really do love that we are taking cultural pride. I love that we are standing up for ourselves and standing up for our culture. I love how we are making the world understand that African Americans or Black Americans are an ethnicity and that we are our own standalone culture. And I love the amount of cultural pride that we have now. But I really just do not like the divisiveness. I can understand clapping back at people who are from other groups when they disrespect us. But y'all niggas be coming out the box swinging with the hatred. Like y'all really be dead ass like going against other groups of people when motherfuckers don't even be coming for us.
But
Even
you
in my
said
own
we
post,
African
when I talk
Americans.
about my culture and my heritage, it'd be so many FBAs in the comment section just saying outrageous shit. And it kind of reminds me of like that whole conscious community. Y'all remember back in like 2015, 2016, actually really was like around 2012 to 2015, 16, the conscious community was a thing. Them niggas was so spiteful and so hateful towards other groups of black folks who are not similar to them. This whole FBA thing, it just reminds me of like a 2020s version of like the conscious community. It's like these niggas just coming on this app being hateful and spiteful for no damn.
I nigga like Savio.
Hey, you bogus, Q. You bogus as hell.
You can call whoever you want to. You can go ahead and mention whoever you need to. But the one thing that you can never explain is the fact that the quality of life for a Black American in Africa is never going to amount to the quality of life that Africans get when they immigrate over into America. So now it makes sense as to why you pander and be like, come back home, and you want our information, you want our citizenship, you want our birth certificates, you want our IDs, you want our identification, because white people think we all look alike anyways, right? SAPS doesn't regulate you guys. You guys have poor police regulations over in Africa, and you guys get away with a lot of shit. So identity theft is the least of their concern. Y'all fucked up when you set up there and told me directly yourself that SAPS is offline. All we got to do is just give them a beer, or communicate with them, give them a few dollars, and they're gonna bypass a whole lot of things. They're not gonna care. Okay, you guys can call whoever you want to. You can go ahead and call whoever you.
Yeah. No, she's responding. Yeah, she's responding to something. I was just going on the box of videos. Did I play Homeboys earlier?
Her argument confused me. I didn't understand where she was going with it.
Hey Q, earlier when you was mentioning about them getting scholarships and grants, I had a real life experience that when I entered school, the maybe second year I was there, I had to go down to the bursar's office and sign some paperwork. And before I signed it, I'm looking at it and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not no damn foreign exchange student. I'm from Oklahoma. Like, I'm from right around the corner. What's this? And they was writing me off as a foreign exchange student so they could get the tax breaks. You get what I'm trying to say? And I would never take the anger or frustration of that out on brothers and sisters throughout the diaspora. That's white people shit.
I try to say that. I'm like, yo, when you think about the explicit service, and I'm waiting for somebody to respond to that, because I'm like, that's white folks. That's not black people telling black people that you can't get into the program.
While I agree with that, I think there's a different portion of the conversation that can't be avoided.
Bro, you said that 17 times. That's not the main part of the conversation historically. Getting into college admission was the original point of the conversation. Reparations is the point of the conversation. Outside of that, niggas getting emotional about niggas getting called African booty scratches, American Yetis, dirty Caribbean, all that shit, get over it. That's not the bigger point of the conversation.
Now, Q, my pushback with FBA, even if it comes to reparations, is like Buju Banton isn't going to be able to claim reparations. The bigger concern for the FBA community would be making sure that you have your lineage, if they put a year on this, that you can actually claim it. I think what would end up happening is a lot of Black Americans that should qualify might not even be able to get that paperwork up. So I do agree with you on that.
What are you talking about?
What am I talking about?
Everybody black can get their paperwork.
How? Is there a...
Yo, Mike cut him off, homie. It's the Census Bureau. What are you talking about?
Is there a black slave registration that I can go to?
They had to put
Baby, your mic don't sound great. Your mic sound
my bad, but they had to put insurance on us. God damn, man. Your mic is terrible, homie. Whatever, but you hear what I'm saying, though?
Not really.
Nah, fam, your shit ain't working.
They had to put insurance on us. We started the whole insurance industry.
We can't hear you, bro.
Y'all want to. I'm coming and come back up.
Was that an engine?
I think he was talking about. I think he was saying the Census Bureau and the. But I'm gonna play this.
It's gonna qualify all blacks. That's what he was saying.
Because I'm not from here, I don't have the right to speak about them. I've heard too many times that African Americans believe that we Africans look down upon them when we come to this country and we think we're better than them. It's false. When we were young in Africa, we worshipped African Americans. Yes. We changed our names to African Americans. My friends in school were called Jim Brown, Black Moses. I was called Superfly.
Okay.
Yes.
Go King.
Blacks in Africa, the barbershop, we go to barbershop until blacks started wearing afro and we stopped and we started wearing afro.
Really?
We blacks hated our own fabric, the dashiki, until African Americans made it popular in the 70s and we all started wearing it back. As a case, I had his albums. We've watched all the movies. Kool-Aid High, TNT Jackson, A Hell Up in Harlem, Detroit 9000, Truck Turner, you name it. And then we go home and we're trying to practice how they speak and all that. That was when we were in Africa. Ask any African who went through the 60s and 70s. They'll tell you, oh, we love them. Maya Angelou moved to Ghana and she was like a sister. 14 years she lived in Ghana. Her son had an accident and broke his leg and arm in Ghana. African Americans are telling me in my comments, because I'm not from here, I don't have the right to speak about them. Do you know W.E.B. Du Bois? Do you know where he died? Died in Ghana, was buried in Ghana, and Nkrumah built a center for Pan-African studies. He came to Africa, the first black PhD holder from Harvard, W.E.B. He came to Ghana, Africa, to tell us that our best way is to be Pan-Africanist. We listened to him. We didn't tell him, who are you to come from the United States and tell us what to do? There's a guy called Kwame Ture. He was formerly called Stokely Carmichael. Okay. He's the one who came up with Black Power, Black Power. Do you know where he is right now? In Guinea, in Africa, with pistols on his hip.
Wrong science. Stokely Carmichael.
He said all of that, but in all them years, what has Africa done for us over here?
Damn, my nigga, we can't hear nothing you saying.
I thought I was like, I'm not, you hear me now?
Nah. It ain't working.
You don't hear me?
And I want to hear what you're saying. Or you breaking up.
So there's some other shit going on that somebody asking about the African Union. So I if somebody in the chat could put a link to the African Union statements on reparations, because before I call it pure cap, this open call. Somebody had the link to that where they see where it says that.
Says what?
The African Union is something about Black people's reparations. Mark H. Michi, my sister, so she got issues with Tariq, so I don't really fuck with Tariq. But that's also, you know what I mean? I don't really talk great. Like, Tariq's a pseudo. I do feel as though he grifted the community, but at least he produced some videos. And we know if it's, the museum to whatever effect. So I always give him his credit for that. I don't get involved in the conversation with Tariq. Outside of this here, yeah, I don't discuss him outside of like the context of this. And that's because of the adjacency to Pan-Africanism in the conversation. Outside of that, I don't really have any reason to discuss him. Yeah, there's a bunch of videos on YouTube, but I couldn't find anything specific on the African Union's website that was specific to that. And I know I have my reasons why, because the African Union was also getting flat because they didn't have specifics for the diaspora and Black Americans, and so that was something that wanted to be interwoven into it prior to this discussion. And I don't know why reparations and the African Union I really don't know how that could be a conversation. Ebony Knowledge, I will definitely agree. He tapped into an existing space, but Black resentment and Black content that's centered on degrading Black people and denigrating the idea and lives of Black people makes money on YouTube. So if you can find any way to make money off of YouTube by denigrating Black people, and you can find a little audience to carve out of it, it's cool. You know, whatever. That's how it works, right? All right. CDIs directly contributes to 10 result areas with the agenda of 2063 framework. Development of frameworks for conflict resolution through interfaith dialogue. The African Diaspora Volunteer Corps Legacy Project, African Diaspora Global Market on Place Legacy Project, African Diaspora Investment Fund Legacy Project, engagement of the African Diaspora in activities of the African Union, Encyclopedia Africana, African Diaspora Mapping and Research Study Data Capture, Intercontinental Partner Strategies, Intercontinental Interfaith Platform. Yeah, again, if somebody could show me where that's at in the chat, this is the African Union's website. The Diaspora Division. Diaspora Division serves as a focal point and a hub for implementing the African Union decision to invite and encourage the African diaspora to participate in the building and development of the African continent, right? Its main task, therefore, is to serve as a catalyst for the rebuilding in the global African family and to serve as the development of the integration of Africa, integration agenda of the continent. The division is under the Directorate Office of the Department, and it takes directives and instructions for the Directorate Office. The main constituents of the division are the African diaspora. The African Union defines the African diaspora as consisting of the people of African origin living outside of the continent, irrespective of their citizenship and nationality, who are willing to contribute to the development of the continent and the building of the African Union. Its constitutive act declares that it shall invite and encourage the full participation of the African diaspora as an important part of the continent and building the African Union. With the context of diaspora division serves as the kind of core responsibility division, mainstreaming diaspora participation in the African Union across departments, partnerships, frameworks, strengthening the operational capacity of the African Union to support diasporic involvement in AU activities through regular communication and flow of information, serving as a focal point for accreditation of diasporic organizations, networks and observers, delegates, and participants at AMU summits. That'd be cool if they offer that without charging. I gotta see if they charge. Whatever. But managing and coordinating other forms of interaction between AU and the diaspora organizations worldwide. This includes collaboration, policy, advocacy, diaspora network, blah blah blah. Enabling participation of diaspora in CSO pre-summer, blah blah blah. Promoting effective linkages between diaspora and various organs and blah blah blah. Yeah. So where's the reparations? Anybody in the chat got a link to that?
Doesn't seem like it's in there.
I don't, right?
Yeah. And that's a little problematic. Because if I'm as a Pan-Africanist promoting them building the African Union and everything else, where is your effort to help me push my causes here in America as well?
Thank you for letting me back up, man. I have answers to all these questions.
I didn't hear none of that.
I have answers for all those questions. But that man said, I forget who it was, I didn't recognize him. He said the people were worshiping niggas in America. That is concretely true. and widespread all over the continent. They paid homage to niggas in America just because of the way we do. You know what the boy say? I like the way you move. They just like the man said he was called Superfly. The other guy was called this and that. Traore just sent a letter to Denzel Washington to say, "Hey man, you were my hero." That's how I
Where
get
would
to
you
be
guess
where
he's from?
What's that?
Where would you guess he's from? And in me asking that, just so I could be genuine with the question, right? I don't think all Africans even approach this the same way. So I don't think all Africans
Send the link up,
worship
please,
Black America.
before it get too late.
And of course, I can't speak.
So what I was saying though is I listened to Traore, and so I started paying him attention. Looked at his country. He said they trying to move it from French to the people's language, or tribal language, or something. Then I looked up the languages. They got 3 major languages. The place is smaller than Texas. Listen to what the stats are. They have 3 major languages. I guess he's gonna pick mostly because it's the biggest language. And then they have over 60 other languages in that country and ethnic groups to go with them. They're not one people. They are in that smaller than Texas now. They got over 60 languages.
Correct.
What I'm saying to you is, what happens here, though, is we take all of these people and try to throw a bucket of black paint on everybody and say we all black and we should all be doing the same thing. Is not going to happen. Even in that little place in Burkina Faso, is not, the people that I'm talking about are not so bothered about colonialism. They living bad, yes. But the people who run the place are the ones that be dealing with the French and all that. Some of the people there don't even speak French. They don't even, because it's not in their purview of existence, French.
They're
Even though
actually trying
French
to
is
push
a
the
major
French out.
language. Yeah, I'm saying though, even though the French is a major language of the country, the people are not involved in that garbage. So what I'm saying though, the people are ethnic groups, a lot of them in that small space, and they have been that way for centuries or generations. Let's say for generations, not centuries. I don't care, for generations. And then when we get here, we think we could just throw black paint on everybody like they throw white paint on everybody when they get here. But that's not what really happens. The Irish still keep the Irish lore. The other whites, as they call them, they keep their own lores. Yet we forsake our stories and want to make it all one story. We don't have no all. One size don't fit all. And by trying to make it happen like that is the problem. The thing that came up when Jesse said, when we were talking with Jesse, and he said, "What about this African American thing?" And I said to him, I said, the conversation needs to be had. That's what's important, not the end of the conversation and where it go. You know, like there's no way to get to the end, because people keep living and things keep happening. And just like that, there's a whole nother story being written. So that we never get to the end of it. But the discussion needs to happen so everybody can have their own story, their own ethnic background, their own way of seeing things, without somebody else saying, "No, you wrong, you lying, this and that and the other." Allow people to exist. When we allow each other to exist, then others will allow us to exist. Right now, we are
There you
oppressing
go.
ourselves.
There you go.
That's
I
how
don't
my
agree with a
people
whole
thought they
lot of
was the
stuff you say, but
motherfuckers.
I can agree with that one. Yeah, that's how white people was able to convince motherfuckers that they was better than other people, other groups. They allowed motherfuckers to talk.
I'm sorry. So this video I think goes perfect with that shit. So just let people believe. Yeah, right.
You're just only American?
Yeah, I'm American.
Okay, explain.
So my most recent descendants are literally from Central America and North America, indigenous Black Americans. They have the same color, the same melanin content, but they are not from Africa. I can't name any country in Africa. What I'm saying is that if I take a test right now, I could say some Italian, some German, some Australian up in there, 13% Ghanaian, 19% Nigerian, like who knows and who cares? What I'm saying is that my immediate ancestors are American.
Oh, yeah.
Mine.
Are they Black?
They're Black, but they're not African. It's a difference. The whole thing about African booty scratchers and even why Black Americans have been called African booty scratchers is because the white people have classified us all as coming from Africa because we're all Black. And that's where the whole like falsified information has come, where we all come from the Atlantic slave trade and all the Black people were just shipped here to this country and all over. That's not true. We were already here. Like we were already here lining up every part of the world.
But if what you're saying is true, then you are more Hispanic or Asian than you are Black, because before the transatlantic slave trade, there was what they call Paleo Indian, which those individuals.
No, and once again, you're misinformed, and that's nice.
I'm not saying that's the only people that were here, but
Yeah,
they
it's
have
not.
Paleo Indians, which the Aztec came from, which the what is it, Aztec, the Inca, those tribes came from what is called Asia to some extent.
What I'm saying is that with the transatlantic slave, like Atlantic slave trade, like you've been like misinformed to think that there were only, what do you say, paleo, like white colored Indians essentially that were here. That's not true. There were Black people here, or as people say, the Moors or whatever you want to call it. There were Black people here indigenously, like they were across the whole world.
Abo! I ain't no African. I ain't no African.
Now,
You may not know, but
the videos where the Africans are saying that we ain't Africans and we diluted and polluted. Play them videos.
in Africa, the people who are born there are called Aboriginals, usually as an insult. Up pretty much to how it's done here.
Who just said play the videos of somebody in? Is that Brooklyn G?
No, that was G Style. I said play the videos of them Africans in South Africa that claim we diluted and polluted because we not pure Africans. They say they pure Africans. We not. We diluted. There's plenty of videos on TikTok with them saying it.
Bro, just tell me. I got no problem with playing the videos. To me, this is how it works. You know what I'm saying? Like, I act like, you know what I mean? Like, I got no problems with playing this shit.
I got a video. I'm gonna go get I got the thing right here. I'm gonna get it and bring it to you right now. I got a video of my stuff, since you don't mind. Oh, here it is.
Right, but the facts in the videos are the facts.
Yeah,
I'm so glad that Black people in America is catching on to you sneaky, slithering ops.
There it is.
All of you motherfuckers are our ops. And we are all we got. Y'all too busy trying to take our shit, claim we don't have culture, while cosplaying the fuck out of us.
Yeah, that's funny as heck, man. That's funny. I put a thing in the back, a video in the back chat, those that kind of speaks to something anyway. But I run across that attitude where that y'all trying to take our money and all that kind of stuff she was saying and whatever. I don't know. That's a poor person's attitude. When they think that the person closest to them is trying to rip them off. That's just how some people's minds function. They'll think you trying to rip them off once they finish with whoever they cussing out now. They'll cuss you out next. That's just how that goes. That's just an excuse to say this one or that one, but you know, somebody to pick on it.
Everything else.
He said, I don't know if I can see this person's link. You can click the link. Like, y'all can click the links. The link to the page that talks about Africa getting compensatory payments for reparations. I know Pan-Africans don't want to admit it, but Africa is hustling us.
Are you able to use the link I put in the back chat?
Are
you saying? Huh?
No, I'm talking to Q.
I was asking. He said something about put a link up. Well, you can show my screen up. I don't know. Whatever. If you don't want to show somebody else YouTube thing, I could do it. But I thought that's what you were doing. 2 or 3 minutes. We look at it, half a minute or something. I don't know. But I put one in the back chat. If you want to check it out, then there you go.
Now I see the Abo shit you put. I'm about to pull it up.
Oh, good.
So 54 countries is hustling us.
54, Psycho.
54 countries. Unified countries. But y'all say Pan-Africanism is dead. But y'all literally are saying 54 African countries is plotting to get us. That's how Pan-Africanism to me. I don't know. Is it dead or is it not dead?
I think that whole thing has been jumbled up too, Psycho. I mean, the concepts, because the concept was not what people will pretend that it is, and now people are arguing that it is not, but it has never been. It's like trying to argue a negative. That's why it's so much noise, because the negative that's being argued never existed. The people have said, even Mark, it don't matter who, what we want to do is do business with one another. Where we here, I'm in New York, you in Pennsylvania, can we do some business with each other that makes it profitable for us to be in relationship with each other?
No, they don't want to do that.
Yeah, your connection's still bad, Big Black. Pin that link up.
This is what has been misnomered Pan-Africanism, but actually all it is simply niggas working together. There's nothing wrong with that. He got an attitude. This one's a Catholic. This one's a Protestant. He's a Moor. Who cares? They hang out with each other once a week. They go and hang out with Moors and the Christians and I do with my thing too. And then when on the days that we got business, we do business. And stop. Nobody else is doing. You know why I can't get a loan? Because the Italian ain't gonna loan me no money. I got to go to a nigga to get the loan, because a nigga will loan me the money. This is what I'm saying. We got to be there for each other. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I looked at an Asian site today, and they had like 12,000 people because they are uplifting each other. This one's Laotian, this one's Chinese, this one Tibetan or whatever. You know, they don't care about that. They're working together in a systematic form to say, hey, if we don't work with each other, that Italian ain't gonna give me no loan. I can't call it racism as a Chinese because the Italian won't give me a loan, because I ain't gonna give no Italian no loan either. I'm gonna try to give my people a loan. This is just people working with each other, that we admit we all people. I call everybody cousin. I don't call everybody brother. I call them cousin. And I go all over the world with that. And I'm just saying that we all just family up like that and just be willing to say, because some of my cousins I don't like. And some of my cousins have done me some things that I don't appreciate. But they still my cousins, and that's all I'm saying. We should work together. That's what everybody's been saying. John Clark, Martin King. Anybody, you can name them, everybody that you can think of in all our histories and all our historiographies. All our people have been saying is, let's work together, man. Let's work with each other and get things actually done. Because that's who we got, is us. Not just this group here, or just us, the Christians, or just from New York, or just from California. We need them Southern niggas like we need the Northern niggas, and we need the Western niggas. Let's all work together. Yeah, I know he crip walking and stuff. Who cares? That's what they do over there. And that's their thing. But we have to be able to work with each other.
Some of the challenges in working together is communication and information. You know what I mean? Like that's the woman video I just played. I don't know how to work with her. You know what I mean? Like, you know, when you're blatantly making up lies, you know what I mean? There's gonna be a point when the conversation is just like, you know what I mean, outside of like we can't have that conversation. There's whole pockets of conversations we just can't have. Now we're talking about, you know what I mean? Like we can keep it around things we can work on, but when we're discussing our history, we can have that conversation, and to contextualize a plan or mobilization when we can't come to terms on our history, that's pretty, you know, that's ineffective.
We're talking about, and I was talking about Burkina Faso to try to give you an idea of what I'm saying. We're talking about, and it ain't but 23 million in the whole country, if it's that many. And the thing I'm saying though is, we all got different stories. We don't all have we're not all cookie cutter. We're not all the same. That because you threw a can of black paint on everybody didn't make them all black the same and have the same history and the same historiography. That ain't gonna happen. Everybody got different lives that came to a culmination in their being. Of how many? I'm almost a million. Answer. You did that before. How many? When you get to 16 generations, how many people are we talking about?
Yeah, but we not like but there's still skipping.
That's what I'm saying.
It's still
and 16 generations is 400 years.
Again, the 50 that evades the point of people think the Earth is flat. People think that they were always hear about fucking Moors. People think
some do.
And this is the part about it where people.
I'm saying some are Moors. Some are already here.
That's
so what?
I get. No, we can say so what, but don't ask me a serious question because I'm going to tell you a fact, and then it's going to become an issue. So as long as we can stay in a space where we don't have to exchange facts, we're cool. But
that's what I say. We do business. I'm not arguing your religion. Your religion say this, that, and the other. You say you're more. Who cares? I don't care. But when we go to facts, we doing business, aren't we?
Yeah, I said earlier centered around business, but it's literally still the component of business is going to be regulated to the intelligence level that we possess. And if people are thinking that the most unproven ideas and unicorns and Lord of the Rings stories are real, I very much doubt that we're going to be producing high quality businesses.
I tell you what, though, trying to make everybody be a cookie cutter history, I won't even say no more than that. I'll just leave that by itself.
It's not cookie cutter, it's understanding that the car was created on this day. The battery was started on this day.
I don't even understand.
That's not so. How could you know?
Because there was a person who invented the car.
Who was that? The car was invented in several places at several times. I mean, a motorized vehicle was that's okay. That you know it of in the historiography that you have learned it, then you have a person that you can put that on and say that that's it. Like they say, Christopher Columbus discovered America.
We can play the game. A motorized.
You're playing a game, man.
The first motorized vehicle is gonna have a date. It's just that simple.
Yeah, no, that's not so.
Talking about.
That's not
so
true.
The first motorized. So this is where we get into a space, respectfully, of where we can't grow.
That's why I say everybody has to be able to have, like you want to have your thing about the car thing. and that's okay. However, you are reluctant to allow me to have mine.
What are you talking about? Reluctance. Now,
Allow. What is this
what are you
allow
talking
stuff?
about?
This is what happens when you don't deal with
You
facts.
said that there was several places the car was created. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Then you said so. Then those several places, somebody was
Airplanes
the
too.
first one to put the engine on wheels and make it move. That was a first person. They didn't start all over the place.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. It happened in several areas at several different times, and the other people didn't even know about it.
If it's a first, it's only one time for the first. The gun, the gun was created in multiple places.
I didn't mention the gun.
The car was not.
I don't know about the gun, so I can't, get into that.
The car, as we know it, the automobile, was not created. It was created over time. So that's why I said, if you want to play the engine on wheel game, okay, that still has a date. You're not getting hundreds with it. You're not going into Africa, China, all these other places with the car. You're gonna be in America.
Yes, actually, I was going to India. I learned of it in India.
India had the engine first in a car.
No, they had cars.
I'm talking about a car with a motor.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Was just saying, was it India first?
I'm not saying first. I'm just saying it was. Who knows first? I don't know for first. That's what I was saying. Who knows for first? I don't know for first. All I know is
we have a communication issue.
all I'm saying is what.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that we have a communication issue.
Sounds like it to me.
Yeah. So I'm gonna play her again.
I'm going to show you the truth, not just tell you. You said foundational Black American refers to the descendants of enslaved Africans who were brought to the United States and built the foundation of the country through forced labor, resistance. Let me read you the law of who was actually enslaved. This is the law of 1682 in Virginia, because that's the only state that was, the United States was not formed until 1777. The law that enslaved us is the law of 1682. And it says Virginia laws enact Act 1, that all servants to be imported into this country, either by sea or by land, whether Negroes, Moors, Muslim North Africans, Negroes or ancient Berbers. That is in the South Carolina Negro Act of 1740, and I'll show you that next. Mulattoes, Indians, whose parentage and native countries are not Christian at the time of their purchase by some Christians. That's anyone taken with the doctrine of discovery. This made Dred Scott born into slavery. That is what got us freed in 1865. So it's telling you who was enslaved. Negroes are ancient Berbers. I'll show you that law next. Moors, Muslim North Africans, and American Indians whose land was taken by Christians. So those people by 1865 would be called Black, erasing their true identity as North Africans and American Indians. By law, you are not Black. By law, those enslaved who built this United States are the Negroes, the ancient Berbers of North Africa, the Muslims of North Africa, and American Indians taken with the doctrine of discovery. By law, you are not Black. By law, you are foundationally American. Stop with the Black shit. That comes from the United States, who enslaved you as prisoners of war and made you a low-class citizen of the United States. You were born American, and that's why you were born into slavery. You are either North African or you are American Indian. By
fucking crazy.
Like I said, this whole FBA movement is injuring shit. Just like I said.
Crazy.
I mean, everything. People just keep proving my point. Like people keep gaslighting me, saying to say the injured movement, and all I keep getting is motherfuckers solidifying my point.
It's definitely engine movement, no doubt. It's actually bigger than that, but right now that's where the discussion is. It's actually a lot bigger, but we'll get there.
It's actually bigger than that, but right now that's where the discussion is.
Yeah. Yeah, what she said. I don't know what to say on that one, y'all. That was a lot of pseudo judo in one spot.
Well, play the video that I put up and see what the first few seconds offer.
That bitch is a weirdo. She don't represent the whole. She don't represent all of us, man.
Pause. Now I'm hearing because we actually came from Siberia and we weren't always here.
Trump out here doing his big one, huh? Okay, let's get into it. I know everybody's talking about.
Which part of the video to play, Wally?
Oh wow! I should get the time. Hold on, I'll get a time. I forgot about that kind of thing. I'm sorry, man. Just hold on, please. I'll go and look through it and get the time thing because some of it is redundant. I'll go get it.
It's like 45 minutes of abo though. Damn.
Know every goddamn thing.
Yeah.
Then why aren't you guys getting up here discussing the 19?
That's why I say, give me a minute. I'll go look through it.
I told y'all to leave me the fuck alone, but y'all wanted to push. So let's motherfucking press these motherfucking pipes. And surprisingly, this document or this bill was passed the same year that you guys were able to call yourselves Native American. I broke this down in 2 parts. Yes, we're reading the entire thing. Buckle your seatbelts. And I'm finna give you hoes a little Daryl. You might as well go ahead and call Bonnet Boss. It says Senate Bill 219 to preserve racial integrity passed the House in 1924 of March 8th. And it's now a law of the state. Oh, I can't wait to jump into the gold.
Not the racial.
This bill aims at correcting a condition which only the more thoughtful people of Virginia know the existence of. It is estimated that there are in the state of from 10,000 to 20,000, possibly more, near white people who are known to possess an intermixture of colored blood. Now, before I finish, I need all of y'all Native Americans to drop that meme that y'all have been passing around of the what's it, the identity crisis of the Negro? Y'all go ahead and drop that before I finish. Because y'all know we were classified several times, but y'all don't believe us. Let's keep going. In some cases, to a slight extent, it is true, but still enough to prevent them from being white. Oh. In the past, it has been possible for these people to declare themselves as white or even to have the court so declare them than the Europeans. I didn't know they exist as distinct colonies.
It's sad.
It's 9:39. At 9:39 is the part I want you to see, though. That's all. At 9 minutes and 39
It's a
seconds.
Racial Integrity Act. Like, why do y'all always run to that Racial Integrity Act?
Because that's what happened. They're just
That's what happened in
chronicling
Virginia. That's what happened in Virginia.
They're just chronicling
about
the
that's what you were
sequence
talking
of
about with
events.
the one drop rule. That's what you were talking
Yeah,
about.
they
The
just-
one drop rule being codified in Virginia. That's it.
They
No other
just-
place but Virginia.
Okay. Otherwise, they're just going through the sequencing of events.
I know,
That's
but
why.
they're making a larger claim than Virginia. But they keep running to Virginia to try to make a larger claim about
That particular thing, maybe you ought to listen to the whole thing because they do bring it up
Well,
today.
I was
So
listening to her. She had it on the screen. She was talking about the racial.
No,
she
I
had
mean,
the Racial Integrity Act up there.
I'm
That's what
saying
she-
you just
Hold up, Wally. Let's just be clear. These people are grossly misinterpreting information. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Yes, black people who were being reorganized through the colonies, being shifted or representatives in the colonies, there were people who were brought in who might have been labeled one thing and labeled another thing because your grandmother, grandfather was fucking each other's Native Americans, Africans. But that does not take away from the fact that you're a Negro. And unless you're not a Negro, then we shouldn't be having this conversation.
So what is that saying? Some of that shit is true?
It's bro.
Everybody knows one drop rule is very true, but that's just talking about the one drop rule. She was just talking about that. Was again that only was in Virginia. That wasn't nationwide.
That's why I was saying when you got them 3 minutes that you just heard her talk about this stuff, There's even more. That's why I said a sequence of events, because she runs through a sequence of events. But I wasn't interested in that at the point that I brought up the video. I wanted to bring up the video, like Q said, Wale, where to go to. I want to tell him where to go to because there's a particular section that I'm interested in, not the whole video, but I'm saying if you want to follow that line of sequential dates, then take the doggone whatever from the video, the link, and you can look at it as your time of 45 minutes and actually see what she has to say instead of taking 3 minutes out of context and start, saying stuff. That's all I was suggesting. And then in that manner, I am also suggesting that we be a little more, I don't know,
open to the fuck shit.
Yeah, no more open to the fuck shit because some people fuck shit ain't your fuck shit, and other people fuck shit might be your fuck shit.
But why you try to put a Virginia law on everybody in the United States, though?
I did not. Not me. You didn't see me do that.
When is bullshit called out, Wally? When do we get to call out bullshit?
Go to 9:39, and when you play them 3 or so minutes, then you can call out all the bullshit you want. That's where my point is. My point wasn't about those other things. That's what I just said. How many times?
No, but before you made that point, you were saying that we need to be open to the idea that people have other ideas of life and histories. And I'm like, bro,
I'm not arguing ideas. I'm arguing facts.
Hold on, because I just got my genealogy report last week, right? It was I got a phone call. I got a phone call in. They're gonna send the hard paper, right? So what they said is that throughout my family did the genealogy, not some kind of send it off to somebody thing. And they came up, told me that they did not find anyone in my genealogy who was ever enslaved. So
right. Genealogy is I don't care. I don't trust people's genealogy on here unless you match it with also DNA. And I know you didn't match it with DNA, so that's
I didn't have to. No,
that's what you believe, Wale. That's what you believe. Can we get this part of the video though?
No, I'm just telling you what.
I don't want to get too much into beliefs. I'd rather watch the video.
Exactly. 9:39 is the time.
One of my pinned posts talks about the Native American genocide. Before I found out that y'all are not the Native Americans that were mentioned in said genocide. It's still pinned because my point still stands. They just used y'all to commit that genocide. I tried to and did believe y'all for years. Then you started saying, oh, we're the first people on this planet. I just had to look at y'all because that'd be like me saying that. Come on now. Every time I try to have a logical debate with one of y'all, you're going to change facts, create buzzwords, start reporting my videos, which isn't working for y'all either. One of y'all told me that y'all built the pyramids in Egypt. One of y'all told me that jade doesn't come from China, it comes from y'all. One of y'all told me that you guys discovered Asia. You sound like this dude every single time you try to have an argument with us, and then you're like, why does anyone believe us? Because y'all are lying. Stop lying. And don't get mad at us for pointing that out. All the creators pointing that out, and especially don't get mad at the original indigenous that y'all kicked off your land. That's not going to work out for y'all very well at all. That's all very unproductive for you guys. What you need to do is learn when to take an L. Learn when to sit down. And learn when it's your turn to listen. Y'all keep telling me you're older than the ancient Chinese. Please. Taking credit for the bones and the footprints that were found here before y'all got here. Proving that y'all are immigrants. You're just like the white colonizer. Every time we have discovery that proves melanated people were here before y'all, you say it was you. It is not your fault, okay? It's not your fault. It's not your community's fault. I don't think.
She be online trolling.
Asian arguing with white people, talking some pseudo-abo shit on the side. What is this? What does she have to do with black people?
She be trolling the abos on TikTok, talking about y'all black people are really Asians. Like, yeah, she be trolling.
You know, actually when she got the last 5, just to start, he started talking and interrupted her. She was almost finished. She didn't you didn't hear what she said.
She a pseudo. She a pseudo. I don't care if an Asian says it, a black person says she's pseudo.
Hey man, I'm pseudo. You pseudo. Life is
am I supposed
pseudo.
to believe it because the Asian said it? Am I supposed to believe it because the Asian said it?
No, cousin. Am I supposed to
I
believe
mean, what doctrine does she have? Does she have a doctorate in something? What qualifies her to give me this information? Does she have a doctorate in anything?
Hey, I don't have one either.
What's her academic? What's her academic status?
It's me talking to you. If that's what you
anybody of any worth outside of just being on TikTok, just talking shit? Because she ain't show no information. At least the first person you showed had information up there. She was misrepresenting the information, but at least she showed something. This chick didn't show shit. She was just talking.
Hey,
she
man,
was talking shit to white people. I don't care about Asian white people beef. I don't give a fuck about that shit. I'm not Asiatic. I am not Asiatic. I don't give a fuck.
What she was actually saying was she was talking to the Native Americans who claim to be the indigenous people of America. And she was telling them that's absolutely insane. And she's not going for it. But you didn't hear all of that.
Based on what though?
No, that's what she's talking. She's at war with the black Aboriginals on YouTube on TikTok. I got her video on my other shit. She be going online.
If you would have, hey, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't know what her stick is, but I know she was talking some dumb
I
shit.
thought you was posting up a video that said that people in Africa call themselves Aboriginals. That's what I thought you had posted.
If we get,
I can pull that up though. But Akili niggas who used to come here, I don't see him anymore. Akili niggas, he the one that told me that. That's where I got that quote from. Was from him.
I don't know why we talking about Aboriginals any damn way. Don't make
Ebony, when did I ever say you got
some niggas here are Aboriginal.
Nobody's
that's why.
They're not.
Right. Yes, they are.
All right, that's
what I'm saying now.
Yeah, Ebony,
if you want to allow another person to have their story, then how can they let you have your story? And then all we got is contention.
Those guys show me nothing. Y'all gonna show me nothing any goddamn way. All y'all gonna do is just tell me y'all goddamn family history. Y'all want to believe them pseudos in your family? If they even if your family even really told y'all that pseudo crap, because I don't believe half the stuff y'all say anyway, because you're all liars. I don't believe nothing y'all say. I don't even believe y'all family say that crap. And if your family did say it, they pseudo as hell. So I don't care what your family has to say. I don't care. Believe whatever you want to believe. I don't give a shit. I know you can't change your genetics. Genetics don't lie. Genetics don't lie. Y'all can run away from y'all genetics all y'all want, but that shit don't lie though. Your family lies. Man lies, women lie, them genetics don't. So I don't care what your family said. I don't care what you saying your family said. Like I said, y'all liars. I don't believe nothing y'all say. I know what the genetics say. And your genetics don't lie. And y'all gonna stop running from that. Y'all can't get away from that. Your genetics say y'all Pan-African. That's what your genetics say. That's what the laboratory says. Your laboratory, you take your DNA test, it's going to come back Pan-African. It's going to say you from this part of Africa, that part of Africa, this part of Africa, that part of Africa, a whole slew of fucking Africa all up in that motherfucker. Pan-African in the son of a bitch. Your genetics is Pan-African. You can't run from that shit. None of you weirdos. That's why I laughed at y'all. Because all y'all doing is just talking. Feel-good stories. But your genetics don't lie. That's why y'all run for the DNA test, because y'all don't want to crush y'all little weird-ass dreams.
Genetics doesn't.
I want to believe y'all not Pan-African, but your genetics going to tell you something different. And that's the truth, goddammit. That's the goddamn truth.
I will respond when you allow me. I will respond because I agree with you. Genetics don't lie. The interpretation of them in genetics is what's the lie. There's a thing has something in common with another thing. It's not a matter of one comes from the other one. It's just a matter of they have something in common. And that's what you fail to realize. Genetics, the DNA that you talk about simply says they have that in common, because that's all it's actually saying.
That's cool. So yeah, let's not use genetics. Let's not use any of that.
I don't know what none of them talking about.
Yeah, so Ocean got us in the chat. And so yeah, so she said genetics trend is controlled by them folks anyway. I guess that's where we're going at. I'm just gonna kill.
Oh yeah, I forgot the white man science. That's what they run to, right? The white man science. Ooh.
So yeah,
We
the
go
word
from the, we
Negro.
go from the
Like I
African
said,
boogeyman, now we got the white man science boogeyman.
as I said, it's not about the white man's science. For me, anyway, my understanding is it's a matter of the interpretation of the results of evidence. Evidence is not difficult to find. The
There is no evidence to
interpretation
support
of that evidence, yeah, man. The
no evidence to
interpretation of
support
that
these
evidence.
claims. The evidence that support these claims and the gross misinterpretations and generalizations that's happening is the furthest thing from being scholarly. It's just what it is.
Exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm telling you.
Yeah, but that you're saying it, but at the same time, you're telling me that I need to listen to people who are not presenting nothing remotely scholastic.
What that mean?
That means
remotely scholastic. What the hell that mean? Something written down? Is that what you mean by that, or what? I don't understand.
It means that it's scholastic, meaning like to be from a school-based perspective. You know what I mean? Like from a intellectually professional pedagogical approach, where it's just not some YouTube approach to exchanging information.
Yeah, man. I get you. There's got to be something you approve of. I get you.
Approve?
Yeah, approve.
All right.
Of course. But I just showed you something, and I mean, three minutes you put out and said it was this and that. So
the video of an Asian woman. You played a video of an Asian woman. Let's be clear.
I know that. That's why I brought it.
But that has nothing to do with anything.
Yes, it do.
It's a video of a fucking Asian woman. It has nothing to do with anything. You didn't present this. Okay, thank you for the video, Riley. It was a really good video. It helped me understand the Black perspective from the Asian lens.
That's not what it was supposed to do. It was supposed to be listened to. First of all, you don't even listen to the whole thing. And it was only 3 minutes. She only had.
You said you didn't listen to it.
She had 20 more seconds to go before they got interrupted, and then they threw it. It's cool.
All right.
That's why I say, man, we ran through it.
Because
I said what I brought it for.
You didn't want to waste no more time with the garbage. That was a critique after 2.5 minutes of watching something in today's generation. You can be able to summarize it as like, this is some bullshit.
That's right.
You should have told us to go straight to the 5 minute and 25 second mark instead of have us watching from 4:39 all of this bullshit.
I could dig it.
So not only are you not appreciative of him playing it, you want him to have a different response.
No, I wanted him to listen to the whole thing. That I was
the
talking
whole
about
thing. What you mean? It was 45 minutes.
They didn't
Cousin,
teach you about
3 minutes
genealogy on the
and
res,
45
but no evolution of any human group shows them going from pale to dark. It's always the opposite. It's just basic common knowledge. I don't even have to go into detail. Y'all realize I'm not even going into great detail on my arguments here, right? Because y'all are arguing against basic human common knowledge. I do direct people who do go into detail and have been talking about this subject for way longer than I have because I don't want to take credit for that. Like y'all said, I'm just a rage baiter orphan that y'all seem to worship more than rain.
Now, the native
source up.
Okay,
so
well,
she does.
Hey, Dana?
All excited about
Shout out to Dana. She know what's up with the FBA. That's Dana.
Which part were you supposed to be excited about? What happened? I couldn't even hear her.
No, I just know who that is.
What did she say?
She was just talking about the divide between Black Americans and Africans. Just recently, Street Media TV was on her side. Was on her live.
So an Asian who's not a part of our community could tell us about diaspora wars in our community?
I'm talking about Dana, not her. The person he just showed with the judge on there.
Oh, okay.
Not her. I'm talking about the Dana. Dana, something, whatever her name is.
Okay, my fault. I thought you were talking about her.
Just a rage baiter orphan that y'all seem to worship more than rain.
Now,
besides her though, is Robin Walker, because I got some doctors, I got anthropologists that are literally that are basically asserting that Black people were here in America. So these are our books. This ain't I don't know YouTube videos. I got like literature that you know, that espouse that.
There was absolutely no black people here before 1492.
So
Y'all gotta
Robin Walker's
stop
wrong.
Let's see
saying
what the
that.
judge got.
Yes, he wrong.
Hold on, can you just read the
The
statement?
judge got to say.
Can we can pull the book up, bro? What book is it?
Let's see what the judge got to say too.
It don't matter about the book. It's about force and who's. Well, I mean, the book does matter, but the book is by Chase.
They say that chick. They say that Asian chick moderated for Tariq.
Let's see what the judge got to say too. I mean, when you get to it, you know,
He's
I know.
pseudo too. We can listen to him, but he is pseudo
I
too.
got my books, so I'm ready.
Judge Brown is pseudo, but we can listen to him. He believed that Indian stuff.
So what you arguing that they said it, or was it actually validated? I'm not sure what the.
We have a purpose in what we playing over here. It's not just playing videos to just like hypothetical agreement. No, it's like this is some bullshit, or this is some shit we should fuck with, and this is some bullshit. So you know what it is, Wally. Like so playing with these pseudos ain't gonna get us nowhere. That generation of co-signing fuck shit just because it was black got us absolutely nowhere. We gotta step our game up. Like, that's just what it is. Deity, who's the source that you said is stating there's a professional anthropologist that's stating that black people, as when I say that's what I had on the screen, black people are defined as Africans, Negroes, not melanated people. We're not gonna play the melanated game. They're not dark-skinned people here. We're talking about African Negroes. Negroes are black people from Africa. So you're saying that they were here prior to 1490, 1400s.
Yes. This I have a trifecta is a series, a trifecta of books, meaning three. And in this book, Robin, I mean, there's many people who we held in high as far as academia, doctors, anthropologists that are asserting that black people, there's evidence based off their research that there has been black people in America prior to basically pre-Columbia.
Can you state one of the people that's on the
Robin Walker.
Robin Walker,
yes, he has his books is so When We Ruled, the Ancient and Medieval History of Black Civilizations, Black Classic Press, 2011 is page 198 through 199. Robin Walker, it's the same thing. So his book is When We Ruled. And I can read it. Y'all want me to read it or whatever, but
we just watched him the other day on the video.
He's from Britain or London. He's from over there.
We just watched him the other day when we was watching the video.
Exactly him. The same brother that basically said he understood FBA or he gets FBA, but he doesn't like the chasm between FBA and other blacks.
The animosity and contention. That's what I'm saying now. We can stop that. I don't know why we're carrying that around like it's a badge of honor.
Well, I think the confusion come in because you had different colonizers here. You had the British, you had the Spanish, you had the French. So you had multiple languages saying the word or the word black in their language pretty much was describing a lot of the people they saw. That's why you had Negro, you had, I forgot the other word they had, but each language had a different word for black almost. So Nor, the word Noir. I think that's why a lot of confusion come in there because they brought the confusion, what was black and what was not black and so forth. So y'all gonna have these little
on a continent as big as Africa, there are a lot of different ethnic groups that don't look anything like each other. They have these. I'm just saying the thing that happens is everybody thinks in terms of, like they say on America soil, they say Indian, they start thinking about whatever they saw in a movie, the guy in the movie or whoever they saw at the last rodeo or something, I don't know. But everybody ain't the same. Even like I was saying in Burkina Faso, there are over 60 languages. In the Americas, there were over 500 tribes. They just condensed it down to five civilized tribes, but it was over 500 tribes. and that many distinctions of people and languages and stuff to go with that kind of thing. And the people were doing fairly well. A lot of business was going on along the Mississippi and in the West Indies. All the way from on the West Indies is the east coast of this whole thing. You like to call it Caribbean, all the way to Virginia. And the other thing that came out into the Mississippi came out into the Gulf of Mexico, and these were shipping lines and trade lines that the people were doing business with the entire time.
Prove it.
Well, the only case I know where we can find the word.
We're not doing that right. No. I want you to understand. This is embarrassing to me in the real world. When they hear people say like, "Yo, Q, you're mad smart. How you be having them reckless niggas up there that be talking? You know, bro, please share your screen, show it. Identity. I looked up the book. In the book, his sources are Ivan Van Sertima. And what you call it? So in the book you just referenced, his reference for the statements that black people were here 800 years was Ivan Van Sertima.
Yeah, Ivan Van Sertima.
Okay, well, another one. I'm saying.
Yeah, he's also black people or Egyptian guy.
Whatever one you got, we can go through it.
The only case. I was just gonna say this. The only case I know where we have an actual tribe where the word black is used to describe them is Tuscaloosa. The word Tuska in the Muskogean language means black. So that's why you had a black warrior, Tuscaloosa. So no, this is historical. We can know that's the actual language. We can look up Tuska. The word Tuska means black. The word Lusa means warrior, bro. I'm just saying. So I'm saying here we got a language.
Calling those people black. That's not what they're doing.
Bro,
not calling those people black. That's not what they're doing, Madonna. We're not about to do that.
That was the word Tuska in the Muskogean language means
black.
I'm just saying, bro.
That's not what they was doing. They had black. They had black paint on the bottom of their moccasins, and they wore black war paint and shit like that. That's what they were talking about. They were talking about black. They wasn't talking about the color of their skin. So stop.
Yeah, we played that video earlier.
Man, like I said, the word Tuska means black, bro.
I'm telling you what the black is representing, not representing the color of their skin. You're making false equivalency.
No, I'm not, man. You can look in the works of De Soto. What was that case? De Soto.
Pseudo-ass works.
Nah, bro, that's in the book. I didn't write it.
I know about what you probably reading, but I'm telling you.
It has no reference to black human beings. Is that clear?
Okay, well, why do we have some called Negro human beings? Where did that language come from to describe someone?
Real quick. So this is another one, Dr. Clyde Winters. Dr. Clyde Winters is a distinguished educator.
Oh, no.
Clyde Winters, throw it away. Clyde Winters.
Throw it away?
Clyde Winters.
Don't throw it away, bro. Read it and just don't try to run with it.
Yeah, Clyde Winters, he's a ultra.
He's another one, man. They all come to the same vein.
Why is every black educator a pseudo, but every white one?
He pushes black people came from Atlantis, all types of wild
shit.
It's not, to me, Diddy, it's not as much as he a pseudo as much as he's like a white. If he was like a white doctor or scientist that's pushing whiteology, it's the same thing to me. It's like they try to put their coach.
The white man got the institution to back up his lies. That's the only reason.
A white dominated society, though. So I mean, you have to have.
Where you think Ivan Van Sertima got his shit from?
You have to have a delegation of people that's going to counteract a white dominated society.
I agree with that.
I have the white source, but he has white pseudo sources. He be getting the most pseudo white people and use them as sources. White pseudos exist. They exist before black pseudos. I would argue. White pseudos create black pseudos.
And in that We Ruled the World book, what's being presented is that there was trade between the Olmecs and the ancient Egyptians. Now, if anybody wants to believe that nonsense, go ahead.
Well, you wasn't there, so you don't. You wasn't. Hold on.
And you wasn't there either, Madonna. So I don't know what the fuck your information is supposed to be more valid over anybody else's.
Right. So that means you can't.
All right. So your information ain't no more valid than his then.
Tuscaloosa was referring to an individual soldier and it's not Muskogean, it's a Choctaw word.
Well, of course, I agree
Anthony,
that they were dealing with each other. Of course, I agree with that already.
Anthony Browder, throw him out too. Just throw all the blacks.
Who what? I don't know. It depends. Who you talking about?
Browder.
Who?
Anthony T. Browder, who has a very.
Nah, he's just a little. He's obsessed with Egypt, but he's
that's
still cool
Egypt Pan-Africanist.
Yeah, he's still obsessed with, but he cool though.
Kind of a blackologist, but you know.
Yeah,
But it's mad black authors. You know what I mean? Like, I'll be honest with you, I got introduced to a lot of these people y'all talking about in the community. I don't have this perception of like the black authors, like how some of y'all have with them. Like when people be like Frances Cress Wilson, I'm like, I never heard of her till I got on YouTube. I ain't hear about none of these people. I've been a black nationalist. I've been Black Power. I don't know none of these folks. So it's like
you wasn't wrapped up in the whole literature side of things and everything else.
Yeah, I read some of all them works. And what's funny
about-
is my
about
grandma
this
sent me
guy?
the Ivan Van Sertima and When We Rule. She sent me them books. And then I read them, and then that's when I started getting into the information and finding out what's true and what ain't.
So where did
Okay, I got-
Ivan Van Sertima get his information from primarily?
A dude, like a white boy by the name of Leo Weiner.
I don't want to say his last name.
Weiner.
Hey, yo.
Leo Weiner, and he also got some information from Jay Rogers, who wrote a lot of fictional stuff. Also wrote some non-fictional stuff as well. But he was not a pretty much a qualified source. He wasn't really a thorough historian. He kind of half-assed. He was half-assed with his history, and he kind of got a lot of his stuff from him too. And he used expeditions from a white boy by the name of Thor Hamador in the 70s or whatever that tried to reinvent. He had his own theory. That's kind of also a catalyst of his theory, because he had a theory that ancient Egyptians made it to the Americas before Christopher Columbus, but he wasn't talking about black Egyptians, obviously, because he's a white boy, right? So he's talking about the real North Africans that's there today. And he reinvented a ship that was made out of the same materials of that time period that he was speaking of. And I forgot the exact materials he used, but he built a ship that would be similar to the time period, and he tried to make it out to South America. And he went out there, he got kind of close, and then the ship sunk. And it's a good thing that another ship was making the trip with him on the side, because they was able to save him and bail him out. Then some months later, he tried it again. He went back and he tried it again. He went for round 2. When he tried it again, and this time he actually made it.
Was that my mic?
What happened?
Okay, you cut out on my end.
I was cutting out.
Yeah.
No, we heard you. That was you, Dad.
Oh, that was me. My bad.
I have the paper that you asked about, Q. It's by Samuel G. Drake. So you might want to, decide if you want to deal with him or not. I don't know.
Samuel
G. Like, Drake.
And what is the topic?
The title of the book. The Aboriginal races of North America. Comprising biographical sketches of eminent individuals and a historical account of the different tribes from the first discovery of the continent to the present period, with a dissertation on their origin, antiquities, manners, customs, illustrative narrative, and anecdotes, and a copious analytical index by Samuel G. Drake. It was written in 1880.
Oh, these motherfuckers are waiting, huh?
Huh? So what?
You need the boys in this motherfucker. Everybody, Dr. Ben Yusuf. God damn, they all just wrong. Everybody's in what's the word? Erroneous.
I mean, not everybody was wrong, but you know, some people was digging deep for hitting knowledge, and they stumbled across these white pseudos, and they kind of just ran with some of this white pseudo information. And black people hearing this new information because it's new to them, and it's coming from a black person, they don't realize it's coming from a whole white pseudo. You know, to them, it's new black knowledge, so they embrace it, and it becomes after decades of constantly regurgitating this stuff amongst the masses, it becomes fact in our community, and this is what happens.
See, my premise, I ain't gonna lie, my premise as far as our indigenousness is predicated upon the music. It's predicated upon the culture. It's predicated upon the fact that we were uprooted here. Yeah, we what's the word? As a result of us, the
slave trade.
Oh yes, as a result of the slave trade, it was coercion and tyranny, you know, conflated into that. But I'm basically saying, as far as I still stand on the premise that, I mean, like I still stand on the premise that, you know, like we are indigenous based off of based off of our story, like based off the history.
Indigenous to what?
America, based on America.
Oh shit.
What is indigenous?
Like, it ain't got to even take out, like, you can omit all that. I'm just talking about as far as like us being brought, quote unquote, you know, brought here, and then having to acclimate to the strenuous anti-black conditions and figure it out. Like, that's basically what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying not to, you know, I ain't trying to sum it up because our story is very.
So you saying the oppression that we went through makes us indigenous?
Not the oppression. No. It's not solely and singly isolated to the oppression, but that's part of it. The oppression is part of it, but irregardless of the oppression, we still cultivated music, jazz, blues, our own language, Tutnese. Yeah, we don't speak it now.
But how we respond?
How
we respond?
Hold on, Q. Hold on.
That's
Just
what I
a
mean.
second.
That's what I mean.
Deity. You smart.
Yeah,
you
but
a
indigenous
researcher.
means the original inhabitants. Indigenous means the original inhabitants of the land.
But remember, Psycho, when I put up Wikipedia, they agree with me. We are indigenous to America based off of the music, the culture. Like, it's a multi-faceted reason as to why we're indigenous.
But that's not what indigenous means, though. Indigenous means original to the land.
You understand?
Original inhabitants
I
of
would
the
say.
land.
Would I be
See,
wrong?
I would say more. I would say culture. I would say more. You know, our culture here.
That's the etymological fallacy.
Yes.
If I can pull it down, all right.
Deity.
If we're gonna do the
Deity.
amount of words.
Deity. Slow down. Look up the etymology of the word jazz and tell me where it came from.
But bro, where did jazz come from though? It came out as a result.
Look up the word jazz and tell me where it came from. That's simple.
Jazz was not created in Africa.
They're gonna do it in the chat.
Jazz
So that's lying.
And all that.
If you don't mind, will you share this link?
It's not about hating Africa. It's about the fact that we've been displaced from Africa for eons and eons and eons and eons. And y'all don't espouse to the ethnogenesis, but I do though. I mean, there's clearly a definition as to what that is. So it's if you can choose on whether or not if you want to espouse to that. But I mean, hey.
That makes us African descent. We've already had this argument. Y'all are trying to reinvent the wheel. Like that sentiment has been expressed over and over and over again tonight. There's no point in reinventing the wheel. We're not indigenous to this hemisphere. We're not Aboriginal. Them people are not us.
Well, I don't want to see
that has
True
to
Story and
stop.
pull up nothing else from Wikipedia. Matter of fact, let me pull up my Wikipedia source then. Since True Story is he's the Wikipedia wielder. When I pull it up, when I pull it up, it's null and void though. When I pull it up, that shit don't mean nothing though. Oh, that shit don't mean nothing, nigga. But this nigga goes,
Pull it up
okay,
there.
happy motherfucking
I
day.
mean, being that we all read the information, should we
Let
not
him get
tell
it
you
out,
the
man.
truth?
Let him go. Let him go.
Hold on,
They
nigga.
do be a
Lying
little,
about
He driving. He
biased
driving.
sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. I
Hold on,
gotta give
man.
him
Hold
that.
on,
Y'all
man.
do be a little biased sometimes.
My
That's true.
indigenous point. That's all I'm gonna
So
do.
being that most of us read
Pull it
these
up.
books
I
and
want to
dealt with
see
this
what it say
information,
about
should we
the
not tell you the truth about the information? Should we just lie and be like, oh yeah, those are great books? Or should we tell you the truth of what we know about them?
Fuck the books. I'm talking about Wikipedia now, brother.
Oh,
So
okay.
what about Drake? Drake is over there. Somebody want to say
Nobody was here. This was a barren land when we came here. Are we
It was
fucking?
barren
Are we
land.
being slow? Yeah, it was barren. Who built the
How was it
infrastructure? What
barren?
do you
Barren in
mean? Like,
what
what are you
way?
talking about? What are you
Barren in what
talking
way?
about, bro?
You mean are
I'm
you
literally
talking
So
about to buy a book called
wait
"How
one
the
second.
Black Family Built
Slow down,
America."
Kenny, slow down. I'm just trying to get clarity. Are you talking infrastructure or are you talking
I'm talking
population?
about. I'm talking. I mean, the Native Americans was here, but there was no
Okay.
infrastructures here. There was no monuments here.
Okay. If you talking
That's what I
infrastructure,
mean
you
by.
got it. You're right. You got it. If you,
The
I
Native
just wanted to make
Americans
sure you
built
was
so the
talking.
Native
cities.
Americans was already here?
They
I'm
built
confused as
cities.
I'm not
fuck.
denying whether or not if they was here or
I'm
not.
confused. G, can you slow down? I'm lost. Yeah. All right. So the Native Americans are natives or not? That's what you're saying. So what are the Native Americans?
I'm off the fact that we constructed and we erected most, if not all, monuments, the basis, the underpinning of this country we constructed. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that as a result of that, nobody was here. Mass integration was not here. We was the only one here, damn near. That fact right there makes us indigenous. Nobody was here but us and white folks. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That right there is enough to attest to our indigenousness.
But if
Not
indigenous
Africa.
No,
if
but the
indigenous
indigenous
means the
part, that's
original
the
inhabitants
confusing
of the
part.
land,
Yeah.
and you already said that Native Americans was already here, that
That's
would
the
make
part we
neither us or white people indigenous.
Indigenous, yeah, that's all we saying is the indigenous part. Like you saying, black people helped build America. Like that's
I
not
ain't
help.
lying.
No, not
You ain't
help.
lying
I ain't
there.
saying
I just
help.
don't. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
he basically saying that we was here before the country became the United States. So
Exactly.
I feel you on that.
And we are the
I'm
foundation.
not
We
arguing
are
with
the
him on that. Yeah, I'm not. I'm just talking about the word indigenous
Well,
and what that
technically,
means.
The reason
you
why I
could
don't know about
technically apply it to that
built,
technically, but I'd rather go with culture. You know what I'm saying? Our culture is Black American, man.
we
I'd
would
rather
like
go
when
with
we
that.
say built, like building means that we were part of the people that were deciding to do certain shit to the natives. So I personally don't jump out the window where we're built because the country and the fabric of the colonies, they were built by white folks, and white folks didn't do the labor. The labor was done by Africans. Now building, I don't say building because the shit that was built in this country wasn't built for black people. A lot of the shit it was built for white folks. The churches were built, and black folks couldn't even go in the fucking churches.
I understand that, Q, but we still
They were still building it.
did the work. That's
I know, but when I say
I can't
built,
deny that. But we still
I'm
did
saying
the
the
we still built Yale,
responsibility of the
the
establishment.
PWIs, and most of these we built those. Most of
I'm
these
just saying for
PWIs.
me, in the language of it, when you hear me saying black people built the part, that's why you hear me saying that. 'Cause I'm like the fucked up parts of the country, white folks built that. You know what I mean? They might have and had black people do the labor, but y'all motherfuckers gotta own that shit because y'all built the shit that's also fucking up the country in terms of the environment, in terms of what it did to the natives and shit like that. That's on white folks. Because when we say we built everything, you got a bunch of natives sitting here like, well, y'all built the shit that fucked us up. And then they got a bunch of black people talking about they natives. I'm like, hold on. Which one is it, y'all? Because Wall Street, at black
Wait a
people,
minute.
are we bragging about Wall Street? Because Wall Street was built to keep natives out.
The natives and the aboriginals are two different peoples.
No, that's what
The
I'm saying.
natives and the aboriginals are two different peoples.
That's for you and not people that play with definitions. It's not.
Yeah, the natives and the aboriginals are two different peoples. Some
Prove it.
people.
Prove it, Wale.
Yeah, okay,
Prove it.
I'll prove it. I got the whole thing. That's what I just asked you.
Bro,
Will
the
you
book you
accept
got
the
on the
workup?
screen, it literally is called The Aboriginal Races of North America.
I know that's what I said the name was. I read it.
You read the whole book?
No, I read the name title to you, and now you're reading it back to me.
Yeah, it's about Indians.
Okay, this is what I'm saying to you now. So maybe you can get an understanding of what I'm saying to you about the world, actually, just not what I'm saying. It's just actually what's happening in the world. There is more than just one story.
You said
And
that
to
6
try to,
times, Wale, and I told you
okay,
20 times I
and
don't
you said
agree with that bullshit.
all right, go ahead. I see you. You're right. You did say that. You said
I don't agree with that. Like this,
you're
you
gonna
should
go
not
with the
have.
one story and you're done.
I'm not going.
No,
You
we
feel
going
like
with
that's what
facts.
it
We
is?
going
I'm
with
going with
facts.
facts.
We
That's
going
what
with
it is.
facts. We're not
That's
going with
it.
opinions. We're
That's
not
it.
Okay,
going
let
with.
me ask.
We're
Let me
not going
ask
with
you another
subjective truth.
question.
We going with
No,
facts.
I'm gonna ask you another question as well because I got one more question I wanted to get out an answer to, if possible. Is everyone in agreement that the only way we got here or exist here is through the slave trade? Everyone agrees with that?
No, I didn't say that. What I'm saying is, me personally, wasn't no niggas here before 1492. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, you're saying no niggas were here before
I'll give you
1492.
that.
And
I'll explain to you.
1492.
I'm standing on the fact that our race, lineage, culture, and identity are indigenous to the United States of America. Like,
Yes.
like,
Hold on. You see what you hold on.
that's,
The way you just
that's what
worded
I'm
it.
standing on right
No,
there.
the way you just worded it, that was different. I can't disagree with what you said. Our culture is indigenous to America. I can't disagree with that. That's a completely different statement.
That's why I always say the culture shit. That's a fact.
Lineage,
so
culture,
what
and
about the
tradition.
consensus about this
There's a
the
series
thing?
of
No consensus. Okay.
elements that is earmarking us specifically, or that is highlighting why we're indigenous to America. Not saying we ain't Africa. I ain't saying that, because it's saying that African American ethnicity which clearly is automatic pertaining to African.
It's
Being
the
African.
proximity of language to abos, bro. Like, do you recognize that abos use that lineage shit? They use that other argument of like, we've been here. They play with the words aboriginal, indigenous. So, and if you notice that you've been around, pseudos like to play with definitions. You notice over here, we don't play the definition game right here. It's literally read the definition. Everybody comes in, we got an issue with Pan-African. What cycle? What do we say? The first thing you do, just pull up the definition, bro. Like, what are we talking about? Just read the definition. It's not that difficult.
Facts. So we got to blame Malcolm X too, right? Because there's a video of Malcolm X saying you and I are Aboriginal. Aboriginals are dark skinned. A white person can never be an Aboriginal. So we gotta blame Malcolm too, right?
I mean, he's scientifically right though.
Malcolm is on video. It ain't doctored.
Even the Aboriginals of Europe were dark skinned.
He
I'm just saying
knew the
Malcolm's on video.
Aboriginal. He knew the Aboriginals of Australia was dark skinned, and he mistakenly identified them as Africans like us. And that's
I
why
think he made no mistakes.
he was wrong though about that.
Yo, I'll give the world, bro, no problem. Melanin, and there was plenty of people who was dark pigmented around the country, around the world. But we specifically not going to make that statement have anything to do with the fact that Africans were the people that came here through slavery and were the ones who populated us. That's where we come from. That just two distinct statements.
And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Genetically, I'm not denying.
Is that the consensus?
Yeah,
The one he
there's
just
nothing wrong with that, man.
We're all here as a result of the slave trade and from Africa.
I'm just so caught up.
Everyone's agreeing with that.
I'm just so fixated on black people.
Can't hear a yay.
I just I don't have time to be worried about Palestine, Hispanics, Asians, and all these other groups.
Yes, Wale, we all agree. Well, I'm gonna say,
that's a fact, dude.
Yeah, that we all come from. That the transatlantic slave trade is the singular event that brought us all here in the Western Hemisphere.
Okay, and everybody agrees with that. Everybody agrees with that, or everybody just kowtow.
Yeah, we all in agreement with that. Ain't no Hebrews in here.
Okay, this guy agree. Yeah, that's two. How many people are here? 8. I heard from.
What was the question?
I heard from 2.
So
do black people in the Western Hemisphere? Do we all agree that we come here through the transatlantic slave trade
in America? I
don't agree. We all got here through transatlantic slave trade. I said that. Like I said, wasn't no niggas here before 1492. That's the only claim I'm sticking to. What, no niggas here before 1492.
That's what a lot of niggas y'all be banging against me saying too.
I'm saying the transatlantic slave trade. Black folks over here during 1400s without the.
So you believe some of the same shit that these niggas y'all be banging against believe?
No, I'm saying that there was no black people coming to the transatlantic.
Nah, be careful with that, though, Q. Be careful with that because you got Jamestown. That wasn't the slave trade, but Jamestown. So be careful.
Jamestown.
That's crazy.
Jamestown, Virginia.
Yeah,
I would say majority, but I wouldn't say all.
The transatlantic slave trade includes all of the establishments of colonies and all of the cultures that developed through colonization. So coming here and trading between 3 different continents, that was established in that period. Black people coming into that.
Yeah,
period.
but remember, he said all black people got here through slavery.
I know. I said transatlantic slave trade.
Transatlantic slave trade. Yeah, they, like you had black people up in the north that wasn't slaves either. That got here through ships, but they wasn't slaves.
Were they only part of the shipping?
Everybody. I ain't gonna say everybody.
If the transatlantic slave trade includes all of the other businesses typically attached to it. So if they was on a ship and they was here working and they owned their own ship and they was coming here, they're part of the colonial system. They didn't come here on their own prior to colonization. They're still part of the system of colonization. They didn't go to Jamestown just to chill. No, they went to the.
No, there was a ditcher. There was a ditcher. There was Providence freedom and land after everything was done.
Yeah, that's still at the end of the day through transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, if you want to count that as that, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying be careful because I know that's a trick question. Like,
nah, they're not gonna get with
that's why I'm just sticking to my guns. Like, what no niggas here before 1492.
Like you gotta show me.
I don't want to get caught up in nuance and little
why.
rabbit holes and shit.
You gotta show me why and where. You know what I'm saying? Like just where. Like where was Africans coming to the Western Hemisphere? And of course the why, we can make up reasons for why, but show it. Or the evidence of that. You know what I mean? If without the transatlantic slave trade, you're not going to show that. You know, the rest thing you're probably going to bring up is the Malian Empire.
What about if they try to pull the bullshit about Christopher Columbus? That's why I say 1492 because Christopher Columbus came here with a black motherfucker on board with him.
That's part of the transatlantic slave trade.
Christopher Columbus is a part of the transatlantic slave trade too.
That's the establishment of the
yeah, I think it's crazy.
That's the establishment of the first colony.
They didn't even know America was here though. But they didn't even know America was here.
No, but the establishment of the colony, like the establishment of the colony was based off of his adventure, his expedition. So there wouldn't be no other colony.
He ain't come over here looking for slaves. He ain't come over here with slaves or looking for slaves. He came over here looking for spices.
The Spanish,
no, actually, the short of trade routes. I'm wrong. I'm thinking of
He's talking about
the Spanish.
It's a whole dumb diversity shit.
The Spanish represent the whole reason why the Portuguese had to establish in Brazil. They represent the whole reason why the political climate of how the Portuguese and how monopolies were administered in their country, in here, and the goals. Somebody got mad background noise.
Mute your mic if you're not speaking.
Yeah, they represent the monopolies, the first factories, the colonies. All of that was based off the Spanish, and that was introduced. And their view of slavery. Yeah, the Spanish.
Yeah, they definitely started it. I'm talking about that first trip with Columbus. You count that first trip as a translation?
Yeah, that's the first. That was the door opener. That's the first one that opened the door. Like, oh, it's lit. Like it always gotta be the first one that's like, oh, it's lit. Then he sent word back, yo, boy, the come up is here. Pop out. That's what he did. He did the pop out call, and he didn't leave. He's like, yo, son, pop. He went. He took 6 motherfuckers. Look, he took proof back. He took proof of concept. I brought motherfuckers back. These niggas, look, touch him. These niggas is real. Give me some more money, bro. Give me some. Then he was selling.
They got there. Them motherfuckers. They didn't slave nobody at first. Like them motherfuckers going after gold.
No, they went after gold, but the gold was still part of the slave setup because it was.
Yeah, but they was more concerned about messing around those engines and shit and trying to get them to war with each other, take out the Aztecs.
That's the story that some of them tell. But the factories was set up by the Jews. The Jewish Spanish ones was the ones that was like, oh yeah, y'all can go focus on the gold. We with that, but we gonna set up these sugar plantations.
That's what, like slavery really blew up after they colonized them goddamn Indians. They colonized the land first, then they started bringing the slaves in.
Nah, they got the first governor, Governor Nicholas, I think. Right after was the one that was like, yo, you know what? You can send the Africans straight to Haiti. The first 3,000 came right after that. Right after
Nicholas Diabo.
Yeah, they needed the labor to establish them forts. Yeah,
he's the one that
that was after they already got the land. That was after they already solidified the land. Like they had to get them Indians up out of there first.
They got the land on the like literally Columbus got the land. Ponce de Leon ran through Puerto Rico in like a week. Like they ran through the Caribbean. Barbados.
That was Florida, wasn't it? That was Florida.
Yeah, but he started in Puerto Rico. Then he
Puerto Rico first. Right? Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And he was on the second ship, I think, with Christopher Columbus. He was on the first or second one, and then he got his own ship. He was like, look, he ran through Florida. Like these niggas was running through shit and send me some Africans. I got me some. Like give
me some. That's fucked up, man.
They got gold. They got naked. They like, yo, they got gold, naked bitches, and niggas with arrows, bro. These niggas, bro. Send me some horses. I need horses and mad swords. It's up, so they got gold, bro. These niggas running around sacrificing niggas. I'm killing all these niggas. Come on, yo, I got them fighting against each other. They like, yo, son, I'm gonna get these niggas to fight against these niggas. Then he caught this. Remember, he caught what was the other one? Cause you talking about what's the one that ran through Mexico that caught the little Peruvian chick, the little Tahitian chick. He bagged her off the Humble. He bagged her like, oh, what's up? They violating, they not feeding. Hold on, mommy, come here, I got you. I got big guns and show me where them niggas is at. She showed them everything. She showed them everything. We're not gonna forget that was a feat. What was she? What's the dude that ran through Mexico?
What about Dr.
Cortez?
Cortez got Cortez got through Mexico was through a little chick.
Yeah. That's the one who set up the Aztecs affair.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Then he partnered with the other ones that they was beefing. Like, look, man, I don't got no smoke with y'all niggas, man. I want your big homie that's not giving y'all no food. They jerked all of them. So then they brought Africa. They can't move them out of here. There would be none of this conversation without without Columbus in his first 20 years of friends.
Yeah, that was it 1492 through 29?
25.
That was the scope out period. Scope.
That's what he bring the
that's what they was taking. That's when they was getting the Indians out there, warring with the Indians and having the Indians war with each other, and they playing little mind games. They played a lot of mind games.
Yeah, they tried to use them at first though.
They did use them.
By 1512,
they got the Aztecs were the biggest. The Aztecs were the biggest tribe at the time, and they got a bunch of smaller tribes to link up with each other to told them to take out the Aztecs and everything else. Like they was doing it. They was working with Cortez and them. Cortez was getting all the smaller tribes to attack them and take them out.
By 1512, it was already illegal to put natives in bondage. By 1501, they already importing Africans here.
And also remember the 300 of them Jews that was on the trip with Christopher Columbus, they was kicked out of fucking Spain. They couldn't come back. So there was already a colonization party. They had a one-way ticket to nowhere.
Your first major African slave revolt is at Columbus's son's plantation.
Yep. But I always bring up, because I'm like, all these abos don't bring up the first Western revolutionaries had Tui. Like that's the first one that got it popping in Haiti, was shooting arrows. He shot Christopher Columbus, the first one to shoot a cracker, and his man's was Hatui. Like that should be celebrated. He's not an African, but we supposed to celebrate because he's the one that got it.
Enriqueo Q.
Who's that?
Enriqueo. That was that Taino. It was really his mama setting it off. Enriqueo got
Hatui went to war with them. Hatui's the first one that went to war with him though. He's the one that they burnt in Jamaica. When they caught him, they chopped him up and burnt him in Jamaica. Christopher Columbus and him. He went to war for like 15 years. He led the first. He's the one that put the Africans on. Like, hold on, y'all. And the Africans is on the ship. Like, who is these niggas killing the niggas that got us on the ship locked up? All right, I'm with y'all. He showed them the Maroon Wars. He's the reason that they showed the early ones how to do the Maroon shit. You got to get in the bushes, go on these rivers. This is how we go from. He's the one that was going from Jamaica to Cuba to Haiti. And that's called. He's also part of the reason that Christopher Columbus was chasing him around. Yeah, they celebrate son. Son don't look nowhere near African. Big round nose. Not round nose like ours. No, got different nose. Different forehead. You know what I'm saying? He didn't look like one of us. Yeah, this is it right here. They celebrate him. Let me stop sharing the screen right here. Y'all see the screen? Oh, nah. That's him right there.
What was that location at?
This is
He had all the kids, right? This is the one that had all the kids.
Nah, that's the father of Mezitos. This is the first revolutionary he's the one that shot Christopher Columbus.
Oh, okay.
And they burnt him in this thing. I don't know, either in Jamaica or Cuba. They burnt him. I think it was it might have been because Christopher Columbus retired in Jamaica, right? I think they killed him in Jamaica. I would have to pull it up, but he killed him in one of them islands. They burnt him. Yeah, that's the first.
I remember watching a movie about that. It was a cheap movie too.
So I'm like, we gonna rewrite this culture? Like, oh, so this is a black person now.
Columbus went back to Spain, Q. That's where they start that rumor that was his name, that he told his real name to his sons in his deathbed or some shit like that. It gets
He died
weird.
in Spain? I thought he died in Jamaica.
Nah, he died in Spain, bro.
Oh hell, he died in Spain. I didn't know that. I thought why I thought he died in Jamaica. Did he get he got hurt, and that's why he had to hide out in Jamaica then, probably. Yeah. It was either Jamaica or Cuba. I know he had when he had the little war. When he was born with this dude.
What city was that statue in?
So
this one is in Haiti. They got one in Haiti. I think they got one in where's this one?
Port-au-Prince?
They got one in Cuba. I think they got one in Jamaica too.
So what about? I don't know, man. Yeah, man. This is starting. You brought up Mexico, so made me think about. I was literally thinking about that and how Dr. Nicholas Leon, he's a Mexican historian who proclaims the oldest inhabitant of Mexico, according to some, is the black man.
What's his name?
Dr. Nicholas Leon. So Nicholas is Nicolas, and then Leon is Leon. He's a Mexican historian, made notable contributions in anthropology, archaeology, ethnology, and more. So he joined the staff of the National Museum in Mexico City, where he headed the Department of Anthropology. So it's just not to say this person ain't African. I'm not saying that, but it's so it's just time. I'm just trying to, it's just trying to conceptualize and interpret and filter. Because we, at the same time we say where's the doctors and this person, what's his degree, and I mean, damn, it's kind of.
I mean, so what? I mean, what we're doing? We're not paying attention to what other cultures are laying out or laying down, because this pretty much how this pseudo community got a lot of steam. They were persuading others not to read any other information unless the originator was from a certain area. I mean, to me, that never made sense to me. Why would I only pay attention to a certain group of people, even if it was Asian, European, whatever? I don't live in a world where I'm surrounded by people that are only one specific type.
Selective perspective, Dev. I've been trying to share that all night.
This is, I don't know if this is what you're talking about, the International Black History. I found this reference to this guy. I'm trying to find it. You talk about the almost extinction of the original Negroes during the time of the Spanish conquest, and the memories of them in the most ancient traditions induce us to believe that the Negroes were the first inhabitants of Mexico. Historia General de Mexico, 1919. That's why we use the APA sources.
That's from Leon. You were just reading an excerpt from his work. The guy.
Something that had his name in it, but
yeah,
that's what I can find.
It sounded like his work. Yeah.
Is this dude from like 1920s?
He is from so in 1894 assisted by the.
You said 1894, right?
94, yep.
Yeah.
But in 1900, Dr. Leon joined the staff of the National Museum in Mexico City, where he headed the Department of Anthropology. He founded the Department of Mexican Ethnology and was the first in Mexico to give instruction in this branch of science. I really don't. I'm thinking about. I really give a damn. But I'm just, I just feel like it's my premise is like, so this evidence that suggests that that there was because my history go back to goddamn slavery. What's that? Goddamn sharecropping, and beyond, basically. So, but or should I say slavery post sharecropping? But I'm just saying, like, is this all this not solely of what's his name? Ivan Sertima. I'm just saying, like, outside of him, but outside of that, my premise is, like I said, my premise is my premise, like as far as our ethnicity, culture, music, there's a multiplicit reasoning as to why, not just feel, objectively feel, why we're indigenous to America, based off our experience, what we've been through. Like, ain't everybody's new here compared to us. Everybody's new here relatively. Like, even white Europeans, they asses new. They wasn't here in mass like that. They the first person to come over here in mass like that. So it's like that. That's how I feel. Shit. Due to the 13th and 14th Amendment, those amendments were constructed and tailored behind us and what we went through. Regardless of the fact that it spiraled and it created tentacles and aided everybody else, but the intended beneficiaries of those amendments, yeah, that's why we did this to this country. Anybody that's got no goddamn amendments created for them, only for them, or it was created as a result of the tyranny that was imposed upon them. Ain't nobody like that. Ain't nobody uniquely like that. That's why we indigenous.
Yeah, I just feel like it's like personally, is like an unnecessary statement. Like saying like the foundational one, to me, I can understand that as a statement for clarity in terms of explicitness. The indigenous one, I really don't know why that statement is. I have no clue how to apply it because indigenous means the people that was originally here. So and it's not just you. I've heard mad people use that, and I think it's just because they want to be Indians. I don't know how else to describe it. I'm like, and not saying you, but I don't know why that word is being used in the outside of you're the Aboriginal, you're the original. What are we talking about? Yeah, when America was here, black people were the first people here in the country. One of the first people. Yeah, okay, that we're not the natives of America though. Like there's a whole group of people that word is reserved for, and it's a war.
If that's the case, white people are also indigenous.
Yeah.
They got here the same time we did.
I mean, you can say that, Psych. I mean, you can say that, but like the influx of them didn't really come into like post, like I would say what post.
They coaches indigenous here too,
huh?
White American coaches indigenous here.
Yeah, gang culture, all that street shit, all the American baseball.
Yeah, I can't argue that. I can't argue that. Yeah, you know, I can't argue that.
You know what I mean? Basketball. I mean, that shit is, yeah. Yeah, we didn't invent that. We got the Abos would be like, no, we invented basketball. They'd be like, yo, we was doing that shit as Aztecs. Africans was not kicking no basketball around in Mexico in 1400s. I don't know what motherfuckers talk about. The Jews introduced black folks to basketball in the hood. It's just that simple. That was some white folk shit.
But you agree though that the influx of white people wasn't until post 1865, right?
Yeah. No, they outnumbered
They've been had people coming in. Like they had an immigration problem in the early 1800s.
Yeah.
The early 1800s, they was crying about immigration. The original cry about immigration happened in the early 1800s, and they had a whole political party formed behind that shit.
Okay, so the Homestead Act was when was the Homestead exactly enacted? Because remember, like the book says, when they denied us the 40 acres and a mule, when that was denied, at the same time, they was handing out over, you know, they was doing the Homestead Act. So I'm just trying to.
But remember the Homestead.
That was the white folks. Hey, come on, get this free land, white folks. Come on. So that was a.
You talking about Oklahoma? You talking about Russian Oklahoma and all that?
No,
This also goes back to
Homestead.
tax. But this goes back to the idea of taxes and colonization. The British introduced the idea of let everybody go to the colony, pay us taxes. That's the idea. So as long as you got more people coming in, you got to pay us taxes. There was a different system in the Spanish and the Dutch. The British had in America took on the what you call it, the immigrant taxation model, where you can come here, you can make money, just pay us taxes.
1862 Homestead Act. Okay.
Even before that, you got to go before that because the British was sending. Remember, the British was sending motherfuckers here in the 1600s, 1700s. They were sending motherfuckers here. They was like,
they had a huge Irish problem that they was trying to solve in the early 1800s, well before 1862.
Go to America, just pay us some tax. That's part of the taxation without representation shit.
They was writing laws in the 1700s on immigration.
Yep.
Yeah, because the country was still kind of brand new around that time, so they was trying to figure out how do they do this.
But even before that, you got the British.
People were complaining though.
The British had immigration policies. That was part of their business. Like you go there and pay us taxes, nigga. That goes back to the 1700s, early 1600s. That was already there. And you can say the Dutch did that with New York. But deity, that black people in Mexico shit, I personally think you had white folks. You had white folks that first came to the Americas and was trying to figure out what the fuck they was dealing with. And you had white folks that went to Africa and was trying to figure out the fuck they was dealing with. And these niggas was telling stories to each other. Because Christopher Columbus never seen, like, if I'm not mistaken, the Moors he saw allegedly in the ship, that was his introduction to Africans. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the rest of the white folks on the ship, unless they saw, Moors or whatever you want to call them, the blacks in Spain, they didn't have no interactions with anybody but white folks. So a black or a colored person in Americas without white people being there, for a white person at that time, you may not know the difference. The only thing you could tell the difference between is their motherfucking hair. Like, yeah, this one was darker, this one had more hue, but then both them motherfuckers was different than me. That's how a white person gonna see it. Them motherfuckers both colored, call them Negroes, call them whatever you want, but they wasn't white.
Columbus was in Africa in the 1480s.
But that was like the North, like Iberian. Yeah, that's how I would say. Yes, but it's right. Yeah, it's not like the. And that's I said he had interactions with the Northern Africans that was there, but I ain't gonna put them in the same box of interaction fully culturally with the rest.
Well, he went to Ghana too, though. Elmina.
I'll give him, because he was already a pre-existing merchant. He had a history of being a merchant, so I'll give him that one. But the rest of the motherfuckers that was on the ship and after, the ones with Nicholas and shit, they was meeting white folks for the first. They was meeting colored people for the first time. Africans and Indians or whatever natives, American, and whatever you want to call them, they was meeting them for the first time.
Yeah, unless they was coming out of places like Lesbian and a couple of other places in the Iberian Peninsula. Yeah.
Hey, yo, can I jump in real quick, y'all?
Yo.
What's going on, everybody? So, Deity, you said something, man, that kind of disturbed me a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Don't take this the wrong way.
Hey.
So, it's like you made a statement saying that your history starts at slavery. And you said it with a sense of pride. And for me, it's the exact opposite. Once I discovered that our history did not start at slavery and that it was a lot richer than what we had been taught, that's where I got my sense of pride from. That's all I came up here to say, though, man.
So, brother, so you said that I verbatimly asserted that our history commenced
starts at slavery. You said those exact words.
So you said that I verbatimly asserted that our history
started at slavery. That's the words. Yeah, now if you didn't mean that, that's cool. If you meant to say something different,
I don't recall that. I don't recall me verbatimly expressing that our history or that my history started in slavery. I don't recall that, brother. I really don't.
It might have been a Freudian slip or something.
I don't recall me saying
I heard it. But it's all good. That's all I wanted to say, man. Y'all could I'll go ahead.
My question is, what's wrong with that? Because based off my recollections, I mean that's what I know. Jim Crow. I mean, I know the basis of my knowledge is America.
But the people that got enslaved were kidnapped from somewhere. My bad, brother. Y'all go ahead.
You good, Fi?
I'm not trying to go back. I ain't trying to go back because that's the whole Africa owes us money talk. Then that's the whole Africa owes us money talk. I don't care about all that. That's a goddamn needle in a haystack. Then that's what we're breaching. We're breaching on the whole Africa owes us money. Then, brother, really, come on, Mansa Musa and Shaka Zulu. I respect that, but really. Africa history is really, it's really it's sparing. I don't really know too much about outside of Mansa Musa and really outside of Shaka Zulu. Outside of Shaka Zulu, Mansa Musa.
And the same people that enslaved our people are the reason we don't know that much about their history. We should know about their history more than just Mansa Musa. We should know West African history.
You can't expect the school systems here to teach us our own history.
Put in work. You know how many white people
they're not gonna.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the only anecdote that I know to.
But that's on. But do you think that's by? You think that's by accident?
EXTOL.
You
How
think
you
that's
said
by,
what?
you think that's by accident?
No, it's not by accident. Definitely not by accident.
And it's vice versa for Africans over there and people in the Caribbean. That is a perfect tool for white folks. Just make sure these niggas don't know nothing about each other. Don't let them know too much about themselves in their own country, but definitely don't let these niggas know about each other and other each other. Don't let these Nigerians be over there talking to Africans and Nigerians talking about, oh, I understand your struggle. No, don't let these Jamaican niggas understand Black American history. Fuck
Queen Zinga. I know about Queen Zinga. I know Riders. My bad.
I mean, bro, you can fit America in North Africa. Just to contextualize
alone.
You know what I'm saying? Just to contextualize the history and the amount of history that's represented by only knowing 3 people. And that's no slight, but I'm just saying that's 3 people. And that's common, but that also goes into where some of the contention comes in, because we can say vice versa for people in Africa. They probably know 3 motherfuckers. They know Martin Luther King, they know Jay-Z, you know what I'm saying? Beyonce.
You could have gave Muhammad Ali, Q.
Yeah, you're right, Muhammad Ali. You definitely got to throw Muhammad Ali and Foreman. Got to throw Muhammad Ali and Foreman.
If I'm a white person, I'm happy and proud that black people are disowning Africa and saying they just American. Job well done.
Well, everybody knew Michael Jackson. Everybody knew knows Michael Jackson.
Yeah, throw Jackson in there too, and Jordan, and Tyson. Yeah, you got to throw them in there.
I was just joking when I did that.
But y'all get the drift. What we saying that day, you know.
Oh, they like Denzel Washington too. I just got that information. They into Denzel Washington.
See, here we go
I
being anachronistic
I got
again.
that from a quote.
Globalization exists now. Wi-Fi exists. They're gonna know entertainers. Shame
they
on
knew
us for thinking.
entertainers.
Shame on us for thinking that they living in trees and don't have access to the modern world. Now, when we start talking history, yeah, for a long time, we was oppressed from learning each other's history. We tried to retain, get this, Wale, as much as of our African culture that we could, whether it was in secrecy or covertly, we tried to retain it. Nobody was adhering to an aboriginal retainer of culture.
Oh yeah, some people were. But are you familiar with all I do?
No, we wasn't.
And it's
No,
still
you weren't.
remnants of
No,
that
you
African
The
weren't.
people
culture.
who was
No,
doing
you
that
weren't.
was
Some
the
people
people
were.
that was doing the people
Wow,
that was doing
you're
the
just
people
crazy
that was
with that.
doing that was the Native Americans trying to retain their own culture. That's what their war was about.
Whatever.
They not
But
just sitting back fighting over land because they didn't have the idea that anybody ruled the land. They was more so trying to hold on to their culture while people are trespassing into the land, preventing them from practicing their culture. They can no longer hunt, they can no longer fish, they can no longer migrate the way that their culture would allow them to. That wasn't us. That was them.
Wait, did this comment just say you can't fit America into Africa?
Bro, that's what I was looking at.
Bro,
I'm
you know
like,
how many
what?
Americans
Nigga?
can fit in Africa? Yeah, these
Egypt.
people, like I said,
you're
FBA
talking about the
slow,
United
bro.
States of America.
FBAs,
Bro,
y'all
Egypt
slow.
alone stretched from New York to the West Coast.
I'm convinced FBAs is what brings down the Black American GPA
Egypt
national.
alone is
I'm convinced
3,000
y'all the Negroes that do it. I'm convinced.
Yes, go look at the size of Egypt. Go look
It's you
it up.
niggas.
I got it. I literally got it on the screen.
Oh yeah, okay. I want to look.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Like, are you shitting me?
Like they literally tell you they have to make Africa smaller on the map because it doesn't fit. It's gonna like push it. It's too big to put on the damn map by itself. They make it smaller on purpose.
54 countries, you weirdos. Y'all are comparing a country to a continent with 54 countries. This is
Yeah,
insane.
the United States of America. When you were saying America, I didn't think you meant all of America. No, of course not. Okay, then. Yeah, of course.
Let's see who's the next pseudo.
My mama can't tell me not one story about Africa.
Yeah.
Grandma never tell me one story about no Africa.
Okay.
I don't know nothing about Africa. All I know is all the African people I know and run into,
Booty, right?
they better than us over here. So what you worry about me saying that I'm not African? I'm just American. What's wrong with you?
Ain't Cook Daddy Haitian though?
Fuck your podcast. Fuck your show. Don't bring my name up. I don't know you, so I'm not bringing you. I'm still not saying you.
Look like he's straight from Zimbabwe.
Weird to see Black people
Nigga, Cook
calling
Daddy
FBA a cult. Why are y'all calling foundational Black Americans a cult? Like, I don't get it. I don't call myself that necessarily, but I am one. If you were born in America, if your family has a long lineage here, then you are a foundational Black American. But I'm just trying to understand, why is everyone upset that we are fighting back against ethnic erasure? Everybody else is allowed to take pride in who they are and where they come from, except for us. Like I'm watching videos, y'all know I be scrolling, y'all be on these TikTok streets,
Who told these Black Americans that they can't have pride? I live around all different ethnic groups of Black people. I've never
Shit,
been
y'all basically trying to tell us we can't have problems. We telling y'all we FBA, and everybody's saying we can't be FBA. Y'all telling us we can't have.
Can I read some real
I ain't
fast?
tell you shit.
That's
Hey,
basically
Psycho,
what y'all been saying. That's what the whole
I had
narrative
to
is
look
about.
this up because I never heard this before.
I said y'all ain't engines. That's what the fuck I said.
I don't fuck with no engine shit. I don't fuck with none of that. So you get a lot of us mixed up because y'all get a lot of us mixed up. Y'all get a lot of us mixed up with that conversation, and a lot of us don't believe that bullshit.
Your leader subscribes to it.
It ain't no leader, bro. That's the see there we go again. There we go again with the circle. We go round and round in circles because Tariq Nasheed is not the leader. Tariq Nasheed is not the leader. He's not the leader of nothing.
Can you play the other video, Q, that showed that the dude telling motherfuckers that he's the leader?
He never said he was the leader. Play that. Please play that with Tariq said he was the leader. I bet you can't play that. You can never play with Tariq said he was the leader.
You know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
Okay. People are trying to paint the term FBA as a hate group and a cult. If you think the term FBA is a hate group and a cult, you don't know what the fuck a cult is. All right. Just because you don't like that it's affiliated with Tariq Nasheed because he's been shedding light on xenophobic people online and shedding light on politicians who are basically nerfing our reparations movement and our reparations claim and basically calling out these politicians does not give you the right to slander an entire ethnic group because you don't like a terminology. Okay. Some people call us FBA. Some people call us Black Americans. Some people call us Afro-Americans. Some people call us Solon or Solani and so on and so forth. That does not give you the right to slander and criticize an entire ethnic group of people. Okay. If it wasn't for Tariq Nasheed, you would not have your black ass on his internet saying anything about FBA. He's the one that coined the term. Did he follow in the steps of Dr. Claude Anderson? Yes, but Dr. Claude Anderson did not coin the term FBA. You selfish sons of bitches need to give people credit where credit is due. I don't give a fuck if you like Tariq Nasheed. You give him his credit. He's the one that rejuvenated the reparations movement. He's the one that rejuvenated and spearheaded the delineation movement. And you need to give him his goddamn fucking credit.
Right, give him his fucking credit.
We're not going to fucking play games and act like we don't know where the fuck FBA comes from.
Thank you.
I don't like people like that. Tupac talks about shit like that.
The first thing said ethnic erasure, and he said delineation.
This speak the spokesperson for Black Americans, man. Who the fuck is this nigga?
He birthed y'all. Give him his credit. He birthed y'all. Y'all didn't have
delineation and ethnic erasure.
Y'all didn't have identity before him until he gave you one. Just like
Who is this nigga right here? Who is this dude?
Who is this nigga, son?
He's from the Fanboy Association.
This nigga ain't nobody. This nigga doesn't speak for nobody, bro. Are you kidding me?
Association. So who speaks for y'all?
Get out
Tariq
of
don't
here.
speak for y'all. He don't speak for y'all. Who speaks for y'all then?
This nigga, nobody.
Then who speaks for y'all?
For not this nigga. Damn for not this nigga. I speak for myself.
Then who speaks for y'all?
I speak for myself. I speak for myself.
No, that's cap. That's cap. You
How you gonna tell me what I don't? See, this is the problem with y'all. This is why, T-Dog, this is why the Pan-African shit is losing ground. This is why it's losing major ground to FBA because of shit like this. I tell you, I'm speaking for myself. I'm representing myself. You gonna tell me no, I don't?
I'm causing you to hate yourself.
Dog, who are you to tell me I can't speak for myself? Who the fuck are you?
You're saying you can't speak for yourself. You're the one
no,
doing
it. You just tried to tell me I can't speak for myself. You just tried to tell me. I told you what I was doing, and you just tried to tell me I can't.
He just told you. Give him his respect. Get Tariq his respect.
Hey, who the hell is this dude? Don't nobody know who this dude is. You putting up random videos. Don't nobody know who this idiot is.
Stop trying to
this is what I'm saying. You acting like we all follow idiots like this. What I'm trying to tell you is we don't all follow idiots like this.
Your ass to the lake of fire. Respect them.
See, this is what I'm talking about. You sitting here screaming and yelling like a girl, and I'm trying to talk.
Goddamn respect.
Go ahead, scream and yell. Go ahead, finish screaming and yelling.
There you go. Give him his goddamn respect. He birthed you.
This is girly shit right here, because the nigga ain't birthed no fucking body.
Being a fangirl for a grown ass.
This is girly shit right here. You being a fucking girl when niggas are trying to build and talk. I'm trying to tell you where I'm coming from, and you sitting here acting like a girl. You start acting like a little bitch and act like a little bitch. I ain't about to go back and forth with no bitch nigga. I ain't going back and forth with no bitch nigga. You gonna act like a bitch and be a bitch. Go ahead and be a bitch.
Who cares? Who cares? You keep coming up here windmilling for him. It's disgusting. Fangirl ass niggas.
You gonna act like a bitch, be a bitch. I'm not about to argue with no nigga.
I just want to point out.
You the one windmilling for a grown ass man, nigga.
So if I'm a bitch, let's line up the friendly stage. So let's line up the friendly stage. Let's line the friendly stage up then.
On my shit, nigga.
Let's line the friendly stage up then, since I'm a bitch.
What you doing, windmiller?
Unfriendly
about it. All right, I bet you I don't windmill in real life. Let's line up the friendly stage then.
Let me know. You
Hey.
mad? You don't want to give us goddamn respect.
What's up? Let's line up the friendly stage. When are you available?
You mad at me? You mad at
when
me?
Are you available?
Over Tariq.
You mad at me?
When are you available? When are you available?
How you gonna be a goddamn ethnic heathen? You an ethnic
That's what the
heathen.
fuck I thought, bitch. I'm done talking. That's what I thought, bitch. I'm done talking.
Your Lord and Savior. That is pathetic. That is pathetic. Give him his credit. Windmill for this motherfucker every day going to talk about he not the leader. He's not the leader, but you windmilling for him every goddamn day. Like he the fucking leader.
Look, I just want to point out in both videos, in the first video with the chick, she talking about why don't we want to support ethnic erasure. And this dude just talked about how we should be happy and root for Tariq because he brought us delineation. Like they telling you like they want to just forget and erase their own culture and become a part of American culture. They want their history to just be American.
I mean, brother, like I said, based off our recollections, all we know is America, though. I mean,
there's plenty.
Past recollections, all we know is that. I mean,
well, that's for you and your family. My family has recollection beyond that because there are things seated in the way we talk, the way we do things culturally that go back to Africa. There's certain things that was cultural for us that they didn't beat the hell out of us and make laws and get out of us over years. So y'all can deny all that. That's cool. That's what y'all have to do, but I don't.
So we can concur with the fact that Black people in America, we're descendants of Africa, but we also within that we cultivated, many elements that's really distinct from Africa. You can say, oh, it correlates. Oh, you see that's Africa. Yeah, you can do all that nitpicking and man, why can't we just get over the hump of us actually literally being a distinctive group? Like, we
are a distinctive group
based off of the turmoil we went through. And
we're Black people. We are
that turmoil we still created, still cultivated, mainstays, food, staples, agriculture that are here. Like, why is it hard to get away? Like to understand, like to be cemented in that, and understand that I descend from that, but within that, I also created a whole something totally different from that. Like, why is it hard to like? Why is it hard
Is that not what African American was?
Nobody's arguing with you about that, D&D. Culturally, we are different. Yes, we different from everybody else culturally, but people are making different arguments other than just culture, right? Like nobody's arguing different. Like,
Then
yes,
say that because we all not making the same argument.
Well,
That's
yeah,
why I be
y'all don't
telling
have an established.
y'all make the shit even
Y'all
worse
don't have
because
a
y'all lump
one.
everybody in
FBA
one
is
thing, and
all
we
over the
all
place
not
right
making
now.
the same argument. And
Yeah,
whether it's
FBA is
all
all
over the
over the
place,
place.
it's something new. It's something new. It's getting figured out. We all not on that weirdo shit niggas be talking about. Niggas ain't never ever heard me say none of that weirdo shit. Not one time since I've been coming on these panels. Not once have I ever said any of that. I don't like Africans, this and that. None of that, bro. So don't lump us all together. And I keep saying this shit every time I hit the panel.
Then why
It's like
don't
niggas don't
you
be
check these
listening.
FBA people then when they do it? Why don't you check
I
them?
check them. Who's coming in here saying this shit right now?
People be in the chat all day long talking crazy.
I be saying that's not, when niggas say some weirdo shit, I be saying that's not FBA. That's not real FBA shit. I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't agree with a lot of that weirdo shit, that Indian shit. I ain't with that. I ain't with none of that. I ain't never believed I was no fucking Indian.
Why can't you just call yourself Black American?
Yo, I like the term foundational Black American. I understand what it means. I like it. I'm rolling with it. It's the new wave, bro. I'm rocking with it. I fuck with it.
Is there a difference between Black American and foundational Black American? If so, what is it?
No, essentially no. Hell no. We all the same people. That's why you got a lot of us. That's why you got a lot of FBAs that'll say that's a FBA accomplishment. When we see a Black American that might, somebody like Frederick Douglass, we say that's a FBA, because technically he is when you look at the definition of it. But that don't mean I'm saying, yo, I don't fuck with Africa. I know the story. I know where we came from, bro. I used to be an Egypt mania nigga, all that shit. I used to be into all that crazy shit. I was fighting the Hebrews every day because I was on that Egypt shit. I mean, I know people romanticize it, but
So what about the FBAs
working.
that say if you got a grandparent that's from like Jamaica or something, then you're not FBA?
They don't, but that's not true though. That's not true. See, that's what I'm saying. You can't listen to people like that, because if it's both your parents, then yeah. But if you got one parent that's from somewhere else and your other parent is from Jamaica,
So if
and
you
all
got
that,
two grandparents like 3 generations ago from both of them from Jamaica on both sides, then you're not FBA.
Is that hard? Like,
I mean, technically no.
And I mean, is that hard to?
Nah, because you don't go back to the plantation.
Yeah,
But I said 3 generations ago, so that would be like
slick enough
down
to
to
that.
you gotta go back to
the Tyreek was slick enough to protect his wife being admixed. So as long as y'all got one quote unquote FBA parent, you in there.
That's the one drop rule.
Let me ask a question. Are Nova Scotians are they FBA?
I mean, culturally, no. Shit, nah. Culturally, no.
Well, so wait, see, this we can stop right there. 'Cause right there, that's where I start having the issue, because y'all say things like this is about lineage and lineage and lineage and lineage, right? It's all about lineage. And then when I ask about Nova Scotians and stuff like that, y'all say, well, no, because it's not, because then it turns into a culture argument. And this is what I mean. These things always intersect, right? They turn from a lineage argument to a culture argument to, this, that, and third, like these things to a nationality. And like, which one is it? Like, is it a nationality? Is it a culture? Is it a lineage?
I mean, if they from Nova Scotia, they're not Black American if they from Nova Scotia, right?
What happened?
It's Canada
If
and
they
America.
from Nova Scotia, they're not Black American. That's Canada, right?
Yeah,
It's
but
Canada
they come from
and
foundational
America.
Black America. That's where they come from. It's about lineage, right? Because like, again, if y'all talking about lineage,
would they be
and the
entitled to
lineage
reparations?
the lineage is specific to the plantation.
I mean, technically, you can say that, but I mean, is that really is that their culture? I mean, like, is that
Again? So it's not about lineage. So this is a culture thing. So FBA is a culture, not a lineage.
You see, Psycho, it's like you're trying to pin.
I mean,
don't do that. It's like you're
I
trying
mean, there's arguments for the lineage argument, but I go more with the culture thing, man.
push up.
So because if it's a culture thing, then we got to get back to Fontane's question. Why ain't people that's 3 generations deep being born here, how come they can't be FBA if all they know is FBA culture? They wasn't born anywhere else. Their parents was born somewhere. Well, their grandparents was born somewhere else.
Matter of fact,
but they don't know anything else but this culture. That's all they was raised under. How ain't they FBA if it's about culture?
I mean, that's a good question. They can align with it, you know. If they rock with the culture, they can align with it. But you know, if they not really, if they family doesn't, you know, start here, really, like, I don't know. You can't really say they FBA.
See, that's why I said y'all got to figure out whether that is a culture thing or a lineage thing.
I feel where you're coming from, though. I definitely see where you're coming from. That's a good question. I'm not gonna bullshit you. That's a good question. I'm not even gonna lie to you. It's a good question.
I'm trying to find just a segment in here about. Because my basis is, I'm going to just start basing my whole premise is going to be predicated upon.
Where would I go to find out if I'm FBA? Like, what would I go look at to say, okay, let me see if I'm FBA or not?
Let me see what quantifies that. What qualifies? Let me see. So basically, look. The additional criterion in identity standard requires an individual to demonstrate that at least for 12 years before enacting the reparations plan or study commission reparations, they self-identified as Black, Negro, African American, or Afro American. I'm trying to see how we can. So this is the community of descendants of the freedmen, those promised and then denied 40-acre land grants. This is the community. This is the community that has borne the burden of the cumulative intergenerational effect of slavery, legal segregation, white terrorist violence, as well as ongoing atrocities, including mass incarceration, discrimination, and police lynching. I don't think that would put them in there. You see what I'm saying? When you get to really going deep into the, you know, as far as the history of what qualifies and what quantifies, you know, an individual, it's like it's yeah, but it gets murky though, man. Like they are, but they're not at the same time. It's like, you know, on the basis of reparations, it's like, what do you? I mean, everybody Black.
Oh no, I'm going to talk about reparations per se. That's a different discussion. I was just talking about what qualifies somebody to be FBA. And that's the argument you just made right there. Now, see, if this is supposed to be about reparations, then you got to eliminate the culture. The culture shit got to go out the window. The reparations ain't dependent on culture. Reparations depend on lineage only.
I mean, you do have people that assimilate into the culture, but it is murky waters, man.
Like I'm trying to see how I understand what you're saying. My bad, but what did you say? What did you say, bro? You didn't write that?
No, I was saying you do have people that assimilate into the culture. They do that, but you know, it is murky waters. It is a little bit.
But like you said, not everybody African American identifies as Black. I mean, it's I'm saying shit gets murky, bro. When you get to really looking at this, and this book has really opened my eyes to how murky it can really get when it comes to self. But he's not being divisive because clearly.
I mean, that's how the laws are anyway. Like it's mixy. It's a lot of mixy shit.
Say it again.
I was saying that's how the laws are. It's a lot of mixy shit.
And we make sure
reparations and all that.
Somebody talking? What happened?
Oh no, we ain't talking. We you know, small little things. Just pondering. You know, I'm pondering on my next rebuttal. That's all. Looking for some. This is more so to try to strive because Psycho asked, well, who's FBA? But I'm more so striving to use the what validates a person for reparations as a means to, essentially what
I
validates.
would agree. I would agree. It seems like your major focus is reparations, based off speaking to you all this time. So yeah, but again, that means lineage is the main focus, then not culture, because again, reparations is a lineage-based argument.
So my question is, does the people what's the Black Ice what's the name? You said Scopanosha. What's the name? Canada? Scopano. So
Nova Scotia, yeah.
Yeah, Nova Scotia. Were they identifying? Were they? I'm just saying, from a reparation standpoint, were they using the
They acknowledge
pseudonym
their origin.
Were they using those pseudonyms?
I mean, they acknowledge they acknowledge their origins as FBA. They proud of their origins.
But I'm just because remember, it's not only lineage; it's also identity. Meaning, one has to identify Negro, African American, Negro,
Yeah,
African.
When they tell their history, they speak of where they came from and how they got there.
Yeah, I mean, then I would say, there may be some, there may be some argument, but you see, that's why the identity clause is in there, because white folks can't come in and say, well, hey, my lineage is getting, well, I got a great, but your identity was excluded because clearly you're white, and if you look on your census and on any type of application, you was identifying as white, so that would exclude any type of white person trying to come in and infiltrate the reparations claim. But yeah, and it gets murky, man. So basically, yeah, man. So like you said, basically, at the end of the day, so this issue may turn on a question of what eligible recipients means. So one of the fundamental requirements of a true reparations plan for Black Americans is a kinship connection. There's a kinship connection to once enslaved, at least one formerly enslaved ancestor who was at minimum subjected to U.S. chattel slavery and subsequent phases of anti-Black racial atrocities, government-sanctioned legal segregation, mass incarceration, and other forms of anti-abole. Abole is ancestral Black American lineage, ethic, oppression. So it's this this unique
That would
reality of
mean they couldn't get it done.
control. Go ahead, brother. Wait. So this
they didn't go through Jim Crow. That they didn't go through.
Yeah, they couldn't get that shit if it meant all that. If those are the criteria.
Yeah, so it's just, and then lastly, the unique reality of slave bondage and enslavers' control over the sexual reproduction of human chattel prompted the authors to determine that employing a lineage standard must complement the uses of a racial standard. Due to like you said, the unique reality of slave bondage and enslavers, white folks.
Yeah, when you add Jim Crow and stuff like that, you eliminate them once you add Jim Crow and all that.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, because a lot of the blacks went to Canada because of Jim Crow.
This is also true.
Like this is. I'm trying to find a way to articulate
Forced
this.
them to relocate, right? They can make the claim that they forced them to relocate. Yeah.
Like, I mean, you had blacks that went to Africa because of Jim Crow. So it's how fine tooth and nail do we want to get with this in-house? And if anybody thinks that's gonna make your check even bigger from the government, you fighting a worthless battle. The argument shouldn't be between us of I get the check, you don't. It should be why we get the check, the collective.
So you feel like
That should be the
all
only thing that matters. I don't care if you was enslaved in the Caribbeans or in Florida. You still went through the same bullshit.
But they ain't gonna all give us a reparation at the same time. They ain't gonna do that.
But if that's what this argument about, if that's what this argument in house is about, is we deserve reparations and we deserve this to ourselves, it is null and void to me. That's like saying the sky is blue. Amongst black people, who's going to deny the fact that we deserve equal footing in or on, not in, but on the world stage?
I mean, that's
And if
why
you're
everybody's
not
supposed to
pointing the
have their
finger at
reparations claims.
European
Everybody got to pay for their
colonization or
reparations claims.
racism, you're wasting your time. It wasn't that the diaspora that put these hardships on us. It was European colonization and racism.
real quick, y'all. So real quick, in her review, Here to Equality for the New York Review of Books, Shanae Garrett grumbles. She grumbles that we omit blacks who migrated to the United States more recently because allegedly we argue that they have not experienced American racism. In fact, we never make any such claims. For example, we are well aware that the police in the United States do not interrogate a black victim's ancestry before engaging in acts of brutality. Listen now, what separates the recent black immigrants case from that of black American descendants of U.S. slavery is not the lack of exposure to racism in part. The separation lies in fact that they migrated to a racist country voluntarily, unlike the ancestors of the community that merit reparations from the U.S. government. I'll stop there.
Okay.
And if you did some more research, you might find out that they was fleeing from a racist colonization area. Like this is exactly my point.
Well, goddamn, they gotta get that. They gotta get theirs from where they fleeing from, though. Then, right?
It's from the same damn people.
No, it's not, brother. It's not. Matter of fact,
It's
brother,
from this. Okay, so now
You
it's not
can't
the
say
white
it.
man. So deity, it's not the white man. It's
But
other
it's
black
different
people holding us
governments,
back.
though.
The
It's
only thing
different
holding us
governments.
back is the brothers and sisters in Jamaica and Ghana.
It's different
It's not the
governments,
white
though.
man.
Who y'all think was operating the
And the only
transatlantic
thing
slave
holding the
trade?
people back in Jamaica and Ghana is the American Negro.
The same motherfucker that colonized Africa.
Y'all make this argument make sense.
Listen, neither Jamaica nor Belgium includes African Americans in their respective claims for restitution.
Deity, that
Nor
was
should
not what
they.
I just
Nor should they. Nor should
asked.
they.
Quit running to your
I'm just
books
saying,
and think
it's like you're
quit
seemingly
running
trying to
to your
suggest
books for
that somehow we're all
confirmation bias and
conflated and
actually
melded
listen for
together,
once.
brother. Yeah, our
Quit
plight
running
is,
to your books
our
for
plight is
confirmation
unique. It's not the
biases and going
same,
on one
brother.
of your
Yeah,
tangents.
it's not the same, though,
Quit
brother.
running on one of your
I'm
tangents
not going on one of my tangents.
and
Are you
answer
mad
the
because I'm reading?
question I
Are you mad because
asked.
I'm reading right now from
Deity, no, you're not making
the
me mad,
scholar
nigga.
who's
And I
30 years plus?
trust
I'm
me,
saying,
deity. I
are
got
you
more.
mad? Are you
Trust
perturbed,
me,
my brother?
deity. I got
Are
more
you
books than
vexed?
you, so don't
Are you
even go there.
VEX? Are you annoyed, my brother?
No, nigga,
Are you
I'm mad
annoyed
that
because
you
I'm reading
talking
from the
more than you
literature that
listening.
literally distinguishes why our plight is different than
Okay,
our
now
brothers and sisters
you
from Africa, my brother?
articulated yourself and
Are
quit
you
running
annoyed?
to a book for
Are
your
you vexed?
confirmation bias. You form your
Ain't
own
no,
argument.
ain't no
Don't do
confirmation
none of this
bias.
stuttering
Ain't
and huffing and
confirmation bias,
puffing.
my brother.
Don't get
Ain't
your chest
confirmation
all
bias.
swole up with all your huffing and
It ain't.
puffing.
It ain't.
Speak for
It ain't.
yourself.
It ain't.
Speak for yourself and answer the question.
The
Is it the
Congo has a
brother?
claim on
Is it
Hey, we
Belgium.
speak for ourselves. We
deity?
don't
Answer
force
the
up. And
question.
He says
ain't he
the
reading the
It's
Congo
not
source,
a
has a
though?
claim
complicated.
on
It's not a
Belgium.
complicated
So this book
question.
ain't divisive. You
Ain't he
can't
Deity,
reading the
answer
answer
the
the
source,
fucking
though?
question.
question.
He's
It's
just
not that
stomping real
goddamn
hard when it comes to
complex.
us. Is that an issue?
Deity,
Is he
again,
stomping real
answer the
hard when it
question
comes
that
to
was
us?
posed. Answer the question that was posed. Is it African Americans holding back
Real hard,
Jamaicans and
huh?
people?
In
Is it the
academia, I found
African?
somebody in
Is it the
academia.
African
You know, I'm
Americans?
glad this is a
Is
breath
it
of
the
fresh air.
African
So
American
many
holding back
coons and
brothers and
so many
sisters in
kumbaya
Jamaica or
niggas.
Ghana?
It's a breath of fresh air to read somebody who's been stomping 30 years, you feel me, for reparations specifically for us and not nobody else. Ain't been looking to nobody else. You from acknowledging
okay,
the
deity.
fraud, their
Okay,
plight of
but that was
fraud,
not the
but
question that
also
I
highlighting
asked.
who owes them. And
God
it has
damn.
much to do with the U.S., with the institution of the U.S. government of America. That same government is still around. This government right here is still here. I need to roll me up
Okay,
some.
are you ready to listen now?
Go ahead, because it's like you're trying to suggest,
Are
like
you ready to
it's like
listen
you're trying
now?
to
Don't say go
throw it
ahead
in
and
a
keep talking. Are
hodgepodge
you
pot.
ready to listen
You're
now
trying to
or are you
throw us
going to keep
in
talking?
a pot of
Are
hodgepodge.
you ready to
Go ahead.
listen or are you going to keep
Damn,
talking?
that's the issue.
This is a very simple
Always
question,
thrown together with
deity.
everybody.
How you going to say go ahead and keep running your mouth?
Because, man, go ahead.
Answer this very simple question. When it comes to the brothers and sisters in either Ghana or Jamaica, is it the American Negro holding them back? When it comes to the brothers and sisters in America, is it people in Ghana or Jamaica holding us back? Or is it white people, colonization, and racism?
That's rhetorical. We know. We
Then
know it's rhetorical. We know you are pushing
then you don't need to delineate from any fucking body and you need to go after the threat.
Okay. Yeah, so don't
That's not gonna get you to reparations quicker by pointing out, ooh, it only happened here, it only happened here, it only happened here. Nigga, get your ass away from me, go back to Jamaica. That's not gonna get you nowhere. I don't give a
Who
fuck
said
what
it
y'all
only happens
say.
here? If he's
I don't
acknowledging
care
that
what
the
y'all
UK
say.
owes Jamaica.
The shit becomes redundant and retarded, and niggas get tired of hearing the shit. Your little confirmation bias, nigga, trust me, I got books too.
Confirmation bias.
Yes,
Yes. As it
confirmation
pertains to
bias.
reparations, you damn right I am. Yeah.
You look for
You
what you
damn right.
want.
I'm biased. Yeah, I'm biased as hell.
For what deity, you look for
I'm
what you
biased
want
as a
to
mug when
hear.
it comes to
You look
U.S.
for
chattel
what you want to
slavery,
hear. Anybody that
Jim
paid
Crow,
attention to you will agree to that.
segregation,
You could be
red line.
far
You
more.
damn right.
You could
It's
be
unique.
far more of a
It's
threat
unique. It's
to.
different.
You could be far more of a threat to
It's
this system
diametrically
if you
opposed.
wasn't so wrapped up in the confirmation bias. You named out 5 fucking pseudos tonight. And you was with it because they was speaking some black power shit to you. Instead of doing further research and not getting wrapped up in confirmation bias and actually doing thorough research.
So, are
I've
you
been
trying to
trying to
use
express
the
that to
pseudo
you
or
since
something?
I
Is
met
that what
you.
you're trying to say?
But you
Did he
get
make
so
that
quick in your huffing. You get so
Is that
quick
what
in
you're
your
trying to
huffing
imply?
puff. And I got a book, I got a
Is that
book, I
what you're
got a
trying
book, I
to
got a
like
book for that, I
subtly
got a
imply?
book for
Trying to
that.
subtly say that?
You don't hear anybody trying to give jewels to you.
No, I hear you.
No, you don't.
I hear
No,
what
you
you're saying.
don't. No, you don't. You didn't hear shit I just said.
I heard everything you said. I heard you. So at the end of the day, come on, man.
What does that mean? It means something really simple that is a pet peeve of mine that I'm gonna put on the table and I'm gonna shut up. All this BS about African versus US black versus Caribbean black versus Canadian black versus Antarctica black. I don't have facts to prove that. We everywhere. Arctic black. If you allow that narrative to exist within you, you're participating in dismantling who we're supposed to be in this world, y'all. Rich and I are actually no less dedicated to the black community in the US than we are to the black community in Africa and in the Caribbean and in Europe. And the fact that our descent is African and your descent might be different does not mean that we can't represent all. And we're not fighting for all. And we keep letting this narrative exist in the world. I told y'all this is me. If you were calling me, this is how it would come out, y'all. And I'm gonna tell you why I'm triggered on that in a second. Anybody can believe what they want to believe. What I need the world part of this to do is to proactively dismantle the part of that conversation that is about if you ain't a black, I certify you don't deserve to help make black better. The last one is world.
That's the woman that started that's the head of the Essence shit.
Good follow up, Q.
You got to get through these combos, man.
I just want to know, when does it stop? Like when is it over? Like when do people like okay, when is it officially? When did people officially delineate it? At what point does that happen? Like at what point? Like when do you know when it, okay, boom, we delete? Because if you already delineated it seemed like people saying they talking in past tense, like this is already a thing and it happened. So why did everybody have to keep announcing it? It happened. Like what's the next step? Delineation doesn't happen. Okay, now what? Just keep talking smack about the people you delineated from. If you keep talking about the people you delineated from, did you really delineate? Because at that point, they living rent free in your head. Like if they gone, you wouldn't talk about them no more. If I broke up with a shorty, but I'm still talking about it every goddamn day for months on end, I'm still fucked up. She's still living in my head. She done moved on, done found a new man, doing X, Y, and Z, and I'm still up here crying about it. Y'all would call me a suck ass nigga. Like at what point do people move on? And it's like, okay, y'all delineated, we got it. So what's the next step? Because it can't just keep being this.
Engulf myself into Black American social and political issues. Tamir Rice mama's building a facility in she's building a facility and she got a GoFundMe in his honor, named after him, resource center, all that. So, doing that in the hometown. That's what I'm at. That's my follow up. You know, I ain't Oprah. I ain't trying to go to Africa and build no goddamn. Man, that's first. Let me build something here first, and then I'm gonna go to Africa and worry about. I ain't saying, shout out to Kyrie. He
that's the thing. See, Didi, we got that part. Y'all delineated. We got that part. That's why you delineated. We got it. Now, what's next though? As I said, like delineation happened already.
Invest into
what's the next part?
Issues that affect me. That's what I said. That's why I said something about. I brought up a Black American social and political matter.
Okay, I would love to see y'all actually doing that. I actually, and this is I'm from the heart. I would love to actually see that and stop with this stuff, because this stuff right here is doing nothing. Like I said, because again, they are living rent free in your head. They are literally living rent free in your head. This is why I say it's an African boogeyman, because because you got people in the chat like, yeah, we delineate, so we keep talking shit about them. Then again, y'all not delineating. Then y'all not delineating. I said the same thing to batshit crazy divested women that would sit up there and talk about how divested they are. They divested. They done with black men. They're gonna go find the white man. They're gonna go lay up with the white man, do all this other shit. They're gonna go find them Billy Bobs, anything else. They doing this while hanging in black people channels, black men channels 24/7 for weeks on end, telling all the black men how they divested and they moved on. Well, did you really? Because you still trying to talk to us. Like we are still living rent free in your head, but you talking about you divested. This is the same way I feel about this FBA shit. Like y'all are talking about y'all delineated, but y'all still talking about the people that y'all delineated from every fucking day, all day long. Y'all really ain't delineation from shit. Y'all really didn't. Y'all are bigger Pan-Africans, I would argue, than me or Q Butter ever will be. Because like y'all talk about Africa more than anybody. I know. Nobody talks about Africa more than FBAs. Period. Like, and that's facts. Nobody talks about Africa more than them. Nobody promotes Africa more than them. Nobody forces that Africa conversation more than them.
You gotta say that. You gotta say the FBA you be seeing or the stuff you be hearing be doing that, because like once again, we all don't do that. You ain't got nothing, no clips nowhere that show me doing that.
I can show you whole channels of people doing that. We can go
I'm
to the
talking about
channel.
me though. See what I'm saying? I'm talking about me.
Well, why don't you change the name then? Don't use FBA. Use something else.
Nah, I'm repping it because I'm rocking with it. I'm
Okay,
repping
then
it, bro. I'm
if you
repping the
gonna rep
home
it,
team.
then
I
you gotta
like
rep.
it.
You gotta
I'm
rep
fucking
what
with
comes
it.
along with it. We
I mean,
can't rep the United
I
States.
mean, if you gotta say that, okay. Well, if you gotta say that, then y'all gotta hold
we
the
can't
L for
rep
Umar Johnson
America.
too. Then you
We
gotta
can't
hold the
rep
L for Umar
America.
Johnson too, right? That's what you're saying. So we responsible for Umar Johnson.
We
Right, then
can't rep
so don't try
America.
to put everything on me, bro. Just like I can't put everything from Pan Africanism on you, don't put everything on me. Because Umar Johnson is the prince of Pan Africanism. So don't put everything on me if I can't put everything on you.
So you must have not been here when I fucking evicted Umar out the Pan African motherfucking whole group. You wasn't here on that stream when I
I
evicted
wasn't
his
here,
ass?
my dude. I wasn't here, Dev.
Okay, my bad then. It's still up. That video's still up, yo.
I wasn't here.
I'm just
But
saying,
what I'm saying is we can't put everything on. You can't put everything on everybody,
but
bro.
I'm saying though, it's the same thing with you though.
You never know. We might have,
No,
but the thing is, we might have to
exactly.
build. We might have to build to get people's
Exactly.
minds right. But the thing is, we might have to build to get people's minds right, bro. That don't mean you gonna tell me I gotta stop repping some shit I like.
But
No. I
is the
didn't say
building
stop
start? At
repping.
what point does the
I
building
said
start?
change your name and then continue to do what you're doing, so
But
you
why I
won't be
gotta change my name?
associated
My
with the
name is
larger
G Style
group.
Media. My name ain't even got FBA in it.
But I'm saying though, the negative rhetoric
My
farly
name is G
outweighs
Style
on
Media, my G. My
how
name
you
don't even
feel.
got FBA in it. Why I gotta change my name?
But all I'm saying is the negative rhetoric, the abo shit, and the anti-African and Caribbean shit, that farly outweighs. It's way more number, way more videos, way more. The results are just far outweighing in what you think. That's all
Yeah,
I'm
but that
saying, though.
depends on what you're looking at. That depends on what you're looking at. Y'all not looking at both
There is
sides
no
of the
depend.
spectrum. You're not looking at both sides of the spectrum. The shit, a lot of the shit is in response to what they're saying about us, bro. You got to look at
No,
both
it's
sides of the
not,
spectrum.
man. No,
Yes,
it's
it
not.
is. Look at the TikTok
Y'all are
wars, bro.
responding to
This shit
response
is
videos.
responses to what they was.
Y'all
Because
are
remember, when the
responding.
shit
I'm telling
first
you what's
jumped off.
going on. I'm telling you
Hold
what's
on,
going
remember
on.
when
Y'all
the
are
shit first
responding.
jumped off with the Twitter
Y'all are,
thing, when it had like 20,000 people in that room? Remember who was in there talking shit? It was Myron Games in there talking shit about Black Americans, and then Tariq came in there, and then Tariq came in there defending Black Americans, and that's when all the shit started. Because
right.
we was
That shit started before that.
responding.
That shit
We was
started before that.
responding, and when we responded, the clapbacks is too hard. They can't handle the clapbacks.
Pump your brakes. That shit started way before that Myron Clubhouse Tariq situation happened. That shit been going on. That was just a part of it, but that shit been going on before that. But my thing
That was the spark of it. That's what really sparked this shit.
When do y'all start building? Y'all good at tearing shit down, but when do y'all actually start building? That's all I want to know. When is this building that y'all keep talking about is going to happen?
You got to destroy. It's 8. Number 8. Build and destroy. You got to
build and destroy, right? Build and destroy to born something.
Right. Okay, it's blown up already. So when do y'all start building the new shit?
I mean, I think it's just it's in its beginning stages. I think it's gonna take off. It's in its beginning stages. It's just started. We building.
Y'all can't
We getting to it. We getting to it. We getting our minds right.
Y'all can't keep going back
Gotta
to
give
the
it time. It ain't been here for no 10 years, no 20 years. You gotta give it time.
You can't keep going back to the wreckage of the war, shooting off your AKs at the rubble. What good is that doing? The war's over. It's done. Y'all tore everything down, but y'all still shooting at rocks. It's the thrill of the war, I guess. I don't know, but when do y'all get that thrill of the war over with and actually start building up?
I don't know. I can't answer that for you because I don't be doing that shit. So I really can't answer it. Like this is what I'm saying. You be making these arguments you be making be for the wrong people. Y'all got to get the people in here. I guess they be in the chat. I guess they be in the chat. They don't be wanting to come up, but I can't answer that because I don't think like that. So I can't answer that.
So I'm asking, who do I need to talk to then?
I don't know. Whoever you see that's talking the shit, get at them. You got to get them up here and get at them.
I'm talking about the leader of the movement. Who's the leader?
Well, call up. Well, if you feel like Tariq is the leader of the movement, you need to call up Tariq show that he do every night. He's probably on there right now. I need to call up, do that shit live, and call up and debunk him live while you're on his Twitter show.
I'm asking you because you said Tariq wasn't the leader, so I'm asking who is.
There's no leader. That's the thing.
They ain't no leader. So y'all just
There's no leader, bro. There's no leader. There's never been. There's nobody that ever claimed to be the. There's nobody that ever claimed to be the leader of it. Like I don't want to keep going in circles.
Claims that y'all gonna be
I don't want to
building
keep
all this
going in
stuff
circles
when
with this shit. Like
y'all not even organized. Y'all not even organized. But y'all talk about all the stuff.
who's the leader of Pan Africanism?
Not organized.
Who's the leader? Who's the leader of Pan African?
The Pan Africanism ain't a group. Y'all a group.
See, this is what I'm saying. No, it's not a group. FBA is not a group, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, y'all are.
These conversations be too circular, bro. I don't be trying to do that.
Y'all are a group, dog. Y'all a group. People have.
You got. All right, we gonna do it like this. You can have your opinion, bro. I'm about to spark my blunt.
I feel like when you say Psycho, when you say that when you make the definitive claim that you know, quote unquote FBA is not organized, you omit the fact that there has been rallies on in Washington D.C. Now, neither how we want to try to.
I see one. I see
size of it. I mean, it's you got to start somewhere.
I see
like,
one.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
see one. It was a few years ago.
Not organized at all, though. Like there hasn't been.
I seen one a few years ago. I want to say 2020. Was this during the pandemic? It might have been 2020. I want to say about. It might have been. I don't know. Might have been after that. I can't remember what year it was. This was years ago though. But I did see one. I know Professor James Small was there. He actually was there saying he ain't with all the xenophobic stuff either. I remember him being on stage saying that. I forgot who else showed up, but yeah, I saw that one.
There's been two as far as from the first one. There's been a reoccurring as far as try to say a second anniversary of it. But the first one was 2023 or 22. One of those. I know it was.
There was a lot of people out there.
COVID, I know that.
I ain't see a lot of people in the one I saw. You must saw a different one I saw. One I saw didn't they had 200-300 people tops.
Nah, they had a couple
people. There was a lot of space.
I think they had like a good 1,000 people there or something like that. Something around.
What's up, panel? They looked like 1,000 when I saw it. I'm gonna keep it above. And I'm not hating or nothing. I'm just saying it really wasn't a big turnout from what I remember.
Okay, can I give a little bit of perspective from what I've been listening to? Just I don't want to take no side on. What's up? I don't want to take no side on either one, but I've been listening to everybody's argument. I think where a lot of the conversation is getting lost is the FBA, ADOS, or whatever it is. I think because of the Tariqs and some of the personalities that seem to be the loudest, it does come off as a group, if you will, right? But to be fair, I think a lot of people do come up here psycho, like the other brother. I think what he's saying is it's just as much as the ideology as Pan-Africanism is for us, right? So I think that's probably where the conversation has gotten twisted for the last 20 with you two. I'm not taking his side or your side. That's what I've been listening to.
I got you.
So I think if y'all approach it from
back off something you just said, you said, you just said that. Damn, what did you just say again? Repeat. You just said that's that break part.
I was saying that I think that they looking at FBA ADOS or whatever. They looking at it as an ideology.
I remember.
Like we look at Pan-Africanism.
I got you. Yeah. Now see, Pan-Africanism is totally an ideology, right? Like I would agree with you. It's totally an ideology, right? But they're not saying FBA is an ideology. They're saying it's a lineage. 1 minute they saying it's a culture. Then they saying it's a nationality. Now you're saying it's an ideology. So it's like I don't know what the hell it is.
Well, I'm saying I think that who you was. I'm sorry, bro. I can't see you. I can't even see everybody's face. So I don't know who you was arguing with, but I think that's what his argument. Now, to be fair, bro, to you, when you come up on when you come into a quote unquote a group conversation, because a lot of where we're having this conversation,
my bad.
Okay, G-Styles, my bad. So when we're having this conversation, it is more from the collective perspective, right? So you can't have a collective conversation and then say, well, I'm not me. If you're gonna rep, quote unquote, if you're gonna rep ADOS or FBA, then you do have to accept like the group with that group ideology or what's being spewed out there now. What I would say to you is, if you have an issue with the
No, you
misrepresentation,
don't.
hold on, bro, hold on, let me finish. If you do have an issue with the representation or people's perspective about FBA being less than an ideology and more of a group, I would say that's when we have to do more of a. That's when you have to do more safeguarding of your own quote unquote culture, right? So if iCycle's telling you, well, from what I've been seeing, it's more of a group, a cult, whatever we're gonna call that, and you're saying, well, no, you're arguing from no, it's an ideology just like Pan-Africanism is. But then you'll come around and say, no, I'm not like the rest of them niggas. I'm FBA, but I'm not them. You can't do that, bro. If you're
No,
FBA, then you're FBA. And when this
you
brother's
gotta
telling you,
be.
well, this is
See,
what,
all right.
when this
I
brother's
hear what you're
telling you
saying,
that
but
the other
I hear what
FBAs
you're
are,
saying,
this
but
is what they're.
you haven't heard my whole. You haven't heard my whole premise. Like you can't really even say that because I never said that. I ain't say
Well,
I'm not like the rest
I've
of
been
them
listening for
niggas.
like 20,
I
30
said
minutes, bro.
I ain't never
You had
say
to hear
I'm
the
not like
premise.
the. I never said I'm not like the rest of them niggas. I said all of us are not like that. That's what I
But
said.
again,
All of us are
brother,
not
when you
like that.
go,
And you
okay,
can't,
got
no,
you.
you
Okay,
can't
got you.
apply that.
With
You
that
can't
being
apply
said,
one
though,
person's way of thinking to me because you have a whole lot of people that gravitated onto the FBA movement. You have people that are Hebrew Israelites that gravitated onto the FBA movement. I don't agree with none of that mess. So you can't sit there and say I'm supposed to be agreeing with the stuff they saying because they gravitated on the
I'm not
FBA
saying
because
you
they Black
supposed to, bro.
American too.
You
The
miss,
whole
you
thing,
miss
this
what I
thing is
said,
really
bro.
about it's really
Man,
about
y'all
Black
niggas,
Americans.
y'all just,
It's really about
you're not having,
all it
bro.
is.
You're having
All
a
it really
monologue
is a
now.
new wave of
You're
Black
having a
Americans representing
monologue now,
themselves, man.
nigga. You're having a monologue. If you're gonna have a monologue, I'm gonna be quiet,
But the
bro.
FBA flag, literally 2 of the 3 stars. There's only 3 stars. 2 of the 3 stars is Indian stars. They ain't no Hebrew stars. They ain't no Muslim stars or none of that. These are Indian stars, and that's what the FBA flag stands for.
But that wasn't even
I
my
mean,
point, Psycho.
I was
don't.
just
I
to
personally,
point
But
that
my
out.
point,
Go ahead, my
Psycho.
bad.
But
I
my point,
personally
Psycho.
don't
Before he
know
went on
that,
the
and I'm
before he
not.
went
I'm
on the
not
monologue,
waving
my
no
point I was
flag,
trying
bro.
to make. Before he went on the monologue, my point I was trying to make was it's just like us as all black people, right? We have these conversations all the time, Psycho. You know where I'm gonna go with this. Even when we be battling Psycho in our conversations, bro, we can't sit up and be like, well, not all black people. We know that the loudest sometimes, it's not all black people, but we know sometimes the loudest, the ones that jump, they tend to talk, sometimes represent us. So instead of saying not all black people, we attack the motherfuckers that's misrepresenting us or putting that bad image on us, right? So that's what I'm saying to him. You can't say, well, FBAs are not that.
That don't even
When
make
other people
sense.
telling you what there are FBAs
Those
that
two
are
things
doing
you
this.
said don't even correlate, man. Come on, that's crazy.
All right, well, that was my point, bro. I'm cool with the rest of that.
And your
That
point
was the
was
point I
hella
wanted to
off,
make.
though. Your point was hella off because don't lump me in like I've been saying. Do not lump me in with anybody else you seeing on these TikTok videos and none of these weird niggas. Because I don't make those same claims. And you don't have to be FBA to make them claims that people make. Be Indians and all that shit. I don't make them claims. I ain't never claimed that bullshit.
But that's literally it's literally on the flag, though. It's literally on the flag.
You know, I don't know. I don't rep that flag. I don't wave the flag. I don't know. I don't be looking at that flag. I don't know.
How do you rep I don't even know what to call it. I'm just gonna say a group. How do you rep a group that has a flag that you
So
say
he got Indians on the flag?
No, the flag got 3 stars, and 2 of the stars is sitting around Indian shit.
Yes.
That's
The
what he
Indians
said?
are
That's what it says?
represented on the flag.
Yes,
Yes.
literally. I can pull it up.
That's what it says, Indian shit?
You want to look at the
I mean,
flag?
there's a definition of each star on that flag. And one of the stars in particular does represent the Aboriginal argument. So, yes, the Indians are on the flag.
Saying the star insignia represents.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yes. But when you read what the stars mean, it literally tells you.
Are we not going by the FBA website where it actually lays it out line by line?
Yeah,
I
I'm
ain't
not making this
disregarding that.
up.
I mean,
I'm not lying.
And this is where I say internally,
Yeah.
this is a point that's going to come to a
Put
head with the
put
FBA
the shit.
movement.
Put the
So
shit on,
let
though. What
them.
are y'all talking about? Show it. Show what y'all talking
You
about.
believe?
We're talking about the FBA flag with
You
the
got the
three
keys right
stars.
there.
Like it's very, very defined that this star means Aboriginal. If I'm being honest, I think the third star, when they explain that, is when you finally get to the descendants of slaves.
Okay, here we go. I'm about to share my screen, Jack. Let me know when sharing.
Can y'all see it in the chat?
You can see it.
Mm-hmm.
I can see. Okay, there you go. All right, I wasn't sure. All right. Yeah, see, it go to 3 stars right
Look,
there. It tells you
blow
what
it
the
up a little
flag.
bit. Yeah, after that.
I'll blow it up. All right.
Yeah, just a little. Yeah.
Whoa, a little too big.
Oh yeah, I forgot that website do kind of the
I
settings are
lost
kind of
track where the fuck I was just at. God damn, where the
go
fuck
all the way to the top. Yeah.
Nah, I'm down here somewhere. No, I gotta keep going down. There you go. All right, here go the flag. Here go the 3 stars. All right. And then you scroll down, tells you what the 3 stars mean. See, represents the 3 groups who make up the ethnic group that will become foundational Black Americans. First star, the Black Aboriginal people of North America. That's the very first star, right? And then the second star, the Black explorers and traders who had contact with the Americas before Columbus. That's more Indian shit. That's that Alvin Van Sertima pseudo shit, right? And then this one, we finally get a shout out. The captives brought to the Western Hemisphere from Africa.
Ain't no finally get a shout out. I mean, that's what it is, bro. Why it gotta be we finally get a shout out?
2 of these stars outweigh this one, don't it?
I don't think they outweigh it. I don't think they outweigh this one. I mean,
you don't think
me personally, I don't know a whole lot about all that that Aboriginal shit, so I don't hear to that stuff. I don't hear to that Indian shit. So I can't say me personally, I can't say yay or nay. I haven't did the studies on it. I can't say yay or nay.
Oh, so you open to this? Are you open to this being true?
I'm not open to it. I'm just saying I can't say yay or nay. I'm just being honest.
Well, so that means you're open to it.
If I was open to it, if I was open to it, I would be saying probably. I would be saying probably. But I ain't never looked at myself as an Indian. I never had that idea. I never had that idea in my head.
If you're not saying nay, that means you are open to it.
Bro, when it comes to research, you supposed to be open to everything, but I'm not saying I'm open to being an Indian. I'm saying I don't know all the information pertaining to that. That's all I'm saying.
Just like I said,
now that you know
just like I said, FBAs are all engine adjacent. Whether they claim engine or not, they all open
I don't
to the
claim that shit. You don't see. I don't claim it.
Y'all don't question this stuff. Y'all don't look into it. Y'all just hear people say this stuff. Next thing you know, in another year, you're gonna be coming back saying slavery never happened. It went in fucking reverse. And this, that,
I ain't never gonna say that because I know better. I learned at least that. I learned about the slave slave. I ain't never gonna say no dumb shit like that.
Probably I can take my back to that. So I would say it don't exist.
Yeah, I'm repping FBA. That's the home team. That's what I'm rocking with. That's the wave right now. That's us.
Engine. I can't rock no engine stuff.
You good.
So G Styles, is it a possibility that you're a part of something that isn't really repping what you believe in? Because when you look at that flag, right, and
It's
you look
expressing
at the
our black.
breakdown.
It's expressing Black American culture. How is that not what I believe in?
Well, when you look at that flag and you look at the breakdown of the flag on the FBA website, you see clearly they are repping for the Abos, right?
I mean, that's what he got there. He claiming. I guess they claiming people was here before time that was officially there. I don't know nothing about that.
So
I'm
I'll
not
go
gonna
back
sit
to
here.
my original question.
I'm
Is
not
it
gonna sit here and
possible?
say I'm rocking with that. I'm not gonna sit here and say that.
Okay.
That's why I said don't lump all of us into one corner. We ain't all thinking the same, bro.
I mean, my argument is always I think a lot of people that support FBA don't truly know what they stand on. And like I've been saying, at some point that's going to come to a head in the FBA community alone. Like you can't be claiming to be an African slave and an Aboriginal without at some point having to address that between
That's
the two
3 points,
parties
though.
in that group.
We're not saying all 3 points have to be intermerged. That's 3 different points, though. Yeah, and according to some of y'all, we didn't all get here by the transatlantic slaves. So I don't know. Me myself, I got to do more research on that. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Some people got here. Some people came here free, but they came here from somewhere though. They didn't. It wasn't always here. Some people did come here free though.
That's what I'm saying. See, then when things like that is there, and then it's like, all right, well, that's where the shit gets mixy at.
Nah,
well, me personally, I got to do more research. Me personally,
I know we wasn't no niggas here for 1492. Like I said, it was everybody slaves. Not everybody wasn't slaves, but the vast majority of black people brought here with slaves, or came here with slaves. Vast majority. Wasn't there was a whole slew of free black people out here at the time. It wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Psycho. I think majority came via the slave trade, and then you got a host of others that would have been freed or came in another way, but most of them still came from the same area.
Right. And those would be the ones that went up to like the northern colonies, not the southern ones or whatever. And then you actually had motherfuckers like they said in that 12 years of slave shit. That actually was true. That shit actually happened. Like people was getting snatched, free black people was getting snatched up north and taken down in the south and turned into slaves.
Sold into slavery. Yep.
Mm-hmm. So you had
The
stuff
same
like that.
as it was Native Americans that was getting snatched up.
Mm-hmm.
There was anybody that looked like something, they'll snatch you up. That's why I say it's which we always, I think we admit to, it's a few people that actually have native blood. That's not nobody denying that part. It's when y'all try to act like all of us or most of us native or some shit like that.
I think that's where some of them people, that's where some of them abos go crazy. That's where they go crazy at that point right there. I think they take shit like that and just run with it and be like, yo, we ain't never came from Africa. And it's like, wait, hold up.
For me, that's where most of my pushback come from. Even with the FBA, it feel like that's where most of this stuff start at. Like, I just don't like Africa. I don't want to be associated with Africa.
That's what I was saying. You got a lot of them niggas that jumped in the shit that came from these Hebrew groups, or they just came from some places where they just have a deep self-hate. You know what I'm saying? They never even really interacted with people from the Caribbean or Africa versus a nigga like me. I grew up in New York City, bro. You know what I'm saying? I grew up, some niggas 100 times, my best friend is Jamaican. I grew up riding with these people. You know what I'm saying? Multicultural, you know how it is in New York, bro. We got Spanish dudes in our crews, all that type of shit, bro. We in the street doing shit. So when you coming up with people in tough situations and it's like, you're back against the wall, you're holding each other down type shit, it's kind of different, and a nigga like me ain't gonna be looking at nobody as no tether or have no hate for no African or no Caribbean, because it's like I done came up in the trenches with these people, bro. I know they don't
How you be a
think
part of
look
something
down
with other people have that vitriol. Like, because if you say you don't have that vitriol,
When I see people that do, when I see people that be on that type of time, I be getting at them like, what the fuck kind of shit you on? I don't rock with nobody that think like that, bro. I don't rock with nobody that think like that.
But you don't see, but you, I mean, like, I'm talking about like you. Well, you said you see all the wild shit these motherfuckers be doing. Everything else, you like, you don't see how people get turned off from that shit.
I do. I never said I didn't see that. I do see it. That's why I try to come. I always try to make sure people know, look, I'm not like that. I try to get my voice out there and let people know not all of us are like that. Because you got a lot of people that are FBA. You got a lot of people that are FBA that did come up, learning about shit in the diaspora on some Black Power shit that, just rocking with the home team type shit, but they're not hating on people that come from other cultures. You know
It
what I'm
just
saying?
seems like a lot of the FBA people that come around have a disdain for Africa.
And a lot of people you see on TV, a lot of people you see on YouTube, a lot of people got the biggest names. That's probably what it is. And so, certain,
I'm talking about when niggas come in these spaces and we be having these conversations. I ain't talking about like no celebrity shit. I'm talking about like when niggas come in these spaces.
Oh yeah, niggas be on some real shit.
Yeah, man.
I can't go live without having trolls all up in my motherfucking chat talking that fuck African shit. Pan-Africanism is dead. Boom, 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 whoop-de-whoop. Every time I go live, I got about 8 trolls that's going to pop up, pop off.
Like, yeah, you got some people. You do got a lot of people who some people done went totally left with that shit. I ain't gonna lie, you got a lot of people like that out there. They just
the kill is I could be sitting there talking about football. I could do a stream talking about football. Motherfuckers gonna come up there talking shit about Africa. It's the weirdest thing ever, and I'm not bullshit.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of that suck ass shit got absorbed up into the shit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that suck ass shit got absorbed up into the shit. We definitely gonna have to do something about that. I don't know, but I feel like Tariq personally, I don't think he has that real hate for Africans and Caribbeans. I think the message gets, it gets blurred, it gets mixed up because the dude be snapping like crazy and he real good at it. But I essentially, Tariq don't got no hate for these people, bro. You try to tell y'all all the time, you know what I mean?
I think he's willing to grift off of that hate to build a base. I think he's definitely willing to do that.
I wouldn't
if
say
I
that.
even took you at what you're saying that he doesn't hate,
I wouldn't
that
say
group.
that. Nah, I don't know. I wouldn't say that, bro.
Let me say this.
I was because you've been following Tariq for years. You know he got love for Africa and the Caribbean.
I would listen to Tariq off and on back in the day, and this, that, and the third. I would watch some of his DVDs, everything else. I didn't hate him. I wasn't a fanboy of his, and I occasionally absorbed his content. I listened to him more back in the day or whatever, but I didn't have no real issues until this FBA movement came about. So my issues ain't with Tariq as a person or whatever. I've actually defended Tariq, like I said, multiple times on this motherfucker when he went through bullshit or whatever. This, that, and the third. So like, this ain't nothing like, oh, I can't stand Tariq and all this other thing else. I got a problem with the movement he created and what attached itself to it. Because again, the engines came around and blew that whole movement up. That movement it wouldn't be what it was today without the Indians. That's why he gave 2 stars to him out of the 3. And so I got a problem with the Indians. I got smoke with them. And he kind of got tied in with them. So by default, he catches it.
I mean, I can understand that perspective. You know what I'm saying? I can understand that perspective, but y'all got to understand a lot of the general public that's getting involved with it, that's fucking with it. People just on some, this is, it's a Black American thing. We rocking with it. That's how it's generally looked at. That's why you got a lot of people. You even got dudes like Shelly. He said the same thing. He's like, look, I don't agree with a lot of that shit Tariq saying. No, but look, I'm just saying what a nigga saying, like how people are looking at it. I don't agree with a lot of that shit. He said out of his own mouth, I don't agree with a lot of that shit he's saying, but I understand what they talking about. We rocking with the home team. I can rock with that. And I think that's how a lot of people are really looking at it. You know, if people ain't, you know, because I don't know. That Indian shit is weird. I don't rock with that Indian shit. But I know a lot of people have always tried to say they had Indian in their family. A lot of people have always tried to claim that bullshit. But me personally, I don't subscribe to that shit, man.
That was a woman's thing. That was chicks with perms that was saying that. Niggas' grandmothers wasn't saying we was Indian like they saying.
Nah, you did have a lot. No, I know niggas personally. Their moms were saying they was part Indian. I
Man, that
know
was chicks with
people.
perms saying I
I
got
know people
Indian
were
in my
personally
family.
saying that. Yeah, I don't know. You're stupid. I don't know. I don't subscribe to that Indian shit though. Yeah, I fuck with Seti just as a dude, I fuck with Seti, man, just as a dude, for a voice in the struggle. I'm not saying all that information. When he got with Young Pharaoh, that kind of hurt his fucking, you know, his career, really, his reputation. He should have never got with Dumb Pharaoh.
I actually agree with you. He wasn't the same since he got that with Young
that
Pharaoh
was
and
when
all
I
that
fell
bullshit. I
back.
agree. The
When
best
he
for
was
Seti
talking,
was before Young Pharaoh.
when Seti was
Yeah,
talking
you
that
know what I'm
it's on
saying?
the wall,
He
I was with
was the
him then.
voice. He was the voice for that. That's what I'm saying. I was rocking with Seti. He was the voice for this shit heavy. Like, I know all the nigga information was 100% correct, but when it comes to that rhetoric though, that type of, you know what I'm saying, it is such thing as good propaganda, and Seti definitely was pushing that heavy.
It's on the walls.
Yeah, I
I
was
used to
fucking with
rock with
that
Seti.
militant shit. Yeah, I was fucking with Seti, and Seti was a funny. He low key a comedian. That's the funny shit.
Said he would say FBA is a form of crackatosis.
Hey, he was getting at it at first. At first, he was getting at it, but after a while, he started to understand. He's like, "Yo, look, I understand what y'all talking about. Not everybody's on that hate Africa shit. A lot of us are not on that. And I guess we're gonna have to be more vocal about it. You know, I mean, that's I know me. I'm gonna do my part. Definitely be more vocal about that.
Time to start building, man. Wow, interesting. Yes, Denny's waitress refused to serve black truckers, then had the cops called on them. Now they're suing the company for $4 million. I know that's right. Every time I see stories like this, that's why I be like, these Negroes, I need my check. You talking about Atlanta Black Star? Catch up, goddammit. Yeah, right here, Atlanta Black Star, Denny's. Atlanta Black
That's
Star.
crazy. Where's that? Down in Atlanta?
This happened in let me see. It happened. Okay, so South Dakota.
Oh, they should have known already. They in South Dakota. Shit.
$4 million each. That's right. Get your bread. Every time I see a black person soon, get your money. I can never be like, oh, that nigga trying to get some money out of somebody. No,
Nah, man, get that money, especially from them crackers. Get that money, man. Fuck that.
Get your money. Yeah, man.
Get that money.
For real. Get it.
Cause Lord knows when it comes to that shit, they the kings. They the kings of getting lawsuits out of any and every little thing.
Oh, facts. Big facts. The kings
Shit.
and the so-called queens.
Yeah, out of any and every little thing, they get a lawsuit out of.
Yeah, man, it's real. Like I said, man, even the brother, Sinners, what's the brother's name? The brother, the producer, he foundational.
Yeah, he
It's,
gave it up. He gave it
yeah,
up.
like, you know what I'm saying? So it's the whole like it has a
That's what I'm
permeated.
saying. I think it's more of a cultural thing. People just like, you know what I mean? A lot of people are just like, yo, that's the wave right there. Yeah, Black American. Well, oh yeah, that's what we repping. That's what we on. Oh yeah, FBA. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm fucking with it. Niggas is rocking with it, bro. I think it's more of a that type perspective. I think these niggas, we're gonna have to drown out all these niggas that's coming with the hate, man, because they on some different shit.
You remember when what's his name? What's his name? He played in Creed. What's his name? He played Creed. He played in Black Panther too.
Oh, B. Jordan, Michael B. Jordan.
He came out with an alcohol drink or something, but
Oh, Juve, yeah, and they hated on him big
symbol
time.
of the career. There was a certain. It was
Oh
all
no, yeah, they guarded their culture with that. They guarded their culture. They told us hands off.
They told him he was not that part of that culture. You are a slave. I ain't gonna say they told me he was a slave, but they told him basically that he was not that culture, and he needs to relinquish. He needs to relinquish that non-Black American but Black insignia from his brand because it's not a part of his culture. So that's what I'm saying. Like it's this whole naivety, how we just we don't know about nobody just checking us about us being in the wrong culture. But when we embrace our culture, it's a problem. Or it's an issue. Oh, nigga, you being divisive. You feel me? Like
Because when he tried to make that drink, they was quick to delineate and say that's their culture and that's not our culture.
Yeah.
They was quick to delineate with that one. I remember that.
He came out and apologized.
Yeah, he canceled the whole project. He ain't even go through with it because they made such an uproar. They made such an uproar about him using their shit.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't no when it came to them on their end, it wasn't no Pan African and Pan African shit with them. They said, "Fuck that, you American. Why you repping our shit?"
We preach that. We stand on that. We propagate that. That's a part of us to love and accept. You Black, come on, eat. You feel me?
It always has been. It always has been. It always has been. It always has been. That's a fact.
So it ain't just no one pointing to one person. And Kai said it's many things we can point to that make you like, damn, well, shit, maybe we need to just, maybe we need to, what'd he say? Boundary maintenance, an important task in building new Black communities is establishing and maintaining community boundaries. It is a common sight to see animals mark their territory. Humans operate at a higher level, but they too establish boundary lines, then mark them. The majority society clothes its communities using markers such as skin color, religion, ethnicity, and languages. Community markings also vary with the wealth and political clout of the group. Those with the greater wealth and political clout will typically have more prominent markings. Wealthy communities are marked and closed by signs, gates, and security guards. Ethnic communities such as Chinatowns are marked symbolically, often by ornate Oriental gates. Koreatown and Little Havana are marked and closed by flags in a foreign language. Hispanics claim and mark space and close communities using the Spanish language. As the society becomes increasingly pluralistic, groups stake out, mark, and close their turf. Facts. When you go look, except every. Wait. He says that is every group except Black Americans, and this is what Powernomics. This was written when? This was written when? When this book was written? This book was written in 2001. So that's why we can't act like this ain't ongoing. Like he said, every group. He said. What he say? He said, as a society becomes increasingly pluralistic, groups stake out, mark, and close their turf. That is every group except Black America. Black America can build communities, but to keep them and have them archived. No. Black America can build communities, but to keep them and have them archived their objectives, they ought to be marked and closed. Marking is one of the first principles that we should institute as a part of our code of conduct. Once our communities are up and doing business, we must mark our communities the way other groups do. By marking our communities, we send a message that these communities belongs to us. Today, there are no positive signs that identify Black neighborhoods and say this is ours. God, motherfucking damn. Whoa!
That's true.
I mean, it's almost done, but I just gotta stop there, man. I just gotta stop there, man. Woo!
Yeah.
The folks
I mean, when you look at it from a New York perspective, that's just kind of true. It's like a whole lot of this shit is just like, you know what I mean? It's just everybody from everywhere. So, you know, it's really crazy.
My barber up here talks about how the Africans, Somalians, or Africans, Somalians and Africans, they used to all patronize him, but they just, you know, spontaneously out of nowhere just all stop coming to him, and they just, you know, they go to other Somalian and
Yeah,
African.
they fuck with their own people. Yeah, they fuck with their own people.
Barber though, so he talks about that.
You know, a lot of them do that. What Homeboy was just, I mean, Homeboy was just saying earlier. A lot of them, what the dude was saying from Canada earlier, he said a lot of them come here, they make their money, and they send that shit right back to their little communities in their country. They don't got no plans on building nothing up. You know, they send their shit right back to their homes. You know? That's what they do. They make that money off us. Send that shit right back to their people.
See, look. So today there are no positive signs that identify Black neighborhoods and say this is ours. When Black Americans begin to mark territory, it does not mean that others are unwelcome. Pause.
Right.
Pause right there.
Right.
When Black Americans to mark territory, it does not mean that others are unwelcome. So when we say we're FBA, it does not mean we're anti-Black. It means we are tired. That's why I said we have to understand the backstory to understand the present story. You know, and
that's what I'm saying. A lot of these folks that be having a criticism, they don't understand the backstory of where the shit is really coming from.
So y'all want a city called FBA?
Say it again.
So y'all want a city called FBA?
Yeah, what is
it? But just it's just a
I don't
matter
know.
of
City called FBA. I don't know. I don't want no city
really
called
necessary?
FBA.
We don't.
It's not necessary to have to name the city anything.
We can't say this though. The reason why our enclaves have been unmarked is a result of white folks. So I will oblige to that because he's highlighting how basically that you know
They always fucking up our shit.
What you saying?
I'm saying they always fucking up our shit. I'm white folks.
Yeah. But so, like he's saying, we can build communities. We know we can build communities, and we know what's the result of our communities being uncommunity or being decommunity. Words, yeah, man. It's like he said, man. Just because we're staking ownership in self does not mean nobody's unwelcome. Like that's clearly it doesn't mean we're anti-Nigerian or anti-Jamaican or anti, any other Black corresponding anybody that's
Right.
Black. Yeah.
Right. And my thing is like we gotta also take note to the people like I said before, the shit that they be talking, bro. It's like this shit is looked at it from a one-sided view. It's a whole nother spectrum to this shit. They be popping so much shit about us. We really went on the defensive, you know what I'm saying? It's really the defensive we went on. We ain't on the offensive. They were starting all the crazy shit, all the diaspora wars. That was them.
Really?
Hell yeah.
No, I wouldn't say that.
I don't know. From what I seen, that wasn't us.
Because once again, we have to insert the alabaster man and woman. Alabaster means super pale. We have to insert them as far as we have to implicate them into the dealings of the chasm between Black Americans You know, our brothers and sisters, man. But yeah, I just don't. I don't think it would be it would be prudent, it would be wise of us to, you know, specifically and solely say it's their fault. You know, 'cause I don't think that would be you know, it wouldn't be. It's not a sound. Yeah.
I think the phone was that other dude's phone was loud as hell. I couldn't hear nothing.
Say it again, brother. You can hear.
No, I'm saying the other guy background was crazy loud. I couldn't hear nothing.
Basically, what I'm saying, I don't think it would be. It would basically it would be it would be inaccurate for us to you know, for us to assert that the onus is solely placed on Africa as to why, you know, we're divided. Like that's I think that.
No, I wouldn't say that. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. That's not what I was saying. I'm talking about this whole.
As far as
I'm
who
talking about this
initiated
whole.
the divide, too, my brother. I want to say I heard particles of what you said. Not particles. I've heard that in particular of what you said. I said that it's solely like that. I don't think it's accurate to say that, you know, it's solely there, or it's I don't think it's accurate to place the onus on the divide, saying or not divide, but saying that they initiated or they're the sole culprits of why the divide exists.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
You have to, because remember, because the white man and women has always been, you know, they've always been.
Yeah, it's definitely always been some interference.
They've always
They always definitely been running plays. I get what you're saying. I definitely get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. And like I said too, man, I got people, man. Like I got people who actually got land in Ghana. You feel me? But you know, but with that, he needs to network with people in Ghana who's like-minded, who's gonna make sure he don't get taxed, because he's, you know, he gotta, you know, there is certain ways you have to navigate so you don't get, you know, the
All that red tape put on your ass, man. They like to whip you out there.
You know, you have to navigate, you know, just like America. I gotta say that too, because we're gonna say, you know, well, you gotta do that over here in America. But I would say you would have to more so do that over there, because you are a individual in a foreign land and you know nothing about. So it's more prominent.
Yeah, they be taxing the shit out of us out there too. You gotta really be careful out there.
Yeah, there's regulations, there's lawyers, there's a lot of more, you know, not saying ain't lawyers over there, but it's more regulations over here, and it's more, you know, not saying you can't get duped over here, you can, but it's just
But it's more like you said, there's more regulations over here. I know exactly what you mean. So they do it. That's why they on them Nigerian niggas right now. They like, yo, y'all motherfuckers y'all scamming people out they fucking whole life savings. They getting at their asses right now. So I know what you mean.
So it's so by saying that basically, you know, there is camaraderie, but at the same time, like, you know, like my elder tell me, like, you know, like, yeah, like he's not just making it seem like it's just some, hey man, you know, we gonna come over here. No, he's like, I gotta move, I gotta make sure that this deed is not in somebody else's name and they ain't sold, because he's like, they'll sell you something that they sold to 10 other people, and you won't find out till you've already been probed and investigated and realized that, damn, this deed has been sold to 10 people already.
Right.
Already allocated my funds already. So but on the flip side of that, it's also love out there too. So, you know, yeah, it's love. It's definitely love out there. You feel me? You know?
Yeah, because like you said, it's not as much regulation, so you gotta really look and be careful and make sure who you're doing business with is legit. As opposed to out here, you got to do the same thing, but it's a bit more structured out here. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You trying to buy a house off Craigslist and you a fool then.
Yeah.
You know, like certain things, like you don't buy a house off Craigslist up here.
Hell no.
You know, but you got some people that will do that. I see the listing on Craigslist. Well, nah, you know, just certain due diligence.
Fucking man, buy some shit on Craigslist. Fucking house.
eBay, buying car parts and all that off eBay is no good. eBay is known for selling a lot of pseudo, misrepresented parts. You know, it's not good to buy like mechanical, stuff off eBay because it's just like I said, it's known for.
A lot of that stuff. A lot of that stuff be bullshit. You gotta be real careful with what you purchase off there.
Facts. So, yeah, man. I just picked up the Powernomics, man. Matter of fact, speaking of that, my Jamaican partner, Jatane, Brooklyn, New York, sent me this book right here when I was in the feds. Sent me this book, Powernomics book. You feel me? My bro, I'm from Brooklyn. I'm born in Jamaica, but raised in Brooklyn. Me, the first person that was telling me like we don't need sunscreen. It's like people in Jamaica don't use sunscreen. So when I hear people talking about sunscreen, and he be like, Jamaica get 100 degree, 110, 115 weather. Like there ain't nobody out there using sunscreen. So this is word of mouth.
I always knew that from a youngin'. You know what I'm saying? I had some of the older guys telling me shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That sun don't hurt us. We got that melanin. You know what I mean? That melanin, we good in that sun. And I never ever used sunscreen. I was always good, no matter how hot it was, no matter what beach I was at. I never caught no sunburn, nothing like that. Yeah, we don't need that shit.
And it's crazy. Now I think about it. The brother came see me. This was about a year. Let me see. About I'm gonna keep it 100. It was 2 years ago.
Yeah, y'all black folk better start using sunscreen.
When he came up here. We chopped it up and we talked about the Tariq Nasheeds, and he told me how he didn't like where that the divide that we chopped it up, man. We definitely chopped it up, bro. Like we chopped it up about that, man. He told me as far as he didn't like the division that was manifesting between the Jamaicans. So he said, yeah, man. Like I said, man, that's my guy, man. Jatane, man, for real, man, for real.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I mean, some people don't like it. Some people understand it. Some people don't.
Yes, indeed. So yes, indeed. So we said, with the riders, we rock with the riders, man. And that's at home.
It's not mainly, but I want to point out something though. My man said, "Why choose to divide?" It's not us that. It's not. You can't just say it's one particular people that's choosing to divide, man. Because remember, when they were playing that video earlier, a homegirl was saying that when a lot of them come here, a lot of people come here from them tribal places, like in Africa. They come here and they say that they don't have the same understanding of black that we have. So, like how black Americans, black is first with us. A lot of them, she was saying, for them, black is not even first or second. Black is like third or fourth, somewhere later up the tier. You know what I'm saying? So it's a different perspective, and they put a lot of things first that we don't. You know what I'm saying? They don't put their blackness first. They put their particular people first, so they won't see themselves as all of us together, as the same people as us. They see themselves as different. So I think that's where some of the divide comes from too. It's both ends of the spectrum,
Definitely.
That's why conversations need to be had. You feel me?
Because when you say they don't put their blackness first, black is a social construct. We live in a society where black means something, white means something. In other places, black doesn't mean the same. It's not a part of their social construct because they have their identity. They have that to claim. So they're not going to put being quote unquote black first because that doesn't have a place in their society. Why would they?
I mean, but the thing
we hold pride to that because of where we live and how we lived over.
Right,
because
we see them because we see them as us. We see them no matter where they're from. We see them as, you the same. They don't see us the same way when they come here. And I think there
You
lies
can
some of
you
the
can
divide.
make that same
Yeah.
argument here. Niggas are beef on coast, niggas are beef on cities, niggas are beef on blocks. We got it so bad here, we beef over colors. And
I mean,
blackness goes
yeah, I
out the
mean, we
door.
can't, I mean, shit. I mean, but look, it's a war going on right now in Somalia, man. I mean, like a five tribe war going on right now in Somalia. I mean, like shit. That's everywhere they beefing. I mean, them tribal wars and shit been going on. It ain't just here.
So why are we saying let's create a new tribe and establish this new tribe? What's the point?
It's not necessarily a new tribe. I just think
Yeah, I don't know.
it's an
I don't know
appellation.
about the new tribe shit.
Man,
It
that's
is a new
basically what you're
tribe.
trying to do.
It's an appellation, a title. I feel like I don't think it's necessarily a new tribe. It's more so an evolvement, and it's like what's that? The skin or the caterpillar that goes in the cocoon and evolves, and it comes out a butterfly.
Separating and saying we are this, we're no longer that.
Everybody else is separating shit. Everybody else separating and say they this and that. I mean, see, the argument becomes circular. I don't like to get into circular arguments because it's just gonna go round and round and round.
That's the thing
At
too.
some
I don't love
point, people
everybody.
need
I
to
know there's this notion
accept.
that we should love everybody, but the best way, what I say, how I say this, I said the best way to preserve your love is to reserve it. Yeah, the best way to preserve it is to reserve it. So therefore, I don't delegate. I don't just love. Hey, come here, hey, everybody, come on, we love everybody. No, I don't love everybody blindly. You feel me? Like I don't love everybody, bro. Like, and that's just what it is, bro. Like, and that's definitely more so applied to people who don't look like me. You feel me? People who look like me, I more so give the benefit of the doubt until proven otherwise.
Yeah,
But
if you look like me, you get the benefit of the doubt automatically until I see otherwise.
yeah, that's not even the case. Sometimes I still give motherfuckers second, third, fourth, 50, like still, until it's just like, out of
Right.
ultra love of self. So, yeah, man,
So with that said, what's the point in a new title? How does that get you the reparative justice that you seek and faster if you cut off the title that was placed upon those who went through the injustices?
well, some people feel like when you say simply descendant of slave or anybody technically, some people say, well, we all were descendant of slaves. You got people that with that rhetoric, we all were slaves. Well, I'm a descendant of slaves. So it's just it's a that name, like, I mean, it's can you hijack that term? Foundational
But
Black American. I mean,
but nobody's walking around saying that that's their ethnicity. Nobody's walking around saying I'm descendant of slave on the Census Bureau.
True. Did you know recently when the census came out, they was actually they wanted to redesignate. They wanted to there was a series of names that they wanted to, as far as like redesignate us, Black Americans in particular. I could pull it up, but the census definitely was a couple years ago when they was doing yeah, let me see. Pardon me for a second. I understand what you're saying, but I said, but let me see. even if we were to simply say we were what's that? Let me see. Hold on. So even if we were to simply, I think honestly at this point, I think it would the what's that? Based on the William A. Darity, basically ABAL citizens refers to ancestral Black American lineage. Defining U.S. freedmen descendants. This term is used in the context of reparations movement, particularly by William A. Darity. Like I said, he's somebody who's been doing this for 30 years. So I think that would be, we would get pushback from that. I mean, I feel like it's no different than saying, hey, I'm a ball citizen. You know, I'm a descendant of an ancestral Black American, or I stem from from the ancestral Black American lineage. I think that would get pushed back. It's just any type of category that specifically highlights us and focuses on us, then that's an issue. I just really, inherently feel that way. That irregardless of it being FBA, NCAA, and AAA, it's like, who is these niggas to be trying to, specifically, center them? Why are you centering yourself? And you should be centering everybody. You should be having for everybody. And that's what I mean by the ideological pack mules. Because there seem to be some.
So what pushed us? What pushed the need for FBA to be established? Like, I'm trying to figure out what the benefit is or why it was a need.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna highlight on that real quick. You asked me what fits the need. Well, it's a fact. Like I said, it's a fact that historically there's always been a disconnect with us being able to self-advocate, us to center us, and nobody else to annex themselves to our plight. Somehow being able to use what's intended for us. Yeah, bro. That's why, bro. Just the lack of us being able to self-advocate for us. That's why. That. And I can.
When have we not been able to explain? When have we not been able to self-advocate as Black?
Say it again.
When have we not been able to self-advocate?
You said when haven't we?
Yeah, been able to self-advocate.
I would say that when have we not been able to self-advocate? Well, I would say that part of this started in 1977 at the National Women's Conference in Texas. Black women activists and scholars attending the conference were concerned that its agenda did not adequately address Black women's needs. So they drew upon a Black woman's agenda. When other non-white women saw it, they wanted their concerns to be included, and they were. But that meant the name had to change to something more inclusive. Thus, the term women of color was born, yet this change effectively reduced Black women's power to self-advocate. So this is what I mean. FBA is literally us.
I would disagree and say that we do get to self-advocate. That's why laws have been implemented, things have been passed due to us being able to self-advocate. I think we have been. I said I think we have been able to self-advocate because that's why we have laws and bills due to us being able to self-advocate.
But how can you say that when, like, any type of initiative that is intended or that is purported to be for a particular group that is downtrodden, i.e., affirmative action, is somehow, so I'm trying to understand, like when you say we have always been able to self-advocate. I mean,
because self-advocate means to be able to speak up for yourself, and if I'm, for lack of a better way to explain it, we've always had, not always, but we've developed and had the opportunity to self-advocate. 2025, as Black people, we definitely have the means to self-advocate. That's why you can have groups like ADOS and FBA.
Yes, but
that's self-advocating for their reparations. Now, they haven't gotten it all around. I would agree with that, but they're advocating for it. They're pushing for it.
see, when you point to that, see, that points to a contemporary, meaning a present phenomenon of us striving to detach from people of color or minority. So, but real quick, a historical pattern exists in America where white folks, it's always white folks, where whites attempt to thwart measures of group-specific or targeted self-advocacy on behalf of Native Black Americans. That term again that we don't like, but he's using it to pinpoint how Black people who are Native and, specifically Black people who are Native to America, or so basically, like I said, there's been a historical pattern, of us not being able to, as a result, or as a result of white folks thwarting or attempting to stifle. So it goes back to white folks. So it ain't about us being against Black people, but it's ultimately about us, like I said, about us wanting to self-advocate for us and only us. Anybody who want to come in and support us, that's fine. And we support you. We support us. We got to see some support, man. Some support. And I ain't saying that ain't the so. I'm not saying that's not so. That ain't the so. I'm not saying
But
that that's
then,
so.
but from the makeup of the country, like we always say, no matter what you implement, it's going to benefit other people. It still covers you, but it's like not just for you. That thing is being passed for everyone.
Mm-hmm. Facts. Yeah, I hear what you said, Fontaine. We ain't gonna go on that. We ain't finna venture down the we're not about to embark on the because you know how I feel about 14th, 50th Amendment, and I got too much information to make me, just I can't sway away from the our blood being our blood ushering concessions for other people. Like I just can't shy away from that. But real quick, the POC term is among the latest means used to decenter ADOS advocacy. So you see how he's using he's in ADOS, and he says the expectation has been that Native Black Americans should be inclusive in the establishment of their social political agenda, sacrificially centering other groups, pushes for redress while decentering their own group specific needs. It has been a socially stagnating phenomenon for ABAL citizens, ABAL meaning ancestral Black American lineage. In America, this situation was eloquently described by Esselin 2018. So this meaning that this person is who wrote that no one can behave unjustly towards others without harming himself. And so this is what Esselin wrote. Who wrote that no one can behave unjustly towards others without harming himself in the act. African Americans have been employed as ideological pack mules. One group after another has heaped its luggage. Up atop their backs. Even while the injustice that the blacks did most gross, he said while the injustice that the blacks did most grossly suffer has been elided, meaning that the all the struggle and the turmoil we went through, we most grossly suffered. We grossly suffered that. But that has been elided. That has been omitted. That has been extracted from the equation. Wait, their actual condition in the present is largely ignored by the left and the right. Both sides. The blue and the red is complicit. So because it touches upon moral questions that we prefer not to address. Reparations, of course, is what he says. Reparations, of course, is one such question, which some may oppose because it focuses on Native Black Americans specifically. So this is what I mean by us striving to get away and creating something that solely focuses on us due to the history that has the long history that has come, as a result of us, of everybody packing, everybody benefiting, DACA, and all these other initiatives that other people can benefit from as a result of what we went through. They're able to benefit and pack on, and model minority and all these other groups. But I'll be quiet and let somebody else speak.
Yeah, I'm trying to see how is the history being erased. I don't see nobody saying nothing didn't happen except for groups that are trying to grip off of something that's not valid. And you say other people are benefiting, or they say other people are benefiting. I don't see nobody benefiting from something that's not available to any other group.
Real quick, Dev. The 14th Amendment is almost 100 years old, and its life has been repleted with irony. Railroads, utility companies, banks, employers of child labor, chain stores, money lenders, aliens, and a host of other groups and institutions have all found nurture in the due process and equal protection clauses, leaving so little room for the Negro. Okay, that he seemed to be the 14th Amendment's forgotten man. This despite the Supreme Court's early recognition that the one pervading purpose of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments was to ensure the freedom of the slave race, the security and the firm establishment of that freedom, and the protection of the newly made freeman and citizen from the oppressions of those who have formerly, basically just emphasizing that this lawyer, this white man, is even agreeing that the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause in particular has been hijacked by companies, railroads, aliens, before we even get to anybody else, corporations. So this ain't about goddamn black people. This ain't about other black. This is about the fact that the Negro in America has been forsaken by his self, by his own self. By his own memory, his own cognition has forgotten himself. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, but Africans and Caribbean people not doing that. I mean, you reading about the people who are doing that.
You're right. I agree with that.
So where's the smoke from these FBA people against them?
You're right, Dave. You're right. You're right.
And this is where confirmation bias hurts us. To say the 14th Amendment was written solely for us and nobody else, they're gonna laugh at us.
I got another book. Hold on.
They're gonna sit back and say, with all this confirmation bias shit, what about all the immigrants that was there at the time? What about all the foreigners that was coming there at the time? Again, deity, that's not answering the question. You realize that there was foreign Europeans here at the time that was written.
You know, white women was the first to petition in regards to the 14th Amendment and the Equal Protection Clause, and they was actually denied. White women, hold on, pardon me. I just wanted to but I'm just emphasizing, like I said, it's just Free Slaves Acts cannot be persons too. The second group to petition, because white women was the first. White women was the first. They was unsuccessful though. The second group to petition the Supreme Court to be recognized as persons under the 14th Amendment were the people for whom it was passed. Do I not, like, am I retarded? Am I dumb? Like, am I not interpreting what this lawyer said right here in this book? And what this, am I remedial? Do I have I'm all right. So
No, Diddy, you correct, Diddy.
Like, it was passed for us. Like, I understand that it has spiraled to help everybody else, but I'm saying it was passed for us.
But once you say I understand that it's spiral to help everyone else, that's the understanding that it no longer is just for us. It's not an issue. That's actually what these bills and laws are for. They do involve other people and future changes in the world.
Yeah,
we don't own the amendment.
Peace to the panel. Peace, Fontaine.
Go ahead,
Peace, Diddy.
What's
yeah,
up,
I agree. And devastating, Vayasa. I agree with you, young Diddy. I think it was effectively written for Black people initially, but I think with these lawyers and attorneys, they manipulated it. You know, they manipulate the wording of it and made it apply to, you know, all of these different groups. In particular, corporations have exploited and made claim that corporations are persons or somewhat like persons. They definitely exploited that. I agree with you, bro.
So let me ask y'all this: it's kind of a two-part question. For what you feel like the amendment was written for, even just for Black people, do you feel like they need to make another amendment for other people to fall under? But like, how does that work, or do other people not deserve the right that was given under that amendment? If y'all understand what I'm asking.
I would
Yeah, I
say
don't.
due to the fact that we're perpetually under siege, and I mean in many areas of activity, health, policing, it's a leading cause of death. I mean, we need something exclusively for us. We need something. Like I don't understand the not from y'all, just from the outer, from the mainstream, not you particularly, but I don't understand the not, like, I don't understand the not getting on board with that, due to the fact that these people are still, then we so-called passed all these laws, but they still own less than 1% of the wealth. They still, like, we need to create something tailored, something for them. We need to elevate these people. So that's why not? I mean, because clearly everything that's been passed for us has not closed the black-white wealth gap. All these initiatives haven't closed the wealth gap. That's what I'm on. I'm on closing the black.
Because it's very simple. Sometimes common sense approaches is and pragmatism has to be implemented in these conversations. If they write an amendment solely for black people, this is only for blacks. You better believe the moment that shit passes, every hyphenated American is going to be at Congress the next fucking day. Screaming discrimination, discrimination, discrimination. Now they got to make one for Italian Americans, Chinese Americans, Chinese Italian Americans. That's why they not doing it. It's better to just put the all. And if you're born here, this is where it benefits us because guess what? You're a U.S. citizen now. You're African American. You're black. You got your title. You got your citizenship. It becomes all encompassing. You're not excluded anymore. Like sometimes it's better to just leave sleeping dogs lying. Otherwise, you're just gonna keep scratching them fleas and ticks that don't even exist no more. That's fucking insanity. Do we need reparations for what happened? Yeah. But we can't even identify what that is without saying just cut the check. Just cut the check. Just cut the check. And it leads to these circular conversations that go absolutely nowhere. One minute the solution is unity, 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 but now in 2025 is delineation. If you was to sit back and start a movement, fuck the FBA for a moment. If we was to start a movement that said African American now encompasses everybody from Alaska to Chile, how much bigger does our populace grow overnight? At that point, we got a standing army in both continents. Or we can play this delineation game. We can keep on letting them divide and conquer.
Yeah, the
Keep playing that
delineation.
game.
The delineation is silly to me. It's kind of like levels to it, in my opinion, because like the people that's coming here, that's struggling, that come from nothing. Of course, their perception of reality is not going to be the same as a head of state, or Patrice Lumumba, or Kwame Nkrumah historically, or in our contemporary, and Abraham Traore. Their perception is not going to be the same. The head of state is not going to have the same perception as the struggling peasant class that's coming in, that's enamored with the US dollar, and versus the head of state that is in Africa, that has power, that is acquiring resources, that wants to de-dollarize. Of course, we're not going to have the same perception of reality because they come from two different classes, two different levels of education, most likely. So when we looking at the situation and we criticizing the immigrants that are coming in, Africans that are coming in, that are enamored with the US dollar, that are using the US dollar to send back home, there's nothing wrong with that. But their perception is not going to be the same as the head of state that is putting blackness first, i.e. Abraham Chiori, that put together interfaith councils and interfaith councils and interpolitical councils that really began to organize the country based on their Africanness, based on their blackness. He suppressed he doesn't lead with Islam first. He leads with his Africanness first. That's a good thing. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, it's just different perceptions, and it's a macro conversation and it's a micro conversation. The person who's an immigrant, who's a peasant, who comes from nothing because of colonialism is not going to have necessarily the same perception as a well-educated head of state like Ibrahim Chiori, Kwame Nkrumah, or, you know, different individuals. It's just levels to the conversation. I think we overlook that sometimes.
You spot on with the awareness to the totality of the story on the global stage is going to be skewed, very skewed. We can't expect people that's going through colonization in the modern world to have the same level of, forgive me, y'all, my son crawling on, of awareness to historical phenomenon that we do. They're not privy to the same education. Just like you, I don't want to say nobility, but those upper echelons. We're not privy to what's really going on behind the scenes on global affairs when it comes to leadership. So we may not understand every move they make. So I'm rocking with you. Who was that? That was Asiatic Line.
Yeah, Afro, bro.
All right, Afro.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's all good, Vayasa. I just, you know, I be digging what you're saying, but it's just it levels to the conversation. It's a macro conversation and it's a micro conversation. You know, you can't knock the person who's an immigrant who may not be so well educated, but has a desire to do better for themselves. So they come to America. They understand the power of the US dollar, you know, and it provides them with benefits and support back home. That perception of reality is not going to be the same as the person who is a little more well educated and understands the macro conversation, the necessity for decolonization, de-dollarization. Of course, they're not going to have the same perception, you know, and it would be silly of us to think that they should, you know.
I would never knock them. Never. You know, when we was talking immigration and it solely pertained to the southern border, I was always advocating that there needs to be more awareness towards the blacks that was trying to get here. Whether they was coming from Chile, I, wherever it may have been. Just the hells that they have to get through to get here is enough to sit back and say, man, let them people be. If they not causing no ruckus and they just trying to work and take care of their family, let them people be. Because America built itself on what? Bring us your tired, poor, and hungry. Whatever they little saying was when they opened up towards immigration. But it always seemed that it was over to immigration as long as you didn't look like us.
Yeah, I take criticism for that conversation too when brothers begin to talk about the southern border, and I understand that it's a problem. You know, I see the jobs lost in the community to immigrants coming in and things of that nature. I understand that part of the conversation. I lived that part of the conversation, being a stationary engineer working in a plant that was full of Latin Americans, where you had a small population who was African American Negro, but the union was controlled by Latin Americans. You know, we were in a separate space in the same company, but our union was stronger because we had skill sets, so we demanded more from the administration, and we got more from the administration because of our skill sets. We were boiler operators, stationary engineers, but the people out on the floor operating in the plant, the conditions were very degraded. Just tore up, dirty, disgusting, but just the brothers and the Latins working, in the same conditions. But the Latin Americans were accepting anything from the administration. While we had 3 Negroes working in the boiler room, we wasn't taking no shit off the administration. So we was demanding money. We was demanding, we had all Negroes, you know what I mean? So it was a different type of mentality, and I understand that. And that's a problem because they're taking jobs from our people. But in the macro conversation, it's America, it's NAFTA, it's Bill Clinton, George Bush, a bipartisan bill that created that influx. So it's levels to the conversation. I understand both sides. I know that these people are taking jobs from that could potentially belong to young black men and women, and I got a problem with that. But on the other end, I understand that America, that Bill Clinton, George Bush, NAFTA produced the influx that we see, so it's layers again to the conversation.
They've been
Macro,
doing that since the Padron system, Afro. Have you heard of that one?
what's that, Vyasa?
The Padron system.
Nah, brother, enlighten me.
Padrone. That's when they opened up immigration for the exchange of free labor to cheap labor. Like there's nothing new on the board really. We just new players. You get where I'm going?
Yes, sir.
But the system is been the same. They not doing nothing new. They just doing what their daddies told them. They might have new tactics as they fight one another, but they still playing the same damn game.
So that word means manager or boss in Italian, huh?
Yeah, read into it. Read when they first implemented it and what it was really, really for.
You're right, though. Pay attention to labor. The Patron system was a labor brokerage system used primarily by Italian immigrants in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. These labor markets often.
Yeah. FBA looks like a frustrated desire for nationalism, to me, and I don't necessarily knock it because I think our people desire nationalism, but it's a bit, I would say, distorted because there's no national soil to claim. There's no national resources to claim. So it makes it a bit frustrating from my perception, the notion of FBA, in my opinion.
Nah, I like the way you worded it. What you say, frustrated desire or effort for
yearning
nationality.
Yeah, far. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. That makes sense too.
Right. That's just my humble opinion on it, bro. I don't necessarily knock the desire for nationalism. I like nationalism, but I think it's very frustrated because there's a lack of national soil and resources to claim and collect ourselves around. That's what frustrates
in
it.
this nation, like solely in this nation. You mean right? Yeah, like right. You mean
Yeah,
like
nation state.
Yeah,
We want. You know. Yeah, but I definitely don't see nothing wrong with it though. I think we do need we need a national soil, but even though it seems we're far away from that, but the desire for it, I think, is good. My opinion.
crazy how you brought up. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know. You literally just spoke on nationalism. I was just reading about nationalism in this book right here. He was talking about how we're a nation within a nation and how other groups. Let me see. Hold on. It's right. Nationalism and pluralism. So, since nationalism and pluralism allow millions of ethnic immigrants to compete as a group, they have the potential to do the same. Pardon me. Since nationalism and pluralism allow millions of ethnic immigrants to compete as a group, they have the potential to do the same for blacks. Devotion to one's own cultural group or nation is called nationalism. Nationalism helps groups build communities, mobilize for power, and control resources. It allows cultural groups to function as nations within nations. Black Americans are a nation within a nation, but have never behaved in a manner consistent with this reality. In our pluralistic society, many groups are nationalistic. They form their nation of people. They form their nation of peoplehood based on common underlying characteristics from skin color to language. Nationalism is based upon a sense of community and can make it easier for blacks to build a cohesive group within the nation as an excluded nation living on the margins of American society. Blacks have marched and prayed and fought to be accepted into mainstream society. They have wanted to be a part of a nation rather than to be a nation. What's your take on that, Afro? He says they have wanted to be a part of a nation rather than to be a nation. That's
I'm learning too, young Diddy. You know,
I'm learning too. It's that Dr.
Still
Clyde,
learning, young Diddy.
I had to go back to that Dr. Clyde on it, man. To go
Yes,
back to
sir,
that
man.
King,
I
man.
love Claude Anderson, man.
Why?
Shout out to Claude
I
Anderson,
about
man,
him.
the OG.
Because we had to be by ourselves. I was in this cell with nobody else but a black person. They was Jamaican or whatever. It wouldn't matter what they were. They was black. Shit, but
Yeah, that's a fact, man. That's why I'm glad I grew up where I grew up, man, because growing up in Jersey, I grew up around Jamaicans and Haitians, you know, few Ghanaians, few Nigerians. Even though we was in the street, we wasn't doing the right thing, but it put Pan-Africanism in me as far as my perception of reality. I know we can work together for a fact. I worked with with Haitians and Jamaicans in the street, which wasn't a good thing, but it's the actual facts. You know what I mean? My homies, a lot of them is deported. You know what I mean? Right now, real life. But that's just how I came up. So that's my perception of reality.
yes,
That
indeed.
national.
Same sentiment. Like you said,
Right. Some people not faking it. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. But I understand, like, people that grew up in other areas, they have different experiences. I understand that. But I think Europeans made us Pan Africans when they put all the different tribes and mixed them together on the boats, and took us all to all of these different parts of the world. I think that made us Pan Africanists or Pan African. Because you
Yeah,
put people who spoke, different languages.
it's most definitely started on them damn slave ports.
Yep.
So much so that you can see now new genetic markers from the admixture. It made new people groups there.
Oh, that's definitely facts.
You get where I'm going? So even with this title that we're fighting over, African American is supposed to embrace the totality of the story that we're African descendants now in America. You get where I'm going? This is why I don't see the need to create a new title. FBA it's like we trying to one up white people at that point. We just putting some extra on it. Now this ain't
And
regular
it gets
fried chicken. This is jerk fried chicken. Like we just trying to do a little extra. That's unnecessary, and it's from whether people want to accept this or not. It's from a man who's race-based hustling. This nigga really ain't in no political arenas or academic arenas caring for other people. He clicked up with Michael Moore, seen that them DVDs made money. Few years later, once he had his ends right, found a group, produced Hidden Colors. Started from Africa, jumped to Haiti. Now he sees this argument, jumped in it with Yvette Carnell. Now he's FBA. Now he's about to do a damn Abbo movie. Y'all heard that man say time and time again tonight that he about to do one on the Black Seminoles, which
Yeah,
is
but
hilarious to me.
Vayasa, he didn't start out anti-African though, in my
No, he
opinion.
didn't. No, he
Yeah,
wasn't.
that seemed like it's something new, man. The whole anti-African part
I
of
don't
it.
think he's anti-African, bro. He
That's how
donated
you know he a grift.
money to when he went over to Haiti. The brother went to Haiti. I mean, can we say he's really anti anything if he's allocated funds to? I feel like
Yeah,
he's
I don't
anti,
know.
and then to try to
Be it
nix
to you not
play.
catching it once again. You not catching it. He's scamming.
Mm-hmm. Go where the money flow.
He's emotionally race-based hustling.
You know,
Now
white
the new
folks.
talk.
You know, white
Now the
folks
new
gave him that
talk.
term. You're right.
The new
White folks
talk
gave him
that he
that term,
learned
race baiter.
when
They
he
called him.
seen
White folks
Yvette.
gave
When
him
he
that term.
seen Yvette.
He's a
When he
race
seen
baiter.
Yvette.
All he talks about is race. Yeah, I'm a race guy. You damn right.
When he seen Yvette had a crowd, he
He's
jumped
a
in,
race
stole
black.
the crowd, and now we got FBA. Before that, he was a pseudo Pan African.
Shit, I
Before
think
he was Pan African, the nigga was a pimp.
he
In
wasn't.
Hidden Colors 1, was he talking about
He
FBA?
was a pimp. It's like
No,
Crazy
already
work.
that's
not
not
one,
true because
two,
he
or
wasn't a
three.
pimp. He was a pickup
That's
line. He was a
crazy work.
mechanic
Ironic.
type of. He was a.
How you do a whole documentary?
Said he was a pimp.
He wasn't a
The
pimp.
nigga was a pimp.
I think
Y'all don't know this?
he wasn't a pimp, but
I don't know. I don't know.
The nigga was a pimp. His name was fucking King Flex. He was a
Oh
pimp.
man.
he was a
Did
pickup
you
artist.
ever watch
Pickup
Hidden
artist.
Colors?
He was
Oh,
with
He was
Michael.
a
He
pimp.
was with Michael Moore, calling himself pimping in Congress. Look it up.
see, Vayasa, I ain't even know that, bro. You know, word.
Look this shit. Way before. That's how I knew who he was.
He got the books. He got the little books with the the females on it. The how
No,
to
this nigga was literally walking
all the
around
macking
DC in some goddamn Sambo for real shit, just all out cooning with Michael Moore, masking himself as a pimp, going through DC and Congress. Years later, he reemerges on the scene and he's Pan-Africanist all of a sudden. When he seen the wave that was going through, look at who he linked up with through Sarnetta's crowd. He took the whole Sarnetta circuit, put them all on one DVD, and got paid for it.
Yep.
And birthed Umar Johnson in the process. Before that, he was pimping King Flex.
I mean, that's literally what a grifter is. I don't know what we're supposed to do with that.
pickup artist. Yeah, but pimp, Magic 9 One, and Pimp McCann. Nah,
We ain't saying he was a successful
Pimp
pimp.
McCann. Nah. I mean, pimp. I mean, just still annex that.
It's just what he was calling himself.
Such a
That's what he was claiming.
that term to. If I pick anybody, I pick the white folks. That's the only thing I pick. The sister.
Infiltrate their corporate state.
Proud to say it too.
There y'all go. I just threw y'all a link in the back chat.
Say it again. Yeah, see, look at the back chat.
Grab that link. That's that nigga. In Michael Moore's documentary. That's him. Congressional Pimp.
That's the name of the documentary, Congressional Pimp.
I forgot the name of what Michael Moore called it, but that's where Tyreek got the DVD game from. It's Michael Moore.
Yeah. Okay.
Congressional pimp is crazy.
And his last name had to be Moore.
That's wild work right
That's
there.
still not. Yeah.
What's up, sir?
Peace to you. To say he's a pimp is still.
Hey.
I ain't here to argue all that,
Peace.
bro. That doesn't negate the fact I'm still standing on ABAL ethics. Ancestral Black American lineage. You might want to take part in that.
And deity, don't get it twisted. I think your heart is in the right place. You're gonna have to do something that even I struggle to do. Get out of just reading black books. Study the enemy. Write what they write about each other. Read what they write about each other. One of the I can't tell you how much it benefited me to this day was studying feudalism. And it was hard as hell to read them books. They dry as shit. But there was certain ones that came before us kept saying, study your enemy, study your enemy, study your enemy. So I started studying them. That led me to more shit about black history than any black author of modern day that you could point at. Your Robin Walkers, all them. It's gonna make you more dangerous because then you'll be able to identify their talking point.
You're right. It's already made me more dangerous. How Blacks Built America. Joe R. Fegan, a white man, an alabaster. So I'm not trying to. I'm just saying I got some books written by some white men. Super Predator. You know, Bill Clinton's use and abuse of Black America.
It pisses me off that when I want to study the Maroons in America, there's one prominent name that you're gonna always see. Jane Letters, whatever her last name is. And it's not one of us writing on it. It pisses me off. And now we taking the time to have to study what motherfuckers is lying about, and we're gonna have to reply to are we Aboriginal or not? While these people is getting grants to study us.
No, but you need one 10 to 100. You need to get you a lobotomy for real, for real.
Yeah, so I would say it ain't so
checked
much as the black books, it's the Afrocentric ones. You gotta be careful with when they
I like
just
Afrocentric. I
Afrocentric.
like being Afrocentric. It's
You need to
the
get a
fake ones
turd.
that you got to be aware of.
But that's what I mean.
I
Like
get what you mean. Yeah, I get what you
not
mean.
the bad ones, but you know what I mean. Read the good ones, but there's some bad ones in there that are just pushing
the
blackology.
Yeah,
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Like what? I mean, what's the Afrocentric? Tell me.
Niggas
Like
come
when
from
you make
Mars.
everything black.
There's a black man
Yeah,
on
niggas
Mars.
come from Mars.
Why you got all them black books? That's like ask a Chinese man why you got all them Chinese books, man.
But see, you didn't hear what I said. I'm not saying
There's
that not
a
have
Compton
black
and a
books.
Lennox.
Why you got all these black books? I'm black.
I just want real information for me. I don't really give a damn if it's black, white, yellow, or blue. I just want it to be factual.
You just want the truth.
I just wanted to be factual
White
information.
man standing on
Yep.
business. Let you
factual information. Yeah.
What do you say? If it make you feel better, the white man. You know what do you say? Oh, he said the second group to petition the Supreme Court to be recognized as persons under the 14th Amendment were the people for whom it was passed, free slaves and their descendants. Period. So that's me. That's us.
But go and study all the ones before that.
And then what do you say? White women before that. Like I said, white. I read that
So
before.
should the First and Second Amendment not cover everybody? Should it just
No,
be
I'm
for
not
white
even
people?
talking about the amendments. Go back.
I'm just saying though, because by what they're saying, the way they're trying to own the 14th Amendment, that means no other amendment should count for anybody but the people it was originally written.
Woman.
By that logic.
I mean, what's the 13th Amendment? What's the 15th Amendment? I mean, do they all how is it?
It pertains to
the sister makes a good point. If we look at the sequence of the amendments, when we see the 13th, it's definitely talking about slavery, and then we see the 14th. It kind of flows into the whole concept of us. You know, 13 is dealing with slavery, and no one should be a slave unless duly convicted of a felon. You know, I'm not quoting it exactly, but we know the amendment. 13th Amendment deals with slavery and those who were slaves, and then we have the 14th. It kind of flows with that sequence.
My ex had a lobotomy too when he got locked up. You damn right. We all had one. Go in and come out different. He's supposed to go in Fuck you gonna go in and come out the same. You gonna come out. Fuck they do that at. Fuck they go in and come out the same at. You know the way they do that? That's ass backwards. Where's my mama? That's ass backwards. Yeah, my bad, y'all. Pardon my tangent.
Yeah, as far as research is concerned, I would say just cross-reference. I read Afrocentric books. I read, I guess you could say, Afro-centered books. Most of my bookshelf is full of a lot of Black authors. You know, I got a few whites in there, but I do read predominantly African American authors. Some other authors as well, but cross reference, man. Utilized we can utilize different search engines. We got academic research, we got Brill, we got a lot of different. All you need is an email address, and you can get access to all of these different sites: academic research, ResearchGate, Brill, whole list of them. Internet Archives, and get your library up and get your cross reference on, so when you speak, it makes sense, and you can quote some data points that are actual facts rather than just feelings. That's how I look at it.
Real quick, cause I stay. Hold on, y'all. I said this to a few of my lawyers, but I stay sending out information. I stay, yeah. Somebody go hear me. I'm gonna ventilate. Somebody go hear my ventilation. Let me see. So I'm trying to find. Okay, so it's right here. I feel like I'm on an island on my own, man. An island on my own. What she said? She said,
I think somebody's in the back chat. Was they saying Lou? My bad. Yeah, but it's yeah. I mean, I